Title: The Art of Immortal Cultivation. Author: Drunken Heart for Beauty. Synopsis: Determination, immortal cultivation, fantastical realms. An ordinary boy embarks on the path of immortal cultivation following a serendipitous encounter. Through countless trials, extraordinary adventures, and persistent efforts, he gradually ascends to the pinnacle of the Great Way, standing proud amidst the throngs. Volume 1: Disciples of the Sect. Chapter 1: Encountering Danger. Oh, the hardships of life. Huang Qi sighed, burdened by the worries of daily sustenance. At the tender age of 12, this orphan boy lived with his elderly grandfather, who was over 50. Each day was a struggle for food, and recently, his grandfather had fallen ill from overexertion, confined to bed. Huang Qi had thus taken on the role of the family's pillar, daily climbing the mountains to forage for medicinal herbs to treat his grandfather, gathering wild vegetables and fruits to stave off hunger, and if fortune smiled upon him, capturing a wild chicken. Unfortunately, today, luck was not on his side. Huang Qi's dark complexion bore pallor, a clear sign of exhaustion and prolonged malnutrition, and his grayish-white robe was marred with several large rips from thorns. He glanced at the basket on his back, which contained only a few unripe wild fruits. With a faint sigh, he lamented, "Alas, I couldn't even find herbs for grandfather today. His condition is worsening. I truly fear for what may come." He dared not finish the thought, terrified of losing the only family he had known for so many years, his grandfather, who had raised him. What would he do without him? Surely, grandfather will be fine. I must find more herbs to cure him soon. Determination shone in his youthful face as he resolutely ascended the mountain. "I have scoured this area countless times. It appears there are no herbs left. I must venture higher to seek them." Despite his weariness, his steadfast steps did not falter. This mountain, known as Qiankun Mountain by the villagers, housed a natural spring renowned for its sweet, refreshing water. People for miles around relied on this gift from the heavens, for water from other sources was bitter and unpalatable, and the elders claimed it was a blessing that granted prosperity to those who drank from it. Huang Qi climbed laboriously through the rocky terrain, accompanied by the sounds of chirping insects and birds. Grasping a vine as thick as his thumb, he struggled to scale a stone pillar over 2 meters high. "Phew, I made it." Looking down from his newfound height, he felt a pang of fear a slip could lead to disaster. "It wouldn't matter if I fell, but what about my grandfather?" He patted his heaving chest, wiping the dirt and sweat from his face with his sleeve. Steadying himself, he surveyed the surroundings. Jagged rocks and bizarre formations surrounded him, alongside towering trees that were nearly impossible to encircle with both arms. Gazing upward, he found the sky obscured by a canopy of leaves swaying gently in a breeze. "I am so thirsty." Huang Qi moistened his parched lips, scanning the ground for a water source. But disappointment filled him as he found only dry twigs and scattered gracesno fruits in sight. Suddenly, a bright idea struck him. "Oh, how could I forget? I have some fruits in my basket." His face lit up with joy as he quickly unstrapped the basket and took a large bite from a green wild fruit. Though slightly bitter, the taste brought him immense satisfaction. Abruptly, he spotted a white figure dart past him, startling him. When he regained his composure, he saw a small white creature, baring its teeth and squeaking as if to say, "You've invaded my territory." The little creature danced about, seemingly unwelcoming. Huang Qi's heart swelled with childlike wonder. What a charming little fellow, he thought, pondering how to catch it. Glancing at the fruit in his hand, he devised a plan. With a radiant smile, he offered the half-eaten fruit to the little creature. The white figure hesitated, eyeing him warily. It assessed the boy before it and the fruit in his hand, its big, round eyes darting with suspicion, as if wondering what ulterior motive lay behind the boy's gesture. Unhurried, Huang Qi maintained his smile, patiently awaiting the creature's next move. Thus began a silent standoff, each observing the other, neither willing to make the first move, while the creature's large eyes remained fixed on the fruit. At last, the little creature approached. Huang Qi's heart leaped with joy. "Greedy little thing. Let's see if you can resist temptation. Just a bit closer, and I shall catch you." The creature cautiously edged toward Huang Qi's hand, eyeing him furtively. Huang Qi, filled with determination, thought, "Just a little closer in your mind." Suddenly, in a flash, the creature snatched the fruit from his hand, leaving Huang Qi stunned. "Wow, that was fast," he thought, watching the creature scurry away with his prize. I can't believe I just lost it. The little white creature, wearing a smug expression, seemed to taunt him. You thought you could outsmart me? Huang Qi exclaimed, sprinting after it. The chase commenced, with Huang Qi pursuing the nimble creature as it darted effortlessly up the mountainside. Yet, fatigue weighed heavily upon him, and he soon found himself breathless, sweat soaking his back. Spotting a cliff ahead, he realized capturing the little creature was now impossible. Reluctantly, he halted to rest upon a rock at the cliff's edge. Suddenly, a thunderous roar echoed through the air, and Huang Qi felt as though the world was collapsing around him. A fierce wind whipped up, sending rocks tumbling and trees creaking ominously. Dizziness overcame him, and he felt himself being lifted by the gust, plunging into a free fall. Panic surged within him as he instinctively recognized the cliff's edge behind him. Fearing he might plummet to his demise, in that moment of terror, he glimpsed his grandfather's smiling face, nodding gently at him before darkness enveloped him, uncertain of how much time had passed. Huang Qi felt a profound heaviness in his head and an overwhelming weakness in his body. He attempted to open his eyes, but despite several efforts, his eyelids seemed glued shut. When he tried to move his hands, he discovered they felt foreign, devoid of strength. Could it be that I've already succumbed to death? Is this what death entails, an absence of sight and the inability to act? A deep sorrow enveloped Huang Qi. I cannot perish. I have my grandfather to care for. If I die, what will become of him? Who will gather herbs for him, prepare his meals, and tend to him? I must survive. I cannot die. With these thoughts weighing heavily on his mind, he drifted back into unconsciousness. In a cave, an elderly man with white hair sat serenely upon a mat, clad in a blue robe. His eyes were closed, and his face bore no wrinkles, yet the pallor of death indicated he had long since departed from this world. Alas, the torment of waiting. 5 centuries have elapsed. If I do not seize a new vessel soon, my legacy as a celestial sovereign may fade into the void. After such a long wait, I find a candidate devoid of spiritual roots. Should I possess this body, it may prove difficult to cultivate further. A resolute expression suddenly crossed the old man's face. The path of immortality is fraught with challenges. Very well, I shall take this young man as my vessel. Though his future cultivation may be arduous, my strength as a celestial sovereign should empower me to ascend. Young man, you can only blame your ill fate for encountering me. The law of the jungle prevails in this world, such is the nature of destiny. As the old man prepared to seize the youth's body, his gaze flickered momentarily. He observed the boy convulsing before losing consciousness again. That a strand of consciousness swept into the boy's mind. This child possesses a resolute character and commendable filial piety. Very well. A deep sigh echoed through the cave. Unbeknownst to Huang Qi, he had traversed the realm of spirits, yet remained oblivious, still trapped in his slumber. Am I still alive? The first question that arose upon his awakening was whether he still breathed. Gradually, he opened his eyes to find himself in a cave. As he attempted to rise, a splitting headache assailed him, and his joints felt as though they were dislocated, nearly causing him to faint once more. Steeling himself, he slowly sat up and surveyed the cave. It was modest in size, comparable to a thatched hut, with smooth walls devoid of adornments, save for the white-haired elder seated before him. Startled, Huang Qi took a step back and, upon closer inspection, realized the figure was lifeless. He sighed softly, kneeling before the old man in a respectful bow. Grandfather, I apologize for my intrusion. May you rest in peace. He offered a deep bow when suddenly a voice resonated in his ear. The child is worthy of teaching. Taken aback, Huang Qi scanned the surroundings but discerned no one else present, only the deceased elder before him. Doubt crept into his mind, and he steadied himself, saying, I did not mean to offend. Please forgive me, esteemed elder. A gentle chuckle filled the air. Hearing this, Huang Qi felt a wave of reassurance wash over him, though he remained cautious. Fear not, I am right here before you. With this reassurance, Huang Qi's initial fear began to morph into anxiety. Was the elder truly deceased? Yet, the old man showed no signs of life. Confusion filled Huang Qi's mind until the elder seemed to perceive his thoughts. Sighing softly, I have been dead for nearly 5 centuries. My corporeal form is but an empty shell. However, my powerful consciousness has managed to stave off complete dissolution. Huang Qi's heart raced upon hearing this, recalling tales his grandfather told of immortal beings undying and immensely powerful. He quickly knelt, exclaiming, "Please do not take offense. Revered immortal, I was unaware of your true nature. An immortal. How amusing that a mere child speaks of such beings," the elder remarked, his tone devoid of malice, allowing Huang Qi to relax somewhat. "May I inquire your name?" the elder asked. Huang Qi, sensing the gravity of the moment, replied earnestly, "I am Huang Qi, a villager from near Huangquan Mountain. I wandered here in search of herbs for my grandfather." The elder nodded slightly, having discerned the truth of Huang Qi's words through a soul-searching technique. "Indeed, your name is fitting, Huang Qi. Our meeting is fated. Would you wish for your grandfather to regain his health and live a long life?" Huang Qi's heart surged with joy at the prospect of saving his grandfather. "Please, esteemed immortal, grant my grandfather a chance at life. I would sacrifice anything for him." He bowed fervently once more. The elder, moved by Huang Qi's sincerity, nodded in approval. "I shall honor your loyalty and filial piety, but if you take me as your master and agree to my conditions, I can not only save your grandfather, but also guide you on the path to immortality. Would you accept?" The notion of becoming immortal stunned Huang Qi. He had only heard tales of such beings from his grandfather, who spoke of their eternal existence in realms of bliss. The prospect thrilled him, yet a shadow of uncertainty crossed his face as he contemplated the elder's offer. "Thank you for your kindness, revered immortal. I was raised by my grandfather, who has no one else. While I yearn for immortality, I cannot abandon him. I must care for him in his twilight years. I cannot forsake him for my own aspirations." The elder sighed softly at Huang Qi's earnest gaze, yet his own eyes gleamed with newfound intensity. "Do not worry, Huang Qi. I see your filial heart, and I shall ensure you can pursue your path without concern for your grandfather. I will grant you this boon." Gratitude flooded Huang Qi's heart, and he knelt once more, exclaiming, "Thank you for your generosity, revered immortal. Enough of this foolishness, boy. You still dare to call me immortal without kneeling to your master?" The elder approached sternly. Huang Qi, understanding the implication, hastily bowed again, declaring, "Disciple Huang Qi pays homage to master." "Rise, my child, I have much to discuss," the elder instructed, and Huang Qi stood respectfully at his side. "Child, my name is Lin Bai, the celestial sovereign of the 100 Arts." Huang Qi silently committed this name to memory, nodding in reverence as he listened intently. "Do you wonder why I am here and how I met my end?" Huang Qi nodded in affirmation. 500 years ago, I was betrayed by a nefarious individual, backed by 7 formidable allies. I was ensnared in a great array, and through great effort, I managed to escape with my life. However, due to my injuries, I ultimately fell here. Huang Qi listened, noting the hatred that flickered across the elder's face, feeling the surge of power emanating from him. Overwhelmed, he stumbled back, struggling to maintain his composure. The elder, realizing his disciple was merely an ordinary youth, quickly tempered his aura. Huang Qi felt a wave of relief wash over him, nearly collapsing to the ground. Seeing the elder's anger subside, Huang Qi stepped forward hesitantly, "Master," but fell silent, unsure of how to console him. Bowing his head, he silently vowed to avenge his master's grievances in the future. "Do not worry, my dear Chur, I am well. What I desire is for you to diligently cultivate your skills, so that one day you may assist me in my endeavors," spoke the elder. Yet at that moment, a shadow of doubt crossed his mind as he recalled that this ungrateful disciple possessed no innate spiritual roots. The path of cultivation is fraught with difficulties, and how many can truly achieve enlightenment? Suddenly, the elder's countenance brightened. As long as he could leverage his disciple to escape this place, he would inevitably encounter individuals with spiritual roots, thus enabling him to seize control. If only this disciple possessed such roots, I would not need to take him as my apprentice. With this thought, the elder's expression softened. "Yes, master," replied Huang Qi, silently committing his master's words to memory. Unbeknownst to him, it was fortunate he lacked spiritual roots. Had he possessed them, this master would have already usurped him. Lin Bai had spared him, recognizing his unwavering loyalty and dedication. "Master, what must I do to embark on the path of cultivation?" Huang Qi inquired, posing a question of great significance. Upon hearing this, the elder sighed lightly and replied, "The fundamental requirement for a cultivator is the presence of spiritual roots. Only with such roots can one perceive the elemental energies of the universe, which, when guided by specific cultivation techniques, may flow into one's meridians, becoming a part of one's self. Gradually, one ascends from a low-tier practitioner to a high-tier cultivator, ultimately achieving transcendence." Huang Qi listened, grasping only fragments of understanding, yet he diligently noted his master's teachings. "Then, master, what exactly are spiritual roots, and what are the elemental forces of the universe?" he asked, realizing he knew little and would need to seek his master's guidance. The elder, momentarily speechless, reflected on his esteemed status as a celestial being, now reduced to explaining such rudimentary concepts. With a resigned sigh, he explained, "Spiritual roots can be likened to a form of innate talent. They are formless and elusive, difficult to define. Essentially, spiritual roots are a form of perception. They allow one to distinctly sense the energies that pervade the cosmos. Among millions, only a rare few possess them, and these roots vary in quality generally. Those with superior roots find it easier to advance to higher levels of cultivation." "Master, do I possess spiritual roots?" Huang Qi's question caused the elder's gaze to flicker momentarily, and with a resigned sigh, he replied, "No." Upon hearing this, Huang Qi's heart plummeted, and his complexion turned pale. The elder hastily reassured him, "Do not despair. Cheer, nothing is absolute. Even without spiritual roots, I can aid you in your cultivation." Hearing his master's words, Huang Qi's expression gradually transformed, revealing a newfound determination. The elder, observing this change, felt a surge of admiration, for he alone understood the arduous journey that awaited those without spiritual roots. "I thank you, master, for your benevolence," Huang Qi expressed gratefully, gazing at the elder. The elder nodded, "Very well, your journey in cultivation is long. In due time, I shall impart my knowledge to you." Huang Qi remained reverent, standing before his master in silence. "Qi'er, I currently exist as a spiritual entity, my physical form having perished. On my finger rests a ring, please remove it," instructed the elder. Upon hearing this, Huang Qi bowed and noticed a silver ring on his master's finger, emanating a soft silvery glow. He slowly reached out and gently removed it. "This is the Qiankun Ring. It contains vast space within, often referred to as a storage ring, capable of holding numerous items," the elder explained. Huang Qi was astounded. Such a small ring could store objects truly marvelous. He regarded it with the curiosity of a child who had discovered a fascinating toy. "At present, your spiritual awareness is too weak to access its contents. Once your awareness reaches a sufficient level, you may unlock it," the elder continued. Huang Qi felt a twinge of disappointment, but resignedly slipped the ring onto his finger. The elder observed his disciple with an amused expression. "That I also have a storage pouch at my waist, take it with you. This pouch can be used without spiritual awareness," the elder added. Huang Qi's eyes brightened as he quickly retrieved the pouch. Unable to contain his curiosity, he opened it to discover an assortment of jars and various unknown items, along with a few articles of clothing. He smiled at the elder, quickly organizing the contents to hang from his waist. The elder, witnessing the boy's avarice, could only shake his head in silence. "I must impart an important matter to you. Pay close attention," the elder said, his demeanor suddenly serious. Huang Qi, filled with joy from his recent discoveries, immediately adopted a solemn expression, focusing intently on his master's words. "Remember, at all times, do not allow anyone to discover my existence," the elder instructed, his expression graved. A chill ran down Huang Qi's spine, as if a venomous serpent were watching him, compelling him to suppress any dissenting thoughts. He quickly acquiesced. "Due to my existence as a spiritual entity, I have been trapped here for 500 years. The expenditure of my spiritual energy is immense. Thus, I must absorb a portion of your spiritual essence," the elder disclosed. Huang Qi's heart raced at the thought of having his essence absorbed. Would he perish? Would he become a mere shell of himself? Sensing Huang Qi's apprehension, the elder reassured him. "Do not worry, I shall exercise restraint." With this assurance, Huang Qi's heart eased somewhat. "From now on, I shall reside within the Qiankun Ring. Once I have regained my strength, I will reach out to you, the elder said, smiling gently at Huang Qi. Huang Qi solemnly nodded in agreement. Suddenly, he felt a surge of white light enter his consciousness, and a piercing pain shot through his head. Darkness enveloped him, and he fainted. Chapter 3. Homecoming. Huang Qi gradually opened his eyes, revealing a frail figure, his appearance a testament to his malnutrition. A singular thought occupied his mind. He longed for a restful slumber. In this moment, the diminutive boy appeared even more fragile than before. Realizing he remained within a cave, memories of his recent experiences flooded back. Suddenly, he called out for his master, but no response came after a prolonged silence. A look of bewilderment crossed his youthful face. Was this merely a dream? This was the only thought that lingered in Huang Qi's mind. He pinched his arm with force. The sharp pain confirmed his reality. It was no dream. To his astonishment, he noticed a ring on the index finger of his right hand, emanating a soft silver glow. A surge of recognition coursed through him. It was the Qiankun Ring, a possession of his esteemed master. The realization that everything was indeed real filled Huang Qi with exhilaration. His gaze fell upon the storage bag gifted by his master, which hung quietly at his waist. He felt as though he were still lost in a dream, contemplating the blessing of having a celestial mentor. The prospect of cultivating his own path to immortality brightened his spirit. No longer would he suffer from hunger, nor would he despair over his grandfather's illness. He could restore his grandfather's health and grant him a long life. In an instant, Huang Qi felt a renewed sense of hope for life. As he observed the setting sun, he mused, the sunset gives way to night, and night heralds a new day. Just then, a wave of alarm washed over him. His grandfather. The sun had dipped below the horizon, and his grandfather would surely be hungry. He needed to hurry home. Huang Qi painstakingly climbed up from the precipice, beads of sweat dotting his brow. At last, I've made it, he exclaimed, spotting his backpack still resting in its place. He hurried over and discovered a few wild fruits within. With a sigh, he lamented, it seems there will be no wild chicken today. I'll have to bring these fruits to my grandfather instead. Strapping the backpack onto his back and scanning the surroundings, he noticed the absence of the little white chicken, leaving him slightly disappointed as he began his descent down the mountain. His figure gradually faded into the verdant embrace of the forest. Shortly thereafter, a small white chicken perched on the path below, chirping excitedly before flitting back up the mountain. Black boy, you're back. An elderly man, his gait slow and deliberate, greeted Huang Qi with a smile. Huang Qi returned the smile, chuckling softly. Hello, Grandpa Li. I only managed to gather a few wild fruits today. I found nothing else. The elder, undeterred, encouraged him. No matter, black boy. There are still a couple of steamed buns at home for your grandfather. With that, he began to walk toward his home to fetch the buns for Huang Qi. Huang Qi quickly interjected, Grandpa Li, that's unnecessary. I still have the wild chicken I caught yesterday, which hasn't been finished yet. Thank you. With gratitude, he hastened toward his own home. Seeing Huang Qi's eagerness to leave, Grandpa Li sighed softly, that boy. Black boy, you're back. Hurry home and check on your grandfather. He has been waiting all day for you. An elderly woman called out to him. Yes, I understand, Granny Ma. I wandered a bit far today and returned late. Huang Qi replied with a smile, dashing toward his home. Take care, child, the woman said with a gentle nod, her face bright with a smile. As Huang Qi stepped into a quaint courtyard adorned with a thatched cottage, he beheld an elderly man with graying hair, leaning on a cane, gazing quietly towards the gate, as if anticipating the arrival of someone. The deep wrinkles on his face occasionally revealed a look of anxiety, while his pallid complexion suggested a grave illness encroaching upon him. Witnessing his grandfather, despite his frail condition, waiting for him stirred a warmth in Huang Qi's heart, yet simultaneously filled him with sorrow. He fervently hoped that his master would awaken and save his grandfather. A radiant smile broke across his grandfather's face as Huang Qi approached. The moment the elder laid eyes on his grandson, his tension dissipated, and his wrinkled visage softened into a benevolent grin. You child, why didn't you return sooner? You made your grandfather worry, he chided gently, affectionately ruffling Huang Qi's hair. Grandfather, I ventured quite far today, which delayed my return, Huang Qi replied, supporting the elder's arm as they ambled indoors, where they gradually engaged in light conversation about family matters. The following morning, a fit of coughing roused Huang Qi from his slumber. He hastily leaped from his bed and rushed to his grandfather's side. Grandfather, how are you? Are you all right? He inquired, concern etched across his face as he observed his grandfather's persistent cough. his expression laden with complexity. With a strained smile, the elder reassured him. I am fine, just an old ailment. There is no need for you to fret. Yet, as Huang Qi noticed his grandfather's deteriorating condition day by day, a sense of urgency ignited within him. He contemplated fervently that if only his master would awaken, surely he could heal his grandfather. As if echoing Huang Qi's thoughts, a soft sigh resonated in his ears. Alas, the illness has reached a critical stage. Without intervention, he may soon depart for the netherworld. Startled by these words, Huang Qi felt a surge of excitement as he exclaimed inwardly, Master, you have awakened. Fear not, my disciple. I have indeed returned, replied the white-haired elder, now standing before Huang Qi with a gentle smile. Observing his master's gaze shift towards his grandfather, Huang Qi's heart soared with hope, knowing that his master was about to render aid. With a casual flick of his wrist, a jade vial flew from Huang Qi's storage pouch at his waist. He caught it and looked at his master in bewilderment. This is a Shisui Dan, the master explained. Dissolve 1 pill in a pot of water, and let your grandfather consume a bowl daily. Once the water is finished, his ailment will naturally resolve. Overjoyed by such a miraculous remedy from his master, Huang Qi was taken aback that this wondrous elixir had been in his possession all along, leading him to chastise himself internally. Make sure grandfather lies down, and I will quickly fetch some water, he declared. Master, what exactly is the purpose of this Shisui Dan? It seems incredibly extraordinary, Huang Qi asked, glancing at the ring in his hand. It is merely a common Qi cultivation pill within the realm of immortality, nothing particularly special. However, it possesses the remarkable ability to cleanse and rejuvenate one's essence. Ordinary people who consume it can undergo this transformation, becoming impervious to ailments, the elder stated leisurely, as if discussing the most mundane of subjects. Listening to his master's words, Huang Qi rolled his eyes in disbelief. This is just a common pill. This is, without a doubt, an elixir, he thought, momentarily speechless. Huang Qi hastily inquired, if ordinary people experience such effects, what happens when cultivators take it? The immortal Master Bai patiently explained the properties of the washing marrow pill to his novice disciple. This elixir, intended for those who have just embarked on their journey of cultivation, serves to facilitate the cleansing of marrow, enhance the 5 elemental energies, and strengthen the meridians of the practitioner, thereby allowing them to store greater amounts of the world's vital essence. Huang Qi, somewhat bewildered, nodded in understanding before inquiring, Master, what exactly are meridians? Upon hearing this question, immortal Master Bai felt a moment of exasperation, silently lamenting that taking on such a disciple would surely shorten his own lifespan by at least a decade. Nevertheless, he continued to explain with patience. The human body is akin to a vast vessel, and just as the earth is carved by rivers and valleys, so too do the meridians channel the flow of qi and blood. Meridians are the intricate patterns of muscle, the mysteries of the human form, responsible for the circulation of the world's vital energies. Huang Qi, still struggling to grasp the concept, sighed softly, I am indeed quite foolish. The master smiled gently, assuring him, in due course, you shall come to understand these matters. With me as your guide, there is no need for concern. However, you have yet to commence your formal training. Once you do, all will become clear. Observing Huang Qi's helplessness, immortal Master Bai offered encouraging words. Before long, the water had come to a boil. Huang Qi swiftly placed a milky white washing marrow pill into the pot. As the pill dissolved upon contact with the water, a fragrant aroma wafted through the air, enveloping Huang Qi in a refreshing sensation, as if a newfound strength was blossoming within him. Without hesitation, he poured a small bowl of the concoction and hurried to his grandfather's bedside, carefully administering the medicine. He soon noticed a hint of color returning to his grandfather's face. Huang Qi realized that his master had indeed spoken the truth. This was no ordinary elixir. After consuming the potion, his grandfather's complexion improved significantly, deepening Huang Qi's gratitude towards his master. Watching as his grandfather gradually drifted into a peaceful slumber, Huang Qi felt a wave of tranquility wash over him. Observing his grandfather's steady breathing, he quietly exited the room and closed the door behind him. Black boy, off to the mountains again. Grandpa Li cheerfully called out to Huang Qi. With a grin, Huang Qi replied, Yes, Grandpa Li, goodbye. He then set off briskly towards the village outskirts. Grandpa Li chuckled. Ah, to be young again. Huang Qi made his way to his usual spot, seeking wild fruits and vegetables to address the needs of both himself and his grandfather. Oh, This seems like a good place, he thought. Emerging from his spatial ring, immortal Master Bai surveyed the surroundings with satisfaction. Master, can we begin our training today? Huang Qi asked eagerly, his eyes shining with anticipation. The elder nodded and replied, First, allow me to impart some fundamental knowledge about cultivation. Observing his earnest disciple, immortal Master Bai felt a sense of approval. Huang Qi listened intently as the master began to delineate the hierarchy of cultivators. From the initial stages to the advanced ones, the Qi refinement stage, foundation establishment stage, core formation stage, nascent soul stage, and the separation and reunion stage. Beyond the reunion stage, one could transcend the mortal realm and ascend to another world. Each stage consists of 10 levels. For instance, the Qi refinement stage is categorized into 3 levels for the initial stage, 3 levels for the intermediate stage, 3 levels for the advanced stage, with the 10th level representing complete perfection. The great perfection signifies the pinnacle of this phase, akin to a bottleneck. Surmounting this obstacle allows one to ascend to the next level. The 100 Arts Immortal Lord, observing the eager anticipation of his disciple, gradually elucidated the distinctions between the various tiers of cultivation. Huang Qi nodded vigorously, indicating his understanding. Suddenly, the elder furrowed his brow and slowly remarked, However, Chapter 4, Cultivating the 100 Arts. Yet, Qi, you lack spiritual roots, which will present considerable challenges in reaching the Qi refinement stage. Huang Qi was momentarily taken aback. Realizing that spiritual roots were paramount for cultivation, their presence or absence wielded absolute influence. Nevertheless, he did not succumb to despair. Recalling his master's words from the previous day, that lacking spiritual roots merely meant enduring more hardships. For the sake of his grandfather and to eventually aid his master in seeking revenge, he resolved to persevere in his cultivation path, regardless of the trials ahead. With this determination, a resolute expression graced the youth's face as he declared to his master, Master, I fear not. As long as you articulate the task, I shall strive to accomplish it. The 100 Arts Immortal Lord regarded the young man before him with admiration, noting the striking similarity to his own former self. He silently affirmed his resolve to assist this loyal and steadfast youth on his journey of cultivation. Qi, listen well. I shall impart to you the essence of the 100 arts of cultivation and guide you in choosing a path uniquely yours. Observing the youth's unwavering gaze, the 100 Arts Immortal Lord felt a sense of reassurance. The path of cultivation is vast and profound. Among its foundations are the righteous, demonic, scholarly, and Buddhist paths. The righteous path, or Taoism, is the most orthodox. Its practitioners cultivate a close affinity with nature, harnessing their spiritual roots in diverse environments. For instance, those with fire roots absorb the fiery spiritual energy from regions rich in fire elements, transforming it into their own fire spiritual power. They utilize this celestial energy to refine their meridians, qi, dantian, and physical form, ultimately mastering the manipulation of their fire spiritual power, all while maintaining harmony with the heavens. Conversely, the demonic path encompasses malevolent practices, wherein practitioners seek rapid advancement at the expense of others, such as by consuming the essence of others to augment their own strength. Some ancient demonic arts involve offering oneself to dark deities to gain power for personal gain. Such methods are deemed harmful to the natural order, and those who follow this path are often labeled as demonic cultivators, pursued relentlessly by righteous forces. Ghost cultivation, a subset of the demonic path, involves utilizing the souls of the deceased to enhance one's own power. Some sinister techniques even allow for the slaying of others to seize their souls, or directly employing vengeful spirits to attack. Huang Qi felt a chill at this revelation. The Confucian path, embraced by scholars, harnesses the noble essence of righteousness. Their techniques revolve around study, accumulating wisdom to channel the celestial energies into their own righteous aura, which typically counters malevolent forces. Buddhism represents a lineage of benevolence, originating from the demonic realms, striving to redeem the wicked from their malevolent nature. The essence of demonic attributes embodies evil, while the essence of the Buddha embodies goodness, aimed at restraining demonic tendencies. Thus, the Buddha intervenes to save demons from their sinful afflictions. Beyond this, there exists the art of mechanism, which entails the creation of puppets resembling mythical beasts, crafted from special materials. These entities possess no intelligence, only primal instincts, particularly the instinct for combat, and they exhibit absolute obedience to their creator's consciousness. The Ziwei technique, which pertains to the art of divination, primarily aims to attract fortune and avert misfortune. While this form of magic may bear little significance in battle, it can yield considerable benefits. Furthermore, there is the path of formations, which employs the energies of heaven and earth to create formidable arrays, possessing astonishing power. These formations conceal, defend, and attack, with a vast range of applications. Additionally, there exists the art of talisman making, which involves inscribing spells onto a medium. A mere flicker of magic can activate these inscriptions, unleashing immense power. Alchemy is essential for cultivators, as these elixirs can enhance one's cultivation, heal injuries, and even revive the deceased, holding profound significance. The art of weapon refinement allows for the creation of spiritual tools, magical artifacts, defensive armors, and treasures, with higher-grade weapons boasting greater offensive capabilities. These artifacts can maximize an individual's combat prowess. All these practices possess their unique applications and methods of cultivation, collectively referred to as the myriad arts of cultivation. Each discipline offers a path to ascend to the pinnacle of existence and attain the Tao. The principle of natural law prevails, with myriad transformations returning to their source, each containing elements worthy of pursuit. Upon hearing this, Huang Qi realized that the path of cultivation is not merely a solitary quest for enlightenment in a secluded paradise. It encompasses numerous avenues. This thought led him to ponder which path he might tread. His master is gradually unveiling a gateway to immortality for him. Observing the longing in Huang Qi's eyes, the 100 Arts did not wish to dampen his spirit, but felt compelled to temper his enthusiasm. At present, none of this is applicable to you, for you lack spiritual roots. Regardless of the path, their foundation lies in absorbing the energies of the 5 elements. Huang Qi felt a wave of despondency wash over him upon hearing his master's words. With so many paths to cultivation seemingly inaccessible, he felt a sense of frustration. His master's candor struck him as somewhat harsh. Noticing Huang Qi's expression, the 100 Arts Immortal merely smiled faintly. Though these may not suit you, there remains a path for you to embark upon. Huang Qi's heart leapt with joy at the prospect, cultivating admiration for his teacher. After absorbing all this knowledge, Huang Qi began to grasp the vastness of the world of cultivators. He recognized the enormity of what he must learn and felt immense gratitude for having such a master. Yet, what would be his unique path? Curiosity stirred within him as he wondered what his teacher had in store, gazing eagerly at the enigmatic figure before him. Seeing the admiration in his disciple's eyes, the 100 Arts Immortal relished the moment. With a mysterious smile, he declared, "Your path lies in martial prowess leading to the Tao." The phrase martial prowess leading to the Tao etched itself deeply into Huang Qi's heart. Though the concept seemed simple, he understood that this path would likely prove to be the most challenging of all. Huang Qi resolved within himself that, regardless of the challenges ahead, he would embark on the path of cultivation. Only by achieving the status of an immortal could he elevate himself above the ordinary and safeguard those he wished to protect. Observing Huang Qi's resolute gaze, the esteemed master Bai smiled benevolently, silently acknowledging the determination of his disciple. "Disciple, I humbly seek your guidance. Please teach me how to proceed, and I vow not to disappoint you," Huang Qi earnestly proclaimed, his eyes fixed on Master Bai. "Haha, very well. Although my path does not stem from martial prowess, given my experience and qualifications, it shall not be a formidable task for you to become a cultivator." Master Bai replied with a relaxed smile. Upon hearing his master's words, Huang Qi's confidence surged, prompting him to kneel before his mentor. Master Bai merely observed his disciple with a warm smile. "What must I do, master?" Huang Qi inquired, posing the most pivotal question. Upon hearing this, Master Bai fell into a contemplative silence, remaining quiet for an extended moment. Chapter 5. The Path of Martial Arts to Enlightenment. As Huang Qi observed his master in silence, he refrained from urging him, patiently waiting. After a quarter of an hour, Master Bai finally smiled and addressed Huang Qi. "My child, there are many similarities between worldly martial arts and those of cultivators." Upon hearing his master's words, Huang Qi listened intently, akin to an eager student. Cultivators harness spiritual energy, drawing the elemental essence of the universe into their dantian, which is akin to a vast reservoir. The capacity of the dantian determines how much energy it can hold. The true energy within the dantian circulates through the limbs and bones, interconnected by numerous meridians. The true energy flows along these pathways, eventually returning to the dantian, completing a cycle known as the Great Circulation. Through this cyclical process, the meridians are nourished by true energy, gradually becoming more resilient. The sturdier the meridians, the greater the capacity to hold true energy within the dantian, thereby fortifying the body. A stronger physique can accommodate more of the elemental forces of the universe. Listening to his master's elucidation on the practice of cultivation, Huang Qi experienced a moment of enlightenment and nodded vigorously in acknowledgement. Master Bai Yi shifted the topic. However, those who master the heavenly path cultivate not true energy, but inner strength. Though similar to true energy, inner strength arises from one's innate potential. The human body is remarkably intricate. The interactions within it generate inner strength, which is proportionate to the robustness of the body. Cultivators absorb the elemental essence of the universe, transforming it into true energy within their dantian to strengthen their physical form. Conversely, those of the heavenly path enhance their physicality and, through specific techniques, amplify their inner strength. Both inner strength and true energy circulate through the limbs via the meridians, commencing from the dantian in a grand cycle. Do you comprehend this? Master Bai Yi inquired, gazing intently at Huang Qi. Huang Qi nodded affirmatively. Your current physical condition is inadequate. Your first task is to strengthen your muscles and bones. Huang Qi understood this was his master's directive to cultivate his physical strength. Without hesitation, a determined expression emerged on his youthful face. Then, Master, should I begin running or chopping wood immediately? Huang Qi smiled as he spoke to his master. In response, the esteemed Bai Yi Qianjun shot him a stern glance and retorted, with your current stamina, you'll collapse after running a mere 10 or 8 miles. First, go catch a few wild chickens. If you can't keep up with the food, everything else is nonsense to you. Upon hearing this, Huang Qi's expression faltered. Yet he conceded that his master had a point. Thus, the master and disciple embarked on a quest across the mountains to seek small creatures. Bai Yi Qianjun possessed formidable spiritual awareness, capable of sensing even the slightest movement within a 100-mile radius of the mountains. Capturing a few small animals was far from a challenge for him. Before long, under his guidance, Huang Qi had caught 2 mountain chickens and 1 wild rabbit. Without hesitation, Huang Qi gathered some dry twigs and began kindling a fire to roast the chickens. Having grown up without parents, Huang Qi learned to manage household chores at a tender age. He skillfully plucked the feathers and gutted the mountain chickens, and soon, a tantalizing aroma wafted from the fire. The delicious scent made Huang Qi's stomach grumble uncontrollably, and saliva flowed freely from his mouth. Embarrassed, he glanced at his master and chuckled awkwardly before eagerly devouring the chicken's rear. Watching from the side, Bai Yi Qianjun rolled his eyes, internally lamenting the insatiable gluttony of his disciple. It was no surprise that Huang Qi's manner of eating was less than refined. Having grown up in poverty and occasionally enjoying a decent meal from his grandfather's hunting trips, he had not had many opportunities to catch small animals since his grandfather fell ill years ago, having survived primarily on wild fruits and vegetables. How could the young boy resist such a delectable temptation? Huang Qi paid little mind to it, thinking that his master could not partake in food anyway. It was all his. As Bai Yi observed the boy relish his meal, he couldn't help but feel a mix of disbelief and resignation. In no time, Huang Qi had consumed the entire chicken. Wiping the grease from his hands and licking his lips, he patted his belly in satisfaction, then flashed a silly grin at Bai Yi Qianjun, as if to say, "Sorry, master, I didn't save any for you." Seeing the boy's foolish expression, Bai Yi couldn't suppress a sly smile. Having finished the meal, he instructed Huang Qi to place a stone into his backpack and then climb the mountain. Huang Qi's face fell at the mention of the stone. It was no small weight. Struggling, he managed to load the 20-pound stone into his backpack, his earlier satisfaction vanishing as he took on the burden. With resolute steps, he dashed towards the peak of the mountain. Time passed swiftly as Huang Qi carried the stone, running tirelessly for half an hour before he began to pant. Beads of sweat trickled down his face, yet he did not utter a word of fatigue. Fixated solely on reaching the summit, Bai Yi Qianjun observed his disciple's perseverance and tenacity, silently nodding in approval. A boy of such resolve would typically tire after running uphill for half an hour, yet this lad showed no signs of exhaustion. Noticing Huang Qi's flushed face, Bai Yi Qianjun realized that the boy was nearing his limits. At this moment, Huang Qi was merely 100 steps away from the mountain summit. His gait resembled that of an infant taking its first steps, remarkably unstable, as though he might topple at any moment. Nevertheless, Huang Qi persevered, gritting his teeth and advancing. 50 steps, 30 steps, 10 steps, 3 steps. At this juncture, he began to crawl, his limbs pressing against the ground as he inched toward the final step. His backup clothing was completely drenched in sweat. When Huang Qi finally set foot upon the summit, he felt an inferno igniting within his heart, and darkness enveloped him as he collapsed, unconscious and unaware of his surroundings. The 100 Arts Immortal, observing his disciple's unwavering determination, felt a surge of admiration. He understood that if Huang Qi continued with such relentless effort, it would not be long before his disciple joined the ranks of cultivators. With a gentle smile and a nod, the 100 Arts Immortal waved his hand, and a jade vial soared from Huang Qi's storage pouch. The immortal placed a milky white pill into Huang Qi's mouth, and with that, he gradually faded into the ether. Time passed, though it felt indeterminate, until Huang Qi slowly regained consciousness. He exhaled a breath of stale air, feeling remarkably light. Contrary to his expectations of fatigue and weakness, he felt invigorated. This puzzled Huang Qi, who promptly rose to his feet. Suddenly, he noticed his reflection and gasped in astonishment. His body was covered in a grimy, foul odor. Alarmed, he looked around and spotted a small stream flowing nearby. The water was crystal clear, reflecting the harmonious scenery on both banks. Without hesitation, Huang Qi leaped into the stream, creating a cascade of splashes. After cleansing himself, he emerged from the water, feeling an unprecedented lightness within his body, as if he possessed boundless energy. A newfound radiance illuminated his youthful visage, and his previously dull skin now gleamed with vitality. Just as he was reveling in this invigorating sensation, an incongruous voice pierced his reverie. "Impudent brat, do not get ahead of yourself. You have much yet to learn." Recognizing the voice of his master, Huang Qi felt a wave of affection wash over him. He smiled and inquired, "Master, what accounts for this transformation in my body?" "Young one," his master replied, "while you were unconscious, I administered a marrow-cleansing pill. After your strenuous exertion, your internal energy was severely depleted. Without replenishment, such exertion could lead to grave injury. The marrow-cleansing pill possesses the ability to purify your essence, and it is only under such circumstances that its effects can be fully realized, eliminating impurities from your body. The odors and grime you noticed were merely remnants of waste within you." Understanding dawned upon Huang Qi, and he smiled gratefully, bowing to his master. At that moment, he felt a flash before his eyes, and a glimmering point of light descended into his hand. Instinctively, he grasped it, revealing a square jade talisman. He gazed at his enigmatic master with a puzzled expression. "This is a jade tube, within which one can inscribe various items using their divine consciousness, such as maps, letters, alchemical formulas, and martial arts manuals. By merely pressing one's forehead against it, the information will seamlessly enter the mind." Upon hearing this, Huang Qi was astonished by the marvel, and without further ado, he immediately placed the jade tube against his forehead. Suddenly, he felt a sharp pain in his mind, as if something were burrowing into his consciousness. Startled, he was about to discard the jade tube when an extraordinary image vividly materialized before his eyes. A graceful youth, wielding a 7-foot-long sword, moved with such elegance that he seemed to create ripples in the very fabric of space with each thrust and slash. His movements were as fluid as a celestial being descending to the earthly realm, with every rise and fall of his wrist producing a flurry of sword blossoms. He glided with lightness, leaving observers in a state of wonder. The sword energies danced like ancient mythical beasts frolicking in the air. As he gazed, Huang Qi became entranced. This youthful figure, with a countenance as radiant as jade, exuded an extraordinary presence. To Huang Qi, he resembled a true immortal. While he himself felt as insignificant as a mere speck gazing up at the heavens, engulfed by a wave of self-doubt. Regaining his composure, Huang Qi continued to observe and noticed that beneath the youth, a series of densely packed characters appeared, inscribed with the words "True Spirit, Sword Technique." Naturally, Huang Qi was unaware of what true spirit entailed, yet the sheer magnitude of those characters emanated a boundless power, immense and overwhelming. In the mountains, the master of hundreds of arts observed the dazed expression of his disciple and understood that the young man was captivated by the martial arts and figures within. With a smile gracing his face, he chose to remain silent, patiently awaiting Huang Qi's return from his reverie. Time passed, the duration unknown, until Huang Qi, filled with excitement, reluctantly separated the jade tube from his forehead. The master of hundreds of arts, watching his disciple gradually regain his senses, felt a mix of astonishment and admiration. Though entranced, Huang Qi had not lost his true self, which made the master increasingly fond of him. As Huang Qi turned to his master, his mind settling, he inquired, "Master, this senior is truly formidable. Is the true spirit sword technique truly capable of slaying immortals and vanquishing demons as recorded within? If I were to master such a sword technique, could I, like the senior within, sever the void with a single strike?" In response to Huang Qi's question, the master of hundreds of arts retorted with a hint of irritation, "What kind of identity do you think I possess that I would deceive you? However, for you at this moment, wielding such a technique is impossible. For now, you may only learn the stances and methods contained within. To execute such a sword technique, you must first overcome the true spirit." Huang Qi was not disheartened. He understood that his journey was still long. One cannot expect to become a great figure overnight. Progress must be made step by step, laying a solid foundation to traverse further. The master of hundreds of arts, pleased by his disciples' unwavering confidence and resilience in the face of discouragement, felt a surge of joy. Huang Qi then asked, "Master, what exactly is a true spirit?" The master, with a sigh, replied, "True spirits are an exceedingly powerful race in this world. The mightiest among them can stand shoulder to shoulder with the celestial emperor, and I am no match for them. They represent the pinnacle of cultivation, gazing down upon the world with a proud and commanding presence." As the master gazed with longing, Huang Qi was equally exhilarated, recognizing that a sword meticulously refined with such a powerful true spirit would undoubtedly possess extraordinary might. However, a shadow of concern crossed Huang Qi's face. Acquiring the essence of such formidable true spirits seemed akin to courting death. "Young one, do not despair. Your fate hinges upon your own charisma. The realm of cultivation is replete with serendipitous encounters. As long as you dare to venture forth, nothing is beyond reach. Yet, be mindful of the risks. I shall not assist you. Moreover, I exist merely as a spiritual entity, and even maintaining my current state poses challenges, let alone aiding you in battle," Bai Yi remarked with a disapproving glance at Huang Qi. Upon hearing this, Huang Qi felt a pang of disappointment. His master appeared rather unqualified, and he realized the arduous journey to strength lay ahead. Determined, he resolved to forge onward. "Enough of your musings, young one. Quickly immerse yourself in the techniques recorded within, cultivate your inner strength, and practice the swordplay detailed therein," Bai Yi admonished with a stern look. Heeding his master's words, Huang Qi settled into a meditative posture, once again pressing the jade tube to his forehead, diligently committing the methods and techniques to memory. Observing Huang Qi as he gradually entered a state of tranquility, Bai Yi felt a wave of ennui and vanished into the ether. Time is but an illusion during cultivation, and in the blink of an eye, 3 years had elapsed. Each day, Huang Qi arrived early at the forest, diligently repeating his training. On one particular day, atop a mountain peak, a young boy wielded a 7-foot wooden staff, executing strikes with grace and flair. His feet danced upon the rocky surface, elusive and enigmatic, resembling a youthful figure engaged in a captivating dance, pleasing to the eye. Yet, his attire remained tattered, patched in numerous places, akin to a beggar performing the most exquisite of dances, evoking a sense of absurdity. Now 15 years of age, the boy's face bore a rosy hue, his once innocent features evolving into a poised elegance. Having practiced with the staff for over an hour, he displayed no sign of fatigue. Gradually, he retracted the staff, pressing his right hand downwards, an unmistakable gesture of channeling energy into his dantian. Standing firmly and immobile, he appeared as an integral part of the surrounding world, embodying a serene harmony. A sudden, gentle exclamation resonated through the space, breaking the tranquility. The boy, unfazed, merely smiled at the elderly figure that had appeared beside him. "Quite impressive. In just 3 years, you have attained the realm of natural harmony. Though your skills in cultivation may be lacking, I must concede that you are a prodigy in martial arts. Achieving such a level in such a brief span is no small feat," the elder said, generously offering his praise with a smile. In response, the boy bowed respectfully, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you, Master, for your patient guidance over these 3 years. I do not seek to claim credit for your teachings." Seeing the boy's sincere respect, the elder offered a knowing nod, his smile unwavering. "Cheer, You are now a master of the heavenly way. Even novice cultivators in the Qi training stage may find it difficult to contend with you. However, do not grow complacent, lest you stumble. As long as you prevent those novices from unleashing their spells, you will have no trouble safeguarding yourself. Huang Qi remained calm and composed, wearing a flattering smile as he gazed at the elder. Suddenly, a series of sharp cries echoed from behind. Without needing to look, Huang Qi knew it was the little white beast approaching. In the distance, a white figure darted towards him, swiftly arriving at his side. The little creature bared its teeth, holding a wild fruit and chattering excitedly at Huang Qi. "Is this for me?" he exclaimed joyfully, rushing over to pat the little beast's head before taking the fruit, biting into it eagerly, savoring its delightful taste. However, the little creature seemed displeased with Huang Qi's affectionate gesture, baring its teeth and letting out a couple of disgruntled cries before turning its head away in a huff. Unfazed, Huang Qi continued to devour the wild fruit. The elder observed the interaction between the boy and the creature in silence, a myriad of expressions crossing his face, as if contemplating some whimsical idea. "Cheer. Now that you have achieved a certain level in your martial arts, it is essential for you to venture out and gain experience." Huang Qi paused at the elder's words, nodding slightly. He understood that solitary training could never compare to the trials of life and death. It was through such harrowing experiences that one could truly advance in cultivation. He had reached a bottleneck, and to transcend it and join the ranks of the immortal practitioners, he needed to further strengthen his physical body. "Yes, master. I will speak to grandfather about this matter upon my return, and then accompany you on your travels," Huang Qi replied to the elder. The 100 Arts Immortal nodded with a slight smile. However, if possible, it would be beneficial to bring this little fellow along for added safety. The elder cast a kind glance at the disgruntled little white beast. Huang Qi was momentarily taken aback. During the past 3 years, he had forged a bond with the creature. Its speed was astonishing, and even now, Huang Qi found himself unable to keep up despite exerting all his strength. The little beast possessed immense power, often leaving him feeling overwhelmed. This shared experience had cultivated a brotherly friendship between them, and the thought of leaving without the little creature was truly heart-wrenching. The little white beast, seemingly hearing the elder's words, bared its teeth once more, waving its powerful arm as if to assert its prowess and deter any thoughts of conflict. The 100 Arts Immortal merely smiled, awaiting Huang Qi's decision. Looking at the little beast, Huang Qi felt a sense of helplessness. Although it possessed a degree of intelligence, communication remained a challenge. Just as he was about to reach out and stroke the creature's head, a loud roar echoed from afar, followed by a furious wind that sent stones flying in all directions. Huang Qi was taken aback. That roar was all too familiar, reminiscent of a perilous encounter from 3 years prior. Struggling against the swirling sands, he stood his ground, while the little white beast appeared bewildered, glancing between Huang Qi and the distant horizon. At that moment, a massive white beast, towering over 3 spans high, emerged before Huang Qi. Its snow-white visage and restless eyes were accompanied by a chilling roar that revealed a set of menacing teeth, causing an involuntary shiver to run down Huang Qi's spine as he instinctively took 2 steps back. At that moment, an overwhelming pressure descended from the heavens, causing Huang Qi to nearly collapse to the ground. A strange phenomenon arose, as Huang Qi felt a gentle aura enveloping him, and the terrifying pressure dissipated. He relaxed, calming his racing heart, realizing that it was his master's divine consciousness shielding him. Otherwise, he would have been unable to stand firm before the formidable Bai Yuan. Upon seeing the pale light surrounding the young man, Bai Yuan's aura diminished, and it gradually knelt before Huang Qi, trembling in fear, as if confronted by its natural enemy. Silenced by trepidation, the little Bai Yuan, bewildered, glanced back at the imposing Bai Yuan and then at the young man, uncertain of what to do. Huang Qi's heart was tumultuous. He was astonished by the immense strength of his master's divine consciousness, which could entirely suppress such a terrifying creature. It became evident to him that the heights his master had attained were far beyond his reach. The immortal spirit of Bai Yi subtly shifted, and an invisible wave of air approached the larger Bai Yuan. The creature shuddered, lifting its colossal head to gaze at Huang Qi and its offspring. A reluctant low growl escaped its throat. The little Bai Yuan, seemingly understanding its mother's intent, rushed towards her, leaping into her embrace and chirping incessantly. The larger Bai Yuan let out a couple of low roars, as if communicating something to its child, who responded with a flurry of excited sounds. Before long, the little Bai Yuan slowly left its mother. Its head hung low, making its way back to Huang Qi, glancing back with palpable reluctance. The larger Bai Yuan remained, issuing low growls but taking no further action. Huang Qi felt a warm current in his heart, touched by the bond between mother and child. He sensed that his master had conveyed something significant to the larger Bai Yuan, and he felt a twinge of compassion, reluctant to witness their separation. Turning to glance at his master, he saw him smiling, indifferent to Huang Qi's presence. With a slight sigh, Huang Qi accepted the situation. The little Bai Yuan approached Huang Qi, its large eyes darting about, and then, with a leap, it landed on Huang Qi's shoulder, clutching his hair and chirping towards its mother. Huang Qi sighed softly, bowing respectfully to the larger Bai Yuan, assuring it, "Rest assured, I shall treat the little Bai Yuan as my own kin and protect him from harm. Upon my return from my training, I will surely bring him to see you." The intelligent Bai Yuan, upon hearing Huang Qi's words, glanced at its offspring, let out a low growl, and then turned to depart. Huang Qi watched as the magnificent creature disappeared along the mountain path, the echoes of its growls fading into the distance. The little Bai Yuan, perched on Huang Qi's shoulder, chirped a couple of times in the direction of its departing mother, then fell silent, gazing at Huang Qi and occasionally playfully tugging at his hair. "Very well, let us be on our way," Huang Qi said. "This Bai Yuan possesses great intelligence and trusts you deeply." Reassured by his master's words, Huang Qi felt his heart lighten. Thus, the pair swiftly vanished into the forest, and tranquility soon returned to the woods. Chapter 7. The plum blossom thief. Huang Qi carried a basket on his back, filled with small game such as mountain chickens and wild rabbits. These were spoils he had collected along the mountain path he traversed. Xiaobai stood atop Huang Qi's shoulders, his face a portrait of excitement, as he boasted about their spoils with a mischievous grin directed at Huang Qi. With a gentle push against the ground, Huang Qi leaped into the air, covering a distance of 3 or 4 zhang, feeling an unparalleled lightness, akin to a soaring swallow. His internal energy surged within him, propelled by the winds surrounding him, carrying him away into the distance. This was the lightness skill employed by adept practitioners of the Tao. Unlike a flight spell, which allows for sustained aerial movement, lightness skill permits only short leaps, necessitating the use of external objects for further ascents when strength wanes. Flight magic, however, draws upon the practitioner's true energy to harness the surrounding spiritual forces for balanced flight over considerable distances, and can be sustained with the aid of enchanted artifacts. Generally, those at the Qi refinement stage can achieve flight, though their limited spiritual power restricts prolonged aerial journeys, often requiring artifacts, which themselves consume significant energy. Only those who ascend to higher echelons of cultivation can fly for extended periods, typically after achieving the golden core stage, where their internal power undergoes a qualitative transformation. This remains a distant aspiration for Huang Qi. Yet each leap into the air fills him with unbridled joy as he and Xiaobai raced toward the small village nestled in the mountains. As he surveyed the familiar surroundings, a warm current flowed through Huang Qi's heart, for the villagers here were remarkably simple and kind-hearted. There were no bullies among them. The community thrived on deep-rooted relationships and familial ties. Observing Huang Qi darting down the street, the men and women by the roadside greeted him with enthusiasm, to which he responded courteously. "Hey, did you notice?" The woman cradling a child inquired, glancing quizzically at her husband. "What is it?" He replied, puzzled. "The little black boy seems different now, doesn't he? He used to be quite dark, but now he appears so much fairer," remarked a middle-aged man, watching Huang Qi's receding figure in astonishment. "Indeed, he has changed, blossoming into a fine young man. Just look at how robust he has become. He carries himself with an air of elegance," another chimed in. An elderly man's eyes sparkled with admiration as he gazed at Huang Qi's silhouette. "Indeed, youth is a blessing. This lad has grown into quite the handsome fellow. I must hurry home and speak to my unmarried granddaughter about him," he chuckled, prompting a chorus of laughter from the crowd. Upon returning home, Huang Qi was delighted to find the elderly man practicing Tai Chi. The old man's face glowed with health, and Huang Qi rushed over, exclaiming, "Grandfather, I'm back." The elder smiled broadly at the sight of his grandson. "You must be hungry. I've prepared a feast for you, so wash your hands and come to the table." Without hesitation, Huang Qi tossed his basket to the elder and went to fetch water. The elder watched his grandson with a face full of satisfaction, reflecting on how Without his grandson's efforts in finding herbs to cure his ailments, he might have long since departed for the afterlife. It was this very grandson who had restored his health, invigorating him with newfound vitality. Huang Qi savored the meal prepared by his grandfather, his heart swelling with contentment as he beheld the old man in good health. However, a shadow of melancholy soon crossed his face. He set down his food and slowly addressed the elder. "Grandfather, I intend to venture out for a while to explore the world beyond." Upon uttering these words, he averted his gaze, fearing that they might bring sorrow to his grandfather. Yet, to his surprise, the elder burst into hearty laughter. "My dear grandson, you have grown. At 15, you are already a young adult. It is indeed worthwhile to broaden your horizons." The old man's gentle smile revealed no trace of reluctance, providing Huang Qi with solace. With his grandfather's words, Huang Qi's conflicted heart gradually found peace, and he joyfully reassured, "Grandfather, I won't be gone for long. I shall return to see you soon. Do not worry, my dear. My health is robust. I could live for another 20 years without issue. Go and return whenever you miss me," the elder replied, warmth evident in his eyes. Huang Qi felt a surge of emotion, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. The old man gazed at his grandson with deep affection. "Silly child, I cannot accompany you forever. The path ahead is yours to tread." After speaking, the old man rose and walked towards the inner chamber. Watching his grandfather's retreating figure, Huang Qi's resolve solidified. He vowed that once he became an adept in cultivation, he would be able to care for his grandfather better. Qiankun Mountain lies to the south of Jinghua, serving as a natural barrier for the region. 200 miles north of Qiankun Mountain is a small town named Qiankun City. This town, spanning a mere 10 miles, may be small, yet it is complete in its offerings. Despite its size, it is the largest township near Qiankun Mountain, frequented by numerous merchants seeking respite, thereby presenting significant commercial opportunities. Qiankun Mountain is known for its red pine, a sturdy wood prized for its flexibility, making it an excellent material for bows and furniture. The mountain also yields various medicinal herbs, considered a fortune in the eyes of ordinary folk. Due to the absence of formidable beasts in the vicinity, many merchants have settled here, contributing to the prosperity of Qiankun City. The city is divided into trade, entertainment, and residential districts, teeming with inns and restaurants, alongside establishments of ill repute. That night, the streets were alive with the sounds of vendors hawking their wares. A young man clad in a blue robe, adorned with a headscarf, leisurely surveyed the surrounding architecture with a curious expression. A white monkey perched on his shoulder, equally engrossed in the sights. The monkey chattered animatedly, pointing at the various street snacks, drawing laughter from passers-by who remarked, "Young master, is the monkey for sale?" The white monkey bared its teeth in response, eliciting more laughter from the crowd. Huang Qi smiled as he made his way toward a nearby inn. Upon entering, a waiter promptly approached him, bowing with exaggerated deference. "Young master, please come inside." Huang Qi merely nodded, following the waiter to an empty table by the window. The waiter soon returned with a pot of fine wine and 2 plates of appetizers before departing. Huang Qi set aside his folding fan, poured himself a cup of wine, and began to drink. The young lad, oblivious to his surroundings, drank greedily from the wine jug, his small claws gripping it tightly as he indulged. After taking a swig, he grimaced, seemingly exclaiming, "This stuff packs a punch. Hey, old Wang, have you heard? Li Yuan's family was burglarized last night. Their entire little treasury has been emptied, with at least hundreds of thousands of taels of gold and silver stolen," boasted a man reeking of alcohol to his companion. "Huh. That Li Yuan isn't a good person at all. He's done plenty of wrong, oppressing men and women alike. If I had the skill, I'd steal from him too," replied another man, excitement lighting up his face. "Is that all you know? Just a few days ago, the city lord's residence was also robbed. A statue of the white jade guanyin, worth a fortune, at least hundreds of thousands of taels of silver, was taken. I also heard that a plum blossom was left at the spot where the city lord's jade statue was displayed," chimed in another. Indeed, indeed. They say the ancestral sword of the governor's family was also stolen, and a plum blossom was left behind as well." The topic piqued the interest of those nearby, and they leaned in, listening intently. "Good sirs, have you noticed that this plum blossom thief specifically targets the riches of local tyrants?" A moment of silence followed. Then a realization dawned on them. "You know, that's quite accurate. These individuals have long bullied and oppressed others, and we, lacking strength, could only turn a blind eye. Now, at last, someone is avenging us. It is indeed a great relief." Huh. This plum blossom thief has committed 8 major crimes in just 3 days, leaving those wealthy scoundrels in distress. What a stroke of fortune. The crowd echoed their agreement. In recent days, these bullies have noticeably restrained themselves. Let us raise our glasses to this plum blossom thief, they shouted, each lifting their cup in unison. Huang Qi, seated by the window, merely smiled faintly and drained his cup in one gulp. Huh. You see, my disciple, I told you it would be worthwhile. He recalled his master's words, nodding subtly while transmitting thoughts inwardly. Master, I did not expect these people to be so wicked. Teaching them a lesson seems fitting. I left home without a penny, but now I need not worry about money any longer. Robbery truly is the surest path to wealth. Upon hearing Huang Qi's thoughts, the immortal of 100 arts felt a swell of pride. The plum blossom thief, what a commendable name, he remarked with a smile. Huang Qi fell silent, reflecting on his arrival in this place, destitute and without means, as his master began imparting essential teachings for amassing wealth. It served a dual purpose, exercising righteousness and honing Huang Qi's skills and character, all while alleviating the worry of hunger. Under the guidance of his somewhat unscrupulous master, Huang Qi resolved to pursue prosperity. The immortal of 100 arts possessed remarkable insight. He could discern where people were and where treasures lay, recognizing their worth. After completing a theft, guided by his master, he casually picked a plum blossom from the courtyard and left it behind, thus earning the moniker of the plum blossom thief. In this diminutive city of the underworld, you have garnered quite a reputation. Be cautious in your future endeavors, for they may enlist formidable experts to deal with you. Bai Yi languidly remarked to Huang Qi. Yes, master, I shall take heed, Huang Qi replied, remaining silent as he indulged in his drink. Meanwhile, Xiao Bai seemed oblivious to the conversation, fervently pouring liquor into his mouth and occasionally hiccuping, casting an innocent glance at Huang Qi as he gulped down his drink with gusto. Chapter 8. The Wanted Notice. Listening to the patrons of the tavern recount their tales, Huang Qi felt a sense of satisfaction. He ordered 2 additional jugs of wine and leisurely indulged. Before long, a group of individuals clad in inconspicuous attire hurriedly left the tavern. Huang Qi recognized them as agents sent by the families that had suffered thefts to gather information, but he paid them little mind, focusing instead on drinking with Xiao Bai. After several rounds of wine and multiple dishes, Huang Qi began to feel lightheaded, aware that he had consumed a considerable amount of alcohol, fearing that he might soon be intoxicated. Yet, seeing Xiao Bai in a state of drunkenness, clutching the wine jug and teetering precariously on the table, he found the sight quite amusing. He called for the waiter to settle the bill, carelessly tossing a silver ingot onto the table, and, grasping Xiao Bai, he made his way upstairs to their room. Once in the room, Huang Qi said nothing as he unceremoniously tossed Xiao Bai onto the table and lay down to sleep, the night passing in silence. The following morning, Huang Qi departed the tavern with Xiao Bai. As they walked through the bustling streets, observing the diverse crowds, they encountered numerous food stalls lining the pathways. Huang Qi said little as he settled at a small stall and ordered 2 bowls of noodles, the 2 of them, 1 man and 1 monkey, feasting heartily. Old Wang, hurry and eat. I heard the county office has released a portrait of the plum blossom thief. We must go and see the portrayal of this legendary figure, one person exclaimed. Upon hearing about the portrait, the other immediately abandoned his meal, tossing down some coins before rushing off. The stall owner called out, Sir, I haven't given you your change yet. But the 2 men disregarded him, hastily departing. Huang Qi, having overheard their conversation, was momentarily taken aback. How could a portrait of him have emerged? He pondered in confusion, as no one had ever seen his true face. Not wanting to rush, he continued to enjoy his noodles while Xiao Bai patted his belly and leapt on a Huang Qi's shoulder, chattering excitedly. The duo slowly made their way toward the county office. Upon arrival, they found the entrance to the county office teeming with people, all eager to catch a glimpse of the plum blossom thief's portrait. Have you heard? The county has issued a wanted notice. Anyone who kills the plum blossom thief will be rewarded with a bounty of 100,000 taels of silver. And those who provide information will receive 100 taels of silver, a burly man animatedly informed another middle-aged individual. This is a chance for fortune. I heard from San Yang at the Hanyan building that a person resembling the plum blossom thief visited Xiaohong's room yesterday. I must hurry to relay this information to the county office. 100 taels of silver will be mine. Huang Qi observed the lewd expressions on the faces of the 2 men, feeling a wave of incredulity wash over him. I was clearly at the Juying Tavern yesterday. When did I visit the Hongyan building? He mused, shaking his head in disbelief. Gradually, he edged closer to the crowd, while Xiaobai seemed to comprehend Huang Qi's thoughts, nodding vigorously and chirping in agreement. Slowly making his way through the crowd, Huang Qi arrived at the portrait and, upon glancing at it, found himself taken aback. The depiction of the plum blossom bandit was indeed fearsome, with a visage marked by brutish features, a wild beard, and a singular eye. This figure resembled a bandit leader far more than he could ever hope to embody the image of heroic valor. A dark line crossed Huang Qi's face in disbelief. Xiaobai, upon seeing the portrait of the bandit, alternated between the image and Huang Qi, chattering incessantly, flailing its limbs as if to assert that this was indeed the plum blossom bandit, while Huang Qi was a mere impostor. Unfortunately, despite Xiaobai's persistent efforts, no one paid heed, and in the end, it resignedly perched on Huang Qi's shoulder, falling silent. Huang Qi cast another glance at the bounty below, an astonishing 1,000,000 taels of silver. Was his head truly worth such a fortune? A sense of helplessness washed over him. He contemplated selling himself. The sum was more than enough to last him a lifetime, even for his entire village. With that thought, he averted his gaze, unable to bear the notion of commodifying himself. Thus, he gradually maneuvered out of the throng, making his way toward the marketplace, hoping to find what he sought. For he had no shortage of coin. Huang Qi surveyed the surrounding shops, his attention finally fixating on a grand archway inscribed with the characters Sword Pavilion. A spark ignited within him. He had learned the true spirit sword technique from his master. Although he had stealthily acquired a fine sword from a local magistrate, he dared not wield it in this place. It would be wiser to purchase a reliable sword for future needs. With this resolve, he stepped into the Sword Pavilion. Upon entering the hall, Huang Qi was greeted by a dazzling array of swords that left him momentarily breathless. A servant girl emerged from the inner chamber, her appearance unremarkable, yet striking enough to catch the eye. "Esteemed young sir, I presume you have come to select a sword of your own?" Her sweet voice chimed in Huang Qi's ear. Having previously encountered beautiful women, he felt a flutter of nervousness, his cheeks warming as he politely nodded in affirmation. The servant girl seemed to perceive the young man's awkwardness and, with a smile, continued, "You are indeed in the right place at our Sword Pavilion. Other attendants may not say so, but the swords forged here in the city of Yellow Springs are truly worth their weight in gold. You shall not be disappointed." Upon hearing her words, Huang Qi's expression softened, and he nodded slightly. "Then I would be grateful if you could introduce me to a selection," he replied. The servant girl, appreciating Huang Qi's refined demeanor, quickly began her introductions. "This is the willow-whisk sword, exceptionally light and supple, crafted from refined mother iron, measuring 3 feet and 3 inches in length." Huang Qi listened attentively but offered no response, merely nodding. The servant girl noticed his lack of interest and proceeded to introduce other swords. "This is the purple sand sword. Its material is remarkably hard and extraordinarily sharp. Forged from the purple sand mine in Wufeng Valley, measuring 5 feet and 7 inches. This is the Xian Iron Heavy Sword. Forged from millennium-old cold iron transported from the extreme north. It is exceedingly weighty, though not particularly sharp, measuring 7 feet and 7 inches. At the mention of the Xian Iron Sword, Huang Qi's expression subtly shifted. The length seemed adequate. However, he was curious about its weight. With determination, he reached out his arm toward the Xian Iron Sword. The maid observed Huang Qi as he reached for the heavy sword, hastily advising, "Young master, be cautious. This sword weighs 120 jin, and an ordinary person would struggle immensely." She seemed concerned that Huang Qi might feel slighted by the weight of the sword. Offering her well-intentioned warning, Huang Qi paused for a moment, then understood her intent, responding with a faint smile but no words. The other maid was astonished to see Huang Qi effortlessly lift the sword with one hand, without breaking a sweat. The young man's remarkable strength surprised her, instilling in her a deep admiration. Though Huang Qi wielded the sword, he felt some strain. Had he not been a master of the heavenly Tao with profound internal energy, he would never have managed to lift it with one hand. He discreetly channeled his internal force, and suddenly, the heavy sword emitted a low hum, radiating a faint glow. The maid, not an ordinary person herself, gasped in astonishment. "The sword's aura," she thought, realizing that only those who had reached the pinnacle of swordsmanship, specifically at the heavenly Tao level, could manifest such an aura. The sight of such a young master exhibiting this prowess left her in quiet awe. having had the privilege of witnessing the master of the sword pavilion demonstrating the sword's aura. She knew that the pavilion was not merely a shop but a sect renowned for its swordsmanship and sword forging, both esteemed by the martial community. A smile of flattery began to grace her features more readily. Huang Qi, however, paid little heed to her thoughts. He was on the verge of departing from the town, and it mattered not if others recognized his cultivation level. Very well, I shall take this sword. How much? Huang Qi inquired, casually grasping the scabbard that housed the heavy sword and slinging it over his back. Bai, witnessing this sudden addition beside him, displayed a rather unfriendly demeanor. Seemingly displeased that this imposing weapon encroached upon his territory, occasionally scratching at the iron sword with his claws. The maid, her countenance bright with a smile, remarked, "Young master, your skills are truly commendable. I am in admiration." Huang Qi merely smiled in response. "You need only pay 300 taels of silver," she carefully replied. Huang Qi remained silent. If it were his own money, 300 taels could sustain a family of 5 for a year, a sum he was reluctant to part with. However, since this money was acquired through plunder, and with millions of taels in his storage bag, he felt no concern. Without further ado, he paid the silver. Seeing the young master, a figure of the heavenly Tao, unfazed by the cost, the maid's thoughts shifted to the term wealthy and handsome. Just as she was about to exchange more pleasantries, Huang Qi swiftly departed from the sword pavilion. The maid stood momentarily stunned, gazing at his receding figure with a sense of loss. Suddenly, as if struck by inspiration, she clutched the silver and hurried towards the inner courtyard. "Not bad. This sword suits you perfectly," echoed the voice of the immortal of 100 arts. "Indeed, master, your discerning eye is unmatched. Without your patient guidance, how could I have found a sword so fitting?" Huang Qi flattered his master in his heart, transmitting his thoughts. Chapter 9. Pursuit in the Dark. Huang Qi, accompanied by Xiao Bai, made his way towards the city gates. The local tyrants and bullies of Qiankun City had already plundered a considerable amount of wealth from him, and there was nothing of value left for him to desire among the prominent families. Remaining in such a town held no significance for him any longer. Moreover, his martial prowess had been exposed today, likely drawing the attention of some interested parties. Thus, Huang Qi resolved to leave this place, with the city gate not far ahead. Before long, he noticed a group of officials in uniform scrutinizing suspicious individuals, much to the discontent of the passers-by. However, the common folk dared not challenge the authorities, merely harboring silent resentment. "You there, young man," one of the officials called out to Huang Qi. Ignoring the remark, Huang Qi continued to leisurely fan himself. "Hey, I'm talking to you, the one with the sword on your back." The official, feeling slighted by Huang Qi's indifference, approached with the intention of apprehending him. Huang Qi offered a faint smile, addressing the official with a respectful tone. "Sir, you called for me?" The official, noticing Huang Qi's courteous demeanor and the long sword slung over his shoulder, softened his expression, contemplating that this young man might possess some skill. "Name, residence, and purpose for visiting Qiankun City?" The moment Huang Qi heard this, he recognized it as a routine inspection. Opting for honesty, he replied gently, "Sir, I am Huang Qi from Qiankun Mountain. I came to this city to sell red pine wood. I seldom visit Qiankun City, so I stayed a couple of extra days. I was just preparing to return home." His expression was earnest, and the official observed that Huang Qi resembled a young gentleman, accompanied by a pet, leading him to believe that he was likely a spoiled rich kid, probably unrelated to the infamous plum blossom thief. "Well, the city is currently under martial law, and entry and exit generally require guarantees." Seeing the official's hesitant demeanor, Huang Qi quickly understood that he was seeking a bribe. Without further ado, he flashed a smile and discreetly slipped a silver ingot into the official's hand. The official burst into hearty laughter, exclaiming, "Ah, my young nephew, I understand now. You may pass through the city gate without worry. Go on, you're free to leave." Huang Qi felt a shadow cross his brow at the official's overly friendly words, but chose not to address it. He simply expressed his gratitude and departed through the gate, while other officials shot disdainful glances at the one who had befriended Huang Qi. Yet none dared to expose the situation, for who among them had not acted similarly? As Huang Qi distanced himself from the city gate, he glanced around to ensure no one was watching. With a swift motion, he altered his appearance and quickened his pace towards the northern part of Qiankun City. Time passed swiftly as he hurried along, and as the sky darkened, Huang Qi's complexion grew pale from the prolonged exertion and depletion of his internal energy. Observing the encroaching darkness, he sought refuge beneath a large tree by the roadside. Xiao Bai, having descended from Huang Qi's shoulder, chattered and gestured towards his stomach, displaying a comical grimace. Huang Qi smiled faintly and retrieved some food from his storage bag. Without hesitation, Xiao Bai seized the food and began to devour it eagerly, the two sharing a moment of companionship as they ate. However, less than 100 meters behind, someone was following them. A sudden sound pierced the silence, startling Huang Qi. It appeared that a skilled pursuer was on his trail. Huang Qi rose and cast a cold, piercing gaze at the pile of rubble 100 meters away. Xiao Bai seemed to sense the impending danger, dropping the food in its paws and leaping onto Huang Qi's shoulder. "Since you have arrived, why not reveal yourselves?" Huang Qi spoke coldly to the scattered stones. In the dark of night, he discerned over 10 shadowy figures, each clad in black garments, their eyes glaring at him. Huang Qi was taken aback. These newcomers were undeniably skilled, though not necessarily masters of the heavenly path. They could certainly be regarded as top-tier experts. What troubled him further was the formidable aura emanating from behind the rocky slope, exerting a palpable pressure upon him. Huang Qi silently lamented, pondering how these individuals had discovered his presence and where he had exposed a flaw, having been pursued relentlessly for an entire day. "Gentlemen, may I inquire as to the purpose of your pursuit?" Huang Qi inquired, maintaining his composure. "The plum blossom thief, do you think we are chasing you for no reason? After making off with so many valuables in Qiankun City, do you believe you can simply walk away unscathed?" One of the leading figures in black scoffed. "Oh," Huang Qi replied with genuine curiosity, his expression one of confusion. "I merely came to Qiankun City for business. I have committed no wrongdoing." "Humph," the leader continued. "We have conducted our investigation thoroughly. On the very first day of your arrival, a theft attributed to the plum blossom thief occurred in Qiankun City. Observing the scene, we found not a single trace, not even in the heavily guarded Lord's manor. We surmised that only a congenital expert could achieve such a feat subsequently. We learned that a congenital master purchased a mysterious iron sword at the Sword Pavilion. Moreover, from the city gate guards, we discovered your claim of residing in Qiankun Mountain. Yet your departure was in the opposite direction. Among all those we investigated, you stand out as the most suspicious." Huang Qi was startled by the leader's revelations. Realizing he had left behind numerous clues, it appeared he would need to exercise greater caution in future endeavors. "Haha," Huang Qi chuckled, no longer attempting to deny the accusations. For he understood that no amount of words would allow him to escape unscathed, especially after being pursued for nearly 100 miles. It seemed today as events would not conclude amicably. The black-clad figures, seeing Huang Qi's nonchalant demeanor, recognized they had indeed found their quarry. Gradually, over 10 of them encircled him, blocking all avenues of retreat. Observing this youthful figure, serene and unafraid, the hearts of the black-clad individuals sank. Though formidable, they too were all elite fighters, and it appeared they were about to face a challenging battle. "Young man, do not misjudge the situation. It is evident you seek wealth without intent to harm. If you accompany us, your life will be spared," one of the black-clad men urged. Hoping for a peaceful resolution without conflict, Huang Qi, coldly snorting in response, fell silent as a fierce, haughty aura emanated from him. With a swift motion, he closed his folding fan and lunged forward, aiming to seize the nearest black-clad figure before him. The leader of the black-clad men, witnessing Huang Qi's swift strike, was taken aback and promptly cautioned his comrades. Unflinching, the black-clad man brandished his steel blade horizontally towards Huang Qi's outstretched palm. Just as the blade was poised to make contact, Huang Qi deftly transformed his palm into a finger, causing a brilliant light to collide with the steel, producing a resounding clash. In an instant, the blade shattered into 2 fragments, while the luminous point on his fingertip continued its relentless course, striking the black-clad man's chest. With a piercing cry, the man expelled a mouthful of blood and collapsed to the ground, his fate uncertain. This all transpired within a mere breath. The other black-clad individuals, witnessing Huang Qi's ruthless efficiency in dispatching a formidable opponent, were gripped by fear, hesitating to advance. The leader, infuriated by the loss of his subordinate, unleashed a furious shout and leaped into the air, aiming a downward strike at Huang Qi's face. Meanwhile, Xiao Bai perched on Huang Qi's shoulder, vigilant against the surrounding foes, prepared to intercept the impending blow. Sensing the urgency, Huang Qi gently patted Xiao Bai, calming the little creature, determined to refine his own skills. Huang Qi faced the descending blade without trepidation. With a graceful step and a slight tilt of his body, he evaded the strike, which crashed thunderously to the ground at his feet. In the next moment, Huang Qi seized the black-clad man's arm, unleashing a surge of pure internal energy that surged through the man's meridians. The black-clad man, overwhelmed with astonishment, had not anticipated such profound skill. His entire arm felt as though it had been struck by lightning, causing him to relinquish his grip on the steel blade, which clattered to the ground. Huang Qi's powerful strike sent him hurtling away, blood spewing from his mouth, his body trembling. Had it not been for his substantial internal strength, he would have surely succumbed to unconsciousness, rendered incapable of further combat. The remaining black-clad men were consumed by dread, realizing that their leader had fallen in a single exchange. They were not eager to meet a similar fate. They exchanged glances, paralyzed by fear. Huang Qi, aware that his display of prowess had instilled trepidation in his adversaries, remained vigilant, wary of the rocky outcrop 100 meters away. The leader of the black-clad men, recognizing that his companions were no match for Huang Qi, was equally astonished. "Is the elder a cultivator?" he inquired, voicing the confusion that plagued his mind. Huang Qi, momentarily taken aback, understood that they had misjudged his identity but chose not to respond. The others, convinced that such remarkable skill could only belong to a cultivator, speculated that only through decades of arduous training could one accumulate sufficient internal energy to achieve such prowess. They believed that only those with extraordinary spiritual roots could be cultivators. And even those at the first level of cultivation were not comparable to ordinary martial artists, thus rationalizing the extraordinary abilities of the young man before them. As Huang Qi remained silent, they feared he had tacitly accepted this assumption. After all, cultivators were often regarded as exalted beings, their pride justified. The black-clad men lamented their fate, realizing that the elusive plum blossom thief they had pursued all day was, in fact, a cultivator, a realization akin to a death sentence. "Forgive me, esteemed immortal, we are merely the guards of the Lord of Qiankun City, bound by our duty. Unintentionally, we have offended you. I implore you, do not take offense, we shall depart swiftly." The figure clad in black signaled to his companions, and thus they gradually faded into the night. Huang Qi paid them no heed as he understood they were mere pawns, expendable in the grand scheme, while the true adversary remained hidden. "Come forth, for it is just the two of us now. There is no need for subterfuge," Huang Qi remarked coldly, gazing at the scattered rocks ahead. A booming laughter echoed from a distance of 100 meters. Chapter 10. The initial encounter with the cultivator. A resonant laughter rang out from afar, and a figure clad in a milky white robe materialized, closing the distance to Huang Qi in an instant. What astonishing speed, Huang Qi thought, startled. The figure moved with a swiftness comparable to that of Xiao Bai, indicating that he was about to confront a formidable master, prompting a sense of caution within him. The elder in the milky white robe appeared to be in his 50s or 60s, his visage gentle and youthful, exuding an air of celestial grace. "Young one, beware. This man is a cultivator, an adept of the heavenly Tao. However, his cultivation is not particularly high. He appears to be at the third level of Qi refinement. If you have the opportunity, flee, for you are no match for him. Fear not. With Xiaobai by your side, that old man is unlikely to gain any advantage." Upon hearing his master's words, Huang Qi felt a weight in his heart. He had not anticipated encountering a cultivator within Qiankun City, especially one skilled in the heavenly Tao. Such masters could typically match low-level Qi refinement practitioners, and this elder not only possessed profound internal strength, but also formidable magical abilities, far surpassing the capabilities of an ordinary novice cultivator. "May I inquire your identity, esteemed elder? Why do you seek conflict with a junior like myself?" Huang Qi asked warily, scrutinizing the elder. The elder smiled benignly upon hearing Huang Qi's inquiry. "Ah, young one, are you not feigning ignorance? It is rare to see someone of your youth possessing such cultivation. Simply surrender the stolen item and accompany me back. I assure you, your life will remain unharmed." "What say you?" Huang Qi observed the elder's gentle demeanor, devoid of any intent to strike, as if the elder had developed a fondness for his talent. With humility, Huang Qi bowed respectfully. "I can relinquish the item, but accompanying you back is not feasible. I hope you will understand." Upon hearing Huang Qi's response, the elder's brow furrowed slightly, and he sighed. "In that case, I shall have to apprehend you myself. I am entrusted with a task, and I must fulfill it. Be cautious." As the elder spoke, he advanced and struck towards Huang Qi's chest with a swift palm. The elder's speed was astonishing, his formidable presence overwhelming. Huang Qi was taken aback. He had not anticipated such a powerful aura from the elder, who had seemed so unassuming moments before. Determined not to conceal his own strength, Huang Qi drew forth the Qiantai sword from his back, sweeping it with all his might to meet the elder's palm. The elder, witnessing the tremendous force behind Huang Qi's strike, was taken aback as well, and he did not dare to underestimate it. A radiant light enveloped his palm as he collided with the sword. With a thunderous crash, the elder merely swayed slightly, his expression remaining calm and unperturbed. As Huang Qi took 3 steps back amidst the sound of the impact, his complexion flushed slightly, clearly indicating that he had sustained a minor setback from the recent confrontation. The elder, witnessing that his full-force palm strike had been met by this young man, was equally astonished. It seemed that the inner strength of this youth was not far removed from his own. Before Huang Qi could regain his composure, the elder transformed his palm strike into a claw aimed directly at Huang Qi's face. Realizing he could not match the elder's strength in a direct contest, Huang Qi swiftly adopted a graceful stance, executing a flow of swordplay that sent a dazzling arc of energy slicing towards the elder's vital points. The elder, perceiving the exquisite nature of this strike, which seemed to embody the very essence of the Tao, understood that he must evade it. He leapt nimbly to avoid the blade's deadly trajectory. Such remarkable swordsmanship! The elder exclaimed, taken aback by the extraordinary technique. He realized that even an ordinary master of the Tao would struggle to withstand such a move. He himself dared not confront it head-on. The elder did not perceive this encounter as a battle against an adversary, but rather as a friendly exchange of martial skills. "Elder, behold, there is yet a more exquisite technique," Huang Qi proclaimed, his sword energy shifting as he elegantly pirouetted on his feet. The elder, observing this, felt as if he were watching a graceful youth dancing rather than engaging in combat. It was a sight both harmonious and uplifting. Yet, this was no mere dance. The elder suddenly recognized that each thrust of Huang Qi's sword came alive, slicing through the air with a force capable of rending the heavens. Alarmed, the elder ceased to conceal his prowess. A shimmering azure barrier enveloped him. The might of Huang Qi's sword strike met this barrier and dissipated into nothingness. Huang Qi was utterly astonished. He recognized the barrier for what it was, a spiritual energy shield, not formed from inner strength, but conjured from external spiritual power. The disparity between inner and spiritual energies was vast, making it impossible for his sword energy to penetrate this formidable shield. "Ah, young man, had I not been a cultivator, I might have truly faced disaster. Allow me to demonstrate that even the mightiest masters of the Tao are no match for a true cultivator." Upon finishing his words, the elder patted his waist, from which a flying sword emerged. Chanting incantations, he swiftly directed the sword, which shot forth with astonishing speed. Huang Qi, alarmed, hastily retreated, raising his heavy iron sword to intercept the flying blade. The clash resonated with a sharp clang, sending a jolt through his arm, nearly causing him to lose grip on his weapon. The flying sword executed a swift arc and charged at him once more. Realizing the imminent danger, Huang Qi seized the opportunity to flee, leaping into the distance with Xiaobai in tow. Noticing Huang Qi's decisive escape, the elder displayed no malice, merely smiling faintly as he remarked, "Young one, you cannot evade your fate." As he ascended slowly, enveloped in the protective barrier, he continued to chant, accelerating rapidly to match Huang Qi's pace. Feeling a chill run down his spine, Huang Qi instinctively hurled his iron sword at the elder in a desperate attempt to hinder his pursuit. The elder, without even glancing at the soaring black iron sword, casually pointed, causing the rapidly spiraling flying sword to clang as it struck the black iron blade. The exceedingly heavy sword shattered with a resounding crack, plummeting to the ground. Reduced to mere scrap, Huang Qi was taken aback by the sword's astonishing sharpness. Had it grazed him, it could have easily spelled his demise. Relying solely on the exquisite footwork detailed in the true spirit sword control technique, he faced the elder. Each attempt of the flying sword was narrowly evaded by Huang Qi, leaving the elder perplexed by the lightness of his movements and the elegance of his agility. Frustration crept into the elder's heart as he realized he had not yet captured Huang Qi. Suddenly, he smacked his storage pouch, and from it emerged a small bracelet. The elder cast a spell towards the bracelet, which rapidly expanded in size. hurtling towards Huang Qi with swifter speed than the flying sword. Anxiety gripped Huang Qi. The artifacts of cultivators were no ordinary items, each more bizarre than the last. If the flying sword was already so lethal, being struck by an object the size of a grinding disc would surely reduce him to a pulp. Desperately, he transmitted a plea to his master. "Master, please save me. I cannot withstand this blow." After calling out twice without receiving a response, Huang Qi felt a wave of helplessness wash over him. As he watched the enormous bracelet descend, despair began to take hold. At that moment, however, the small creature perched on Huang Qi's shoulder, Xiaobai, let out an indignant roar and launched itself towards the descending disc with surprising force. Huang Qi, taken aback by Xiaobai's audacity, shouted, "No, Xiaobai!" But before he could finish, a thunderous crash echoed as the white figure collided with the ground. To Huang Qi's astonishment, Xiaobai stood up and scathed, glaring fiercely at the bracelet that had veered off in another direction. The elder had assumed that such a tactic would assuredly subdue Huang Qi, and he had paid little heed to the small creature on Huang Qi's shoulder, mistaking it for a mere pet. Little did he know that this diminutive being, merely 40 centimeters tall, could so effortlessly send his prized possession flying. In disbelief, the elder murmured, "A first-level demon beast. This is undoubtedly the strength of a first-level demon beast." Panic seized him. A first-level demon beast could rival mid-stage Qi refinement practitioners, and he was no match for it. Without further ado, the elder hastily summoned his spiritual energy and fled towards Qiankun City, abandoning the flying sword and bracelet he had just been forced to relinquish. He cursed his misfortune. Never had he anticipated that the youth would be accompanied by a first-level demon beast, likely a product of a prominent clan. Fleeing a considerable distance, he finally felt a sense of relief upon realizing he was no longer being pursued. Yet, recalling his abandoned flying sword and bracelet stirred a sense of regret. Ultimately, one's life was far more precious than any treasure. He cast a complex glance back before hastening away. Meanwhile, Huang Qi observed the retreating figure of the cultivator. Allowing the tension in his heart to gradually ease, he collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath, reflecting on how perilously close he had come to disaster. Still haunted by the thrilling encounter, suddenly glancing at the little white creature beside him, Huang Qi felt a wave of joy. How fortunate he was to have it by his side, for otherwise, today could have turned perilous. Huang Qi affectionately patted the little one's head, which wore a proud expression as if to convey to him, "I am indeed quite formidable," leaving Huang Qi both amused and exasperated. Well, how do you like that? Have you come to appreciate the strength of cultivators?" A sudden voice remarked with satisfaction. Upon recognizing his master, Huang Qi's expression turned to one of disbelief. He had thought his teacher was asleep, yet the master had been observing all along, choosing not to intervene even when he was in danger. What kind of teacher was this? Huang Qi refrained from giving any favorable response to his master. "Ah, still sulking, are we? It is not that I did not come to your aid, but rather that you require such life-and-death trials at this juncture. Moreover, that old novice could not possibly harm you. Even with your little companion, he would struggle to contend with it." The 100 Arts Immortal chuckled. Hearing his master's words, Huang Qi felt somewhat reassured. Just then, the little white creature returned, clutching 2 objects in its paws. Huang Qi gasped softly, shaking off the earlier misfortune of being pursued, and eagerly accepted the items to examine them. "Master, what treasures are these? They are remarkably potent. They nearly cost me my life." Huang Qi inquired with curiosity. The elder scoffed dismissively. Chapter 11. The Spirit Creation Elixir. "These are hardly treasures. Merely some refuse," the 100 Arts Immortal retorted with disdain. Huang Qi, taken aback, pondered what could possibly be considered a true treasure, yet he remained undeterred by his master's mockery, becoming increasingly enamored with the 2 objects in his hands. "Master, what indeed are these treasures?" Huang Qi pressed on, his curiosity piqued. The 100 Arts Immortal, witnessing his disciple's lack of discernment, sighed at the sight of him clutching what he considered mere scrap metal as if they were treasures. "Very well. It seems I should enlighten you about the weapons used in the realm of cultivation," he reluctantly began, instantly invigorated by his master's words. Huang Qi awaited the explanation with eager anticipation. The weapons wielded by cultivators are known as magical artifacts. These artifacts are powered by the spiritual energy from one's dantian. As you have yet to become a cultivator, they are essentially useless to you at this moment, the master explained. Huang Qi's heart sank. He realized he must swiftly become a cultivator, or else these impressive artifacts would be squandered on him. The most common magical artifacts are spirit tools, crafted by artifact smiths, each varying in shape and function. The skill of the smith and the materials used are the primary factors determining a spirit tool's potency, with the flames employed in their forging also playing a role. Spirit tools are generally classified into inferior, medium, superior, and exceptional grades. The 100 Arts Immortal paused, glancing at the two worthless items in Huang Qi's possession, and remarked disdainfully, "What you hold are merely the most inferior spirit tools. Their power is mediocre and of little utility." Huang Qi felt a twinge of embarrassment at his own naivete. The immortal master Bai Yi continued, stating that these spiritual tools are generally utilized by disciples below the golden core stage. For it is only upon reaching this stage that one can condense a golden core and subsequently expel Dan fire to refine their own magical treasures. Magical treasures differ from spiritual tools. Those refined by oneself can be absorbed into one's body and nurtured with one's own Dan fire. The longer the nurturing period, the more formidable the treasure becomes. Employing one's own refined magical treasure during combat allows for greater mastery and fluidity, thus enabling an individual to unleash their maximum potential in battle. Once a magical treasure is refined to perfection, it may be referred to as an ancient treasure, which possesses tremendous power. Generally, cultivators who possess ancient treasures can contend on equal footing with practitioners of a higher tier, significantly amplifying their combat prowess. Consequently, within certain grand sects, elder practitioners who are unable to transcend to higher levels and face the inevitability of their lifespan often refine their treasures into ancient treasures to bequeath to their disciples. Beyond ancient treasures lie spiritual treasures, which possess a modicum of spiritual intelligence, allowing them to resonate with their master's thoughts, thus elevating their power to new heights. Above spiritual treasures are the heavenly spiritual treasures, which possess their own consciousness and are comparable in intellect to humans. Such heavenly spiritual treasures can cultivate themselves and, upon reaching a certain level, are capable of transcending and ascending. These sentient heavenly spiritual treasures can even establish sects, with their lifespans seemingly endless, only diminishing in intelligence when severely injured, reverting to ordinary spiritual treasures, though they still retain significantly greater power than typical ones. Above heavenly spiritual treasures lies the acquired spiritual treasure, typically forged through cultivation or the craftsmanship of renowned artifact masters, possessing the capability to alter the very course of nature. Following this are the innate spiritual treasures, born from the essence of heaven and earth. These treasures hold the power to annihilate worlds, prompting even immortals to retreat in trepidation. As Master Bai Yi spoke of the formidable capabilities of these treasures, his expression was imbued with longing. Huang Qi listened, astonished, realizing the astounding might of the treasures wielded by cultivators, especially those endowed with spiritual intelligence capable of self-cultivation, which completely shattered his previous understanding. Observing his master's yearning gaze, Huang Qi grasped the extraordinary potency of these legendary artifacts. He had never anticipated that the weapons of cultivators could be so terrifying, prompting a deeper re-evaluation of the world of cultivation within him. With a resolute heart, Huang Qi vowed to exert himself diligently, for only through hard work could he ascend the path of cultivation and stand proudly above all. His determination to cultivate once again solidified. Master Bai Yi, observing his disciple's expression, nodded inwardly, recognizing that his disciple's aspiration for the path had intensified. "Master, what must I do to surpass and become a true cultivator?" Huang Qi inquired with steadfast resolve, gazing earnestly at Master Bai Yi. Bai Yi was momentarily taken aback, then fell into contemplation. He recalled that had his own physical form not perished, he could have accomplished this with ease, but now, he was merely a soul. Alas! Master Bai Yi sighed softly. "At your current physical state, is it indeed sufficient?" he stated gravely. Upon hearing his master's words, Huang Qi felt a surge of joy within, realizing that his master would not deceive him. It seemed that his master was about to impart something significant. With a serious expression, Huang Qi awaited further explanation. "There exists a type of elixir known as the Spirit Creation Pill," his master stated. Huang Qi echoed the name, Spirit Creation Pill, casting a puzzled glance at his master. In certain prominent sects and families, children born to parents who are cultivators sometimes lack spiritual roots. As I have previously mentioned, the emergence of spiritual roots is exceedingly rare. occurring in merely 1 in 10,000 individuals. However, when both parents are cultivators, the likelihood of their offspring possessing spiritual roots, while still low, increases to 1 in 10. This probability, though considerably higher than that of ordinary people, remains insufficient, as many commoners still populate these grand sections. Some sects, faced with the plight of descendants unable to become cultivators, risk extermination by rivals after their ancestors pass away. In desperation, some highly skilled alchemists devised a potion that could enable ordinary individuals to become cultivators. This is the spirit creation pill. Upon hearing of such a miraculous concoction, Huang Qi silently admired the ingenuity of these individuals and grasped the purpose behind his master's mention of the spirit creation pill. Continuing, the esteemed Bai Xianjun elaborated. The emergence of the spirit creation pill incited a tempestuous upheaval within the realm of cultivation. In the fierce struggle for the recipe and the pill itself, the various sects engaged in a bloody conflict, clashing between righteous and demonic paths. Ultimately, both sides suffered immense losses, and in their desperation, they agreed to share the pill and its formula, forming a specialized cadre of alchemists. Each year, they would select outstanding disciples from their ranks to compete, distributing the pills based on their standings. Yet, this arrangement still failed to satisfy the overwhelming demand for the spirit creation pill among sects and families, as the annual production was limited by various factors. The probability of an individual successfully becoming a cultivator after consuming the spirit creation pill is only 50%, which remains insufficient to meet the needs of the sections. Consequently, this elixir has been monopolized by the major sects, making it exceedingly difficult for outsiders to acquire. For this reason, some sects began to assign tasks to ordinary people, rewarding those who contributed with the spirit creation pill. Thus, individuals born within these sects diligently honed their martial skills or infiltrated rival factions as spies, hoping that their accomplishments would grant them the opportunity to become cultivators. Listening to his master's explanation, Huang Qi gradually comprehended the means to obtain the spirit creation pill. Master, do you mean to say that I should join a sect, become a disciple, and contribute to the sect in order to receive the spirit creation pill? Huang Qi inquired excitedly. Bai smiled and nodded in affirmation. The purpose of your upcoming journey is precisely this. We shall venture to a place where cultivators gather and ascertain which sect would be suitable for you. Then proceed with our plans, Bai Xianjun remarked with a hint of cunning. Then, Master, if that is the case, will we be away for a long time? Huang Qi asked, his face betraying a sense of helplessness. Bai Xianjun, perceiving Huang Qi's sentiment, appeared to understand his meaning. Rest assured, it shall not be long. There exists a saying among masters that one should not linger for too long in one place. You will soon be reunited with your grandfather. The esteemed Bai Xianjun said with a smile to Huang Qi. Upon hearing this, Huang Qi felt a surge of joy, harboring profound respect for his master. Before long, under the veil of darkness, the duo vanished from the rocky slope. The kingdom of Jing boasts 3 prominent sects and 4 illustrious families: the Tai sect, the Huayang sect, and the Yinyang sect. The 4 families comprise the Kong family of Jinan, the Zheng family of the Taiying Mountains, the Bai family of Hongxiao Villa, and the Guan family of Daming Lake. Among these, the Kong family of Jinan stands as the royal lineage of Jing. Though considered royal, their status is akin to that of the other sects and families. Thus, the governance of Jing is shared among these 3 sects and 4 families, collectively referred to as the 3 sects and 4 families. While they appear amiable on the surface, incessant internal strife persists, as competition remains an unyielding principle in the realm of cultivation. Shituo City, situated in the heart of Jing, lies 5,000 miles from Qiankun Mountain. It is the most prosperous city, a gathering place for cultivators. In this city, a law enforcement team composed of members from the 3 sects and 4 families ensures order, and all revenues generated within Shituo City are distributed among them. Chapter 12. The alliance of 3 valleys. A lone man and a monkey stood dumbfounded beneath the towering city gates of Shituo City, marveling at their enormity. The gates were indeed vast enough to accommodate 10 horse-drawn carriages side by side. The towering walls reached over 20 zhang, an insurmountable barrier even for the most adept cultivators. At the city entrance, more than 20 guards stood in formation, each robust and wielding a silver spear, with a finely crafted broadsword at their sides, exuding an intimidating presence. Witnessing such formidable guards, no one dared to stir trouble at the gates. The onlookers hurriedly retreated, as if confronted by a plague. The sight of the man and the monkey in a stupor marked them as outsiders, drawing scornful glances from passers-by. This duo was none other than Huang Qi and Xiao Bai, who had journeyed for over a month to arrive at Shituo City. What a grand city! It is truly fitting to be the most prosperous stronghold of cultivators in Jing, Huang Qi exclaimed, while Xiao Bai danced on his shoulder, chirping in apparent understanding of his words. Young one, have you yet to behold a grand city? While this may be considerable for Jing, it pales in comparison to the cities within the sacred realms of cultivation. 100 such Shituo cities would scarcely match their grandeur, Bai Xianjun mused. Bemused by his apprentice's naivety, Huang Qi, taken aback, realized how limited his perspective had been. Be cautious now that you are here. You must refrain from the reckless abandon you exhibited in other cities. Here, masters abound, and one might extinguish your life with but a mere finger. Bai Xianjun cautioned. Prior to arriving in Shituo City, Huang Qi had conducted himself with restraint in cultivated cities, but had been rather audacious in those devoid of cultivators. Presently, his storage bag brimmed with treasures. Yes, master, Huang Qi responded earnestly, recounting how shortly after departing from Qiankun City, he stumbled upon a modest enclave of cultivators. Unbeknownst to him, he pilfered from 2 wealthy magnates, prompting one of them to summon cultivators who relentlessly pursued him. After enduring a series of fierce battles, he narrowly escaped. Aware of his inferiority against seasoned cultivators, Huang Qi adopted a low-profile existence. Following this harrowing experience, he diligently sought news of cultivators upon arriving in any city, which ultimately led him to Shituo City. Upon his arrival, Huang Qi checked into an inn, where he bathed and changed into fresh attire, cleansing himself of the grime that had accumulated. Armed with a folding fan, he gracefully made his way to the largest tavern in Shituo City. Taverns served as prime venues for gathering intelligence, and at every new location, Huang Qi would indulge in libations at the grandest establishment to glean snippets of information. Kung Fu Family Tavern stood as the largest tavern in Shituo City, renowned for its distinct and nostalgic flavor that evoked a sense of homecoming. A youthful figure with elegant brows and striking features, dressed in a cerulean robe and holding a fan, Huang Qi exuded a demeanor of refined gentility, reminiscent of a young nobleman, accompanied by a leisurely white ape trailing behind him. Passers-by cast fleeting glances. Though not exceptionally handsome, he possessed an air of subtle distinction. Upon entering the Kung Fu Tavern, the attendant warmly presented exquisite wine. Huang Qi poured himself a glass and savored the rich nectar. Feeling a warm current flow down his throat and into his stomach, a delightful taste that lingered, earning his praise for its quality. This wine from Kung Fu family evoked fond memories of his family, prompting a sigh as he reflected on his nearly 2-month absence from home, wondering about his grandfather's well-being. A wave of nostalgia washed over him as he drank alone. The white ape, upon hearing Huang Qi's commendation of the wine, began to chatter excitedly and partook in hearty gulps. The duo, 1 man and 1 ape, did not attract much attention. It was not uncommon for affluent young gentlemen to be accompanied by pets in the eyes of cultivators. Guests exchanged tales of leisurely pursuits and current events. Have you heard, my friend? The 3 sects and 4 clans have begun recruiting new soldiers again, with even more favorable terms this time. One spoke with enthusiasm. I also heard that they are seeking Taoist experts and loose cultivators to join the army stationed at the Mulan grassland, another chimed in. But why station troops at the Mulan grassland? Haven't the 3 sects and 4 clans already deployed 70,000 soldiers there? Are they planning another offensive against the Mulan grassland? A puzzled cultivator inquired. It seems likely. Otherwise, why would they be increasing their forces? It appears the Wu Kingdom is relentless in its attempts to seize the Mulan grassland from our Jing Kingdom, another remarked. Indeed, in the territory of Qingzhou, the Wu Kingdom may dominate, but our Jing Kingdom is not to be trifled with. The crowd nodded in agreement. If the Wu Kingdom dares to invade our Jing Kingdom, I, the clear-fire true man, shall be the first to take up arms, declared a Taoist-clad cultivator with a serious expression. The others echoed their support, applauding fervently. At that moment, another young monk remarked, have you all heard? In 3 days, the 3 sects and 4 clans will convene at the Sangu Gorge, 50 miles south of Shituo City. Upon hearing the mention of the Sangu Gorge gathering, the faces of the cultivators lit up with excitement. The young monk smiled faintly at the enthusiasm radiating from the crowd. Huang Qi, upon catching wind of their conversation, felt a flicker of interest, though it swiftly vanished. The younger disciple had just learned of this news, noting that during this gathering, the 3 sects and 4 clans would be accepting a number of loose cultivators as ordinary disciples, as well as some promising young martial artists as outer disciples. The young cultivator spoke with great enthusiasm. The disciple learned that the Sangu Gorge is fraught with peril, occasionally inhabited by low-level demon beasts of the first tier. Due to its rich spiritual energy, it is abundant in a specific herb, yunxiang grass, used for refining foundation establishment pills. Hence, every 3 years, the 3 sects and 4 clans return to this place to allow their Qi refinement disciples to undergo trials. The collection of herbs is based on individual prowess. Apart from a portion to be submitted, the remainder can be kept or exchanged with the sect for rewards. The crowd rejoiced at this news, each contemplating their chance to seek fortune within. The Sangu Gorge is usually guarded, preventing entry. It is only open to the public during the gathering. Anyone emerging from its depths must surrender half of their collected herbs, while they may keep the other half or trade it with sect families for necessities. The life of a loose cultivator can be quite arduous, and many seize this opportunity to join sect families and become disciples. The reason the 3 sects and 4 clans allow outsiders is to provide a trial for their disciples, permitting only Qi refinement disciples and some adept cultivators to enter. Otherwise, the disparity in strength would render the trials ineffective. Furthermore, killing within is prohibited, although mutual competition for resources is allowed, as Qi refinement disciples represent the future of their sects and require protection. The 3 sects and 4 clans also dispatch core formation experts to oversee and prevent any disruptions. Huang Qi, listening intently to their dialogue, felt a surge of joy, though he maintained a composed demeanor while sipping his drink. Cheer, a splendid opportunity has arisen. Fortune smiles upon you. He heard his master's voice resonate in his mind, bringing him delight. Master, shall we partake in the Sangu gathering in 3 days? Indeed, we must go. This is a splendid opportunity. There are no formidable foes within, merely inexperienced Qi refinement novices who pose little danger. Besides, with my guidance, you'll undoubtedly return laden with rewards. You might even acquire the desired spirit transformation pill. Overjoyed, Huang Qi lost all interest in his drink and, pulling along the intoxicated little Bai, departed from the Kungfu Tavern. Cheer, let us visit the trading market for cultivators. Though the Sangu gathering poses minimal risk, caution is the mother of safety. It would be wise to prepare. As they stepped out of the tavern, Huang Qi nodded in agreement with his master's words. The duo then made their way toward a bustling market, where transactions among cultivators are conducted using spirit stones. Spirit stones are classified into inferior, middle, superior, and premium grades. 1 middle-grade spirit stone is equivalent to 100 inferior ones, while 1 superior spirit stone equals 100 middle-grade stones. As for premium spirit stones, they are valuable yet scarce. For Huang Qi, who currently possesses not even a single spirit stone, the premium stones seem exceedingly distant. Typically, in the market for alchemical goods, transactions are predominantly conducted using inferior spirit stones. Huang Qi arrived at a pawnshop, the largest one in Shirtua City. He approached the counter, where an elderly man was lazily dozing, squinting until he sensed a customer's presence. The elder gradually opened his eyes and, noticing the young man's appearance, though refined, he lacked any visible spiritual energy, did not pay him much heed. Senior, I have come to pawn some items, Huang Qi stated politely. The elder's expression softened into a faint smile upon hearing his courteous tone. What items do you wish to pawn, young master? Let me have a look, the elder replied. Without further ado, Huang Qi produced a substantial amount of goods from his storage bag. The elder was momentarily taken aback, observing the assortment on the table, which comprised mainly gold, silver, and jewels. While these items held immense value in the mundane world, they were of little significance to cultivators, serving merely as decorative trinkets. Oh, your family must be quite wealthy, the elder remarked with a smile, not intending to mock. Huang Qi felt a flush of embarrassment, choosing not to elaborate. These items are worth 30 spirit stones. What do you think of this price? The elder said slowly. Upon hearing the amount, Huang Qi was taken aback. 30 spirit stones seemed far too little. It was not that the offered spirit stones were scant. Rather, the price of spirit stones was indeed exorbitant. The treasures of cultivators were notoriously difficult to procure. Huang Qi remained silent. Then with a flourish, he produced yet another pile of items. The elder was left astonished. This young man was indeed a prodigal, attempting to acquire spirit stones without being a cultivator himself. Altogether, that amounts to 100 spirit stones. The elder stated with a sidelong glance. Huang Qi looked into his storage bag, now containing only some gold and silver. The spoils of his recent escapades were valued at 100 spirit stones, leaving him somewhat speechless. These stones were obtained through great peril, and with a reluctant sigh, Huang Qi conceded, "Very well, I shall accept 100 spirit stones." Although he was uncertain of the exact price of spirit stones, he knew his master would be aware. While the amount was not as high as anticipated, it was close enough. After settling the transaction, Huang Qi departed the pawnshop with a resigned expression. Chapter 13. Entering the valley, Huang Qi, accompanied by Bai, wandered into the bustling marketplace, surveying the surrounding shops. Not far off, he noticed an archway inscribed with the name Tai Trading Company. Recognizing it as a property of the Tai sect, he stepped into the grand hall. His eyes were immediately drawn to an array of various magical artifacts and rare materials, leaving him momentarily dazzled and uncertain of where to focus his attention. At that moment, a young maid approached him. Huang Qi was struck by her beauty. She possessed delicate features and an appealing demeanor, igniting a sense of admiration within him. Though he quickly averted his gaze, the young servant girl gazed at the elegant youth holding a folding fan. Her heart stirred. Though his appearance might not rival that of Pan, his demeanor was undeniably refined and cultured. She greeted him with a smile, saying, "Young master, may I assist you in any way?" Huang Qi, noticing the girl's courteous manner, responded politely, "I am merely here for a casual visit. Please proceed as you wish. Should I require assistance, I shall certainly let you know." It was not that Huang Qi was unwilling to seek her guidance, but rather that his purse was light, rendering him unable to afford anything of worth. The servant girl, maintaining her poise, smiled gently and replied, "As you wish, young master," before gracefully retreating. Huang Qi surveyed his surroundings, taking in the array of magical artifacts available: swords, spears, halberds, axes, hooked blades, forks, whips, cudgels, hammers, and other styles of which he had never heard. The radiant gleam emanating from these implements made his mouth water. He fantasized about robbing the place and making off with the treasures. However, he quickly composed himself, restoring a neutral expression. As he continued to look around, he suddenly noticed a wooden tray displaying some silk threads. Intrigued, he approached, questioning whether silk threads could also be considered magical artifacts. Upon closer inspection, he discovered they were made of golden silkworm silk, exceedingly fine and remarkably sharp, priced at 50 spirit stones. Huang Qi shook his head in resignation. It was rather expensive, he mused. At that moment, he recalled his master's voice echoing in his mind. "This item is quite impressive. The golden silkworm silk is as fine as a hair. When placed under sunlight during the day, it becomes nearly indistinguishable, making it an excellent tool for ambushing the unsuspecting." Huang Qi's interest was piqued. Reflecting on his master's words, he nodded inwardly. Indeed, this silk was exceptionally fine, sharp, and resilient. If one were to set a trap with it, an unsuspecting individual could easily find themselves in grave peril. Without further ado, he purchased the silk. After completing the transaction, Huang Qi was filled with delight as he toyed with the golden silkworm silk for a moment before placing it into his storage bag. He continued to scan the shop and soon encountered a jade folding fan. Its description succinct. It was a mechanism fan, concealing 10 silver needles, usable for single or multiple discharges, also priced at 50 spirit stones. Huang Qi found himself intrigued by the mechanism fan. While it might not seem formidable to those with a strong sense of caution, it could prove quite unpleasant if one were to be unexpectedly pricked, especially if the needles were coated in poison, causing even cultivators to think twice. Contemplating this as a means of self-preservation, he gritted his teeth and spent his last 50 spirit stones to acquire the mechanism fan. With a reluctant gaze, he surveyed the remaining magical artifacts and elixirs in the shop before departing from the Tai Trading Company. "You have a discerning eye," his master's voice echoed in his mind. "Though they may seem like trifles, they are perfectly suited for your current needs. These 2 low-grade spirit artifacts are excellent tools for opportunistic tactics." Huang Qi could only smile wryly. This was all he possessed now. It seemed he would need to live frugally in the days to come. Without lingering further, he returned directly to the inn to study the 2 magical artifacts he had just purchased. For 3 consecutive days, Huang Qi remained at the inn, diligently practicing the use of his 2 magical artifacts under the guidance of his master. Additionally, he meticulously made minor modifications to the artifacts, ultimately satisfied as he stored them away in his pouch. On the dawn of the third day, Huang Qi, accompanied by his companion Xiaobai, departed the inn and sped towards the Sangu Gorge, located 50 miles beyond the city of Sherdao. Before long, within the span of half an hour, they arrived at the Sangu Gorge, a vast chasm flanked by towering mountains at its entrance. Guarding this entrance were a group of disciples from various sects, vigilantly preventing any unauthorized individuals from entering the gorge to pilfer medicinal herbs. In front of the gorge lay a broad clearing, populated by distinct groups of individuals, evidently disciples from the 3 sects and 4 clans, each group consisting of 50 to 60 members, clad in vibrant garments. They wore embroidered insignias representing their respective sects or families, standing tall and proud. Surrounding the clearing was a throng of over 1,000 spectators. Some had come in groups of friends, others were accompanied by elder family members, while many had arrived alone. These individuals exhibited varied levels of cultivation. Some were practitioners of the mystical arts, while others were young martial artists. Their expressions ranged from envy to disdain as they observed the disciples of the sects, reflecting a tapestry of emotions. The sect disciples, in turn, looked down upon the scattered cultivators and martial artists, confident that the combat prowess of their refined cultivators would easily surpass that of the onlookers. Standing at the fringes of the clearing, Huang Qi remained silent, quietly observing the disciples before him. Perched on Huang Qi's shoulder, Xiaobai was visibly excited, chattering incessantly as if the multitude had gathered merely to witness a spectacle. Delighted by the attention, Xiaobai wore an expression of pride, while Huang Qi, lost in thought, pondered whether the higher-ups of the sect would permit him to bring Xiaobai inside. After some reflection, he reassured himself, acknowledging that Xiaobai was merely a first-tier beast and posed no violation of the rules. Thus, he hoped everything would be fine. After all, Xiaobai was a significant asset to him, and leaving him behind would be a considerable loss. At that moment, several elders at the center of the clearing began to rise. Among them, an elderly man in a blue robe turned to the nearby cultivators, clasped his fists in greeting, and with a gentle smile, addressed the assembly. "Esteemed friends, please be quiet." His words were imbued with warmth, resonating pleasantly in the ears of all present. Despite his soft tone, his voice was clear, reaching every individual in attendance, a testament to his cultivation. The previously chaotic scene transformed into a serene stillness as he smiled once more. "Welcome, esteemed friends, to our triennial gathering of the 3 sects and 4 clans," he continued. "I am Elder Kong Deluan of the Kong family." Upon hearing his name, the crowd erupted in murmurs, showing a newfound respect towards the elder, astonished to be in the presence of Elder Kong Deluan. Elder Kong, possessing profound cultivation and currently at the mid-stage of the Golden Core realm, is a figure of great respect in the world of cultivation, having eradicated numerous vile elements within the realm. To have the opportunity to meet Elder Kong today is indeed a worthwhile endeavor. The old man, upon hearing the discussions around him, remained silent yet smiling, evidently pleased by the admiration. Huang Qi, inspired by this esteemed elder, silently commits his name to memory, recognizing the weight of such a venerable figure. However, a few individuals exhibit disdain, though they dare not act out in public. After all, the prowess of a golden core cultivator is formidable, and most would prefer to avoid provoking such a being. Observing the crowd's reaction, the elder expresses satisfaction and continues, "I believe most are familiar with the rules of the 3 Valleys Alliance, yet I shall reiterate them once more. The 3 Valleys Gorge is abundant in medicinal herbs, yielding a batch of incense grass every 3 years. This grass is a primary ingredient in the formulation of foundation establishment pills, managed collectively by our 3 sects and 4 clans. We do not monopolize all the herbs. Thus, we are conducting trials for the lower-tier disciples of our respective sects and clans. Not only can our disciples in the Qi refinement stage enter, but we will also not obstruct lower-tier cultivators without affiliations. However, all entrants must surrender half of their gains upon exiting. The remainder may be retained. This is not unfair. It is simply the rule of the cultivators. The strength dictates all." The audience, acknowledging the truth in his words, does not dissent. Furthermore, those who enter can exchange their remaining spoils with our 3 sects and 4 clans for personal items or leverage them to join us as disciples. Upon hearing this, many scattered cultivators harboring aspirations to join a sect feel a surge of hope, recognizing it as an opportunity. The elder, observing their reactions, merely smiles, Regardless of whether they are disciples of the 3 sects and 4 clans or scattered cultivators and adept practitioners, indiscriminate killing is strictly prohibited. Those found transgressing will face severe punishment. The elder's demeanor becomes stern as he conveys this warning to the younger cultivators, emphasizing that he is not jesting. As this is a trial, private duels are permitted, though one must exercise restraint. Acknowledging the potential for conflict and casualties, he hopes all will remain mindful. We also possess healing elixirs. Upon exiting, any injured individuals may come to our 3 sects and 4 clans to obtain healing potions. Having conveyed all necessary information, the elder announces that the trial will last for 3 days. After this period, we will bar all exits until the next 3 Valleys Alliance convenes. With that, he declares the commencement of the alliance. As his words resonate, the open space erupts with fervor. Disciples of the sects exude vitality, while scattered cultivators and adept practitioners refuse to be outdone, seizing this opportunity to distinguish themselves. Led by the disciples of the 3 sects and 4 clans, a multitude of cultivators marches towards the gorge's entrance. Huang Qi observes as the sect disciples enter the gorge, prompting the scattered cultivators and adept practitioners to eagerly surge in after them. Huang Qi finds himself among this throng, gradually flowing with the crowd toward the gorge. Just as he is about to cross the threshold, he suddenly feels a chilling gaze sweep over him. Alarmed, yet maintaining his composure, he notices nothing amiss as the gaze shifts elsewhere. With a sigh of relief, he blends into the stream of people, gradually disappearing into the entrance of the gorge. Chapter 14. The opportunity. The elders of various sects and families gazed upon their disciples entering the canyon, sharing a collective smile. At the edges of the clearing, some venerable figures awaited the emergence of their descendants from the depths of the gorge. Brother Kong, did you just notice? Kong Deluan, who had been smiling at the canyon's entrance, was suddenly addressed and turned around hastily. Oh, Brother Bai, what have you discovered? Kong Deluan inquired of an elder clad in white robes. One of the celestial-level experts who just entered was accompanied by a first-tier demonic beast, the white-robed elder remarked, astonished. Upon hearing this, Kong Deluan recalled the incident and nodded slightly. Ah, you mean that young lad? A mere first-tier demonic beast poses no threat to our disciples. Kong Deluan responded nonchalantly. The white-robed elder also nodded lightly, well aware that a celestial-level expert alongside a first-tier demonic beast was of little concern to cultivators. However, his curiosity prompted him to ask, I am merely intrigued. How could a celestial expert tame a demonic pet? Haha, Brother Bai, you worry too much. It is likely that the youth's family elder is a cultivator, and since he cannot cultivate himself, they assist him in taming a demonic pet for protection. Such occurrences are quite common, Kong Deluan reassured him. Haha, I see I have been overly concerned, the white-robed elder chuckled self-deprecatingly. What are you 2 old fellows chatting about? Come, let us place a wager. A figure clad in a green robe suddenly interjected. At the mention of a wager, the crowd paused momentarily. Then their eyes sparkled with excitement. Kong Deluan and the white-robed elder also brightened at the prospect. What kind of wager do you have in mind, Brother Tian? A captivating woman in purple garments inquired, her demeanor alluring. The green-robed elder glanced at the enchanting woman, momentarily captivated, before realizing his impropriety and awkwardly chuckling. Hee. So Sister Shangwan is also interested in my wager? I, old Tian, could not wish for more. Shangwan Hongyu smiled. It would be foolish to pass up a good opportunity. The green-robed elder, unfazed by her words, grinned. I wonder if Brother Li from Huayang sect and Brother Hu from Yinyang sect would like to join us as well. Li Tianba from Huayang sect, with a hearty laugh, squeezed into the group. I, Zheng from Taiying Mountain, wish to join the fun too. Seeing the enthusiasm among the crowd, Tai sect's Tian Zhongxian could hardly contain his delight, though he maintained a neutral expression. Since everyone is interested, let us put forth our stakes. A little friendly wager to lighten the mood. In 3 days, we shall tally which sect or family reaps the most rewards, and all stakes shall go to them. Shall we? Without further ado, the crowd nodded in agreement. In a short while, various artifacts, elixirs, materials, martial techniques, and manuals were produced by the assembly. Observers gazed enviously at the offerings, their eyes glinting with greed, yet none dared to act hastily. After all, even the most precious treasures were of little value without life to enjoy them, leaving many in a state of speechless longing. Huang Qi, accompanied by Xiaobai, ventured into the canyon. He did not hasten his pace. Instead, He took a moment to observe his surroundings before gracefully leaping toward the nearby grove. Finding a secure spot, he paused. "Master, where shall we gather the medicinal herbs?" Huang Qi communicated telepathically with his mentor. The 100 Arts Immortal smiled softly and reassured him, "Do not worry. The location where the fragrant herbs grow is at least a swift day's journey from here. I will first chart a safe route to ensure you encounter neither beasts nor practitioners along the way, thus enabling us to reach our destination expeditiously." Huang Qi felt a warm surge of gratitude upon hearing his master's words. "Cheer, do you see?" Upon hearing this, Huang Qi scanned the vicinity and noticed that the disciples of various sects were not in a hurry. Rather, they were meandering toward more secluded areas. Confused, he inquired of his master. "The disciples of these sects are cunning indeed. Their reluctance to hasten toward the herbs stems from the knowledge that others will harvest them on their behalf. They simply need to conserve their energy here, waiting for the scattered cultivators and adept practitioners to gather the herbs before they ambush them on their return journey. It is far more efficient than harvesting themselves." Huang Qi understood the implication, inwardly chastising them as a band of robbers. He recognized that this was part of the trial. Only through strength could one obtain what they desired. "Rest assured, with my guidance, we shall devise a strategy for a counter-ambush, which will prove most entertaining." Seeing the mischievous smile of his master illuminated Huang Qi's spirit. "Fear not, as long as we bear no enmity towards them. There shall be no robbery during the day. It is the second and third days that will truly test us." Huang Qi grasped the meaning behind these words and refrained from further conversation, patiently awaiting his master's guidance to find the nearest route. "Ha, young one. Follow my mental lead, and I assure you will be the first to gather the fragrant herbs." Huang Qi was elated upon hearing this, promptly adhering to his master's telepathic instructions as he swiftly traversed the thicket deeper into the valley. With nimble steps, Huang Qi navigated through clusters of trees, over rolling hills, across babbling brooks, and around lurking beasts. Soon, he drew near to the location of the fragrant herbs. After such a rapid journey, guided by his master's mental presence, Huang Qi arrived at the herb's habitat in just half a day. It was a sprawling hilly region, and after expending considerable energy during his run, Huang Qi found himself breathless. He collapsed onto the ground, panting heavily as he gazed upon the expanse filled with thousands of fragrant herb plants, his heart racing with excitement. He thought to himself that with these herbs, his hopes for the life creation pill might finally materialize. Despite his exhaustion, he hurriedly approached to begin harvesting the fragrant herbs. "Do not rush, you little rascal. Those novices are still far behind," the 100 Arts Immortal murmured, observing his disciple's unrefined demeanor. Huang Qi, undeterred, continued to harvest the herbs with an expression reminiscent of a miser. Little Bai, observing him with a puzzled look, approached and plucked a sprig of rue, inhaling its fragrance before swallowing it whole. Suddenly, a look of delight illuminated Little Bai's face, as he found the herb quite delectable. Ignoring Huang Qi, he dashed into the small herb garden, indulging himself with abandon. Meanwhile, Huang Qi busily continued his collection of the herbs. When he glanced back and saw Little Bai munching away, a pang of regret struck him. However, upon further reflection, he dismissed his concern, reasoning that there was an abundance to spare, and quickened his pace in gathering the herbs. Thus, one human and one monkey reveled in their respective pursuits, one harvesting joyously while the other feasted heartily. In the span of half an hour, the two had completely decimated the patch of several thousand rue plants. Satisfied, Huang Qi patted his storage bag, which now contained over 5,000 sprigs of rue, while Little Bai had devoured over 1,000. Observing the contented Little Bai, who was patting his belly in satisfaction, Huang Qi shot him a fierce glare, but ultimately paid him no mind. Little Bai, seemingly unfazed by the scorn, lazily began to doze off after his feast, leaving Huang Qi incredulous at his insatiable gluttony. Not daring to linger any longer, Huang Qi scooped up Little Bai and departed toward a more distant location. Not far ahead lies another patch of rue, Huang Qi thought, buoyed by his master's telepathic guidance, and he hurried in that direction. Delighted, he discovered another patch containing over 5,000 rue plants. As he patted his storage bag, a radiant smile spread across his face, contemplating that this bounty of herbs might suffice for at least 2 life-altering elixirs. This advantage was precisely why he had been able to seize the opportunity. Without his master's divine insight, he would not have been able to locate such a treasure trove of herbs. His master's consciousness was formidable, capable of encompassing the entire valley. Reflecting on these thoughts, Huang Qi's admiration for his master deepened, and he resolved to assist him in the future. Without his master, he feared he might never have left Qiankun Mountain, nor would he have healed his grandfather's illness, become a master of the Tao, or survived countless perils. The shadow of his master had indelibly etched itself into his youthful heart. What is this foolish child pondering? The 100 Arts celestial monarch, sensing Huang Qi's emotional turmoil, felt a wave of comfort wash over him. Hearing his master call his name, Huang Qi quickly wiped away the tears at the corners of his eyes. Smiling as he replied, "Heh, master, I'm fine. I'm just so elated. Where shall we go next to find more herbs?" Huang Qi exclaimed with excitement. "Heh, you little rascal, your greed knows no bounds. It seems those novices who entered this time will likely return empty-handed." The 100 Arts celestial monarch chuckled mischievously. Huang Qi, upon hearing this, perked up, his eyes fixed intently on his master, sensing a glimmer of opportunity. The immortal master Bai was taken aback by the enthusiasm of the young man and promptly exclaimed, "You, young lad, should not have designs on your master. I hold my self-esteem in high regard." Upon hearing this, Huang Qi was left speechless, a dark cloud shadowing his face. Chapter 15. A frenzied sweep in the blink of an eye. A day had passed, and the elders from the 3 sects and 4 families sat across from one another, appearing rather leisurely as they pondered whether their disciples had made any gains. Before them lay an array of treasures, causing their eyes to narrow slightly. It wasn't merely the allure of the treasures that captivated them, but rather the thought of the prestige they would gain should they emerge victorious. With several prodigious disciples among those who had entered the canyon, the elders from the 3 sects and 4 families wore expressions of confidence. As the sun rose the following day, in the hilly region where Huang Qi had first arrived, he and his companions were met with a scene that should have been lush with patchouli plants. Instead, they found chaos. Remnants of broken branches and leaves lay scattered, with not a trace of the patchouli plants to be found, as if they had vanished into thin air. What is going on? Over a dozen cultivators clad in white robes expressed their fury, shouting, "Who harvested the patchouli plants here? 6,000 to 7,000 herbs have simply disappeared." Soon, more groups arrived, their faces mirroring the dismay of the initial arrivals. In the past, even if someone had come, it would have been impossible to completely deplete the patchouli. Now, however, not a single plant remained. How could this be? Who did this? Step forward. Some hot-tempered youths could hardly contain their rage. Many understood that returning empty-handed from this trial would make their lives difficult within their sections. They had promised their masters that they would strive to gather more herbs to uphold their honor, yet now, everything was lost. While acquiring herbs could be managed with money, the real issue lay in the fact that during every harvest, their mentors would engage in wagers, and their reputations were invaluable. Faced with such a disaster, they were at a loss for how to explain this to their sections. As scattered cultivators and experts from various paths began to arrive, they exchanged bewildered glances, some even wearing mocking expressions. "Let us move on. There might still be another patch of herbs to explore," someone suggested, igniting a glimmer of hope among the crowd. Casting aside their anger, they hurried toward the next destination. Upon arrival, they were left dumbfounded. All gone. This is absurd. How could Qi refinement stage cultivators have reached here so swiftly? Some disciples from the sects expressed disbelief. They suspected that higher-level practitioners had already harvested the area. However, many astute disciples quickly dismissed this notion. These herbs were primarily useful for foundation establishment stage cultivators, while core formation stage practitioners would view them with disdain. Although the quantity was considerable, it wasn't deemed overly significant. After all, this area was jointly managed by experts from the 3 sects and 4 families. Only someone deranged would dare to offend them for such trifles. The more they pondered, the more confused they became. It was inconceivable that these herbs could have been obtained by members of the 3 sects and 4 families, as most of their disciples traveled in pairs. Only a select few prodigious disciples would venture out on their own, yet they seldom engaged in herb gathering. Their preference lay in the thrill of the hunt, which held far greater significance for them. Disciples from the 3 sects and 4 clans congregated, with a few leaders seemingly deliberating among themselves. They ceased to disperse and instead chose to journey together towards areas rich in medicinal herbs. Observing this unusual behavior, the scattered cultivators and some adept practitioners of the Tao felt apprehensive and refrained from acting alone. They too gathered in unison, trailing the practitioners of the 3 sects and 4 clans toward their next destination. At this moment, Huang Qi gazed excitedly at a small expanse of hilly terrain adorned with lush green plants. Master, this is the fern grass you mentioned. Huang Qi exclaimed with enthusiasm. The immortal lord of craftsmanship nodded, affirming, indeed, this is fern grass. It serves as a vital ingredient for the heart-guarding pill, a sacred remedy for healing wounds. We cannot overlook it. Hearing this, Huang Qi's heart soared with joy. This was a precious find. The heart-guarding pill was synonymous with life preservation. He realized that he could forego selling it, which would provide him with considerable wealth. Without further ado, he swiftly set to work, and within a quarter of an hour, the area was left in disarray, entirely stripped bare. Approximately 10 miles away, a fruit orchard came into view, and Huang Qi was immediately captivated by the sight of plump, red fruits, causing his mouth to water uncontrollably. As he approached, the sweet fragrance of the fruits filled his nostrils, invigorating him and instilling a sense of vitality. Master, these are red dragon fruits. Consuming them enhances physical strength, Huang Qi declared with excitement. The immortal lord of craftsmanship smiled, replying, indeed. Even cultivators in the nascent soul stage find some benefit from them. Hurry, gather them all. Overjoyed, Huang Qi hurriedly began to pick the fruits in a flurry. Half an hour later, he vanished once more from the orchard. 3 hours later, 8 large tubers of Hisho Wu, each the size of a basin, had also disappeared from a cliffside. 5 hours later, a small medicinal garden nestled within a dense forest was completely ravaged. 7 hours later, a few clusters of Qixian lotus seeds from a pond in a low valley were also snatched away. 10 hours later. How infuriating! Who could it possibly be? The disciples of the 3 sects and 4 clans wore expressions of despair. They could hardly believe that they had scoured the Sangu Gorge only to find it utterly barren. Even the hidden caves where herbs were secretly cultivated had been plundered clean. The scattered cultivators and adept practitioners of the Tao also grew sullen. They had hoped to gain something from this trial, but now it seemed they would return empty-handed, shattering their hopes. Some hot-tempered individuals erupted in curses, lamenting the ruthlessness of the thief who had taken everything of value, leaving behind mere worthless refuse, inciting the ire of many. As darkness approached, they were aware that if they did not act soon, they might miss their chance entirely. The practitioners from the 3 sects and 4 clans were seething with rage. They had come for the trial, yet now they had reaped no rewards. They lacked the heart to engage in battles for spoils. Realizing that even a fierce confrontation would yield no benefits, it seemed far better to simply rest instead. The disciples of various sects grimaced at the thought of facing the impending punishment from their masters. At that moment, several leaders from the 3 sects and 4 clans convened to deliberate. Soon after, these disciples hastily departed, racing towards the exit. They were not naive. The herbs here were not pilfered by the members of the 3 sects and 4 clans. Absent the presence of high-ranking cultivators, only rogue cultivators and adept practitioners of the Tao could be lurking here, ready to seize the opportunity. It was essential to set an elaborate ambush at the exit to capture the thief. Some rogue cultivators and Tao experts exchanged glances, seemingly grasping the implications, and realizing that lingering here would inevitably render them victims of the ensuing chaos. Consequently, they too began to depart in succession. Meanwhile, the instigator reveled in his good fortune, elated by the bountiful spoils, feeling more exhilarated than if he had suddenly acquired great wealth. At that moment, Huang Qi was resting in a cave, surrounded by an array of herbs and celestial fruits, brimming with excitement. He contemplated that if he were to join a sect with these treasures, he could exchange them for a plethora of life-altering elixirs, thereby solidifying his status as a cultivator. Huang Qi gazed at the treasures filling the cave, his joy palpable. The 100 Arts Immortal monarch looked at his disciple's lackluster demeanor and felt an urge to kick him, filled with disdain. Huang Qi, oblivious to his master's scorn, meticulously sorted the items into different jade boxes. Master, your storage bag is a bit too small, he lamented with an air of resignation. The 100 Arts Immortal monarch sighed, exasperated that despite providing his disciple with such valuable items, he now faced complaints about having acquired too many. Such ingratitude was disheartening. What should I do, master? I can't possibly give them half of these treasures, can I? Huang Qi pondered, feeling a deep reluctance at the thought of surrendering half of his hard-earned spoils. His expression one of anguish. Are you foolish? These treasures were obtained through our own diligent efforts. How could we possibly part with half of them? The master reassured him. Rest assured, do you not remember my universe ring? Its capacity far exceeds that of your meager storage bag. Even 100-fold would pose no issue. Upon hearing this, Huang Qi's spirit soared. He glanced at the ring on his finger and then at the treasures before him, appearing torn. The 100 Arts Immortal monarch noticed his disciple's expression and became infuriated. "You little rascal, are you afraid I'll covet your trinkets? I would hardly be interested in such worthless junk." Huang Qi chuckled awkwardly, choosing silence, recognizing the futility of resistance in this situation. The universe ring belonged to his master, and he had no means to utilize it. Resigned, he accepted his fate. The 100 Arts Immortal monarch, observing his disciple's demeanor, secretly found amusement in the situation, thinking to himself that once the treasures were in his possession, they would indeed belong to him, and he would relish watching his disciple's arrogance diminish. The master and disciple began to engage in a subtle battle of wits. Subsequently, the 100 Arts Immortal monarch opened his storage ring with his spiritual sense. A brilliant white light flashed, and most of the contents vanished, leaving Huang Qi with a pained expression. Hastily, he gathered the few remaining incense herbs on the ground into his storage bag, feeling a slight sense of relief. Suddenly, Huang Qi realized that Xiao Bai had been asleep for an entire day without showing any signs of waking. A sense of bewilderment filled his heart. Ever since this little creature had joined him, particularly after indulging in some wine, all his attempts to rouse it had been in vain. However, today seemed particularly unusual. Huang Qi watched Xiao Bai with growing concern. The immortal master Bai Yi, observing this scene, smiled gently and said, "Haha, do not worry, Xiao Bai is perfectly fine. It has merely overindulged in the Yuxiang herb. Currently, it possesses an abundance of energy that requires digestion. When it awakens, it is likely to undergo a transformation." Hearing this, Huang Qi felt a wave of joy wash over him. The anxiety that had gripped his heart began to ease, and he genuinely felt happy for Xiao Bai. Naturally, Xiao Bai's advancement would also be beneficial to him. "But master, what about Xiao Bai? I cannot simply carry him around forever," Huang Qi inquired. The immortal master Bai Yi smiled softly and responded, "Shall I provide you with a storage pouch?" As he spoke, he conjured a small bag from his Qiankun Ring. It bore a resemblance to Huang Qi's own storage pouch, yet there was a distinct aura about it. Being a novice in cultivation, Huang Qi was still oblivious to its significance. "This is a spirit beast pouch. You can place Xiao Bai inside. However, since you are not yet a cultivator, you are unable to utilize it." The master continued, "Allow me to assist you further." With that, the spirit beast pouch levitated and cast a beam of light upon the slumbering Xiao Bai. In an instant, Huang Qi perceived a flash of azure light, and Xiao Bai vanished. The pouch then gently landed in Huang Qi's hands. Curiously, he examined it, marveling at its extraordinary nature. It could even contain living creatures. "Do not overthink it. Xiao Bai will be safe inside. Tomorrow marks the third day, and the true trial has only just begun. Tonight, you must conserve your energy. If you overcome the challenges of tomorrow, you shall undoubtedly become a cultivator." Inspired by his master's words, Huang Qi felt a surge of determination, followed by a moment of calm. He understood that a fierce battle awaited him the following day. He was aware that nearly 2,000 cultivators had entered this realm, and the greatest gains would undoubtedly attract considerable trouble. Shaking his head, Huang Qi reassured himself, dismissing his fears. "What is there to fear? I operate in the shadows while they are in the light. Who will ultimately prevail remains uncertain." With that, silence enveloped the cave, and the night passed without incident. Chapter 16. The hunt begins as dawn broke. Huang Qi left the cave, invigorated and alert. He was acutely aware that today would pose the most perilous challenges he had ever faced. Yet, he felt no fear. Though his strength was insignificant within this canyon, he must not forget that he had a formidable master who could foresee dangers, allowing him to catch adversaries off guard. With a folding fan in hand, Huang Qi leaped towards the dense forest not far away. Lin Feng, a disciple of the Tai sect, had attained the 9th level of Qi refinement at the tender age of 13, making him a remarkable talent among the younger generation of the 3 sects and 4 clans. Upon entering the canyon, Lin Feng did not rush to advance. He understood that foraging for herbs would yield little benefit. Instead, it was far more gratifying to let others gather them and then seize them for himself. Shortly after entering the canyon, Lin Feng concealed himself within the foliage, engaging in the thrilling game of a hunter, patiently awaiting the arrival of the next day. However, what puzzled Lin Feng was the absence of any cultivators passing by the next day. Typically, disciples from various sects and families would engage in robbing scattered practitioners and heavenly experts, and as long as there were no grudges, they would tacitly agree to keep their distance from one another. Yet, to Lin Feng's astonishment, not a single scattered cultivator or heavenly expert had been seen, nor had he encountered any of his fellow disciples from the 3 sects or 4 families. This left Lin Feng bewildered. In a small gorge, where bizarre rocks jutted out, a young man clad in white robes bore a grim expression, with a corpse lying at his feet. He had intended to ambush and rob someone here, only to be unexpectedly attacked by a scattered practitioner. Fortunately, his cultivation was profound, having reached the 8th level of Qi refinement, while the assailant was merely at the 5th or 6th level, posing no real threat to the young man in white. However, as he collected his spoils of war, he was astonished to discover that the scattered practitioner possessed 1 or 2 sprigs of incense grass, which appeared to be immature and utterly worthless. The young man in white was perplexed. The next day was approaching, and yet he had yielded no rewards. Zheng Ba, a distinguished young disciple from the Taiying Mountains, had already reached the 9th level of Qi refinement. He had hunted down 7 or 8 scattered practitioners and heavenly experts behind a hill. Yet, to Zheng Ba's frustration, these individuals had little to offer, with only 2 or 3 sprigs of medicinal herbs among them. Why, in this day and age, were they all so impoverished? Zheng Ba felt a surge of irritation. Had he known they were so destitute, he would not have expended so much effort in dispatching them. The effort and reward were utterly disproportionate. He recalled what his senior brothers and sisters had said before entering the 3 Valleys Gorge. Waiting here to ambush a few scattered practitioners should yield at least dozens of sprigs of incense grass. Yet, he had already slain 7 or 8, and only obtained 2 or 3. The more he pondered, the more discontented he became. Yet he could not discern the reason behind it. On a mountain path within the gorge, 2 scattered practitioners were locked in fierce combat with a disciple from a sect. Their battle raged intensely. One cast a fireball spell, while the other countered with an ice spike, both seemingly enjoying the fray. By a small stream, a group of scattered practitioners engaged in a fierce skirmish with several first-tier demonic beasts. In another valley, several scattered practitioners besieged a disciple from a family sect. Although it was said that indiscriminate killing was prohibited, this was merely a comfort to the hearts of the people. The world of cultivation was one where blood was licked from the edge of a blade. Either one dies, or the other does. Everyone turned a blind eye, as there were few low-tier demonic beasts within the 3 Valleys Gorge. If a person perished, it could easily be attributed to a beast, and denying it bore no consequences. After all, one could not search a soul for the truth. As dawn broke on the 3rd day, battles erupted one after another. Huang Qi passed by a small stream and caught sight of someone engaged in magical combat from a distance. Curiosity piqued. He stealthily approached and observed that the 2 combatants were both disciples of sects, one from the Yin-Yang sect and the other from the Huayang sect. It remained unclear what enmity existed between them, but they fought fiercely for their lives. Their cultivation levels appeared comparable, both seemingly at the 6th or 7th level of Qi refinement, wielding flying swords that twirled in the air, clashing and sparking as they collided. Huang Qi felt his senses overwhelmed. Observing the 2 opponents whose faces were pallid and evenly matched, he surmised that their confrontation would likely result in mutual destruction. After watching for a while, he prepared to depart when suddenly his master's voice echoed in his ear. "Youngster, are you no longer interested in the treasures? When the clam and the snipe contend, it is the fisherman who profits. Wait for them to exhaust each other before you make your move. I see that they are well equipped. Once you become a cultivator, you will have use for their belongings." Upon hearing his master's words, Huang Qi's heart leaped with joy. Indeed, how had he been so foolish? They surely possessed numerous treasures, and in their desperate struggle, they might ultimately benefit him. The 100 Arts Immortal Lord observed his foolish disciple chuckling to himself, feeling a mix of exasperation and amusement. A simpleton is indeed a simpleton, he thought to himself. The 2 combatants were depleting their magical energy rapidly, and gradually, they ignited their true flames, each harboring thoughts of a relentless fight to the bitter end. Suddenly, a disciple of the Yin-Yang sect spat out a mouthful of vital blood, causing his flying sword to glow brilliantly. With an astonishing speed, it rushed towards the disciple of the Huayang sect. Realizing that his adversary was willing to expend his vital essence to eliminate him, the Huayang disciple stood resolute, refusing to evade. He quickly produced a talisman, channeling all his magical power into it. The expression on his face turned ashen as he hurled the talisman. and upon collision with the flying sword, a tremendous explosion reverberated, sending ripples through the stream nearby. Both of them spewed blood and were hurled backward, crashing to the ground, unconscious and possibly lifeless. Huang Qi was astounded by their battle. He had not anticipated that cultivators could wield such formidable power from such a distance. The shock resonated through him, leaving his ears ringing and instilling a deeper sense of trepidation towards these practitioners. One must avoid direct confrontation with such individuals. Huang Qi silently admonished himself. Foolish boy, why are you dawdling? Hurry and seize the opportunity. The 100 Arts Immortal Lord chided him, a hint of irritation in his tone. Huang Qi felt a surge of excitement, but soon became hesitant. They were far too powerful. He was merely a heavenly Tao expert, and in their eyes, he was likely no more than a robust mortal. Master, have they perished? He glanced at his master, fear evident in his demeanor. The 100 Arts Immortal Lord felt a mix of amusement and exasperation at his disciple's cowardice. Do not worry, you simpleton, their injuries are severe. They won't regain consciousness for at least a day or two. With that reassurance, Huang Qi's anxiety dissipated, and he eagerly rushed to the fallen opponents to retrieve their storage pouches. After surveying the surroundings, he noted that the Yinyang sect disciples' flying sword remained, while the Huayang sect disciples' sword had seemingly vanished, perhaps destroyed in the explosion, much to his regret. Let us depart quickly, someone is approaching. The 100 Arts Immortal Lord reminded his unsatisfied disciple with a hint of exasperation. Upon hearing that someone was nearing, Huang Qi wasted no time, fleeing the scene in haste. Once he reached a thicket, he promptly retrieved the 2 storage pouches, gazing eagerly at his master, clearly perplexed as to how to open them. The 100 Arts Immortal Lord, unwilling to let his disciple down, focused his intent and erased the spiritual imprints from the pouches. When Huang Qi emptied the contents, he was left dumbfounded. The 2 individuals were indeed affluent, possessing over 300 spirit stones and several mid-grade spirit artifacts, alongside 7 or 8 low-grade spirit artifacts. In addition to various jars and bottles, there were also over 10 talismans. Huang Qi's heart leapt with joy upon seeing these appendages, for he had witnessed the formidable power of the talismans firsthand. He could hardly bear to part with them. Exclaiming in his mind that he had struck gold, these items were worth several times more than what he had pilfered from Qiankun City. The excitement coursing through him was palpable. Suddenly, the cold voice of the 100 Arts Immortal echoed. Someone approaches. Quickly conceal everything and prepare yourselves. Startled, Huang Qi realized that it was time to act. Remaining calm, he promptly stowed away 2 storage bags, maintaining a serene demeanor as he leisurely fanned himself and advanced forward. As he passed, a thin thread-like object was deftly entwined between 2 trees. At that moment, a disdainful snort pierced the air. Heh, a heavenly Tao master. And I didn't expect there would still be a fish that slipped through the net on the 3rd day. Huang Qi observed a young man clad in blue, gracefully fanning himself as he stepped forth. Without needing to look closely, Huang Qi instinctively knew this individual was a cultivator from one of the 3 sects or 4 clans, and his cultivation level was likely formidable. Gazing upon the boy's sinister grin, Huang Qi felt a wave of misfortune wash over him, his face betraying a hint of trepidation. The boy, noticing Huang Qi's cowardice, chuckled mockingly. Why not leave your storage bag with me, and I may spare your life? Huang Qi's countenance darkened, and he nervously replied, Are you truly willing to grant me mercy, my lord? Naturally. However, should you choose to be ungrateful, I would not hesitate to send you to the afterlife, the boy retorted, his tone icy, revealing his ruthless nature. Isn't it said that one should not kill indiscriminately? Huang Qi queried, perplexed. The boy laughed heartily, his expression one of naive disbelief. Who says I would be the one to kill you? You shall be slain by a demon beast. Understanding the boy's words revealed the truth behind the guise of moral restraint, Huang Qi's face fell, and he sighed in resignation. The boy, satisfied with Huang Qi's expression, smirked, knowing that the lad was on the verge of surrendering. My esteemed lord possesses profound cultivation. Thus, it is only fitting I offer my spoils. Without further ado, Huang Qi gritted his teeth, reluctantly detaching his storage bag from his fan, and approached the boy. The latter's satisfaction was evident, and his gaze hardened as he reached out for the storage bag. In that instant, an unforeseen turn of events occurred. Huang Qi's fan suddenly released a silver needle that whizzed towards the boy. Taken by surprise, the boy's expression shifted dramatically. Without a moment's hesitation, he unfurled his fan, producing a resounding clang as the needle was deflected. Huang Qi lamented the missed opportunity, quickly rolling backward 3 paces. Fury surged within the boy. Had it not been for his swift reflexes, that silver needle might have claimed his life. His face contorted with rage, eyes ablaze as if they could ignite the air around him. A mere heavenly Tao master dares to offend an immortal teacher? You seek death. With that, he snapped his fan closed and lunged towards Huang Qi's neck. Yet, in an unexpected turn, Huang Qi stood his ground, unflinching, a cold smirk playing on his lips as he regarded the enraged youth before him as though he were merely a specter. The young man, upon witnessing such a scene, felt an overwhelming sense of vigilance. Yet, no matter how he scrutinized the loathsome brat before him, he could discern no discernible means of attack. Suddenly, he felt an intense warmth coursing through his neck, akin to hot water spilling over. Instinctively, he reached to touch it, only to see his own head roll to the ground. His body froze in place, a hint of confusion lingering on his face, and thus, his life came to an abrupt end. Behind this youth, a bloodied silver thread hung taut between 2 trees. Chapter 17. Seizing the body, Huang Qi looked at the lifeless form of the young man, his expression devoid of emotion. This was the consequence of underestimating one's opponent. Huang Qi understood that it was not his own strength that had vanquished the disciple of that sect, but rather the disciple's own overconfidence that had led to his demise. He silently reminded himself to never underestimate an adversary in combat. Even a lion must exert its full strength when hunting a rabbit, let alone when facing someone more cunning than a mere rabbit. How exhilarating it must be to annihilate an opponent of superior cultivation, remarked the gentle and affable Bai Xianjun, with a teasing smile. Huang Qi was momentarily speechless, pondering the nature of his master. Fortuitously, he had escaped peril, otherwise, he might well have met his own end. Remember, wisdom is also a form of power, particularly when confronting formidable foes. One must remain calm and judicious in the application of one's intellect, Bai Xianjun taught earnestly. Huang Qi nodded, grasping the profound significance of his master's words. Before long, he collected his spoils and vanished into the depths of the forest. At this moment, the Sanguxia was in disarray. Traditionally, disciples from the 3 sects and 4 clans would disperse to hunt down rogue cultivators and Taoists, ultimately claiming the majority of the herbs. While only a fortunate few rogue cultivators managed to evade misfortune, Taoists, in general, were swiftly expelled, as their strength was deemed woefully inadequate in the eyes of true cultivators, leaving them no chance to flee. However, this year was markedly different. The disciples of the 3 sects and 4 clans had united to blockade the exit of Sanguxia, demanding that all passing rogue cultivators and Taoists surrender their storage bags. The strength of these rogue cultivators was not to be trifled with, and the actions of the sect disciples were deemed excessively oppressive. The rogue cultivators, feeling aggrieved, had harvested little to begin with, only to see their gains taken by the affluent sect disciples. They had hoped to use the spoils from this trial to join the sects and clans, unwilling to become mere pawns in another's game. Thus, a fierce clash erupted between the cultivators of the 3 sects and 4 clans and the rogue cultivators, with both sides sustaining losses. Witnessing the united front of the sect disciples against them, the rogue cultivators were not foolish enough to remain idle. A few highly skilled rogue cultivators convened, rallying their fellows to form a rogue cultivators alliance, engaging in a fierce battle against the sect cultivators. While the rogue cultivators were somewhat weaker compared to the disciples of the 3 sects and 4 clans, their numbers in the canyon, along with the Taoists, far surpassed that of the sect disciples, being 3 to 4 times greater. After several fierce battles, both sides suffered casualties. With only half a day remaining until the conclusion of the final trial, the instigator of this chaos was in a small valley, excitedly gathering his spoils. On the ground lay a small mound of spirit stones, amounting to over 1,000. In possession of 70 or 80 inferior spiritual artifacts, 40 to 50 medium-quality spiritual artifacts, and even 4 or 5 superior artifacts, Huang Qi was particularly exhilarated to discover a singular exquisite spiritual artifact. This exceptional piece took the form of a pair of silver-threaded gloves, resplendent and translucent, adorned with mysterious runes, glistening with an extraordinary sheen. Huang Qi, brimming with excitement, exclaimed, "What a treasure! What a treasure indeed!" These items were the spoils of Huang Qi's conquests, most of which were seized from those who had initially attempted to rob him, primarily disciples of various sections. Observing their attire, Huang Qi discerned that they were not of ordinary standing. Yet, In their eyes, Huang Qi appeared woefully insignificant, failing to incite any sense of caution. One after another, they found themselves ensnared, meeting their demise at Huang Qi's hands, which inadvertently allowed certain individuals to reap unexpected fortunes. The 100 Immortal Master was at a loss for words, observing these novice cultivators who, buoyed by their perceived genius status within their sects, dismissed Huang Qi entirely. Faced with such cunning disciples, it was hardly surprising that they would falter. The 100 Immortal Master lamented, "In this era, even pigs can climb trees. Heaven has truly turned a blind eye." Unfazed by his master's envy, Huang Qi radiated pride. "Enough of this, young one. I can hardly bear to watch," the master scoffed. Yet Huang Qi remained unperturbed, hastily gathering his treasures, filling 2 or 3 storage bags, which he then secured at his waist. With only half a day left to conclude the trial, he was now set to undertake a significant task. He listened intently as his master spoke, suppressing his previous self-satisfaction. "I have discovered a disciple of a sect possessing wind attribute celestial roots, endowed with exceptional cultivation talent. You shall lead me to him, and I will seize his body." Huang Qi's heart raced at his master's words, fully grasping the implication of his intent. He understood that had he possessed spiritual roots initially, his master would have taken over his body long ago, and he would not exist in his current form. Huang Qi was also acutely aware of his master's deep-seated enmity. If he did not act soon, his consciousness might soon dissipate. He solemnly nodded in agreement. The 100 Immortal Master regarded his disciple with great satisfaction, for it was not that he had been unwilling to seize a body sooner. Rather, he had been searching for a suitable spiritual root attribute. With a leap, Huang Qi soared into the air, guided by the 100 Immortal Master towards the location of the unparalleled genius. Lin Feng had been waiting here for 2.5 days. Since dawn, he had noticed unusual activity, a large number of disciples from the 3 sects and 4 clans hastily making their way towards the valley's exit. Soon after, he observed several scattered cultivators and Taoist experts following suit, leaving him perplexed. He then seized the opportunity to confront a solitary cultivator, swiftly subduing him with a single move and inquiring about the situation. The revelation left Lin Feng astounded. All the herbal resources within the 3 Valleys Gorge had been stolen. The news was utterly shocking. Unsure of how to proceed, Lin Feng listened to the speculations circulating among the disciples. It seemed that either scattered cultivators or Taoist experts had harvested them in advance, or it was the work of high-ranking cultivators. Lin Feng shook his head. It was indeed implausible for high-ranking cultivators to be involved. Thus, he resolved to seek clues among the scattered cultivators and Taoist experts. Later, upon hearing about the alliance of the 3 sects and 4 clans with the scattered cultivators, Lin Feng was left utterly astonished. Although the disciples of the 3 sects and 4 clans possess superior cultivation compared to some rogue cultivators, the sheer number of rogue practitioners and heavenly path experts renders a head-on confrontation fruitless. If these rogue cultivators and heavenly path masters were to engage, they would most certainly conceal themselves, only revealing their presence at the last moment. Lin Feng pondered for a moment, feeling a sense of calm wash over him. He subsequently sought out a concealed path leading in and out of the canyon, believing that this might afford him an opportunity. Huang Qi gradually approached the location of the unparalleled genius, devoid of any burden in his heart. He understood that this time it was not his responsibility to confront the cultivator. Rather, it was his master who would intervene, skillfully avoiding other individuals. He soon appeared within Lin Feng's line of sight. Lin Feng was taken aback upon seeing a graceful youth wielding a folding fan. This boy emitted no trace of magical energy, clearly indicating that he was not a formidable cultivator, but rather a heavenly path expert. The youth before him bore a radiant smile, utterly unconcerned with the notion of being a weaker opponent. Lin Feng remained silently vigilant, suspecting that this young man might possess some hidden prowess. Huang Qi drew nearer, suddenly halting and sitting down on the ground with a hearty laugh. Lin Feng, slightly astonished, refrained from making a move, choosing instead to observe the youth for any hidden cards he might play. Then, to Lin Feng's astonishment, the boy exclaimed with boisterous laughter, "Haha, this young master has harvested all the herbs. Let us see how you lot will flaunt yourselves now. If you wish to capture me, I shall remain hidden and watch your futile attempts." The boy spoke with unrestrained audacity, seemingly unbothered by the possibility of being overheard. Lin Feng was taken aback. What identity did this boy possess that allowed him to pilfer the herbs from this place? A glimmer of greed flickered in Lin Feng's eyes as he observed Huang Qi, but he quickly composed himself, contemplating that this youth was indeed extraordinary and might have some hidden ace up his sleeve. Lin Feng chose to remain patient, waiting for the opportune moment to strike and eliminate the young man before him. Stealthily, Lin Feng reached for his storage bag, a faint blue glow emanating from his palm. After a brief pause, Huang Qi, seeing no one emerge, rose to depart. Recognizing his chance, Lin Feng wasted no time. A flash of white light signaled the launch of a flying sword aimed directly at Huang Qi's throat. Huang Qi felt a sudden tremor in his heart, a visceral instinct warning him of the imminent danger posed by a heavenly path expert. He deftly shifted his stance just in time, narrowly evading the lethal strike, which grazed his neck and drew forth a trickle of blood. Startled, Huang Qi realized how swiftly the attack had come. Had it not been for his master's warning, he might have lost his life in that instant. Hastily unfurling his fan, he shielded his vital organs and turned to Lin Feng, coldly declaring, "Show yourself if you possess the courage." Lin Feng was equally astonished. The audacity of his ambush had been skillfully evaded, revealing the youth's remarkable reflexes. Acknowledging that his attempt at assassination had failed, Lin Feng emerged slowly from behind the tree, positioning himself 10 paces away from Huang Qi. Huang Qi beheld this individual, whose countenance resembled that of a jade statue, exuding an undeniable charm. His aura was sharp and striking, instantly evoking a sense of reverence. Huang Qi shook his head, a flicker of cold light flashing in his eyes. Recognizing that he was in the presence of a formidable peer, one must not afford any carelessness. Fortunately, he need not engage directly. With this thought, Huang Qi's expression softened, and he smiled. Indeed, what a splendid visage this is. Lin Feng, bewildered by Huang Qi's words, pondered the notion of a splendid visage. Had he misjudged the situation? He had come to eliminate Huang Qi, yet here he was, complimenting his appearance. Was it possible that this young man had taken a liking to himself? Lin Feng felt a wave of confusion wash over him. "Humph, if you are wise, surrender all your herbs, lest you wish to witness my ruthless side," Lin Feng stated coldly. Huang Qi, unfazed, responded, "Master, do act swiftly. Delays may lead to unforeseen changes." Upon hearing these words, Lin Feng felt an unsettling sensation, realizing that a powerful guardian might be protecting the young man before him. Just as he contemplated his departure, he was struck by an overwhelming aura emanating from Huang Qi, one so immense it left him breathless. A spectral elder smiled at him, and Lin Feng recognized this as a manifestation of divine consciousness. He had not anticipated the magnitude of its power. The presence was potent enough to overshadow the world. Lin Feng felt as though he were ensnared, rendered immobile. Suddenly, a wave of despair surged within him, making him acutely aware of his insignificance, leaving him with no choice but to submit, as even death seemed unattainable. Abruptly, a sharp pain pierced his mind, and a shocking thought emerged: possession. This elder intended to take over his body. With a horrified cry, Lin Feng clutched his head and struggled desperately on the ground, a flicker of defiance igniting deep within his eyes. Gradually, his gaze became unfocused, and not long after, his convulsing form settled, clarity returning to his eyes. He then sat cross-legged, hands moving gracefully like fluttering butterflies as he began to meditate. Huang Qi, witnessing this scene, was equally astonished. So, this was the process of possession. Observing how swiftly the youth fell into tranquility, Huang Qi surmised that his master had likely succeeded in taking over. He was now adapting to this new vessel, harmonizing his soul with the body. Realizing the depth of his master's cultivation and the unprecedented strength of his consciousness, Huang Qi's concerns began to dissipate. He then turned his attention to his surroundings, remaining vigilant, prepared to protect his master during this crucial transition. Chapter 18. Chaos of battle. Time passed swiftly. Yet Huang Qi remained alert, noting that almost half an hour had elapsed. He glanced at the youth still seated in meditation, anxiety creeping into his heart. He was uncertain of his master's condition, fully aware that this process must remain undisturbed. With no other option, he steeled himself, scrutinizing the area once more. At that moment, he observed the young man slowly open his eyes, which sparkled with brilliance, seemingly imbued with the weight of countless experiences. In the depths of his gaze, Huang Qi caught a fleeting glimmer of joy. A wave of elation surged within him, for he understood that his master had successfully completed the possession. Hastening forward, He knelt before his master, performing the customary gesture of reverence between mentor and disciple. Disciple congratulates master on this rebirth, Huang Qi exclaimed, his face aglow with joy. Lin Feng rose slowly, smiling as he regarded his delighted disciple. Lin Feng gently waved his hand, saying, "You rascal, rise. From now on, you must be mindful of your words and actions in the presence of others. Although I have now acquired a physical form, my strength remains that of a novice. We must maintain a low profile. True power is the ultimate truth, and we must never be careless." Huang Qi listened to the familiar tone and quickly nodded in agreement. Then, "Master, what shall we do next?" Huang Qi inquired. The immortal master Bai smiled, reassuring him, "With me here, you need not worry. Follow my lead, and all will be well." Seeing his master's confident demeanor, Huang Qi felt a sense of calm wash over him. He understood that his master was indeed enigmatic and unpredictable. "From now on, my name shall be Lin Feng. The name Lin Bai shall be set aside for the time being. Once I have amassed sufficient power to ascend to the celestial realm and vanquish my foes, I shall reclaim my name." When Huang Qi heard these words, he noticed a glint of coldness in his master's eyes, realizing that his enemies were formidable indeed. The resentment was unmistakable in his master's voice. Huang Qi promptly nodded, accepting that his master would take the lead, and he no longer wished to dwell on it. As long as he could become a cultivator, all would be well. "Master, how is your body? Will there be any adverse reactions? And now that you have usurped the body, will it be discovered?" Huang Qi could not help but voice his concerns, worry etched on his face. Upon seeing his disciple's genuine concern, immortal master Bai sighed inwardly, feeling a sense of gratitude for having such a caring disciple. "Rest assured, the consciousness within this body has been consumed by me. There will no longer be any trace of that Lin Feng from the Tai sect. Only I, immortal master Bai Lin Feng, shall remain. This body possesses extraordinary potential for cultivation, belonging to the water attribute, aligning perfectly with my own spiritual root. The compatibility is remarkably high and will not hinder my future cultivation. Upon returning to the Tai sect, I will likely enter seclusion to break through to the foundation establishment stage. However, my divine sense is quite powerful, while this body's endurance is rather weak. I must cultivate diligently, or else my formidable mental powers may damage it. As for being discovered, that is highly improbable. I have consumed his spiritual consciousness. I know all his memories and have no fear of being exposed, provided I remain cautious. Unless they possess the ability to summon a true immortal, no one else could possibly uncover the truth." After hearing his master's words, Huang Qi felt reassured, yet he was secretly astonished, realizing the depth of his master's cultivation. It seemed he truly had descended from the celestial realm. The concept of an immortal was beyond Huang Qi's imagination. Observing the shock on his disciple's face, immortal master Bai shot him a disapproving glare, thinking to himself that this lad lacked ambition. "Very well, it is time for us to depart." Upon hearing his master's words, Huang Qi awkwardly smiled, then curiously asked, "What should I bring?" A premonition of impending loss washed over him as he feigned ignorance. "Humph." Immortal master Bai did not respond, instead stepping forward to seize Huang Qi's hand, deftly removing the Qiankun Ring and slipping it onto his own finger. Huang Qi blinked in reluctant disbelief, ultimately saying nothing, his face a picture of resignation. "Also, bring me your other storage bags. It is evident that you have pilfered quite a few items. Master will hold on to this for you, and when you become an immortal cultivator, I shall return it to you." At that moment, Huang Qi felt a surge of emotion, nearly moved to tears. What kind of situation is this? It feels like outright robbery, cloaked in a facade of righteousness, leaving one with no choice but to comply. The 100 Arts Immortal Lord, observing his disciple's woeful expression, felt a wave of satisfaction in his heart. Reluctantly, Huang Qi handed over several other storage bags to the 100 Arts Immortal Lord, who casually tossed them into his Qiankun Ring without even glancing at him before turning to leave. With a sorrowful countenance, Huang Qi had no choice but to follow behind the 100 Arts Immortal Lord, trudging along. The time for this trial was nearing its end, and Huang Qi walked alongside his master, Lin Feng, towards the exit. Approximately 10 miles away lay the inevitable path to the exit, yet on this crucial thoroughfare, two groups were engaged in a fierce battle. Various magical artifacts soared through the air, and an array of colorful spells erupted in rapid succession. The chilling cries of the wounded echoed intermittently as Huang Qi and Lin Feng cautiously approached the battlefield, where the two factions were distinctly defined. One group consisted of disciples from the 3 sects and 4 clans, while the other comprised rogue cultivators and several Taoist masters. The number of rogue cultivators vastly outnumbered the disciples of the 3 sects and 4 clans by at least 2 or 3 times. However, the disciples of the 3 sects and 4 clans were exceptionally formidable. Despite their numerical disadvantage, their average cultivation level surpassed that of the rogue cultivators. The two sides clashed with fervor, equally matched in spirit, engaged in an unrelenting struggle. Casualties mounted on both sides, but the losses were notably heavier among the rogue cultivators. As the conflict escalated, both factions began to unleash their full power, with some individuals resorting to desperate measures. Blood was spat forth to empower their magical artifacts, enhancing their might to unprecedented levels. Others hurled talismans, radiating brilliant light, towards their opponents with reckless abandon. Eyes bloodshot and fury ignited, shouts of battle, screams of anguish, and cheers of encouragement filled the air, painting a scene of unimaginable ferocity. Huang Qi and Lin Feng stood transfixed, bewildered by the chaos unfolding before them. Is this truly a trial? It resembled nothing more than a violent conflict among children. The transformation of a trial into a bloodbath was indeed hard to believe. Master, what is happening? Huang Qi inquired, confusion etched on his face. Lin Feng shot him a glare. Isn't it all because of you, young lad? He retorted with irritation. I am wronged, master. I have no entanglements with them and did not incite them to slaughter, Huang Qi protested innocently. They failed to obtain the herbs and are now filled with mutual suspicion, resulting in this predicament, Lin Feng explained, and Huang Qi finally understood, wearing a look of grievance. It seems our plans must change. You must give all the herbs to me so I can store them in the Qiankun Ring. Otherwise, if they discover you are the culprit behind this conflict, they will surely kill you. Huang Qi grasped his master's intent. Contemplating parting with his last remaining possessions caused him some reluctance, but upon catching a glimpse of his master's ominous expression, he set aside his sentiments. He quickly surrendered all his storage bags to Lin Feng, who casually tossed him back a storage bag containing several spirit stones. Remember, just say you found nothing. Never admit to it. I will certainly devise a way for you to obtain the creation pill, Lin Feng assured him. With this, Huang Qi felt somewhat reassured. Thus, the master and disciple concealed themselves nearby, observing the fierce confrontation between the two factions with an air of detachment. Such awareness is indeed possessed by certain individuals. Outside the Sangu Valley, a diverse assembly of people awaited in silence, each harboring their own anticipation. Kong Deluan, stroking his beard, glanced at the sky with a smile and remarked to several elders from the 3 sects and 4 clans, the time is drawing near. I wonder which faction will gather the most herbs. The other elders narrowed their eyes slightly, sharing silent smiles. Tian Zhongxian, brimming with confidence, interjected, Friend Kong, I believe it would be wise for you to concede now. I do not wish to embarrass you in front of the younger generation. Shangwan Hongyu scoffed disdainfully, disregarding this self-satisfied individual. Kong Deluan, unfazed, continued to observe the entrance of the Sangu Valley, while the other elders remained quietly smiling. Noticing the lack of attention, Tian Zhongxian grew disinterested in further conversation and began to ponder to himself. At that moment, a disciple of the Kong family stumbled out from the valley, pale and disheveled. His clothing tattered and stained with blood, clearly indicating he had just engaged in a fierce battle. The elders' expressions shifted slightly upon witnessing the disciple's plight, their thoughts racing with the fear that turmoil might be brewing within the valley. Kong Deluan felt a chill at the sight of his family disciple in such a dismal state, his countenance darkening. The disciple hurriedly approached and fell to his knees, gasping, Elders, it is dire. You must see for yourselves. All the disciples and loose cultivators within the valley have descended into chaos. The casualties are severe. If this continues, there may be few among our brothers and sisters who return unscathed. Upon finishing his words, the disciple collapsed, unable to catch his breath. Kong Deluan's face paled. He quickly produced a medicinal pill and placed it in the disciple's mouth. After scanning with his spiritual sense and confirming there were no grave injuries, he felt somewhat relieved. The elders, startled by the disciple's account, were bewildered as to how such a catastrophe could unfold. Their expressions grew grim, and without further ado, they soared into the air, heading towards the valley. The elders of the scattered cultivators, equally alarmed, joined the rush to the valley. Chapter 19. The reason for cultivators capable of flight. The distance of over 10 miles was traversed in the blink of an eye. Soon, the elders from the 3 sects and 4 clans arrived at the scene, witnessing a battlefield drenched in blood and chaos, with numerous casualties on both sides. The elders, taken aback by the sight, were deeply concerned. While these juniors were not particularly formidable, they represented the future blood of their sections. Moreover, several possessed extraordinary talents that must be protected. Kong Deluan observed the bloodshot eyes of both factions and realized that they had truly ignited their passions. If not curtailed, the consequences could be disastrous. With a thunderous shout, Kong Deluan commanded, and the disciples of the sects, locked in fierce combat, froze as if struck by lightning, quickly regaining their composure. They looked skyward, their hearts swelling with excitement upon seeing their elders. The sect disciples, reassured by the arrival of their leaders, gravitated towards their respective camps, while the scattered cultivators slowly began to gather together as well. The elders of various sects swiftly produced healing elixirs to tend to their disciples' injuries. Meanwhile, the solitary cultivators busily retrieved their own potions to aid their kin. A quarter of an hour passed, and as they observed their disciples' gradual recovery, the sight of several lifeless bodies strewn across the ground cast a pall over the elders' faces. Many talented disciples had perished, and they all understood the grim reality that awaited them. Tian Zhongxian, glancing anxiously at the disciples of the Tai sect, incessantly inquired about their well-being. At that moment, Lin Feng assessed the scene and nodded gently to Huang Qi before making his way towards the Tai disciples. Huang Qi, realizing that the Tai sect was likely Lin Feng's affiliation, felt a flutter of apprehension but quickly reassured himself, thus following Lin Feng towards the Tai disciples. Just then, in a state of urgency, Tian Zhongxian spotted Lin Feng's arrival and felt a surge of joy. Without regard for the surroundings, he swiftly approached Lin Feng, skipping formalities, and urgently asked, "Fenger, are you injured? Where are you hurt? Let your uncle take a look." Noticing the dirt on Lin Feng's clothes and the rips revealing his skin, Tian Zhongxian's concern deepened. "Uncle, I am unscathed," Lin Feng replied, playfully flexing his fists with a smile. Relieved to see Lin Feng unharmed, Tian Zhongxian's heart settled. After all, Lin Feng was the most cherished disciple of the sect leader. Had anything happened to him, his master would surely have held Tian Zhongxian accountable. Other disciples of the Tai sect observed with a mix of envy, jealousy, and disdain. Suddenly, Tian Zhongxian noticed a young boy, around 15 or 16 years of age, following Lin Feng. Sensing the absence of any magical aura from the boy, he realized he was merely a skilled practitioner of the way. Tian Zhongxian turned to Lin Feng, puzzled, and asked, "Who is this young brother?" Lin Feng smiled slightly and explained, "While traversing a narrow canyon, I encountered 2 mid-stage first-tier demonic beasts. I fought valiantly but was on the brink of being devoured when this young man helped me subdue one of the beasts, allowing me to defeat them both. In truth, he is my savior." Lin Feng expressed his gratitude with a respectful gesture towards Huang Qi, who, feeling the weight of the moment, remained humble, knowing Lin Feng was his master. Huang Qi stepped forward, slightly flustered, and addressed Tian Zhongxian, "Esteemed elder, I am Huang Qi. It is an honor to meet you." Upon hearing Lin Feng's account, Tian Zhongxian felt a wave of apprehension. The boy's luck seemed extraordinary. While others struggled to encounter a single demonic beast, this young man had faced 2 alone. As Huang Qi gazed at the smiling face of Tian Zhongxian, he felt a surge of excitement within him. "Since you have saved Fenger, our Tai sect is not one to repay kindness with enmity. If you are willing, I can invite you to join our sect as an outer disciple. However, should you have other aspirations, I shall not hinder you. Here are 1,000 spiritual stones as a token of gratitude for your life-saving assistance to Fenger. What do you think?" Huang Qi, upon hearing this, was overwhelmed with emotion and without hesitation replied, "Disciple Huang Qi pays his respects to Elder Tian," and immediately knelt down. For a low-level cultivator, 1,000 spiritual stones represented a significant fortune. Elder Tian, known for his generous nature, chuckled heartily and nodded for Huang Qi to rise. Meanwhile, Lin Feng's eyes flashed with a cunning glint, quickly vanishing as he smiled at Huang Qi, who stood behind him, brimming with excitement and displaying utmost politeness. The 3 then made their way towards the ranks of Tai sect disciples, while the other sect members paid them little mind. Gradually, the scene returned to tranquility. The elders from the 3 sects and 4 families, upon receiving reports from their disciples, bore expressions of profound discontent. Several elders leapt into the air and headed towards the depths of the Sangu Valley. The scattered cultivators and sect disciples watched the elders with mixed feelings, uncertain of what to do. Half an hour later, the elders returned with grim faces. The onlookers felt a wave of anxiety wash over them, and Huang Qi was particularly troubled, though he maintained an impassive facade, silently vowing not to leave any incriminating evidence behind. Should he leave any trace, he could find himself in a dire predicament, facing the wrath of soul extraction and spirit refining. Stealing a glance at the elders, he noticed none were looking his way, which relieved him somewhat. He then observed his impersonating master, who appeared calm and untroubled. Huang Qi surmised that he had likely passed this trial. Reflecting on his substantial gains, he began to secretly rejoice, contemplating the tasks he could undertake upon returning to the sect, with his master's assistance surely paving the way for his ascension as a cultivator. He also noted Elder Tian Zhongxian's evident concern for his master, which indicated that his assumed identity was no ordinary one, bringing him one step closer to becoming a true cultivator. Esteemed friends, I, on behalf of the 3 sects and 4 families, extend my sincerest apologies to you all, announced Kong Deluan, a figure of great repute and respect. His status as an elder of a prominent family lent considerable weight to his words, and the crowd exchanged glances of surprise. Kong Deluan paused momentarily before continuing. During this trial in Sangu, someone has infiltrated our ranks under false pretenses, stripping the herbs from this place, which has led to suspicion and conflict between our disciples and the scattered cultivators, resulting in casualties on both sides. It is feared that spies from the kingdom of Wu have infiltrated, aiming to incite discord between our sects and the scattered cultivators. As we are all aware, the Mulan grasslands find themselves in peril, and we, from the 3 sects and 4 families, are actively recruiting cultivators to resist the enemy. We shall not allow trivial matters involving low-grade herbs to provoke enmity with other scattered cultivators. I hope everyone can put aside past grievances and refrain from further disputes, lest we fall prey to those who would benefit from our discord. What say you, esteemed friends? Upon hearing these words, the crowd found them quite reasonable. The recent trials in the 3 valleys were evident to all, and the 3 sects and 4 clans did not aim to harm other cultivators. It seemed, as Kong Deluan suggested, that the schemes were orchestrated by spies from the state of Wu. The more they pondered, the more sense it made, and these scattered cultivators, along with a few adept practitioners of the way, gradually developed a fondness for Elder Kong. Before anyone could voice their thoughts, Kong Deluan continued. In order to alleviate the impulsiveness of our disciples, we welcome all scattered cultivators and adept practitioners who wish to join the sect or family, provided they present valid identification. Upon this declaration, joy illuminated the faces of the crowd. Previously, the prospect of joining a sect and becoming a disciple was fraught with difficulty. Though they had gained little in the 3 valleys, the possibility of joining a sect or family now seemed to offer them the chance to soar to great heights. Observing the crowd's reaction, the elders of the 3 sects and 4 clans nodded in agreement, recognizing that should they refuse to make concessions, the scattered cultivators would remain fearful of their power on the surface, while secretly plotting schemes behind their backs. Although the 3 sects and 4 clans were not intimidated, such circumstances could become quite bothersome. With this promise in place, the resentment of the scattered cultivators and adept practitioners swiftly dissipated, ultimately benefiting the sects and families more than harming them. The scattered cultivators and adept practitioners bowed slightly, signifying their willingness to accept this arrangement. Huang Qi, having overheard this, could not help but chuckle inwardly, realizing that his presence had been mistaken for a conspiracy by spies from the state of Wu, and they spoke so convincingly that he almost believed it himself. He breathed a sigh of relief, grateful that someone was taking the blame on his behalf, and he glanced at his master beside him, whose demeanor was remarkably calm. Huang Qi admired his master, recognizing the wisdom in his composure. The group slowly made their way towards the exit, with Lin Feng trailing behind Tian Zhongxian, while Huang Qi followed Lin Feng. The 2 remained silent, and disciples from Tai sect looked at Huang Qi with disdain, unable to comprehend why a mere adept practitioner would walk alongside them. Huang Qi paid them no mind, focused solely on his path. Brother Kong, it seems our wager may be nullified, Tian Zhongxian remarked. Hearing this, Kong Deluan could only smile wryly. Tian Zhongxian truly seemed unbothered by the gravity of the situation, still preoccupied with the matter of their wager. The others merely scoffed at Tian Zhongxian's words, ignoring him entirely. Aware that his comments were somewhat inappropriate, Qiankun fell silent, begrudgingly. Upon exiting the three valleys, the crowd exchanged polite greetings before embarking on their respective journeys back to their sections. The scattered cultivators and adept practitioners dispersed, returning home to report the events to their elders. Some began to gather their belongings and sought out government officials to obtain identification, eager to report to the sects or families they wished to join and become disciples. Chapter 20. Tai sect. A single stone can send ripples across 1,000 layers. The incident at Sanggu Valley swiftly stirred a tempest throughout the Jing nation. This was a blatant act of incitement, provoking outrage among many cultivators who felt deep shame at the actions of the Wu nation. Discontent grew among the practitioners, with some highly skilled cultivators seeking retribution against Wu. While smaller families and sects sensed an impending storm, their anxiety palpable. The specter of a war between the two nations loomed, implicating these smaller factions in the conflict. The 3 sects and 4 clans would inevitably issue commands for these minor sects to contribute manpower to the front line. While larger sects could afford to expend resources without significant detriment, for the smaller sects, such demands could be devastating. Nonetheless, the responsibility for national survival weighed heavily upon every citizen of Jing, compelling many smaller sects and families to grapple with their obligations. In summary, the Wu nation had incited public fury within Jing. The Tai sect is nestled amidst a majestic mountain range in the southeastern part of Jing, a realm suffused with ethereal energy and teeming with celestial herbs and beasts, a true paradise. Huang Qi accompanied Elder Qiankun and his entourage to the Tai sect's Wutai Mountain, where the undulating peaks presented a breathtaking spectacle. Huang Qi felt as though he had entered a veritable paradise, far surpassing the beauty of his hometown, Qiankun Mountain, which could not even begin to match the abundant spiritual energy here. As Huang Qi ascended Wutai Mountain with the group, they encountered disciples stationed at the mountain gate. Upon spotting the approaching party, the leading disciple adopted a vigilant stance. As they drew nearer, the gatekeepers recognized their fellow sect members returning from the Sanggu alliance, and joy erupted among them. Swiftly, one disciple produced a sound transmission talisman, which vanished in a flash of white light. The gatekeepers beamed with smiles as they welcomed the returning disciples, who reciprocated their joy at being back in the sect. The disciples bowed to Elder Tian, congratulating him on his return. The vigilant gatekeepers, quick-witted, saluted Elder Qiankun respectfully. With a slight nod, he said little and proceeded deeper into the mountains with his followers. As the group departed from the mountain gate, envy stirred among the remaining disciples. They speculated on the potential benefits the inner sect disciples might reap from the Sanggu alliance. One disciple, filled with envy, remarked, "I wonder how many rewards those inner sect disciples will garner this time?" The leading disciple shot him a glare, retorting, "If you had strength and connections, you too could be an inner sect disciple. With your current abilities, aspiring to that rank is but a dream." Unperturbed, the disciple smiled ingratiatingly, saying, "Brother Wang, the annual selection for inner sect disciples is just 3 months away. With your prowess, surely you can rank among the top 100 of the outer sect, right? When you become an inner disciple, you must look after your younger brother." Flattered by the praise, the leading disciple felt a surge of satisfaction and confidently replied, "Our Tai sect has merely over 10 core disciples and only around 100 seed disciples. Although the inner sect comprises about 1,000, the outer sect boasts a staggering 20 to 30,000 disciples. After accounting for the number of Taoist masters, even the cultivators amount to no less than 4 to 5,000. Entering the ranks of the top 100 among these thousands of disciples is no simple feat. Each individual who ascends to this elite echelon is a rare gem, a paragon amongst men, exhibiting extraordinary talent. They yearn for the privileges that accompany being an inner sect disciple. For the disparity between the treatment of inner and outer disciples is akin to the chasm between heaven and earth. The resources for cultivation are abundant, and the speed of advancement is nothing short of astonishing. While a few outer disciples indulge in fanciful thoughts, Huang Qi and his companions traverse numerous mountains, walking for a considerable 2 hours. Suddenly, the path opens up to reveal an expansive square, vast enough to encompass 100 acres. As they advance upon it, they resemble a small serpent, gliding forward at a leisurely pace. Wutai Mountain is divided into the front and back peaks. The front peak primarily serves as the residence and cultivation area for the sect's master, elders, and some inner and outer disciples. Here, Numerous exquisite palaces are erected to accommodate the disciples, providing them a space for both residence and the execution of daily sect tasks. This square functions as the martial arts arena of the sect, designed for disciples to spar and partake in sect activities. It is surrounded by towering mountains, upon which various edifices stand, serving as lodgings for disciples. Within this architectural enclave, some lesser spiritual veins provide sufficient cultivation resources for lower-tier disciples. The buildings directly ahead of Huang Qi's group are particularly striking, grand, and imposing, exuding an air of authority. Huang Qi recognizes that this is the main hall of the Tai sect. Behind the main hall lies another cluster of buildings, comprising small courtyards that serve as residences for the sect's master, elders, and promising disciples. As for the back peak, it is a sanctuary for the sect's core disciples, who devote themselves to profound cultivation. These individuals represent the sect's most promising talents, forming its backbone. Their influence is such that even the sect master must regard their opinions with utmost seriousness. Each core disciple possesses their own cave abode, medicinal garden, and alchemy chamber. Typically, these core disciples receive guidance from the esteemed elders of the sect. Their combat prowess generally rivals that of a sect master, and they seldom engage unless the sect faces a crisis. Outer disciples generally possess cultivation at the initial stage of Qi refinement, alongside some adept practitioners of the Tao and a few mundane offspring. Inner disciples, on the other hand, usually find themselves at the mid to late stages of Qi refinement. To transition from outer to inner disciple, one must excel in the inner disciple competition, where only the top 100 out of approximately 5,000 Qi refinement disciples can attain the status of inner disciple. Emerging from this pool of thousands are truly exceptional talents. Inner disciples typically cultivate at the late stage of Qi refinement or the late stage of foundation establishment. Only upon achieving the golden core can one ascend to the status of a seed disciple. Should these seed disciples struggle to condense their nascent soul due to inadequate aptitude, they may instead become pillars of the sect, serving as elders or protectors. For those gifted golden core disciples with the potential to condense their nascent soul, the path leads to becoming core disciples. These individuals form the foundation upon which a sect stands resilient. The cultivation level of these core disciples generally does not fall below the mid-stage of golden core, with most exhibiting combat capabilities around the late stage of golden core. The heirs of the sect leaders are always chosen from these core disciples. Once these disciples attain the nascent soul stage, they ascend to the esteemed position of the sect's elder, a title that embodies the pinnacle of power within the sect, as all elders are of nascent soul cultivation. Without a nascent soul cultivator overseeing the establishment of a new sect, it cannot gain the recognition of the 3 sects and 4 clans, and the only fate awaiting it is annihilation. The presence of such individuals ensures that a sect will never face extinction. This illustrates the hierarchical structure within a sect. Tian Zhongxian and his companions approached the grand hall of the sect. Huang Qi, having witnessed such a scene before, felt invigorated, his eyes darting around eagerly, betraying a naivety that drew scornful glances from the inner disciples. Unfazed, Huang Qi continued his own observations. Lin Feng looked at his disciple with a sense of helplessness. After all, this lad was indeed quite unrefined. Upon reaching the entrance of the grand hall, they found a gathering awaiting them. At the forefront stood a middle-aged man, his 3 wisps of beard lending him an air of scholarly elegance. His piercing eyes radiated vitality, and he stood tall and imposing, reminiscent of a mighty mountain, exuding an aura of authority cultivated over many years. Behind him stood a dozen individuals, respectfully positioned as though they were devotedly following his lead. Huang Qi recognized these figures as significant personages and felt a thrill at encountering such formidable characters on his first visit to Tai sect. As they stepped closer, Tian Zhongxian, wearing a pained smile, bowed deeply and addressed the sect leader. The disciples knelt, proclaiming, "We pay our respects to the sect leader." Huang Qi, recognizing the gravity of the moment, refrained from any arrogance. Seeing all the disciples kneeling, including his own master, he dared not disrupt the decorum. One could easily surmise that each of these individuals possessed profound cultivation, capable of ending his life with but a mere gesture. The sect leader, however, did not return the salutation but instead smiled warmly, saying, "Junior brother, you have worked hard, please rise." Yet Tian Zhongxian, with a bitter smile, felt compelled to explain the myriad of difficulties encountered during the recent 3 Valleys Conference. requesting the sect leader to impose punishment for his perceived failures. Tian Zhongxian spoke earnestly. Yet the sect leader merely smiled gently. I am already aware of this matter. The fault does not lie with you. So why should there be punishment? If you insist on punishment, then I shall have to. At this, Tian Zhongxian shuddered internally and quickly stepped forward, donning a conciliatory smile as he replied, Haha. Since the sect leader has spoken thus, I shall not be overly sentimental. He deftly turned the situation to his advantage. Eager to avoid a punishment of 3 months without alcohol, his greatest joy. Seeing that the sect leader had no intention of reprimanding them, the disciples gradually rose. At that moment, Lin Feng stepped forward and respectfully bowed, declaring, Disciple pays respects to the master. The middle-aged man smiled and nodded at Lin Feng, scrutinizing him with a glimmer of delight in his eyes, and remarked affectionately, Splendid. It appears you are on the verge of breaking through your bottleneck. Excellent, excellent. The sect leader's joy was palpable as he repeated his praise thrice. Lin Feng remained silent, merely offering a mysterious smile to his master. Upon hearing this, the crowd was taken aback. The talent for cultivation displayed by this young lad was indeed extraordinary. Lin Feng awakened his spiritual root at the tender age of 7, began cultivating his spiritual energy at 10, and by 13 had reached the 9th level of Qi refinement. To their astonishment, he was on the verge of breaking through to the foundation establishment stage at such a young age. A foundation establishment at 13 was unprecedented in the Tai sect. Typically, it was considered prodigious if one succeeded at 15. If Lin Feng achieved foundation establishment at 13, he could not merely be described as a genius, but rather as a true prodigy, an anomaly that would be hard to find throughout the entire Jing kingdom. The onlookers felt a pang of envy, while the elders nodded in silent appreciation. Huang Qi realized that this imposter disciple held a remarkably prestigious status and such exceptional talent, which brought him a sense of delight. With the assistance of his master, it seemed acquiring the life creation pill would not pose much difficulty. Subsequently, the prominent figures of the sect exchanged respectful greetings and proceeded toward the main hall, leaving the disciples without the privilege of entry. Before departing, Lin Feng signaled Huang Qi to wait for him. The other disciples left one after another, leaving Huang Qi alone, who stood there with utmost respect. Fully aware that he could no longer act casually in the presence of such formidable individuals, a single misstep could lead to dire consequences. Chapter 21. Outer Sect Disciples. Time passed slowly in anticipation, and after an hour, Lin Feng emerged from the main hall. Huang Qi's heart leaped with joy upon seeing his master, and he prepared to greet him, only to notice Lin Feng signaling him to remain calm. Startled, Huang Qi composed himself and continued to stand respectfully. Lin Feng approached him with a smile, exuding an air of ease. Huang Qi couldn't help but silently chuckle at his master's behavior. Why was he not taking him away from this place where conversing was arduous? At that moment, Lin Feng, with a hint of pride, said to Huang Qi, Come with me. I shall take you to report to the law enforcement hall. With that, he leisurely made his way toward another mountain peak, and Huang Qi, feeling a twinge of annoyance, followed him without further ado. Midway, unable to contain his curiosity, Huang Qi glanced around, confirming that no one was watching, and hurriedly caught up to Lin Feng, asking, Master, we weren't discovered, were we? Lin Feng shot him a glare, his expression peculiar as he replied, As long as you keep your mouth shut, no one will find out. Huang Qi chuckled at his master's warning, his previously anxious heart finally settling at ease. The law enforcement hall was situated on a mountain peak to the west of the main hall. Though it lacked the grandeur of the main hall's peak, it possessed a commanding presence. As they approached the law enforcement hall, Huang Qi observed several cultivators standing rigidly, each wielding a spear, exuding an air of inviolable authority. Upon entering the hall, Huang Qi noticed an elderly man quietly napping, his languid demeanor casting a pall of lethargy on those who approached him. Lin Feng bowed respectfully to the elder, prompting Huang Qi to follow suit, well aware that this elder of the law enforcement hall was a formidable figure. Even his master dared not act arrogantly in his presence, so he felt no entitlement to do so either. Disciple Lin Feng pays respects to the elder of law enforcement. The elderly man, disturbed from his slumber, gradually opened his eyes and regarded the two younger individuals before him, his expression softening slightly. Ah, it is you, young one. What business do you have with this old man? I still require my rest, he inquired. Lin Feng maintained his composure and respectfully replied, Disciple has brought this fellow apprentice to register his identity. I beseech the esteemed law elder to grant him a sect token and identification insignia. The elder scrutinized Huang Qi, his brow furrowing slightly, before he nodded and asked, "A mere heavenly adept, you say? What is his identity?" Upon hearing that he needed to disclose his identity, Huang Qi stepped forward and stated, "I am Huang Qi, hailing from a small village beneath Qiankun Mountain." "Oh, quite a remote place indeed," the elder acknowledged, then called out, "Come forth." An outer sect disciple promptly entered, and upon hearing the elder's command, he bowed and departed to procure the identity, token, and some garments. In less than a quarter of an hour, the disciple returned before the elder. With a casual motion, the elder summoned a token into his hand. He executed a subtle gesture, channeling his energy into the token, which then emitted a faint glow, drifting towards Huang Qi. Intrigued, Huang Qi quickly caught it and examined the token closely. It bore the 3 characters of Tai's sect, exuding an aura of antiquity and warmth. The elder spoke slowly. "You need only let a drop of your blood fall upon it. From now on, keep this token with you at all times. Many places within the sect require it for access." Huang Qi nodded eagerly, promptly pricking his finger to let a drop of blood fall onto the token. Instantly, he felt an inexplicable connection forming between himself and the token, filling him with curiosity. At that moment, the disciple approached Huang Qi, presenting him with 2 sets of robes and a jade tube, which Huang Qi inferred contained an overview of the Tai sect. "Well, that will suffice. You may leave now. Take him to select a cultivation chamber." The elder waved his hand, signaling the end of their audience. Lin Feng and Huang Qi bowed respectfully and exited the law hall. Huang Qi felt a surge of emotion, marveling at the arduous journey that had led him to finally become a disciple of the sect. His face alight with excitement and pride. Observing Huang Qi's exuberance, Lin Feng gave him a playful kick. "Do not rejoice too soon, young man. You are merely an outer sect disciple for now. Only after passing the sect's grand competition may you truly claim the title of disciple." Huang Qi, unfazed, retorted that whether outer or inner sect, to the outside world, they were all disciples of the sect, with the Tai sect as his backing. He believed his status and identity would command respect in the martial world. Lin Feng regarded his disciple with exasperation, at a loss for words. "Come, follow me to my abode. You need not associate with those outer sect disciples any longer. In my dwelling, it will be tranquil, sparing you from being sent as cannon fodder." Upon hearing his master's words, Huang Qi recognized the deep consideration behind them. He did not hesitate, accustomed as he was to their 3-year companionship. Without his master, life would be exceedingly dull. Moreover, many of his treasures remained in his master's possession, leaving him uneasy about not being by his side. With a flattering expression, he readily agreed. Should Lin Feng be aware of Huang Qi's sentiments, he would undoubtedly be infuriated, perhaps even delivering a few more kicks in frustration. Lin Feng's cave abode was nestled upon a serene peak behind the main hall of the sect, an exquisite locale for cultivation. Arriving at the entrance, Lin Feng executed a spell, causing a radiant barrier to illuminate above the cave, which soon revealed a small door. Without a moment's hesitation, he stepped inside. Huang Qi, however, was left in awe, marveling at the prowess of a cultivator. The thought of one day becoming a cultivator himself filled him with uncontainable excitement. Suddenly, a thunderous sound echoed nearby. "Are you not coming in?" The voice jolted Huang Qi from his daydream. As he stepped through the small door, he glanced back to find it had vanished into thin air, leaving him astounded. Looking around, he beheld a lavish interior, gold and silver strewn about. Excitement surged within him. Indeed, cultivators were exceedingly wealthy, and those from large sects even more so. Yet, simultaneously, a sense of melancholy washed over him, reflecting on how wealth could be so disparate among individuals. Upon entering the grand hall, Lin Feng sat regally, his heart heavy upon witnessing Huang Qi's foolish demeanor. Huang Qi hurried to take a seat beside his master, casting an eager glance his way. Lin Feng regarded him with a bemused expression, curling his lip before addressing Huang Qi. "Enough of this naivete. To cultivators, these treasures hold little value. You have yet to witness the vastness of the world." Huang Qi chuckled sheepishly. "Master wishes to inform you of our next steps," Lin Feng continued. Huang Qi, sensing the shift to more serious matters, straightened his posture, adopting an air of elegance befitting the occasion. Lin Feng paused, slightly taken aback, but continued, "From this point forward, we must conduct ourselves discreetly and accumulate wealth quietly. Do you understand?" Huang Qi's heart soared at this, and he nodded vigorously. For your sake, I managed to procure a life creation pill from that sect leader, expending considerable effort in the process. Huang Qi could hardly contain his joy. The prospect of cultivating was exhilarating. Observing Huang Qi's rapture, Lin Feng refrained from dampening his spirits this time, merely smiling as he spoke. The path to becoming a cultivator now lies in your hands. Even with spiritual roots, your innate talent is rather ordinary. However, diligence can compensate for shortcomings. And with the aid of the pill I bestow upon you, forming your core should not pose an issue. Advancing further will depend on your fortune. With sufficient opportunities, coalescing your nascent soul is quite feasible. As for ascension, that is solely within your own grasp. With my current cultivation, I cannot assist you. Huang Qi nodded earnestly, fully aware that his master spoke the truth. The crux lies in one's own fortuity. If one possesses such fortune, attaining the path of enlightenment becomes a distinct possibility. Master is about to enter seclusion, and I hope that upon my return, I shall witness you blossoming into a cultivator, Lin Feng remarked with a smile to Huang Qi. Huang Qi, brimming with excitement, nodded fervently. Rest assured, Master, I shall not disappoint your esteemed expectations, he declared, rising to bow respectfully. Lin Feng nodded with a smile, and with a casual gesture, a storage bag flew forth. Within, you shall find a spirit transformation pill, several red dragon fruits, and some cleansing pills to enhance your qi during your cultivation phase as a cultivator. First, consume the red dragon fruits to gradually strengthen your physique and refine your meridians. Moreover, you must continue your rigorous training as before. After a week, you may ingest the spirit transformation pill and cultivate according to the prescribed techniques. When the time is ripe and you sense the elemental energies of the universe, you will have become a true cultivator. Upon hearing his master's words, Huang Qi nodded earnestly and approached to receive the storage bag. Lin Feng, satisfied, gestured, "Find a room to settle in, rest for the night. And tomorrow you may commence your cultivation." Huang Qi nodded, bid farewell, and turned to leave the hall. Lin Feng observed his disciple with a silent smile. Reflecting on the merit of his choice in taking on such a disciple, feeling a sense of contentment. Chapter 22. The Peril of Obsession. Huang Qi secured a commendable room. Resolute in his intention to waste no time, he was determined to cultivate diligently and strive to become a cultivator at the earliest opportunity. This singular thought consumed him. He retrieved the storage bag gifted by his master and emptied its contents, revealing dozens of vibrant, red fruits. He recognized them as red dragon fruits, known for their remarkable ability to enhance one's physique. He also discovered several jade vials, which he surmised were the famed cleansing pills, currently beyond his reach until he became a cultivator, so he set them aside for the moment. One jade vial stood out, resplendent and slightly larger than the rest. Upon opening it, a captivating fragrance wafted forth, and Huang Qi realized it contained the spirit transformation pill, a fiery red elixir, the size of a longan, gleaming with exquisite luster. Elated, he handled it with utmost care, as if it were a treasure. At that moment, Huang Qi felt an overwhelming urge to consume the spirit transformation pill immediately. However, he quickly regained his composure, remembering his master's explicit instruction to consume the red dragon fruits for a week prior to taking the spirit transformation pill. As he was not yet capable of fasting, he nibbled on some provisions and drank water before settling into meditation for rest. Thus, the hours passed in slow cultivation, and the night unfolded without incident. The following morning, Huang Qi arrived at his master's training room, only to find the door firmly shut, enveloped in a radiant aura. After a cautious glance, he refrained from touching it, surmising it to be a formidable prohibition. Huang Qi had no desire to sustain unwarranted injuries, and, feeling somewhat dejected, departed from the premises. With his master in seclusion, lingering there would serve no purpose. He then proceeded to his own training chamber, seated himself cross-legged, and regarded the dozens of red dragon fruits laid out before him. After a brief hesitation, he seized one and began to indulge. The red dragon fruit was delectably sweet, melting effortlessly upon his tongue, a flavor that no earthly delicacy could rival. As he savored the exquisite taste, Huang Qi's appetite surged, leading him to consume 3 or 4 fruits before he felt a semblance of fullness. With a contented expression, he relished the lingering flavor, when suddenly his countenance shifted. He sensed a formidable force gradually coalescing within him, wreaking havoc in his dantian, as if it were on the verge of explosion. His complexion grew pale, and beads of sweat began to cascade down his brow. Panic gripped Huang Qi. It seemed he had overindulged in the red dragon fruit and was now unable to withstand the consequences. Regret washed over him, wishing he had exercised restraint, for he feared for his very life. Without delay, he settled into a cross-legged position, channeling his inner energy to gently navigate the overwhelming force within his dantian. However, the intensity of the energy was immense. Thankfully, as a master of the heavenly way with profound internal skills, and having undergone his master's purification through the I Ching, he barely managed to avert disaster. Even so, the ordeal was excruciating. His dantian felt as if it could barely endure, and his internal breath was in disarray. Huang Qi endeavored to guide this energy through his limbs, yet each passage through his meridians threatened to rupture them. He realized that failing to complete the great circulation of his cultivation could lead to his downfall. Should Lin Feng learn of this, he would surely be infuriated. The red dragon fruit, a quintessence of heaven and earth, contained vast and gentle energies, but excess consumption could turn its mildness into ferocity. It was nothing short of miraculous that he had not perished after such a gluttonous indulgence. Fortunately, Huang Qi possessed a resilient spirit and remarkable tenacity, even under such duress. He managed to maintain his composure. The energy gradually coursed through his meridians at a sluggish pace. As time elapsed, a hint of color returned to his cheeks. With each inch traversed by the tremendous energy, a fraction would seep into his body, slowly transforming him. Gradually, his expression softened, and after a day of cultivation, the tumultuous energy began to calm. Huang Qi slowly opened his eyes, a flicker of dread lingering in his heart. Fortuitously, he had emerged from this crisis unscathed and felt grateful for his narrow escape. After a day of spiritual cultivation, he indeed sensed an invigorating surge of strength within his body, and his meridians seemed to possess greater resilience. Surviving such a calamity surely promised future blessings, he mused. It appeared that the potent remedy had indeed worked wonders. Huang Qi reveled in the transformation of his body, yet he vowed never again to consume such quantities. The mere thought of it sent a chill down his spine. Huang Qi shook his head, dismissing any errant thoughts, remembering his master's advice to diligently strengthen his physique. Thus, he commenced an arduous training session within the practice room. After a night of relentless exertion, Huang Qi found himself utterly fatigued, dragging his weary body to bed. The night enveloped the mountain in serene silence, as the entire peak succumbed to slumber. The following day, Huang Qi arose and returned to the practice room. Settling into a meditative posture, he resumed his celestial cultivation, feeling a significant enhancement in the inner energy flowing through his meridians, enabling him to contend with some of the esteemed masters of the heavenly path without losing ground. Huang Qi felt a surge of joy as he assessed his body's resilience. It was evident that he had made considerable progress. He mused that even a typical chi-refining practitioner would find it challenging to harm him with a strike. Opening his eyes, he glanced at the red dragon fruit beside him, reminiscing about its exquisite flavor. A sudden chill ran down his spine. While the fruit was indeed delightful, overindulgence could lead to discomfort, so moderation was key. For 7 consecutive days, Huang Qi maintained this routine. Though mundane, it held profound significance. On the 7th day, he sat cross-legged on his meditation mat, his eyes tightly shut, radiating a faint crimson glow that rendered him somewhat otherworldly. This phenomenon was a result of the red dragon fruit's effects, which altered the body to a remarkable degree. Abruptly, Huang Qi opened his eyes, which glimmered briefly with a red light before fading into the depths of his gaze. He realized that his vision had sharpened to an extraordinary clarity, allowing him to perceive minute details he had never experienced before. With a satisfied smile, Huang Qi nodded in approval of his achievements. Although the journey had been arduous, the rewards were plentiful. Reflecting on his week of cultivation, he decided it was time to check on his master's progress towards foundation establishment. He exited the practice room and approached his master's quarters. Noting that the door remained closed, it seemed his master had yet to achieve the breakthrough. After lingering for a while, Huang Qi returned to his own practice room and resumed his meditative posture. His gaze fell upon the ornate jade vial in his hand, and a wave of trepidation washed over him. Should he consume the life transformation pill now? His master had warned that taking such a substance could entail some suffering. Yet, Huang Qi was unafraid of the pain. His true concern lay in whether he would succeed in becoming a cultivator, as the pill did not guarantee success. With a 50% chance of failure, Anxiety flickered across Huang Qi's face, but suddenly, a sense of determination steadied his gaze, revealing a resolute expression. He had awaited this moment for over 3 years. To become a cultivator, he could not afford to be indecisive. Gritting his teeth, he raised the pill to his lips and swallowed it, then closed his eyes to attune himself to the changes within. An hour passed without sensation. 2 hours yielded no response, and after 3 hours, he remained in silence. At this moment, Huang Qi found himself at a loss. Had his master not mentioned that consuming the life transformation pill would involve some discomfort? Why did he feel nothing? Huang Qi was somewhat perplexed. Could it be that this elixir had expired? He quickly shook his head, dismissing the notion that his master would deceive him. Although he was utterly ignorant about elixirs, his master was exceptionally skilled. How could it possibly be an expired potion? Huang Qi felt a wave of confusion wash over him. Was the elixir ineffective for him? Was he truly incapable of becoming an immortal cultivator? Suddenly, a profound disappointment engulfed him, leaving him utterly despondent. He reflected on the arduous training he had endured for so long, only to find himself unable to break through the final barrier. Heaven had bestowed upon him hope, only to cruelly strip it away. Such brutality stirred a flicker of rebellion within the tender heart of the young boy. In an instant, Huang Qi sensed an uncontrollable surge of inner energy coursing through him, twisting his face into a grimace. He felt an overwhelming need to vent his pent-up frustrations. With a desperate roar, he unleashed a torrent of energy that surged forth from his dantian, crashing violently through his meridians like a flood breaking free from a dam. Huang Qi spat out a mouthful of blood, and darkness enveloped him as he collapsed unconscious. At that moment, a sigh echoed within the training room as Lin Feng gradually revealed himself. A trace of regret flickered across Lin Feng's face as he gazed upon his beloved disciple, his eyes growing misty. Approaching Huang Qi, he gently propped him upright. This boy's resolve is still lacking, Lin Feng mused. One failure to become an immortal cultivator does not mean he cannot try again. Yet this child, after a single setback, has succumbed to chaos and madness. With these thoughts, Lin Feng placed his hands on Huang Qi's back, channeling pure spiritual energy to soothe and regulate the tumultuous qi within his body, calming the chaos in his dantian. Gradually, the turbulent qi within Huang Qi began to settle, and as Lin Feng's energy flowed into him, it filled his dantian and meridians. Lin Feng sensed that Huang Qi had finally quieted down and prepared to withdraw his energy. However, to his astonishment, he found that he could not cease the flow of his spiritual power. Surprised but composed, Lin Feng pondered the situation. Despite his current modest cultivation level, his vast experience in the world left him unfazed. Suddenly, a realization struck him, and his expression brightened. He decided to relinquish control of his spiritual energy, allowing Huang Qi's dantian to absorb it freely. As time passed, Lin Feng was secretly amazed. He had not anticipated that his foundational cultivation would be so taxing for Huang Qi's dantian to absorb. What had this boy consumed? The capacity of his dantian was hardly inferior to that of a foundational cultivator. Truly, this lad was a prodigy. However, Lin Feng's complexion began to pale, and he could only smile wryly. The first step for his disciple on the path to becoming an immortal cultivator was to drain his master's spiritual energy. If this continued, his own foundation would surely become unstable. Chapter 23. Awakening of the spiritual root. At that moment, it seemed Huang Qi had absorbed sufficient spiritual energy, and Lin Feng sensed that his power was no longer depleting. He slowly retracted his palms, gazing at Huang Qi with a mix of incredulity and exasperation. Who would have thought? At this moment, the young man unexpectedly experienced the awakening of his spiritual roots. I wondered why he showed no reaction after consuming the essence creation pill. Awakening at the age of 15 is indeed rather late. Just wait, you little rascal. Once I emerge from my seclusion, I shall deal with you properly. All the spiritual energy I have painstakingly cultivated has been turned into a wedding dress for you. With a face full of fury, Lin Feng departed from Huang Qi's training chamber. Meanwhile, Lin Feng remained blissfully unaware, peacefully asleep. Another day and night passed, and Huang Qi slowly opened his eyes. How did I fall asleep? He pondered, confusion etched on his face. Suddenly, it struck him that he might not have succeeded in becoming an immortal cultivator, but rather had inadvertently fallen into a state of madness. What is happening? To his astonishment, Huang Qi discovered that his spiritual consciousness could extend outward. With a surge of curiosity, he gently closed his eyes. To his amazement, He realized that even with his eyes shut, he could perceive everything within the training room, as if his mind were his eyes. Suddenly, his spiritual awareness turned inward, allowing him to see the pathways of his meridians and the operations within his dantian with crystal clarity. What on earth is this? I can even see inside my own body with my eyes closed. Could this be? This revelation filled Huang Qi with uncontainable joy. This was the spiritual awareness his master had once spoken of. Had he truly become an immortal cultivator? Elated, he opened his eyes and slowly pushed his hands outward. He felt a distinct transformation in the inner energy within his dantian. It was no longer merely stable and formidable, but now possessed a certain sentience, responding effortlessly to his thoughts. A pure surge of energy erupted from his outstretched hands, crashing against the stone wall of the training room, causing the entire chamber to tremble. Huang Qi gasped in astonishment. Is this my power? Am I dreaming? This must be a dream. He pinched himself hard, and a yelp escaped his lips. This is no dream. It's real. I have indeed become an immortal cultivator. His certainty surged. Suddenly, he grounded himself, and with a slight manipulation of the spiritual energy in his dantian, a fiery red shield of energy enveloped him. This was the spiritual energy barrier, formed by radiating his own power. A master of the heavenly path could not breach this shield without a formidable weapon. Utilizing his energy, Huang Qi slowly levitated, realizing he could briefly fly with the help of his spiritual energy. His heart soared with joy. It appeared he had truly become an immortal cultivator. Yet, he recalled the events leading to his unconsciousness. The essence creation pill seemed to have no effect on him. Had he not fallen into madness? What was happening? Shaking his head vigorously, Huang Qi reassured himself that he was still in his training room, his body unchanged, and his spirit beast pouch still hanging at his waist. Speaking of the pouch, Little White was still nestled within it, deep in slumber. Huang Qi focused his thoughts and sensed Little White peacefully sleeping, indicating that it would not awaken anytime soon. Huang Qi disregarded everything else, his only relief being that Xiaobai was safe. His heart swelled with excitement. He had finally become a cultivator, taking that final step forward. As a cultivator, he could potentially aid his master, care for his grandfather more effectively, and perhaps, ultimately ascend to immortality. When one encounters joyous events, there is an overwhelming desire to share that happiness, to allow others to partake in one's elation. Moreover, Huang Qi's feelings were not merely joyful, they were profoundly exhilarating. Unable to contain his emotions, he swiftly left his training room and stood outside his master's chamber. To his astonishment, he discovered that his master was still in seclusion. Hadn't the time spent in the foundational stage been rather excessive? Given his master's prowess and experience, it should have been a simple endeavor. Huang Qi's concern for his master began to overshadow his excitement, gradually calming his racing heart. After a moment's hesitation, he finally called out, "Master, how are you? Your disciple has come to see you." He waited for several moments without receiving a response. Was his master perhaps at a critical juncture in his meditation? Huang Qi, feeling hesitant, decided to wait at the door for nearly half an hour. But no sound emerged from within, prompting him to reluctantly return to his own training room. Meanwhile, Lin Feng had navigated through the perilous phase of his cultivation, and the instability in his realm had finally stabilized. Hearing the commotion outside, his expression darkened. "You little rascal, just wait. If I don't teach you a proper lesson, I won't carry your surname." Lin Feng chose not to respond to Huang Qi, focusing instead on solidifying his own cultivation. He needed to ensure his foundation was completely secure in the foundational stage. Lin Feng was well aware of all that transpired within Huang Qi's training room. There were no restrictions in place, and Lin Feng's spiritual awareness was extraordinarily potent. The moment Huang Qi had teetered on the brink of losing control, Lin Feng had already succeeded in establishing his foundation. Without waiting for his own stability, he had employed his energy to assist Huang Qi in mitigating the repercussions of his near-catastrophic misstep. However, Huang Qi, having awakened his spiritual roots and nurtured by the essence of the red dragon fruit, now possessed the capacity to store vast amounts of spiritual energy. Consequently, Lin Feng's own spiritual power had been inadvertently expended on Huang Qi, nearly causing him to regress from the foundational stage back to the Qi refining stage, nearly driving Lin Feng to exasperation. Hence, it was unlikely that Lin Feng would show Huang Qi any kindness. Upon returning to his training room, Huang Qi sat cross-legged, the earlier excitement now tempered. He reflected on the experiences of the past few years, each moment flashing through his mind like scenes from a film. filled with toil, sweat, determination, and joy. Huang Qi understood that becoming a cultivator was not his ultimate goal, it was merely the beginning. He could not rest content as a novice cultivator. His master often spoke of the cultivation world as a realm where the strong prey upon the weak. Power is the ultimate truth. Without strength, one has no voice, must live with their tail between their legs, and cannot protect those they wish to safeguard. Huang Qi recognized that the path ahead was long and arduous, requiring his utmost effort to traverse. Huang Qi held a bottle of cleansing elixir in his hand, scrutinizing it closely. This was the medicinal concoction his master had informed him could enhance his cultivation during the Qi refining stage. Gradually, Huang Qi's resolve solidified. He was determined to grow stronger, and no one could impede his path to strength, for only the powerful could endure. A look of determination graced his face, and his eyes sparkled with intensity as he swiftly consumed a pill. He felt a warm current surge into his dantian, gentle and untroubled, causing no disturbance to the spiritual energy within. Promptly, he cast a spell to guide this energy to nourish his dantian's qi. Huang Qi's qi was significantly larger than that of an ordinary person, a boon from the red dragon fruit, which not only fortified the body but also nurtured and expanded the qi, amplifying the spiritual energy within it. Thus, Huang Qi immersed himself in his cultivation. It is often said that time is inconsequential in the realm of cultivation, and indeed, unbeknownst to him, a month had passed. During this time, no one had intruded upon his solitude. Through relentless consumption of elixirs and meditative practice, he advanced from the first to the third level of the Qi refining stage at an astonishing pace. This progress was remarkable for an ordinary disciple. Advancing even one level in a month was a sign of genius. However, Huang Qi's rapid advancement was primarily due to the elixirs provided by Lin Feng. Lin Feng was already a prodigious talent within the Tai sect, the personal disciple of the sect's master, and thus had an abundance of elixirs. Now that he had entered the foundation establishment stage, the cleansing elixirs no longer benefited him, and he generously bestowed them upon Huang Qi. With such ample support from these elixirs, Huang Qi's cultivation soared, reaching the third level of the Qi refining stage in a mere month. Nearly on the verge of breaking through to the mid-stage of Qi refining, Huang Qi slowly opened his eyes, a fleeting red glimmer flashing within them. He expelled a breath of stagnant energy, sighing, "Alas, I have not yet entered the mid-stage of Qi refining, and my elixirs are depleted. It seems I must request more from my master to continue my rapid cultivation." With this thought, he rose and swiftly departed from his training chamber. Arriving at his master's training room, Huang Qi was about to knock when a cold snort reverberated, followed by a stern command, "Enter." A chill coursed through Huang Qi, and he shivered involuntarily, pondering what had provoked his master's ire. An ominous feeling settled in his heart, causing him to hesitate. Yet, recognizing the inevitability of the situation, he forced a smile and stepped into the training room. Inside, he was met with a sly grin that greeted him cheerfully. Huang Qi inwardly cursed his misfortune. Before he could react, a blur shot past him, and a punch landed squarely on his chest. Startled, Huang Qi attempted to evade. But how could his Qi refining stage cultivation compare to that of the foundation establishment stage? Before he could even register the attack, he heard a loud thud as he was sent flying, crashing heavily to the ground. The impact was severe, leaving him dazed and breathless, struggling to summon the vital energy from his dantian's qi. Before Huang Qi could rise, he felt a fierce kick land on his rear, prompting a cry of agony to escape his lips. He rolled several times before finally coming to a halt. A wave of dread washed over him. Despite his strengthened physique and rapid progress in cultivation, he was unable to evade even a single strike from his master. Internally, he lamented the capriciousness of his master, who showed no mercy in his actions. Thankfully, he had sustained no internal injuries, but the pain was certainly considerable. At that moment, Lin Feng's voice echoed, "You little rascal. Do not think that just because you have become a cultivator, you can act recklessly. Today, you will learn that there are indeed disparities among cultivators." What followed was a flurry of punches and kicks, leaving Huang Qi in a state of despair, wailing for his mother. Chapter 24. Pure Yang Fire Technique. Half an hour later, Lin Feng and Huang Qi sat in the hall. Lin Feng wore a smug expression, grinning as he observed Huang Qi, who was battered and bruised, sitting there in silence, clearly dejected from his ordeal. Are you still feeling down? Do you understand why I punished you?" Upon hearing this, Huang Qi looked at Lin Feng with innocent eyes, eager to know the reason. You have reached a critical juncture in your training, yet you lost your composure and fell into a state of chaos. At that moment, I had just broken through to the foundation establishment stage, and, noticing your instability, I forcefully channeled my energy to heal you. But you, in turn, absorbed my vitality, nearly causing me to falter in my own cultivation. Do you think you deserve to be punished? Huang Qi was taken aback, realizing that he had indeed lost control, almost jeopardizing his master's progress. It seemed that the beating he received was not unwarranted. Embarrassed, he scratched his head and offered a sheepish chuckle. Lin Feng, while expressing these sentiments, felt a surge of anger and dissatisfaction within him. Thank you, master. I truly deserve that punishment. If you have not yet calmed down, feel free to strike me a few more times. My resilience can withstand it, Huang Qi quickly added, flattering his master. Humph, then I shall strike you again. Lin Feng replied with a cunning smile. Huang Qi internally groaned, realizing his master was indeed clever in his approach, yet he maintained a cheerful demeanor. Remember this, one must remain calm in all matters. Your temperament is still lacking and requires further refinement. Otherwise, I have all the time in the world to discipline you. Huang Qi, recognizing the truth in his master's words, refrained from arguing. He understood that he indeed needed more experience. If only he had persevered for another hour, perhaps he would have succeeded. Pondering this, Huang Qi felt an inkling of confusion and promptly asked, Master, why did I not react after consuming the spirit creation pill? I am perplexed. He earnestly sought clarification. Very well, I shall explain, Lin Feng responded. This is because your spiritual root has already awakened. Huang Qi was astonished to learn that he possessed a spiritual root. Once the spiritual root awakens, the spirit creation pill loses its efficacy. However, I find it quite peculiar. Typically, a person's spiritual root awakens at the age of 7, yet yours did not awaken until you were 15. This is something I have never encountered before. Huang Qi felt a profound sense of helplessness. It was bewildering how his spiritual root had awakened at such a critical moment, unbeknownst to him what enmity it bore. Yet, he also felt a sense of gratitude for the assistance of his master, for without such guidance, he would undoubtedly have encountered grave difficulties. Regardless of the timing, he had now become a cultivator, aided by his master. Thus he resolved to embrace this new identity. Suddenly, curiosity sparked within Huang Qi as he inquired, Master, what type of spiritual root does your disciple possess? Upon hearing his question, Lin Feng furrowed his brow slightly and replied, It is merely an ordinary fire spiritual root, which translates to a rather average aptitude for cultivation. Huang Qi frowned slightly at this revelation. An average aptitude implied that his future cultivation endeavors would be arduous. Observing Huang Qi's troubled expression, Lin Feng sought to reassure him, Do not be concerned. Given my status, guiding you swiftly to the core formation stage will be quite feasible. However, your future cultivation will depend on your own diligence, for my current abilities only allow me to offer you minimal guidance. Huang Qi nodded in understanding, refraining from further discussion as he comprehended his master's predicament. You need not worry excessively. The realm of cultivation teems with fortuitous encounters. As long as you dare to take risks and seize opportunities, attaining the nascent soul stage will not be insurmountable. Moreover, reaching the core formation stage will grant you a lifespan of 400 to 500 years, ample time to achieve the nascent soul. Huang Qi was astounded to learn that one could live for such a duration at the core formation stage. This was the first time he had ever heard such a notion. Noting the shock etched upon Huang Qi's face, Lin Feng sighed. Recognizing the naivety of his novice disciple, such knowledge was fundamental in the world of cultivation. It appeared that his master was poised to impart another lesson. Ordinary mortals typically live to be around 70 or 80 years old. Upon reaching the Qi refinement stage, one can expect to live to around 120. Attaining the foundation establishment stage allows one to double that lifespan, reaching around 250. Upon achieving the core formation stage, a cultivator may live for approximately 500 years. However, those who reach the nascent soul stage often live for over 1,000 years. Such individuals are regarded as ancient beings. In essence, advancing in cultivation inevitably extends one's lifespan. Huang Qi was left in awe, grappling with the notion of living for centuries, while reflecting on the fleeting years of his grandfather, who would only experience a mere few decades. A wave of melancholy washed over him. However, he recognized that the cycle of life and death was a natural law, one he could not contest. Lin Feng, observing his disciple's contemplative state, chose not to elaborate further. understanding that some truths must be grasped through personal experience, as this would yield greater benefit than mere words. Now, do not dwell on this too much. Your immediate priority should be to select a cultivation method that suits you, Lin Feng advised. Huang Qi felt a renewed sense of purpose at his master's mention of cultivation matters, prompting him to reflect earnestly. Master, why is it necessary to utilize a cultivation method? Huang Qi earnestly inquired. Lin Feng nearly sputtered his tea in surprise, feeling exasperated yet resigned. After all, such naive questions were to be expected from his disciple. He promptly responded, a cultivator's spiritual energy is finite, thus their offensive capability is likewise limited. There exists a distinction between strong and weak attacks, the more formidable the attack. The greater the consumption of spiritual energy, while weaker attacks require significantly less. The cultivation technique is a skillful means of maximizing an individual's offensive prowess while minimizing energy expenditure. In a duel, one cannot rely solely on overwhelming power, for even an abundance of spiritual energy can be swiftly depleted. When the enemy is formidable, one must also exhibit strength. Conversely, when faced with a weaker opponent, one may appear to be weaker as well. This is the essence of the cultivation technique, which enables a practitioner to adeptly master their spiritual energy. A technique that is well suited to oneself can also enhance the speed of cultivation. Huang Qi listened with great fascination, realizing the significance of these cultivation techniques, akin to martial arts manuals. It resembled his own practice of the true spirit sword control technique, where a sword wielded by an ordinary individual may merely fell a large tree, yet, in the hands of a master possessing extraordinary skills, it could cleave mountains and shatter stones. This elucidation allowed Huang Qi to easily comprehend the concept. He found himself eagerly hoping to acquire a technique that truly suited him. Gazing at his teacher with a foolish grin, Lin Feng, observing his disciple's demeanor, felt a spark of realization. It was evident that this lad had intentions of seeking his favor. Cultivation techniques resonate with one's spiritual roots, which can be categorized into 5 fundamental elements: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. Additionally, there exist some mutated spiritual roots, such as thunder, wind, darkness, and ice, which are more peculiar in nature. Such mutated roots generally possess high cultivation talents, and their powers are often unpredictable. Furthermore, there are hidden spiritual roots that are exceptionally formidable, their enigmatic nature often leading to significant achievements. Huang Qi silently marveled at the richness of the cultivation world, recognizing his own novice status more clearly. Master, which cultivation technique would be most suitable for me? He earnestly inquired, aware of the importance of this question for his development. Your spiritual root is of the fire element. Hence a fire-based technique would be most appropriate, Lin Feng replied. I possess a rather commendable fire technique, though I cannot recall its origin. Being a water element practitioner, it is of no use to me, so consider it a boon for you. As he spoke, Lin Feng conjured a jade scroll, which emanated a faint crimson glow, unmistakably indicating that it contained the fire-based technique. Huang Qi's heart soared with delight upon seeing the jade scroll. He was uncertain of his master's past prowess, yet he was acutely aware of Lin Feng's exceptional wisdom. Since his master deemed it a commendable technique, it must indeed be of the highest caliber, as anything stored within his master's cosmic ring was undoubtedly extraordinary. Elated, Huang Qi eagerly accepted the jade scroll. Lin Feng couldn't resist the urge to deliver another reprimand to his impudent disciple, but refrained, recalling that he had already administered a sound thrashing moments prior. Unbeknownst to Huang Qi, it was precisely because of his earlier punishment that he narrowly escaped further retribution. Huang Qi delightedly played with the jade tube containing the recorded cultivation method, his heart brimming with excitement. Just as he contemplated leaving to focus on his training, a thought struck him, and he turned to Lin Feng with a foolish grin, saying, Master, look, I have finished the washing marrow pills and the red dragon fruit. With my aptitude, it seems that cultivating on my own might be. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng instantly understood what Huang Qi was after. With a resigned expression, he thought to himself that this lad was indeed an insatiable pit. It was already challenging enough for him to cultivate alone, and if he were to carry an additional burden, it would be unbearable. Shaking his head vigorously, Lin Feng dared not entertain further thoughts. It was evident that he had to teach Huang Qi how to refine pills. Otherwise, this boy would surely be the end of him. Resolving himself, Lin Feng casually produced another jade slip. Huang Qi was puzzled. Having received a cultivation method, Why was Master giving him another jade slip? He clearly desired pills. Confused, he gazed at his master. Clearing his throat, Lin Feng explained, "This is a manual I have compiled over the years, encompassing a plethora of arts. It includes detailed accounts of pill refining, formations, talismans, mechanisms, weapon forging, and Ziwei arts. In your spare time, you should study it diligently. I cannot always be by your side. You must learn to fend for yourself." Lin Feng spoke with utmost seriousness, and Huang Qi, not being foolish, realized that asking for more pills from his master was likely futile, leaving him somewhat disheartened. Lin Feng, meanwhile, wore a satisfied smile, thinking that trying to feign pity in front of him was in vain, and he paid no further mind to it. "Then, Master, could you spare me some spirit stones and herbs? I have exerted considerable effort to acquire those." Huang Qi lamented, feeling a surge of emotion as he thought that if Master no longer provided him with pills, he should at least return what was rightfully his. Lin Feng chuckled. "These things I can give you." Huang Qi heart soared with joy. Reclaiming them was indeed a significant fortune. However, Lin Feng then added, "But the herbs are primarily due to my efforts. Let us split them equally." Huang Qi felt a pang in his heart. Half of the herbs represented a staggering sum of spirit stones, especially since he had already cleared out the herbs from the Sangu Gorge. With a resigned sigh, he understood that it was impossible to reclaim everything, and obtaining half would still render him quite wealthy. While pleased internally, he displayed a facade of helplessness on his face. Huang Qi then took the manual of the myriad arts and several storage bags from his master, leaving the room with a sense of resignation. Unbeknownst to him, this manual was a treasure, containing profound knowledge acquired by the immortal lord of the 100 arts throughout his life. If anyone were to learn that Huang Qi possessed such a treasure, they would risk their lives to seize it. However, Huang Qi merely believed this was his master's excuse to dismiss him, wearing a dejected expression. Meanwhile, Lin Feng quietly reveled in his amusement. Chapter 25. The competition among inner-sect disciples. Upon returning to his training chamber, Huang Qi felt a wave of frustration. He had obtained a reasonably satisfactory cultivation technique from his master, yet he had received nothing in terms of medicinal pills or resources. It seemed he must devise alternative strategies. Suddenly, a thought struck him. Only 2 months remained until the grand competition among the inner sect disciples. This event represented the essence of the sect's activities, aimed at selecting elite disciples from the outer sect to become members of the inner sect. The competition was immensely prestigious, as the lower-tier disciples were typically the most numerous within a sect, making it an essential avenue for infusing fresh blood into the organization. Both the sect leader and the elders held the event in high regard, to encourage the outer disciples to strive diligently in their cultivation. Those ranking within the top 100 in the competition would receive substantial rewards, with the benefits for the top 10 being particularly enticing. Moreover, if any elder took notice of a disciple, the advantages could be even more significant. The disparity between outer and inner sect disciples was profound. The cultivation resources available to the latter far surpassed those of the former. An outer disciple might receive merely 1 cleansing pill and 2 spirit stones per month, while an inner disciple could obtain 10 cleansing pills and 20 spirit stones within the same time frame. However, during any given competition, only around 100 outer disciples would be accepted into the inner sect, prompting many to eagerly vie for a place, not solely for the resources, but also for the elevation in status. Being an inner disciple conferred a sense of legitimacy within the sect. While outer disciples were often treated as expendable, the death of an outer disciple would typically go unnoticed, whereas the murder of an inner disciple would prompt the sect to dispatch formidable experts to investigate and avenge the fallen. Thus, the significance of the inner sect disciple competition was abundantly clear. However, Huang Qi was acutely aware of the scale of the challenge before him. According to the jade slip he had acquired from the law enforcement hall, the outer disciples of Tai's sect numbered between 20 to 30,000, with a substantial population of cultivators, around 4 to 5,000. Such figures were indeed staggering. Huang Qi felt a shiver of apprehension. The might of a major sect was unparalleled, and even those at the core formation stage would hesitate to confront these outer disciples directly. Nevertheless, distinguishing oneself among the 4 to 5,000 cultivators to become an inner disciple was no trivial feat, particularly when aiming for a position within the top 10, which was exceedingly arduous. Huang Qi possessed a strong sense of self-awareness, recognizing that with his current level of cultivation, he was far from qualifying as an inner disciple. let alone breaking into the top 10. What strategies could he employ to enhance his strength? Huang Qi began to ponder deeply. With 2 months remaining and no access to medicinal pills, reaching the mid-stage of the Qi refinement phase would be his utmost limit, and even then, he would not attain the pinnacle of that stage. Such prowess is undeniably insufficient. Among the outer disciples, there are indeed some formidable experts. And as for those who have attained mastery over the heavenly path, it is inconceivable for them to become inner disciples. The grand competition for inner disciples bears no relevance to them. With 4,000 to 5,000 Qi refinement practitioners, it is utterly impossible to rank within the top 100 without possessing strength equivalent to the mid to late stages of Qi refinement. Fortunately, this eccentric master has not entirely hoarded his possessions. Yet the thought that half of his medicinal herbs have been pilfered by this detestable master sends a pang of anguish through Huang Qi's heart. He must resort to the contribution hall to exchange for some elixirs. Without becoming an inner disciple, he shall not receive the sect's attention, which would be detrimental to his future cultivation. He has 2 months before the inner disciple competition and must bolster his strength to have any chance of joining their ranks. With this in mind, Huang Qi resolved to proceed to the contribution hall to procure the items he requires. Leaving his cave abode, Huang Qi made his way towards the contribution hall. Although he had not ventured to other locations, he was aware of the hall's position through the sect's introductory jade slip. As he walked along the path to the contribution hall, he observed numerous individuals adorned in the attire of inner disciples, both male and female, each possessing a distinct demeanor. A few of them noticed Huang Qi, clad in the garb of an outer disciple. Most paid him no heed, but a select few regarded him with disdain. Huang Qi took no offense. It is customary for inner disciples to look down upon their outer counterparts, and he deemed it unnecessary to engage in conflict, focusing solely on his own path. The contribution hall is situated on the western peak adjacent to the law enforcement hall, featuring a substantial cluster of buildings. Upon reaching the entrance of the largest hall within this complex, Huang Qi beheld the 3 grand characters of Contribution Hall inscribed with a flourish, exuding a sense of majesty. At the main entrance stood several inner disciples, each wielding a silver spear, standing resolutely with expressions of indifference. As Huang Qi approached the hall, none attempted to impede his passage. The gatekeepers were slightly taken aback, for outer disciples rarely frequented this place. Even among inner disciples, those in the Qi refinement stage seldom visited. Typically, by the time they reached the foundation establishment stage, disciples would descend the mountain to undergo practical training, returning only after gaining substantial experience. More often, it is the disciples in the mid to late stages of foundation establishment and those who have achieved core formation who frequent the contribution hall, as they regularly come to collect sect missions and exchange items they can no longer utilize. Upon entering the grand hall, Huang Qi found numerous shelves adorned with a plethora of goods, magical artifacts, various materials, vials, jars, and jade boxes. He recognized some flying knives and swords among the magical artifacts, as well as the cleansing elixirs displayed, but was unfamiliar with the rest. In front of these shelves stood many sect disciples, meticulously selecting their desired items. Those who completed their selections made their way to the central counter of the hall, exchanging spirit stones or presenting herbs and magical artifacts for trade. Huang Qi did not rush to the counter to convert his belongings into spirit stones. Instead, he approached the shelf displaying the cleansing elixirs to examine their prices. Huang Qi was initially indifferent to the matter, but upon further contemplation, he felt a jolt of surprise. A bottle of cleansing essence pills required a staggering 1,000 spirit stones. He had never anticipated that such a pill, meant solely for the Qi refining stage, would command such a hefty price. One bottle contained merely 100 cleansing essence pills. With only 1,000 spirit stones to his name, he could afford but a single bottle. The cost of cultivation truly was exorbitant. Huang Qi couldn't help but lament. It was no wonder his master was reluctant to provide him with pills. Perhaps his master's finances could scarcely support a disciple who relied entirely on pills to enhance his cultivation. Huang Qi found himself at a loss. It was clear why those outer sect disciples and wandering cultivators struggled so much in their training, not due to lack of talent, but rather a lack of funds. In this day and age, being financially disadvantaged rendered one powerless. Huang Qi felt a twinge of sympathy for these wandering cultivators and outer sect disciples. It was no surprise they were so desperate to join a sect, nor that outer sect disciples were eager to ascend to the ranks of inner sect disciples. With a sense of helplessness, He glanced at the magical artifacts on display. Their prices were equally steep. A low-grade spirit artifact started at no less than 50 spirit stones, while mid-grade artifacts typically ranged from 3 to 400 spirit stones, and high-grade artifacts soared beyond 1,000 spirit stones. The more advanced the artifact, the more exorbitant the price. Huang Qi had no intention of purchasing such items, as he already possessed an abundance of spirit artifacts, so much so that he could scarcely utilize them all. During the Sangu meeting, he had seized around 70 to 80 low-grade artifacts, 40 to 50 mid-grade artifacts, 5 high-grade artifacts, and even 1 top-grade artifact. However, he was hesitant to use the high-grade and top-grade artifacts, as most of them belonged to disciples of the 3 sects and 4 clans, and wandering cultivators were relatively impoverished, seldom possessing any artifacts, let alone high-grade or top-grade ones. Yet, as Huang Qi pondered the steep prices of these artifacts, he realized that he could sell his low-grade and mid-grade artifacts for 2,000 to 3,000 spirit stones. Not to mention the high-grade and top-grade artifacts, selling those within the sect would be out of the question. It seemed his wealth was quite considerable, far exceeding that of the average Foundation establishment disciple. Just as Huang Qi reveled in his good fortune, he suddenly spotted some talismans displayed nearby. His eyes lit up. These were truly valuable items. In critical moments, they could catch an opponent off guard, undeniably enhancing his strength. These talismans could unleash powerful attacks without requiring excessive amounts of spiritual energy. What treasures indeed! Huang Qi was visibly excited. However, as he approached, he was met with a sense of helplessness. While these items were indeed useful, they were also exceedingly costly. The talismans for the Qi refining stage were somewhat more affordable, priced at around 10 spirit stones each, while those for the Foundation establishment stage cost 50 to 60 spirit stones. The talismans for the core formation stage were even higher, exceeding 100 spirit stones. Of course, there were even more expensive talismans, but Huang Qi had no intention of purchasing them at this time. Each talisman could only be used once, and the thought of spending so much for a single use made Huang Qi reluctant. Nevertheless, these talismans were essential for preserving one's life, so he resolved to purchase a few for emergencies. Huang Qi continued to stroll, and suddenly his gaze fell upon a collection of mechanical beasts. These creatures were of various shapes. Some resembled birds, others tigers, lions, and wolves, including a few humanoid mechanical beings. Curiosity piqued, Huang Qi approached to examine them closely. The mechanical beasts, though devoid of life in their eyes, bore unsettling visages, each exhibiting a fierce countenance that could instill fear in onlookers. Each mechanical beast was affixed with a small tag. Huang Qi casually picked up a wooden plaque, which bore the inscription, Mechanical Tiger, Initial Stage 1 Mechanical Beast, 1,000 Spirit Stones. The exorbitant price tightened Huang Qi's chest. A Stage 1 mechanical beast priced at 1,000 Spirit Stones was indeed steep. However, upon further reflection, he concluded that this investment was justifiable. After all, acquiring such a mechanical companion would be akin to gaining an additional ally in battle, in contests between cultivators of equal prowess. The one possessing such a mechanical puppet would undoubtedly have the upper hand. With this thought, Huang Qi felt a measure of relief. As he continued to observe the mechanical beasts, he noted that they were predominantly of lower ranks. Some were initial stage 1, others mid-stage, and still others late stage. It seemed that the sect had no intention of selling mechanical beasts of second or third stage, as those would represent formidable combat power. Unless the sect were in dire financial straits or had lost their senses, they would not part with such high-tier mechanical beasts. Huang Qi was resolute in his decision to purchase a mechanical beast, recognizing its potential to enhance his combat capabilities. He could not afford to let this opportunity slip away. Slowly, he wandered towards other shelves, scrutinizing the items within. Though he found that few were familiar to him, it was merely an expansion of his horizons. Chapter 26. Transactions. Thus, Huang Qi completed his circuit, encountering items that stirred his interest, those he deemed unworthy, and others that were beyond his financial reach. His expression remained inscrutable, yet when the moment to make a purchase arrived, he found himself in a quandary. Huang Qi understood the wisdom of not flaunting his wealth. If he were to exchange all his valuables at once for the items he desired, he would undoubtedly attract unwanted attention, complicating matters for himself. He approached the counter, where 4 or 5 disciples were present alongside an elder leisurely sipping tea, clearly the senior figure overseeing the contribution hall and appraising valuable items. Huang Qi hesitated. Biting his lip, yet ultimately resolved to approach the elder. The other disciples, noticing that this was merely an outer sect disciple, felt a sense of discontent at his audacity to disturb the elder. "Hey, junior brother, if you need anything, come to me instead. Do not disturb the elder," one disciple remarked with a hint of disdain. Huang Qi paused momentarily at the tone of the senior disciple, but soon resumed his stride towards the elder. Anger stirred within the disciple, contemplating how brazen this outer sect disciple was. Just as he intended to intervene, the elder raised a hand to halt him, gazing in mild surprise at the approaching outer sect disciple. As Huang Qi stepped into the contribution hall, the elder immediately took note of his presence. Rarely did outer disciples venture into this space, which piqued the elder's curiosity. Observing Huang Qi as he surveyed his surroundings, the elder discerned his intention to procure medicinal pills, specifically the coveted cleansing marrow pill. However, the exorbitant price of such elixirs rendered them unattainable for outer disciples, prompting the elder to dismiss his initial intrigue. Yet, as the youth meandered through the hall, pausing at various points with an inscrutable expression, the elder's interest was rekindled. He mused that perhaps this youth was a new disciple taken under the wing of one of the esteemed elders. With a smile gracing his features, he regarded the young man as he approached. "Disciple Huang Qi pays his respects to the elder," Huang Qi stated, his demeanor neither subservient nor overly assertive, accompanied by a warm smile. The elder, noticing the youth's graceful composure, felt a flicker of surprise, further solidifying his belief that Huang Qi was indeed a junior or a newly accepted disciple of a prominent elder. "Oh, may I inquire which elder has taken you as a disciple, young friend?" The elder inquired amicably. Huang Qi felt a subtle shift within, gaining a clearer understanding of his situation. "I have recently pledged myself to Master Lin Feng, the disciple of our sect leader." Huang Qi had no intention of fabricating a story, for Lin Feng's esteemed status as the sect leader's direct disciple was akin to standing beneath a grand and protective tree. Upon hearing Huang Qi's declaration, the elder furrowed his brow. "Lin Feng, that lad? Isn't he merely at the 9th level of Qi refinement? How could he have taken on a disciple?" Seeing the elder's perplexed expression, Huang Qi replied with a smile, "My master successfully established his foundation just a month ago." "Really? That boy has advanced to foundation establishment?" The elder's astonishment was palpable. He recalled Lin Feng's recent breakthrough to the 9th level during the Three Valleys Conference. How could he have achieved foundation establishment in such a brief span? A 12-year-old foundation cultivator was indeed a prodigy beyond compare. The elder felt a pang of inadequacy as he reflected on his own disciples, who had only managed to establish their foundations at the ages of 15 or 16, and even then, they were considered extraordinary talents. Yet, in contrast to Lin Feng, their achievements seemed inconsequential. The elder pondered the vast disparities in talent among individuals. Huang Qi remained silent, patiently awaiting the elder's next words. The elder, still bewildered, contemplated the reasons behind Lin Feng's choice to accept this young disciple. Scanning Huang Qi with his spiritual sense revealed nothing particularly remarkable. He appeared to be merely at the pinnacle of the 3rd level of Qi refinement. The elder, still confounded, resolved to press on and asked, "What do you wish to offer in exchange for the medicinal pills?" Huang Qi hesitated, his expression revealing a hint of difficulty. The elder, perceiving the youth's demeanor, began to grasp the situation. Suddenly, a white barrier materialized, enveloping both Huang Qi and the elder. Huang Qi was taken aback, but quickly understood. The elder smiled reassuringly. "Fear not, young friend. This is a soundproof barrier, ensuring our conversation remains private." With the elder's assurance, Huang Qi's countenance brightened. Observers nearby were taken aback, wondering what the youth could possibly wish to discuss with the elder. A sense of curiosity filled the air, yet none dared to voice their inquiries. "I possess some low-grade spiritual artifacts and various herbs that I wish to exchange for a few items here," Huang Qi stated. The elder smiled faintly, aware of the wisdom in not revealing too much about one's wealth, and chose not to elaborate further. Suddenly, Huang Qi produced a storage bag and presented it to the elder, who merely responded with a nod and a smile. However, as the elder's consciousness swept over the contents of the bag, he was taken aback, though his expression remained unchanged. Internally, he was quite astonished. This young man's cultivation level was merely average among the outer disciples, a mere 3rd layer of Qi refinement, which placed him at the bottom among his peers. Yet, astonishingly, he possessed an abundance of low-grade and middle-grade spirit tools. For a Qi refinement disciple to own even a single low-grade spirit tool was considered quite affluent, let alone a middle-grade one, which was rarely acquired without the backing of a family or sect. Yet, here stood a youth boasting a staggering 140 to 50 items. This was utterly abnormal. The elder furrowed his brow in confusion, pondering where the young friend had procured so many spirit tools. Huang Qi understood that he could no longer conceal the truth. Maintaining his composure, he replied, "These items were acquired in the Three Valleys Gorge. I believe the elder can grasp the implications." The elder was taken aback by the youth's words. This lad seemed truly extraordinary, displaying a ruthless nature. The fact that he had amassed such wealth without anyone's knowledge indicated a sharp mind. If he were to remain loyal to the sect, it would indeed be a boon for them. The elder's gaze softened considerably as he regarded the young man before him. "Elder, these items are not meant for public display. All disciples are obliged to." Huang Qi's words enlightened the elder, who smiled and replied, "No worries. We are all well aware of the rules of the Three Valleys Gorge. How many medicinal pills do you wish to exchange?" Huang Qi sensed that his matters concerning the gorge were likely resolved and replied, 30 bottles of cleansing marrow pills." The elder's face revealed a hint of distress upon hearing this. The value of these artifacts amounted to roughly 30,000 spirit stones, but the sect had its regulations. Exchanging items with the sect required a fee of 10%, which meant that such a quantity of pills could not be procured. Realizing this was a form of extortion, Huang Qi chose not to contest the matter. Instead, he stated, "I would also like to exchange other items for some talismans and mechanical beasts. If the elder agrees, I could offer additional items in return." The elder was taken aback. Could this lad truly be so wealthy? Talismans and mechanical beasts commanded substantial prices. Yet the young man spoke of them so casually, clearly intent on making a trade. Huang Qi made it clear, if the elder was willing to provide 30 bottles of pills, he would be prepared to offer more in exchange for the talismans and mechanical beasts. This young man was not to be underestimated. He displayed the cunning of a clever fox. The elder's interest was piqued. He was not intimidated by a clever fox. For any elder who thrived in the contribution hall was, in essence, a seasoned fox, some having lived for 2 or 3 centuries. "Oh, then what does the young friend propose to exchange for these items?" Huang Qi, no longer feigning modesty, retrieved another storage bag from his waist and handed it to the elder. However, as the elder's consciousness scanned the contents of the bag, his composure faltered. "Good heavens, it's filled with herbs." The bag contained tens of thousands of herbs for refining, cleansing marrow pills, over 10,000 for foundation establishment pills, along with a considerable assortment of other herbs, sufficient to fill an entire storage bag. Where on earth had this young man acquired such a bounty? So many herbs, each with a considerable age, at least 3 years old. Some of the others are even older. Just these herbs alone could fetch over 100,000 spirit stones. This individual is truly a tycoon. A terrifying thought suddenly crossed the elder's mind. Could this lad be the thief who plundered the entire Sanguxia? The elder could no longer remain seated, his expression darkening. This matter must be reported to the sect master. He feared he could no longer make decisions on his own. Huang Qi, noticing the elder's expression, sensed that trouble was brewing, a foreboding feeling creeping into his heart. Indeed, wealth should not be flaunted. He had only revealed a portion of his collection. The more valuable herbs were reserved for his own use in the future. Seeing the elder's demeanor, Huang Qi understood that things were about to take a turn for the worse. However, at this point, he felt powerless to change his fate. It seemed trouble was imminent. Though his heart was anxious, his face remained impassive as he waited in silence. "Follow me," the elder stated, casting a complex glance at Huang Qi before heading towards the inner hall. Huang Qi felt helpless. Circumstances were beyond his control. Refusing to follow would only invite disaster. Fortunately, he still held a respectable position as a disciple, and he could only hope that his master would come to his aid. Otherwise, he feared he would find it difficult to extricate himself from this situation. Upon entering the inner hall, he found it empty. The elder stared at him in silence, his expression peculiar. Huang Qi sensed that the elder harbored no murderous intent, and his anxious heart began to settle. Not daring to speak, he stood quietly, waiting for the elder's inquiries. "Tell me," the elder began, "where did these herbs come from?" Huang Qi furrowed his brow, pondering deeply. He understood that mishandling this matter could bring him a multitude of troubles without any benefit. Observing Huang Qi's hesitant expression, the elder's countenance turned cold, and he grunted. "You must think carefully. Cultivators can probe souls, and you must be aware of the consequences of such an act. Huang Qi felt a chill run down his spine at the mention of soul probing, a grave taboo. Typically, a victim of such an act would be left as a simpleton, with recovery proving exceedingly difficult. Realizing he could no longer delay, he steeled himself and replied, "These herbs were gathered by my master and me together." His tone was earnest, yet the elder's expression chilled further upon hearing this. The implication was clear. Lin Feng was a prodigious genius disciple of the Tai sect, the sect master's most cherished apprentice. The elder dared not speak further. He knew the sect master was fiercely protective of his own. Offending him would be unwise. However, the youth before him was also a disciple of the sect master, making it difficult for the elder to probe further. It seemed prudent to refrain from meddling in this matter, lest he attract trouble. After a moment's contemplation of the pros and cons, and casting a discerning glance at the calm and composed young man, the elder found himself silently admiring him. For a time, both parties fell into a stalemate, speechless. Chapter 27. The Sect Master Calls. As time passed, nearly a quarter of an hour went by before the elder appeared to have made a resolute decision. "Bring him in," he commanded. Subsequently, 2 disciples bearing silver spears entered, bowing respectfully to the elder. "Elder Song," they greeted. "You all keep an eye on this individual. I shall return shortly." With that, Elder Song vanished in an instant. The 2 disciples exchanged wary glances, their expressions alert as they kept a close watch on the outer sect disciple before them, fearful that a moment's inattention might allow him to escape, bringing them trouble. Huang Qi, witnessing Elder Song's departure, felt a deep sense of despair. It seemed he was indeed inescapably trapped and could only hope for his master's timely arrival to rescue him. Time flowed steadily. Yet Huang Qi felt as if he had been ensnared in this place for countless years. He longed to leave. Just then, an unexpected figure burst in. This person, with striking features and an air of arrogance, filled Huang Qi with joy. Could it be that the master he had been yearning for, Lin Feng, had finally arrived? The 2 inner disciples were taken aback and promptly bowed. Greetings, senior brother Lin Feng." He merely nodded in acknowledgement, fixing a piercing gaze on Huang Qi, who felt a chill run down his spine, sensing impending reprimand. With a forced smile, Huang Qi bowed and exclaimed, "Master, I have awaited your arrival with such longing. You have finally come." Lin Feng shot him a fierce glare, replying curtly, "Let us proceed to the main hall of the sect." Huang Qi's heart sank at his master's words, realizing he had likely caused significant trouble. He followed Lin Feng out of the contribution hall in silence. "Can you not behave yourself, you troublesome boy? Do you comprehend the magnitude of the mess you've created? Even the sect leader has been alerted. Fortunately, I happened to be paying respects to that old codger when I learned of your transgressions. Otherwise, the law enforcement hall would have come to apprehend you. I hurried here as soon as I could," Lin Feng chastised, his expression one of exasperation. Huang Qi felt a wave of indignation. After all, his master had not provided him with elixirs, forcing him to exchange the benefits he had acquired in the 3 Valleys Gorge for medicinal herbs, merely a few tens of thousands of them. Though he thought this, he did not dare show his dissatisfaction, maintaining a facade of grievance as he followed Lin Feng in silence. "You even betrayed me, leaving me to clean up your mess," Lin Feng said, his dissatisfaction evident. Huang Qi cautiously inquired, "Master, I was left with no choice. I had to invoke your name, or I would have been unable to extricate myself from the situation." His face bore a bitter smile. "Besides, you are the sect leader's closed-door disciple. Surely, the sect leader would not hold you accountable?" Lin Feng's expression twitched at these words, and he shot Huang Qi another glare. Before long, the master and disciple arrived at the main hall of the sect, where over 10 elders sat, accompanied by several law enforcement disciples standing behind them. Huang Qi had never encountered such a formidable assembly and felt his heart race, though his exterior remained composed. Observing the elders, some bore smiles while others displayed displeasure, which allowed Huang Qi to breathe a sigh of relief. He was adept at reading the room. In the main seat of the hall, the sect leader regarded the pair with an air of authority. As Lin Feng and Huang Qi took their positions in the center of the hall, Huang Qi lagged a step behind, daring not to breathe audibly. Lin Feng maintained an air of calmness, seemingly indifferent to the unfolding events. Observing his master's confidence, Huang Qi felt a significant sense of relief. "Master, I have brought your disciple," Lin Feng stated with an unruffled demeanor. The elders, upon hearing Lin Feng's words, perceived the underlying implications, and they exchanged knowing smiles, choosing to remain seated in silence. The sect leader, who held great affection for this remarkable disciple, felt a mix of amusement and understanding. It was clear that Lin Feng intended for him to speak on behalf of this disciple. At that moment, an enforcing elder rose, facing Lin Feng and his disciple with an imposing presence, and declared in a commanding voice, "Outer sect disciple Huang Qi, I demand your truthful account. Should you fail to comply, you shall face severe penalties. Do you understand?" Huang Qi, very much aware of the elder's authority, felt a wave of pressure wash over him. However, upon noticing his master's composed expression, he steadied himself and replied with respectful poise, "Please, elder, ask your questions. I would not dare to conceal anything." The elders observed Huang Qi's demeanor, nodding in approval. His manner was both respectful and confident, exhibiting an elegance and composure that suggested he would become a noteworthy individual in the future. The sect leader also nodded in agreement, recognizing that, regardless of Huang Qi's cultivation level, his calm disposition set him apart from ordinary disciples. The enforcing elder nodded and continued, "Now, recount how you discovered the herbs in Sangu Gorge." Huang Qi furrowed his brow slightly but, after receiving a reassuring nod from Lin Feng, began. "I must start from the moment I encountered my master." He paused, as if recalling events from a month prior. "I was merely a practitioner of the way, venturing into Sangu Gorge in hopes of fortune. Upon entering, I made my way deeper into the gorge. During my passage through one of the valleys, I witnessed my master engaged in battle with two mid-stage beastlings. Recognizing the impressive cultivation of my master, I understood he was a disciple of a major sect and felt compelled to offer my assistance. Together, we vanquished the two beastlings. In gratitude for my aid, my master graciously accepted me as an outer sect disciple of Tai sect. Naturally, I was overjoyed, and thereafter, he guided me in foraging for herbs. We took a shortcut, arriving at the herb garden ahead of others, and began to gather an abundant harvest. I was elated and suggested we collect more herbs to exchange for cultivation resources at the sect, to which my master readily agreed. Thus, we acquired the majority of the treasures within the valley. In the end, my master and I discovered that the disciples of the 3 sects and 4 clans did not dare to confront us, realizing that our excessive gathering of herbs had sparked such a fierce conflict. Fearing repercussions, we refrained from revealing the truth. After several elders conducted another search and found nothing amiss, they departed from the 3 Valleys Gorge, and I returned with my master to Tai sect, becoming an outer disciple. My master, who had a certain affinity for me, accepted me as his disciple after establishing his foundation and bestowed upon me a life creation pill, enabling me to become a cultivator. This time, lacking elixirs, I sought to exchange my contributions for pills at the contribution hall, which led to Elder Song uncovering the situation. Upon hearing Huang Qi's account, the crowd fell into a state of speechlessness. This lad had fortuitously scavenged the entire valley of herbs and, with a nonchalant demeanor, claimed merely to have collected a bit more than usual, an assertion that seemed rather exaggerated. Elder Song, with an expression of helplessness, thought, "You have been discovered, and yet you still have objections? It is a blessing you were not apprehended." The law enforcement elder nodded in agreement and addressed the sect leader, stating, "Sect leader, the matter has been clarified. This disciple, Huang Qi, has harmed our relations with the 3 sects and 4 clans for his own benefit, leading to considerable strife and casualties among the outer sect families and loose cultivators. I implore you to confine this disciple in the immortal binding prison for appropriate punishment." Hearing this, Huang Qi felt a chill in his heart. It seemed that he was indeed facing persecution, and his future appeared bleak. The other elders regarded the situation with disdain, while the sect leader furrowed his brow, clearly displeased. The law enforcement elder, undeterred, gazed at the sect leader, awaiting his decision. At that moment, Lin Feng stepped forward, respectfully addressing the law enforcement elder. The elder's brow eased as he turned to face Lin Feng, who met his gaze directly. "What do you wish to convey?" the elder asked coolly. Lin Feng inquired, "Might there be any impropriety in Huang Qi entering the 3 Valleys Gorge?" The law enforcement elder frowned, replying, "There is no impropriety." Lin Feng pressed on, "And what of Huang Qi gathering herbs within the gorge? Is there any fault in that?" "There is none," the elder answered. "What of Huang Qi's slightly increased harvest of herbs? Is that objectionable?" The elder, understanding Lin Feng's intent, responded, "To toil more is to gain more. There is no fault in that. Is it wrong for Huang Qi to conceal his gathered herbs out of fear of theft?" Lin Feng continued. "No, there is nothing wrong," came the reply. Finally, If the disciples of the 3 sects and 4 clans failed to locate Huang Qi and instead turned against one another in suspicion, what relation does that have to Huang Qi? The law enforcement elder's expression darkened, yet Lin Feng's assertions were grounded in truth. Although Lin Feng had collected more than usual, there was no regulation against gathering herbs in excess. The elder's face reddened, rendered speechless. The other elders and the sect leader exchanged peculiar glances, their expressions a mix of intrigue and concern. Elder Song, upon hearing Lin Feng's pointed remarks, felt a cold sweat break out. He was relieved he hadn't foolishly pressed Huang Qi, for facing Lin Feng's scrutiny would have been a most embarrassing ordeal. The assembly of elders was taken aback. This youth exhibited profound cunning, meticulous reasoning, and spoke with great clarity. It seemed likely that he would evolve into a formidable figure in the future. Lin Feng, unyielding in his arguments, stepped forward and boldly inquired of the elder, "Dare I ask, if you were to commit acts akin to those of Huang Qi, and subsequently realized that a conflict had arisen between the sect and the solitary practitioners, would you have the courage to acknowledge yourself as the architect of such chaos?" The law enforcement elder was rendered speechless, his face flushed to a hue reminiscent of liver, struggling to articulate a response. Upon reflection, he realized that he too would refrain from admission under such circumstances. In the realm of cultivation, the law of the jungle prevailed, and such scenarios were far from uncommon. The other elders nodded in silent agreement, having gained a renewed understanding of this disciple of the sect leader. Some resolved to caution their own disciples against provoking this harbinger of calamity. The law enforcement elder, with celestial prowess, found himself helpless against Lin Feng's logical assertions. Chapter 28. A journey to Tianqi. Upon hearing his master's series of probing questions directed at the law enforcement elder, Huang Qi was astounded. His master was simply magnificent. Huang Qi felt himself rising in stature, for with such a master, what was there to fear? He was filled with admiration for this seemingly unassuming mentor, yet felt diminutive in comparison, acutely aware that his journey had only just begun and that he had much to learn and endure. Observing the law enforcement elder's face, now a deep crimson, Huang Qi gleefully surmised that the elder was on the verge of expelling blood in frustration. How amusing it was to witness the elder of the enforcement hall reduced to such a state before his own master. Huang Qi knew well that his mentor was fiercely protective, and under the shadow of such authority, few would dare to challenge him. He felt a newfound sense of confidence surge within him. Ha ha! Tian Zhongxian laughed heartily, and after a moment of mirth, he suddenly realized that the other elders were regarding him with bewilderment. Recognizing his loss of composure, he quickly cleared his throat, returning to a more serious demeanor. Though the gleam of joy in his eyes betrayed his true feelings as he exchanged knowing glances with Lin Feng. Lin Feng, understanding the unspoken message, nodded in acknowledgement, fixating his gaze upon the law enforcement elder. Upon hearing Tian Zhongxian's laughter, the elder could no longer contain the surge of anger within him and spat forth a mouthful of blood. The enforcement disciples, witnessing their master so thoroughly incensed by these 2 youths, glared at them with unbridled rage, yet dared not voice their indignation, for they lacked the standing to speak in this gathering. The elders looked on in astonishment, their expressions a mixture of shock and confusion. At that moment, the sect leader interjected, "Fenger, do not be disrespectful. Hasten to offer your apologies to the law enforcement elder." The leader inwardly commended his devoted disciple, secretly reveling in the spectacle, though maintaining an air of composure befitting his status. Yet, the more he observed his proud disciple, the more he found himself enchanted by his charisma and poise. Lin Feng understood that his master was providing him with a way out, while simultaneously granting the enforcement elder an escape as well. Lin Feng chose not to elaborate further. Stepping forward instead, "Disciple acknowledges that my beloved apprentice has indeed erred. I implore the enforcement elder to show leniency," he stated with utmost politeness. Yet he never conceded to any fault of his own. The onlookers were left speechless, muttering amongst themselves that he certainly did not seem at fault during his earlier rebuttal. However, none of the elders responded, and the elder, who was seething with indignation, felt immense regret for involving himself in this matter, realizing he had brought shame upon himself. The enforcement elder, supported by a disciple, sank into silence as he took his seat. Another enforcement elder rose to speak. "Esteemed sect leader, while it cannot be said that Huang Qi is guilty of heinous crimes, he has indeed caused considerable negative repercussions for our 3 sects and 4 clans. I beseech you to render your judgment." This elder tempered his words, unwilling to risk public humiliation like his senior. He chose to step back. Yet another enforcement elder stood up, declaring, "The outer disciple Huang Qi has harvested a substantial amount of herbs from the Three Valley Gorge, and according to regulations, he is required to submit half. However, he has yet to do so. I hope the sect leader will impose strict penalties on Huang Qi." Upon hearing this, Huang Qi's heart sank. His master had already embezzled half of his herbs, and if he were to submit another half, he would be left with very little, causing him further anguish. Clearing his throat, the sect leader finally spoke. "Since the matter has been clarified, I hereby decree that outer disciple Huang Qi shall forfeit half of his herbs and shall engage in solitary reflection for 2 months atop the cliff. Do the esteemed elders find this decision unsatisfactory?" The sect leader smiled as he addressed the assembly, yet the crowd could only inwardly scoff at the futility of his inquiry. He had already made his decision. What use was their response? To oppose a resolution already accepted by the sect leader would only invite unnecessary strife. After all, who was the sect leader? He was none other than the infamous Fu Tianqi, a notorious figure in the realm of Jinghua. Outwardly genteel, Fu Tianqi harbored a cunning nature. Anything he coveted, he would seize, regardless of the means. Many leaders from the 3 sects and 4 clans had suffered losses at his hands. Over a decade ago, Fu Tianqi had set his sights on the Zhen family's divination artifact, the Butianyu, a mysterious and sacred item. Unfazed by the challenge, he approached the gates of the Zhen family, daring to confront their 7 elders. He wagered that should he prevail, the Butianyu would be his. If he lost, he would withdraw from the cultivation world altogether. The Zhen family, a formidable clan, had never before been so disrespected. Enraged, the elders engaged in a fierce battle, only to be soundly beaten by Fu Tianqi, nearly igniting a war between the 2 factions. Ultimately, under the mediation of the elder sages, the Zhen family reluctantly surrendered the Butianyu, bringing an end to the confrontation. From that day forth, the fearsome Fu Tianqi became notorious, with everyone avoiding him, wary that he might covet their treasures. Many elders within the sect had fallen victim to his thievery, harboring deep-seated resentment towards him. Yet, Fu Tianqi's unparalleled strength rendered him invincible beneath the nascent soul stage. His mastery of the Qiankun Ring technique instilling terror in all who crossed his path. Fu Tianqi observed the crowd, noting their smiles and nods of agreement, which brought a satisfied smile to his face. In stark contrast, the expressions of the law elders grew increasingly grim. It was evident that Huang Qi had been regarded as Fu Tianqi's disciple, and any future actions against him would require careful consideration. Meanwhile, Huang Qi wore an expression of distress, unwillingly gazing at his master, Lin Feng, who appeared blissfully unaware of Huang Qi's discomfort. Realizing that persuading his master to advocate on his behalf was futile, Huang Qi resignedly approached the elder of the contribution hall, bowing respectfully before presenting a storage bag with great reluctance. The elder, now much more amiable, accepted the bag with a smile. Huang Qi returned to stand behind Lin Feng, still discontent. At that moment, Fu Tianqi spoke again. "Ah, Elder Song, since my disciple has contributed herbs to the sect, please honor his request for the items he wishes to exchange. After all, he is the disciple of this sect's master, and I would not want him to feel disheartened. Would I?" Elder Song promptly rose in agreement, wary of saying too much, though inwardly he cursed Fu Tianqi for this blatant coercion, feeling utterly disheartened. Huang Qi's heart swelled with joy upon hearing the sect master's words. With these items, he now had a chance to rank among the top 10 in the inner disciple competition. Lin Feng approached his master, expressing gratitude, and then exchanged a knowing glance with Huang Qi, who promptly stepped forward to pay his respects. Understanding that this was a moment to endear himself to his esteemed ancestor, Huang Qi resolved to perform admirably, laying the groundwork for his future standing within the sect. As Huang Qi bowed to his esteemed ancestor, Fu Tianqi nodded in approval, smiling as he said, "Very well, go to the contribution hall and follow Elder Song to retrieve what you need. Since the matter has been clarified, there is no need to hoard your herbs. Feel free to exchange them with Elder Song, who would not shortchange you. Correct, Elder Song?" Fu Tianqi concluded with a smile directed at Elder Song, whose own smile was more unsettling than a demon's, clearly indicating that Fu Tianqi's disciples would suffer no losses. Elder Song could only nod and smile in agreement. "Huang Qi, tomorrow you shall retreat to the reflection cliff for contemplation, returning only after 2 months. Do you understand?" Fu Tianqi said kindly, his smile growing more agreeable in Huang Qi's eyes. The prospect of having such a protective sect master was an immense advantage. Huang Qi quickly nodded in thanks, his heart finally easing as the matter reached a satisfactory resolution. Although thoughts of having lost half of his herbs soon dampened his spirits once more. Lin Feng, too, smiled and nodded approvingly. Huang Qi accompanied Elder Song to the contribution hall and, rather impolitely, rummaged through its contents. Elder Song felt an overwhelming sense of frustration as Huang Qi took everything that caught his eye. Elixirs for enhancing magical power, healing, and detoxification were seized without hesitation. Huang Qi also pilfered a substantial collection of talismans, including dozens meant for the foundation establishment stage, while gathering countless more from the Qi refining and foundation building stages to stuff into his storage pouch. Several mechanical puppet beasts were not spared from Huang Qi's greedy grasp. There were dozens of mid-grade spirit stones and a few high-grade ones. Elder Song's heart ached. This was a significant loss of wealth. Huang Qi had only paid him a fraction of the total cost. Under normal circumstances, Elder Song could have easily extracted several thousand spirit stones from such a transaction. But after Huang Qi's sweeping raid, he feared he would see no extra income for the entire year. Once this calamity had departed, Elder Song finally breathed a sigh of relief. However, upon turning to survey the empty shelves, his heart sank once more. Chapter 29. The cliff of reflection and seclusion emerging from the contribution hall. Huang Qi was brimming with excitement. The thought of having acquired so many items, coupled with Elder Song's pained expression, filled him with pride. He patted his bulging storage pouch, dismissing his earlier dismay over losing half of his herbs, and leisurely made his way toward Lin Feng's cave dwelling. Upon arriving at the entrance to Lin Feng's main hall, Huang Qi felt a twinge of anxiety. He wondered whether his master would seek retribution for dragging him into this affair. Contemplating his master's profound foundation establishment prowess, which left him utterly defenseless, sent shivers down his spine. Yet, he felt a sense of helplessness. His master had always been protective of him. Remembering how Lin Feng had confronted the law enforcement hall elder on his behalf, even causing the elder to spit blood in anger, warmed Huang Qi's heart. After a moment of hesitation, he steeled himself, thinking that if he were to face the consequences, so be it. With a broad smile, he stepped into the hall. Lin Feng sat calmly, cradling a teacup in his hands, patiently awaiting someone's arrival. Huang Qi cheerfully approached his master and knelt before him, saying earnestly, "Master, I was wrong. Please, punish me again." Lin Feng was taken aback. Was this foolish boy actually begging for a beating? Was his skin itching for punishment again? Suddenly, a peculiar grin spread across Lin Feng's face. Recognizing this expression, Huang Qi maintained a facade of acceptance, but felt a wave of regret wash over him. Cold sweat forming on his back. "Very well," Lin Feng replied. "I have just the itch to test my skills on you." As he slowly rose, Huang Qi's complexion changed drastically, realizing his master was indeed serious. With a swift leap, he rolled several meters away, a wry smile on his face as he pleaded, "Master, spare me. I have learned my lesson. Look, I have already faced punishment from our esteemed ancestor. Please, show mercy and let me off this time. Humph, remember this. You rascal, do not cause trouble for the elder in the future." Lin Feng had no real intention of harming him. He merely sought to tease Huang Qi. Huang Qi's heart swelled with joy as he eagerly approached his master, showering him with gestures of gratitude. Patting his back and kneading his legs in an attempt to curry favor with the one who had spared him. "You, my boy, have indeed turned misfortune into fortune. With the sect leader acknowledging you as his disciple, it is unlikely that any fool would dare provoke you. However, I implore you to spare me some peace. Avoid causing trouble, for I too must cultivate diligently and cannot afford the luxury of mending your mistakes." Huang Qi nodded vigorously, vowing to refrain from mischief in the future, his sincerity palpable. Yet, Lin Feng remained skeptical, knowing well the mischievous nature of the lad, and chose to disregard Huang Qi's assurances. "All right, you may return now. Pack your belongings and head to the contemplation cliff tomorrow to cultivate earnestly. Upon your return, the competition for inner disciples will be upon us. Once you become an inner disciple, your resources for cultivation will multiply. I trust you have amassed a fair number of elixirs from the contribution hall. With such support, breaking through to the late stages of the Qi refinement period should pose little challenge." Huang Qi nodded, sharing the spoils he had collected from the contribution hall, which left Lin Feng speechless. This boy was indeed a harbinger of misfortune, driven by greed. Not long after, Huang Qi exited his master's chamber, and Lin Feng watched him leave with a mixture of exasperation and delight. Descending the mountain, Huang Qi procured some food and drink before returning to his training chamber. He had yet to reach the stage of fasting, which could only be achieved after attaining the foundation establishment realm. Upon entering his training room, he became a whirlwind of activity, for the treasures he had obtained from the contribution hall were plentiful. He possessed no fewer than 40 to 50 bottles of cleansing elixirs, enough to elevate him to the late stages of Qi refinement. Additionally, he had acquired a myriad of talismans, and the sight of the substantial handful of them filled his heart with exuberance, nearly causing him to drool. Huang Qi meticulously assessed the potency and rank of these talismans. Among them were hundreds of fireball and ice spike talismans suitable for Qi refinement practitioners, alongside 70 to 80 offensive talismans for foundation establishment, and a dozen or so for the core formation stage. His spirits soared at the prospect of these talismans bolstering his power, allowing him the potential to vanquish even foundation establishment cultivators should fortune favor him. He carefully classified these items and stored them in his dimensional bag. Gazing at the mechanical beasts, Huang Qi's joy intensified. Although these first-tier automatons possessed only initial-level strength, their relentless aggression rendered them formidable, surpassing the combat capabilities of their peers among cultivators and demonic beasts. However, these constructs required spirit stones to sustain their energy and demanded a portion of one's consciousness to control them, presenting a small inconvenience. Yet, even without direct oversight, these automatons exhibited an innate combat instinct, necessitating a willingness to invest heavily in their operation. Each of these mechanical beasts unleashed their most ferocious strike, consuming an average of 2 low-grade spirit stones per attack. After all, this was no trifling expenditure. Huang Qi typically refrains from allowing those money-consuming individuals to engage in combat, unless he finds himself truly outmatched. Observing the 4 or 5 mechanical puppets before him, Huang Qi felt a surge of joy. He had invested dozens of spirit stones into a single mechanical beast, intending to summon them as enforcers when needed. He mused that a coordinated assault from several mechanical puppets might even compel a foundation establishment cultivator to retreat. Huang Qi smiled with satisfaction, for the expenditure of a few dozen spirit stones did not weigh heavily on his mind. He planned to await his ascension to the mid-Qi refinement stage after his time at the reflective cliff before inscribing his consciousness upon the seal. Otherwise, such an investment would be a waste, and wastefulness invites retribution, he thought to himself contentedly. The reflective cliff is situated on the rear mountains of Mount Wutai, a sanctuary where the sect's esteemed elders and core disciples cultivate. Typically, outer disciples cannot access this sacred ground, yet Huang Qi, as a disciple of the illustrious Tianqi, was granted passage to contemplate his misdeeds there. The reflective cliff looms perilously high, a sheer precipice rising thousands of meters, perpetually shrouded in mist and capped with eternal snow. Upon arriving at the cliff, Huang Qi shivered at the sight of the snow surrounding him, muttering that the reflective cliff was rather chilly. While the base of the cliff enjoys a temperate climate, the summit remains cloaked in snow year-round, leaving Huang Qi bemused by this strange phenomenon. As he ascended the reflective cliff, Huang Qi discovered a vast stone cave. Beyond the cave's mouth lay the sheer drop, and upon peering over the edge, he discerned an abyss that seemed bottomless. Even the surrounding peaks were obscured from his view, and he thought to himself that a leap from such a height would surely result in his demise. Shaking his head, he pondered his errant thoughts, deciding it best to retreat to the cave for meditation. The solitude was welcome, and despite the cold, the environment was satisfactory to him. In such a place, cultivating his skills would undoubtedly prove beneficial. As he entered the cave, he noted the walls were smooth as polished glass, impeccably arranged. It appeared this cave had been meticulously maintained for the purpose of confining errant disciples for reflection, albeit a layer of dust suggested it had long been abandoned. Huang Qi promptly cast a spell, conjuring a miniature storm of spiritual energy that swept through the cave, expelling the dust and restoring cleanliness. Satisfied with the now pristine surroundings, he nodded appreciatively. Taking a seat in the training chamber, Huang Qi contemplated the need to devise a comprehensive plan for his cultivation over the next 2 months. He recognized that the internal disciple competition loomed on the horizon, leaving him with little time. His immediate goal was to elevate his cultivation to the late Qi refinement stage before delving into the intricacies of the mechanical puppets and familiarizing himself with the use of spiritual artifacts. Suddenly, a thought struck him. He recalled the fire-based technique, pure yang fiery art, that his master had imparted to him. This technique, he remembered, could significantly enhance his prowess. And the master had extolled its virtues, filling him with great joy at the time. Without a moment's hesitation, Huang Qi casually slapped a crimson jade tube from his storage bag, which flew into his hand. He pressed the jade tube against his forehead, and an intense sensation engulfed his mind, akin to being scorched by fierce flames. As waves of heat washed over him, a surge of information flooded his consciousness. The pure yang fire technique, a pinnacle fire-based cultivation method, promises the ability to incinerate all things in the world without exception. Huang Qi marveled at the extraordinary power of this technique, feeling a surge of excitement. After all, it was a gift from his master, and he trusted its authenticity. As he continued to read, he became so engrossed in the teachings of the pure yang fire technique that an entire day and night passed unnoticed. He was utterly captivated, losing all sense of time. When he finally opened his eyes the next morning, pure elation radiated from his face. What a treasure! He had not anticipated the sheer ferocity of the pure yang fire technique, which also contained several powerful fire-related secrets capable of devastating the heavens and boiling the seas upon mastery, truly terrifying. After a moment of exhilaration, Huang Qi gradually regained his composure, aware that such powers were still far beyond his reach. He understood that he must cultivate diligently, step by step, to attain the heights described within. Without further contemplation, he swallowed several blood-cleansing pills and then executed a hand seal. A soft crimson glow emanated from his body, causing the surrounding air to heat rapidly, and the long-frozen snow outside the cave began to show signs of melting. Huang Qi then closed his eyes, maintaining a serene expression as he followed the cultivation method inscribed in the jade tube, allowing the vital energy within his dantian to circulate according to a specific technique. Thus commenced his protracted journey of cultivation. 3 days elapsed, and Huang Qi remained in meditation. During this time, aside from consuming the blood-cleansing pills to enhance his spiritual power, he devoted himself to familiarizing himself with the pure yang fire technique, hoping to master its secrets swiftly, so that he might wield it effortlessly in combat. 3 days may seem brief, yet it is significant enough. Through relentless practice, he had finally breached the threshold of this technique. Opening his eyes, a fleeting crimson glow sparkled within them. Suddenly, he unleashed a powerful strike towards the cave entrance. A torrent of surging spiritual energy erupted from within him, causing the temperature to soar dramatically. A brilliant column of crimson fire erupted from his palm, colliding with the rocks outside the cave with a resounding crash. To his astonishment, the massive boulder shattered under the impact. Huang Qi surveyed the tremendous power of his strike, filled with elation and satisfaction. If an initial stage Qi refinement practitioner had been struck by that palm, they would likely suffer grave consequences. Delighted by the potency of his recent strike, he nodded in approval. Suddenly, Huang Qi recalled that within his cultivation of the pure yang blazing fire technique, there existed a set of palm techniques and several intricate fire-based secret arts. However, those fire arts were exceedingly profound and complex, and he feared that he was currently incapable of comprehending their application. Nevertheless, the pure yang blazing palm was indeed within his reach to practice. Should he complement a technique with an appropriate palm method, the power of a single strike would undoubtedly surpass that of an ordinary blow. Resolutely, Huang Qi resolved to first master the palm technique before proceeding with further cultivation. Closing his eyes, Huang Qi meticulously recalled the palm technique detailed in the jade scroll. After half an hour, he suddenly rose, his hands dancing gracefully as he executed one palm strike after another, exuding an air of formidable elegance. Originally a master of the Tao, Huang Qi's prowess in martial arts was nothing short of that of a grandmaster. Although he was not yet a cultivator of immortality, his innate talent for martial arts was exceptional. He memorized the palm technique after just a single viewing. Had it fallen into the hands of a practitioner in the secular martial world, that individual would swiftly ascend to become a top-tier master. This palm technique was remarkably unique, with each strike flowing seamlessly into the next, rendering evasion nearly impossible. Within mere hours, Huang Qi had thoroughly grasped the technique, believing that, when paired with his internal energy, he could easily overwhelm any initial stage cultivator without the use of spiritual weapons. With the combination of the pure yang blazing fire technique and his own spiritual power, Huang Qi felt confident that he could contend on equal footing with his peers wielding spiritual weapons, if not surpass them. The consumption of energy when employing spiritual weapons was considerable, while the palm technique, unless executed with immense force, required minimal expenditure. Moreover, his dantian was significantly larger than that of the average individual, endowing him with a more robust reservoir of magical energy. In confrontations with cultivators of the same rank, he was assured of victory. Huang Qi then departed the cave, arriving at the precipice of a towering cliff, where a vast expanse lay before him. He began to circulate his internal energy, employing the pure yang blazing palm as prescribed in the technique. Each palm strike he delivered resonated with tremendous energy fluctuations, imbued with boundless might. Immersed in the practice of the pure yang blazing palm, he unleashed strike after strike, quickly surrounding himself with an immensely pure fire spiritual energy. The long frozen snow on the ground gradually began to melt, and Huang Qi felt a profound exhilaration coursing through his body, each strike granting him deeper insights. Exhausted, he eventually returned to the cave, drenched in sweat, to take medicine and meditate. The meditation of a cultivator far surpasses mere sleep in its restorative power. During meditation, the mind can enter a state of dormancy, while the circulation of energy within the dantian remains uninterrupted, a remarkable aspect of cultivation. For a cultivator, after enduring extreme mental strain and prolonged periods without restful sleep, meditation serves as an excellent means of recuperation. The effects of meditation and sleep vary significantly under different circumstances. At this moment, Huang Qi was merely exhausted of his inner strength, and a few hours of meditation would suffice for his recovery. Once he had regained his energy, he ventured outside the cave to practice the pure yang fiery palm. Whenever he depleted his magical energy, he would return to the cave to continue his medicinal regimen and meditation. Days turned into weeks, and before long, a month had elapsed. Throughout this month, Huang Qi dedicated himself to meditation and the practice of the pure yang fiery palm. His arduous training not only elevated his cultivation to the pinnacle of the mid-stage of Qi refinement, but also allowed him to master the technique of the pure yang fiery palm. Achieving a profound synergy between the two disciplines, Huang Qi's overall prowess had transcended that of an average mid-stage Qi refinement practitioner. Even a late-stage practitioner would find it challenging to defeat him, while only those at the consummate level of Qi refinement could slightly surpass him. With a casual strike of his palm against a nearby boulder, a resounding crack echoed as the stone shattered into fragments. Huang Qi nodded in satisfaction, pleased with his progress during this period. This was merely a casual strike. He had not exerted much spiritual power, yet he could deliver such formidable force. If he unleashed his full strength, he could easily overwhelm a foundation establishment practitioner. Returning to the cave, he sat in contemplation, reflecting on the gains and losses of the past month. He found himself somewhat dissatisfied, despite consuming 20 to 30 bottles of cleansing pills. His cultivation remained at the peak of mid-stage Qi refinement. This left him feeling unfulfilled. If his thoughts were to be revealed to other disciples, they would surely be incensed. For many outer disciples, lacking sufficient pills, had not advanced even a single layer in a year. Only those gifted individuals, who progressed rapidly in cultivation and had the aid of pills, might achieve a breakthrough of 3 layers in a year. Huang Qi's advancement of 3 layers in just 1 month was indeed extraordinary. However, those prodigies cultivated their spiritual energy through their own efforts, resulting in exceptionally pure power. A stark contrast to the rapid ascension achieved by Huang Qi through the consumption of pills. Although Huang Qi was also engaged in practice, he primarily relied on pills, leading to an unstable foundation. The true challenges would only manifest when he approached the stage of core formation. With the assistance of rare treasures, perhaps there remained a glimmer of hope for him to achieve core formation. Relying solely on pills for cultivation would never allow Huang Qi to form a golden core. Many elders in the sect were firmly opposed to their disciples relying on pills for cultivation, as this approach bore more harm than benefit. Yet, Huang Qi lacked this awareness. His inherent aptitude for cultivation was rather ordinary. Had he followed the conventional path like others, it would have taken him 3 to 5 years to establish a foundation. Even after that, the path would become exceedingly arduous, with many disciples of lesser talent forever unable to break through. Huang Qi acknowledged this reality, but remained unconcerned. With the guidance of his master, achieving golden core formation would already bring him great contentment, granting him a lifespan of 4 to 5 centuries. Ample time to ponder future matters. For now, his primary focus was to elevate his cultivation and become an inner disciple. This is the perplexing Huang Qi. The esteemed by Qiankun is undoubtedly aware of these matters. However, his profound insight reveals that countless sacred artifacts exist both in the heavens and on earth. With diligent effort, nothing is insurmountable. Unlike those uninformed cultivators who approach such issues with limited perspective, Bai Qiankun understands the vastness of potential. Yet, some sacred artifacts that could enhance one's cultivation are indeed rare and precious, attainable only through fortunate circumstances. The actions of those cultivators are, therefore, quite justified. It is only Bai Qiankun who harbors peculiar thoughts. Currently, Huang Qi has encountered a minor bottleneck in his cultivation. This does not imply that he lacks elixirs to facilitate his advancement, but rather that he must patiently wait for his spiritual energy to solidify before attempting to break through to the later stages of Qi refinement. Otherwise, an incessant pursuit of breakthroughs may lead to formidable challenges in foundational cultivation. Huang Qi is not foolish. He understands that one must consume their meal bite by bite and traverse the path step by step. Seeking shortcuts is not always beneficial. On this particular day, Huang Qi sat in contemplation, reflecting on his gains over the past month. Although his realm had not progressed significantly, he had nonetheless made rapid strides compared to his peers at the same level. It was time to consider how to enhance his combat prowess within his current cultivation stage. To elevate his fighting capabilities, the mechanism puppet beast had become his primary focus. Huang Qi recalled that his master had once bestowed upon him a jade tube, which contained the Bai manual. This manual was given to him by his master to occupy his time, and he had not paid much attention to it at the time. Suddenly remembering the manual, Huang Qi recalled that his master had described it as a compilation of his lifelong insights into the myriad arts of cultivation. It encompassed knowledge on alchemy, artifact crafting, talisman creation, puppetry, zi-wei, and array formations. To imprint his consciousness upon the mechanical puppet, Huang Qi would require this knowledge. Elated, he retrieved the Bai manual and pressed it against his forehead. Chapter 31. Enchantment. Before his eyes lay an outline that encompassed various major headings: alchemy, artifact crafting, talisman creation, mechanical puppetry, array formations, and zi-wei. Given Huang Qi's current lack of alchemical fire, he was unable to engage in artifact crafting or alchemy. Thus, he bypassed those headings and sought the section that detailed the mechanical puppet beasts. Mechanical puppet beasts are constructs devoid of self-awareness, fashioned by humans and controlled by the owner's consciousness. In terms of classification, mechanical puppet beasts are divided into first, second, third, and fourth tiers. Upon reaching the fifth tier, these puppet beasts begin to develop a semblance of sentience. Once the owner imprints them with blood essence, they can be fully commanded. Such puppets, possessing a hint of consciousness, are referred to as pseudo-spiritual puppets. At this stage, the owner's consciousness cannot entirely govern such puppets. Only blood essence can compel these sentient puppets to submit. The sixth tier represents the spiritual puppets, which possess complete autonomy and the capacity for self-cultivation. At this juncture, the owner must establish a master-servant blood contract during their creation to ensure obedience. These spiritual puppets typically lack lifespan limitations, though advancing to higher levels of cultivation becomes exceptionally arduous. The seventh-tier puppet, akin to human shame, represents a mechanism beast acknowledged within the spirit realm. Those of profound cultivation may, in this ethereal dimension, command respect akin to that afforded to humans, even establishing sects and schools of thought. The eighth-tier puppet, known as celestial shame, possesses the prowess to dominate vast territories, evoking fear in all who dare to challenge them. The ninth-tier puppets, classified as immortal shame, wield power that rivals that of celestial beings. In the spirit realm, such beings are unequivocally the pinnacle of strength. It is exceedingly rare for 8th and 9th tier puppets to be subjugated, as they only yield to their original masters. Should their masters perish for any reason, these puppets gain their freedom. However, the crafting of these puppets becomes increasingly arduous with each ascending tier, particularly after reaching the pseudo-spiritual pinnacle, where many methods of creation have been lost to time, and numerous rare materials may not even exist in this world. Consequently, the creation of higher-tier puppets is akin to scaling the heavens. Yet, the crafting of more potent mechanism puppets results in a swifter enhancement of one's own cultivation. The adage that every art of cultivation bestows immeasurable benefits upon the practitioner holds true. As Huang Qi perused this information, astonishment filled him, soon followed by an insatiable yearning. The thought of being able to forge such powerful puppets filled him with a sense of invincibility. He meticulously examined the materials required for these puppets, as well as the techniques and methods of their creation. Each step appeared enchanting, and Huang Qi found himself utterly entranced. Time slipped away unnoticed until he gradually opened his eyes, his face betraying an uncontainable joy. Huang Qi realized that the compendium of arts bestowed upon him by his master was indeed a treasure of immense value. Initially, he had thought his master merely sought to occupy his time by providing him with such knowledge, but he now recognized the folly of that assumption. Should this tome fall into the hands of others, they would undoubtedly resort to violence to seize it. Thus, Huang Qi resolved to keep this treasure a closely guarded secret. The compendium was filled with secrets pertaining to mechanism puppets alone. The arts of alchemy, weapon forging, and formation crafting must surely be equally magnificent. Elated, Huang Qi felt as though he had stumbled upon a gem. He would never part with it for any price, fully aware of the dangers that accompany such wealth. Huang Qi retrieved several mechanism puppets he had acquired from the contribution hall, selecting a tiger-shaped puppet. With a deliberate focus, he channeled his mana into the puppet, commencing the ritual as outlined in the compendium. It was essential to consecrate the puppet first, allowing his consciousness to imprint upon it, a matter of compatibility. Given his insufficient cultivation level, had he possessed foundational tier prowess, a mere thought would have sufficed to imprint his spirit onto the mechanism beast. Lacking such strength, Huang Qi had to nurture the puppet with his mana, ensuring that a residue of his energy remained within it, which would facilitate the imprinting process. As long as others did not surpass him by an entire realm, they would find it impossible to wrest the puppet from him. For 3 consecutive days, Huang Qi devoted himself to nurturing the puppet with his mana. During this period, he replenished his spiritual energy with herbs and meditation whenever he felt depleted, only to continue nurturing the puppet thereafter. Huang Qi gradually withdrew his energy, his gaze fixed intently on the puppet he had painstakingly refined for 3 days. With a flourish reminiscent of a butterfly flitting among flowers, Huang Qi performed a series of intricate hand gestures, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. This marked his inaugural attempt at separating his consciousness, a feat that, like that of others, was inherently fragile. The sudden rupture left him with a throbbing headache, a torment not unlike the pain of a vigorous reprimand from a mentor. The human consciousness is notoriously delicate. Only those who have diligently trained their mental faculties or consumed rare elixirs that enhance such abilities possess formidable consciousness. In the realm of cultivators, mental attacks constitute a significant aspect of their offensive capabilities. Such attacks, often termed as assaults on the spirit, are intangible and elusive, making them difficult to counter, thus exposing one to adversarial strikes. Only those with a robust mental fortitude can wield mental attacks effectively. Ordinary cultivators typically refrain from such tactics, for if their target possesses superior mental strength, they risk suffering a backlash, leading to transient disorientation. It is well understood that a moment of mental lapse in combat can create a fatal opening. The outcome of a duel can hinge upon the slightest misstep. A fleeting distraction could very well spell doom. Thus, the potency of mental assaults is indeed formidable. Yet, within the realm of mental prowess, it can also be employed to probe the surrounding environment. The more powerful the mental force, the further one can extend their perception. The growth of one's mental capacity is intricately linked to their cultivation level. Generally, a higher cultivation correlates with a more potent mental strength. In the realm of alchemy, the use of mental energy is indispensable, demanding sustained concentration. An alchemist need not be a fire element cultivator, yet they must possess exceptional mental acuity. During the alchemical process, mental energy serves as the guiding force that binds the ingredients together. Devoid of this support, the concoction remains merely a mixture of liquids, failing to achieve the desired transformation into a refined elixir. However, the crafting of advanced elixirs necessitates formidable mental strength. Without it, the creation of such potions is entirely unattainable. Similarly, in the art of talisman crafting and weapon forging, immense mental power plays a critical role, underscoring the immense significance of mental fortitude. At this juncture, Huang Qi found himself beleaguered by the frailty of his mental prowess. The act of separating even a fragment of his consciousness proved excruciating. Nevertheless, he persevered, for he recognized that enduring such suffering was invaluable in the pursuit of his strength. His countenance gradually paled, a testament to the excessive drain on his mental energy. The depletion of mental energy varies significantly from that of physical energy. While spiritual energy can be swiftly replenished through meditation, mental energy recovers at a much slower pace, often requiring days without appropriate remedies. Despite the throbbing pain that threatened to overwhelm him, Huang Qi finally succeeded in separating a strand of his consciousness, imprinting it upon the tiger-shaped puppet. In an instant, the puppet seemed to awaken, gazing at Huang Qi with a semblance of sentience, and he felt a faint connection forming between himself and the tiger-shaped figure. He distinctly sensed that with just a thought, the tiger-shaped puppet would obey his command and launch an attack. Huang Qi felt a surge of joy. With this puppet, he effectively gained an ally at the mid-stage of Qi cultivation. In future confrontations, he would no longer be fearful, and he was confident even against formidable opponents at the pinnacle of Qi cultivation. However, Huang Qi lamented the exorbitant costs associated with maintaining this puppet, realizing he must devise a means to earn money. Otherwise, his combat prowess would be significantly compromised. Gazing at the pallid face of his newly refined puppet, Huang Qi managed a faint smile. It seemed imperative to seek out a method for cultivating his spiritual awareness, as it still felt rather feeble. He recalled the agonizing experience of separating his consciousness, sending a shudder through him. It had been rather painful. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, he succumbed to exhaustion and fell into a deep slumber. Another day passed before Huang Qi emerged from his sleep, shaking off the lingering fog in his mind as he gradually stood. Noticing the tiger-shaped puppet still dutifully positioned beside him, a wave of delight washed over Huang Qi. He promptly projected a strand of consciousness, and the puppet obediently crouched at his feet. Elated, he mounted it, and the puppet let out a resounding roar that reverberated through the cave, causing the very walls to tremble. Huang Qi quickly covered his ears. The creature's vocalization was remarkably loud. Issuing a mental command, he directed the puppet to exert its strength, and together they dashed towards the cave entrance. The tiger-shaped puppet moved with astonishing speed, rivaling that of a Qi cultivator propelled by spiritual energy. Huang Qi was overjoyed. Having this formidable beast as his steed was indeed a splendid idea. Proudly, he circled the cave several times, relishing the moment. Upon reaching a large boulder, Huang Qi sent forth a mental signal. The tiger emitted a thunderous roar and unleashed a beam of energy towards the stone, shattering it with a resounding crash. Astounded by the puppet's offensive capabilities, Huang Qi realized its full-force attacks were nearly on par with his own. Elated, he mused that with such a companion, his strength would surely be augmented. However, when he activated the mechanism for storing spirit stones, a frown creased his brow. He had placed dozens of spirit stones inside. Yet after several laps and a single powerful attack, he found that 5 or 6 had already been consumed. This puppet was indeed a costly investment. Huang Qi silently resolved that in the future, he should refrain from allowing it to roam unnecessarily. In the 32nd chapter, Dual Advancement, Huang Qi sat cross-legged, deeply contemplating. He resolved to gather materials for crafting mechanical puppets upon his departure, as these creations would significantly enhance his capabilities. Determined to strengthen himself, he silently committed this goal to memory. Another half-month passed, and Huang Qi remained at the pinnacle of the mid-stage of Qi cultivation. His daily routine consisted of meditative practices to consolidate the magical energy within his dantian and honing the pure yang fire palm, adhering steadfastly to his disciplined regimen. After half a month of dedicated cultivation, Huang Qi sensed that he was on the verge of achieving the later stage of Qi training. He believed that with just a few more bottles of cleansing elixir, he could make the breakthrough. However, Huang Qi chose not to rush into this transition. He preferred to wait until he completed his time at the contemplation cliff, believing that it would yield greater benefits for him. Suddenly, Huang Qi perceived an unusual energy fluctuation in the air, which astonished him. Could there be others practicing on this contemplation cliff? He quickly shook his head, dismissing the thought. He had spent nearly 2 months here and was well acquainted with everything on the cliff. It was improbable that anyone else would be present. Yet, he noticed that the energy fluctuations around him were intensifying, as the natural essence of the world gradually converged towards his cave. What could be happening? Why was this phenomenon occurring? It seemed akin to what one would experience during a breakthrough, but he had not yet attempted to advance to the later stage of Qi training. No, this was clearly not the essence that could be condensed through such a breakthrough. It felt as though Huang Qi found himself perplexed, struggling to comprehend the situation. Suddenly, he felt a radiant light emanating from the storage pouch at his waist. This pouch contained the spirit beast bag for the sleeping Xiao Bai, as instructed by his master. As he observed the strands of natural essence slowly gathering around the spirit beast bag, realization dawned on him. This was the manifestation of Xiao Bai preparing for a breakthrough. Filled with joy, Huang Qi hurriedly released Xiao Bai. The spirit beast remained in slumber, its white fur now suffused with the surrounding rich essence, emanating a soft glow. Huang Qi felt immense happiness. Xiao Bai was not merely a companion but a cherished friend, having shared countless life and death experiences together, often saving his life. Their bond transcended that of master and servant, embodying friendship and brotherhood. Seeing Xiao Bai on the cusp of advancement filled Huang Qi with genuine delight. If Xiao Bai were to succeed, it would evolve into a second-tier spirit beast, akin to a human cultivator in the foundation establishment stage. Huang Qi was overjoyed, knowing that having Xiao Bai by his side would enhance his safety. As the natural essence continued to gather around Xiao Bai, its luminous white hue transformed into a brilliant white. Huang Qi noticed a look of pain crossing Xiao Bai's face, indicating that it had reached a critical stage in its advancement. Concern flooded Huang Qi's heart. He feared that Xiao Bai might encounter difficulties. Anxious yet helpless, he realized that all he could do was trust in Xiao Bai's own strength. At that moment, the surrounding essence began to stir restlessly. Xiao Bai's tightly shut eyes suddenly opened, and with a fierce roar, it unleashed a wave of energy that surged towards Huang Qi. The surrounding natural essence responded to Xiao Bai's roar, creating a powerful backlash. Huang Qi staggered backward, regaining his footing only after taking more than 10 steps. Astonished, he pondered whether this was the power of a second-tier spirit beast. Huang Qi was acutely aware that his physical body had been significantly enhanced by the red dragon fruit, and his dantian was notably larger than that of an average cultivator at the Qi refining stage. His magical power was almost on par with that of a late-stage Qi refiner. However, upon hearing a formidable roar from Xiao Bai, he found himself retreating several steps before regaining his balance. The strength of Xiao Bai was evidently impressive. Huang Qi observed Xiao Bai rising, noticeably taller, now reaching up to his waist. When standing upright, Xiao Bai resembled a small monkey, with his height barely reaching Huang Qi's thigh. If Xiao Bai were to leap onto his shoulder, Huang Qi would undoubtedly struggle to bear the weight. Suddenly, Huang Qi sensed a coldness in Xiao Bai's gaze directed at him, which caused a sinking feeling in his heart. Could it be that this creature, having just advanced, no longer recognized him? He cautiously scrutinized Xiao Bai's expression, preparing himself for any unforeseen developments. However, after a careful examination, Xiao Bai's initially fierce demeanor softened into one of joyful recognition. Huang Qi's anxious heart relaxed. It was not that Xiao Bai had forgotten him, but rather that he had recently ascended and was now in a period of vulnerability. During such times, magical beasts tend to exhibit hostility towards humans. But upon realizing Huang Qi's identity as a trusted companion, Xiao Bai lowered his guard. Huang Qi offered a long-awaited smile, prompting Xiao Bai to emit a series of excited chirps as he bounded towards him. Huang Qi did not shy away, understanding that this was Xiao Bai's way of showing affection. Yet, when Xiao Bai suddenly leaped on a Huang Qi's shoulder, he was caught off guard and nearly toppled. In disbelief, Huang Qi noted how significantly heavier Xiao Bai had become. If he did not exercise caution, he could frequently find himself overpowered by this little creature. Xiao Bai, equally startled, stared up at Huang Qi with wide, innocent eyes. Huang Qi could only manage a wry smile as he lifted Xiao Bai into his arms, who, in a remarkably anthropomorphic manner, displayed an exaggerated grin. The shared sentiment between the man and the monkey was ineffably profound. Abruptly, Huang Qi felt a breakthrough approaching in his cultivation at the late Qi refining stage. As he embraced Xiao Bai, he instinctively released his hold, momentarily startling Xiao Bai, who was unsure of what had transpired. However, upon observing Huang Qi seated cross-legged on the ground, seemingly ignoring him, Xiao Bai displayed a range of expressions, baring his teeth in playful frustration. Nevertheless, Huang Qi remained oblivious to Xiao Bai's antics. Finding the atmosphere somewhat dull, Xiao Bai began to explore, eventually venturing outside the cave to frolic in the thick blanket of snow, his heart filled with wonder. Huang Qi, with eyes closed in meditation, felt the surging magical energy within his dantian crashing against his meridians. He realized the importance of not underestimating this moment and quickly summoned his internal spiritual energy to calm the turbulent magical force. He understood this was a sign of impending advancement. He needed to patiently await the stabilization of his energy. Only when the tumultuous magical power settled would he ascend to the late stage of Qi refinement. Thus, he continued to sit in tranquil meditation. As time passed, 2 days elapsed, with Xiaobai sitting nearby, blinking curiously at Huang Qi. Suddenly, a crimson glow began to radiate from Huang Qi's body, startling Xiaobai, who instinctively took a few steps back. Huang Qi suddenly opened his eyes, and a fleeting crimson glow flickered within them. His gaze was bright and spirited, and a joyful expression adorned his face. Haha, I have finally broken through to the late stage of Qi training. Huang Qi felt a surge of excitement within him. Among the outer disciples, his strength was indeed formidable. The prospect of becoming an inner disciple seemed all but assured. Yet he understood that securing a place among the top 10 to receive rewards would not be without its challenges. Nonetheless, Huang Qi dismissed such thoughts. As long as he could become an inner disciple, it would greatly benefit his future cultivation. However, he was perplexed, for he had not consumed any cleansing elixirs. So what had prompted this sudden advancement? He had intended to wait several days until concluding his seclusion at the Cliff of Reflection before making a breakthrough. And this left him bewildered. The source of his confusion could be attributed to Xiaobai during the latter's breakthrough. The cave had gathered a substantial amount of heavenly and earthly energy, of which Huang Qi inadvertently absorbed a small portion, allowing him to enter the late stage of Qi training unprepared. Huang Qi glanced at Xiaobai, shook his head, and chose not to dwell on it. As long as he had advanced, that was sufficient. Overthinking would yield no benefit, and since he could not comprehend the situation, he decided to go with the flow. After all, he now had a companion during his time on the Cliff of Reflection, alleviating his solitude. With this thought, Huang Qi felt a surge of happiness and led Xiaobai outside the cave. Come on, Xiaobai, you've just entered the second tier, and I've reached the late stage of Qi training. Let us have a friendly spar, Huang Qi declared, adopting a fighting stance. Xiaobai glanced at him, disdainfully turning his head away, clearly signaling that Huang Qi was beneath him as an opponent unworthy of his time. Seeing Xiaobai's blatant disregard ignited Huang Qi's anger. Without further ado, he lunged at Xiaobai. Sensing his fury, Xiaobai sidestepped gracefully, evading the attack. Huang Qi, undeterred, unleashed his recently practiced pure yang fire palm, each movement executed with exquisite precision. Xiaobai, taken aback by the ferocity of the technique, dropped his contemptuous demeanor and charged at Huang Qi. Their palms met with a thunderous clash, and Huang Qi felt a tremendous force push him back 3 steps, while Xiaobai merely shook his paw, stifling a laugh. Though slightly at a disadvantage, Huang Qi was undaunted and struck again, and the two engaged in spirited combat. Over the course of more than 10 days, Huang Qi and Xiaobai fought vigorously during the day. Each bout left Huang Qi drenched in sweat, his energy nearly depleted, while Xiaobai appeared only mildly fatigued. By nightfall, the duo would indulge in copious feasts and drinks, becoming thoroughly intoxicated, only to awaken the next day and repeat the cycle of fighting and feasting, enjoying their carefree existence. Through these 10 days of combat with Xiaobai, Huang Qi had made significant progress. His fighting skills had matured considerably. At last, the day arrived for the conclusion of his time on the Cliff of Reflection. Xiaobai leaped onto Huang Qi's shoulder, and together they made their way to their master's cave, step by step. Chapter 33. The competition begins. Huang Qi, accompanied by Xiaobai, arrived at his master's cave dwelling. Filled with joy, it had been 2 months since he last saw his master, and the anticipation stirred a sense of excitement within him. After spending more than 3 years together, the sudden separation had left Huang Qi feeling somewhat disoriented. He approached the entrance of the grand hall and peered inside, where he saw Lin Feng leisurely sipping tea. The sight of his master, whom he had not seen for 2 months, made Huang Qi feel a tad unfamiliar, and he hesitated to step inside and greet him. Just then, he heard a familiar voice exclaim, "Hey, you little rascal, why are you standing there? Have you forgotten your old master after just 2 months?" Hearing that well-known tone filled Huang Qi with delight, and he quickly entered the hall with a smile. Bowing respectfully to Lin Feng, disciple pays his respects to master. I have returned from the Cliff of Reflection. Lin Feng looked at his familiar disciple with a sense of comfort and nodded. Not bad, lad. It seems you haven't been idle during these 2 months. You've advanced to the later stage of Qi refinement. Well done. Lin Feng's praise was generous, but Xiaobai, perched on Huang Qi's shoulder, was not pleased. Seeing Huang Qi bowing to a stranger, Xiaobai bared its teeth and squawked indignantly. Lin Feng chuckled at Xiaobai's reaction. What's this little beast? Looking for a fight? He smiled at the familiar creature. Huang Qi, noticing Xiao Bai's impending disrespect towards his master, hurriedly tried to calm it down, knowing that if Lin Feng decided to reprimand Xiao Bai, he would be unable to intervene. Xiao Bai, with a disdainful expression, regarded Lin Feng as if to say, "I will spare you, only because of Huang Qi." Xiao Bai was certainly not unfamiliar with Lin Feng before Lin Feng underwent his transformation. He was known as the Immortal of 100 Arts, a being of ethereal essence. When Lin Feng assumed his new identity, Xiao Bai had been in a deep slumber during its training and thus failed to recognize this formidable presence. Lin Feng narrowed his eyes at Xiao Bai, causing it to shudder involuntarily. It suddenly felt a chill down its spine, as if standing before an unparalleled powerhouse. The dignity of such a being could not be undermined by a mere creature from the lower realms. Xiao Bai's contemptuous demeanor faded, replaced by a look of respect, rendering any hostile sentiment impossible. Satisfied with Xiao Bai's newfound humility, Lin Feng nodded approvingly. "Master, I have diligently practiced over the past 2 months. Look, I have even mastered the pure yang fiery palm," Huang Qi declared, waving his hand to conjure a flickering flame in his palm, his face beaming with pride. Lin Feng scoffed with a dismissive smirk. "Is that what you call mastery?" Hearing his master's words struck Huang Qi with a sense of discouragement, making him realize just how far he still had to go. His head drooped, and he fell silent. However, Lin Feng continued, "Nevertheless, with this technique and the true spirit sword control method, few in the Qi refinement stage will stand a chance against you." Upon hearing this, Huang Qi's spirits lifted once more. "All right, the inner disciples competition is about to commence. Hurry and register. This time, you must return with the first place, or I shall have no choice but to strip you of your skin." Upon hearing his master's words, Huang Qi smiled and assured, "Master, you need not worry. I shall not bring shame upon your esteemed name." Lin Feng nodded in satisfaction. "Master, may inner disciples use talismans and puppets during the competition?" Huang Qi inquired. Lin Feng nodded, stating, "Yes, they may be employed, but one cannot utilize talismans or puppets that exceed their own cultivation level. This is to ensure fairness. As you are aware, some of the younger generation are disciples of elders and possess life-saving artifacts bestowed upon them by their forebears. If unrestricted, they could unleash powerful talismans and puppets, rendering the competition moot." Lin Feng acknowledged this, understanding that the prohibition on high-level artifacts was reasonable. Suddenly, Huang Qi regarded his master with a mischievous grin. Lin Feng felt a chill of apprehension, coldly warning, "You better not set your sights on me. I am rather impoverished." He regarded Huang Qi warily. Huang Qi chuckled, "Master, I am fully aware of your financial constraints. I seek not your possessions." Upon hearing this, Lin Feng's tension eased. Abruptly, Huang Qi clapped his storage pouch, and a tiger-shaped puppet materialized before Lin Feng. Understanding Huang Qi's intent, Lin Feng remarked, "Master, if you could enhance the strength of this mechanical beast puppet, I would be most grateful." Huang Qi, with a face full of flattery, eagerly awaited Lin Feng's response. Lin Feng examined Huang Qi and the clearly low-level puppet, furrowing his brow before letting out a resigned sigh. Seeing his master's expression, Huang Qi's heart leaped with joy, quickly expressing his gratitude. "Remember, once you establish your foundation, I shall no longer assist you. The contents of your manual encompass a lifetime of my knowledge. You must strive to learn independently." Huang Qi nodded vigorously, resembling a chick pecking at grains. Lin Feng, with a dismissive wave, signaled that Huang Qi could depart, and Huang Qi left the hall, leaving Lin Feng in a state of discontent. The Inner Disciples competition is set to occur in 3 days, taking place in the sect's plaza, which can accommodate tens of thousands of spectators. Approximately 3,000 participants, all cultivators in the Qi refinement stage, will compete. This illustrates the vast number of cultivators within a sect. The competition is divided into 3 stages. The first is an elimination round, where over 2,900 of the 3,000 outer disciples will be eliminated, leaving only 100, who will become inner disciples of the Tai sect. The second stage is another elimination round among these 100, narrowing it down to the final 10. The third round is a ranking competition, determining the top 10 among these 100. The top 10 inner disciples will receive special attention from the sect, with abundant rewards. Most importantly, these 10 disciples will catch the eye of certain elders and become registered disciples, officially becoming the protégés of sect elders upon establishing their foundation. With the guidance of such revered elders, the cultivation of these disciples will undoubtedly progress at an astonishing rate. They are inherently gifted prodigies, and achieving the golden core stage is merely a formality. Becoming seed disciples is a foregone conclusion. Whether they can ascend to core disciple status remains uncertain. Yet each of these 10 disciples is a cherished focus of the sect's protection, each a remarkable talent of their generation. During the initial phase of the inter-sect disciples competition, participation is primarily by the elders. It is only in the elimination rounds that the sect leader graces the event with their presence, personally distributing rewards to inspire these talented disciples. This underscores the sect's profound investment in its future. In the inter-sect competition, the use of talismans and mechanical beasts surpassing one's own cultivation level is strictly prohibited to ensure fairness and to prevent excessive harm. However, among the outer sect disciples, those possessing powerful talismans or mechanical beasts are exceedingly rare, as they can scarcely afford even the cleansing elixirs, let alone such extravagant items. They are not like Huang Qi, who amassed a fortune through the collection of countless herbs and flying swords. Upon leaving the law enforcement hall, Huang Qi held a plaque inscribed with the number 2016, clearly indicating his entry number for the competition. The first phase of the competition is quite straightforward. It proceeds in pairs, with the first competing against the second, the third against the fourth, and so forth. After the conclusion of the initial match, the victorious party rests for an hour before facing the next closest competitor, continuing until only 100 disciples remain, marking the end of this phase. In the second phase, the disciples are renumbered, engaging in one-on-one elimination matches similar to the first phase, concluding only when the final 10 remain. The third phase, however, introduces a ranking system devoid of elimination. Instead, points are awarded based on victories. Each participant begins with 10 points, losing or gaining points based on the outcome of each match. Ultimately, the disciple with the highest score is crowned first, while the lowest is designated 10th. Returning to his cave dwelling with his entry number, Huang Qi settled into his practice chamber, lost in contemplation. With only 3 days remaining until the inter-sect disciples competition, he felt a surge of excitement. To become an inter-sect disciple is to truly be counted among the sect's ranks. Huang Qi resolved to strive for first place, hoping to bring comfort to his esteemed master. Thus, he recognized that this competition marked the commencement of his journey in cultivation. As the day of the competition approached, Huang Qi devoted himself to his training. 3 days passed in this manner, and when he finally opened his eyes, he emerged from his practice room to find Xiaobai frolicking outside. Upon seeing Huang Qi, Xiaobai leaped onto his shoulder, playfully tousling his hair. Huang Qi smiled gently and made his way to the Linfeng Hall, where his master awaited, beaming with pride. "Disciple, be prepared to bring home first place," Linfeng encouraged. Thoroughly pleased with his disciple's earnest nature, despite a slight deficiency in innate talent. "Very well, go forth," he replied. One must pay heed to the fact that even a lion exerts its utmost strength when hunting a rabbit. Complacency is not an option. While the outer disciples may not be of great concern, it is the few disciples and apprentices of the elders who warrant attention. Upon hearing his master's words, Huang Qi felt a warm surge in his heart and nodded vigorously. "Aren't you going?" Huang Qi inquired. "What is there for you fledglings to observe?" Lin Feng retorted, somewhat irritated. Understanding the implication, Huang Qi took Little White and proceeded towards the martial arena before the Grand Hall. Lin Feng merely smiled and nodded at his disciple's retreating figure. Chapter 34. Huang Qi's entrance. Huang Qi arrived at the martial arena with Little White, where an overwhelming crowd had gathered. The sight astonished him. The arena was teeming with individuals, predominantly outer disciples, but an even greater number of adept practitioners. Huang Qi observed that a stone platform had been erected facing the Grand Hall, complete with a row of seats, which he recognized as the designated area for the elders and the sect leader to witness the proceedings. Among the seated figures were several elders alongside individuals from various other clans, their diverse attire indicating they were not members of his own sect. Flanking the sides of these seats stood a considerable throng of individuals, most of whom possessed formidable prowess. Huang Qi surmised they were likely inner disciples and promising candidates, none of whom he recognized. In the center of this seating arrangement was a particularly conspicuous seat that remained unoccupied, evidently reserved for the sect leader. Unperturbed, Huang Qi positioned himself at the periphery of the arena, while Little White displayed an exuberant demeanor, incessantly vocalizing, much to the bewilderment of those who noticed them. 100 elevated platforms had been hastily constructed within the arena to accommodate the nearly 3,000 participants, necessitating numerous stages for the competitions. With such a vast number of contestants, at least 1,500 matches were anticipated. Although this may seem extensive, each match would not consume much time. Those with significant disparities in cultivation levels would conclude in mere moments, while those with closer levels might extend to half an hour at most. All within the Qi refining stage. Huang Qi stood patiently, quietly surveying the surroundings as the commencement of the inner disciple competition drew near. At that moment, a group of individuals approached the stone platform. While Huang Qi recognized a few, the majority were unfamiliar to him. These individuals took their places on the platform, and then an elder responsible for enforcing the rules stood and proclaimed, "Ahem, I hereby declare the inner disciples competition of Tai sect officially commenced." As the elder's voice resonated, the previously chaotic sounds of the arena gradually subsided. His words, though not loud, reached every disciple clearly, indicating his considerable magical prowess, likely at the core formation stage. The outer disciples, upon hearing the elder's announcement, were filled with exhilaration. Many had awaited this day for years, aspiring to become outer disciples to access more abundant cultivation resources. Huang Qi observed their fervent expressions, reminiscent of wild beasts, their eyes gleaming with fervor. He felt a twinge of sympathy among so many outer disciples. Only those with exceptional strength could hope to break into the top 100. While many harbored dreams of grandeur, reality often proved to be harsh. Huang Qi could only feel a sense of regret for those outer sect disciples of mediocre strength. Now, let us invite the judges for each arena to take their places. Huang Qi understood that these so-called judges were mostly inner sect disciples and promising talents from within the sect, all possessing at least mid-stage foundation establishment strength. Anything less would not meet the standards for adjudication. Moreover, the judges bore the responsibility of ensuring the safety of the outer sect disciples during the matches, rendering excessively high cultivation levels unnecessary. Huang Qi observed 100 individuals clad in uniform white robes, gracefully approaching the numerous arenas, exuding an air of extraordinary mastery. The disciples in attendance gazed at them with envy, while only a select few displayed disdain. Huang Qi evidently belonged to the envious crowd, his eyes gleaming as he regarded the foundation establishment disciples. Disciples participating in the inner sect competition, please present your numbers. The first 200 shall enter their respective arenas, the elder announced. Soon after, over 200 individuals stepped into the arenas. At the judge's signal, they reported their names and stated their levels of cultivation, bowing to one another before the judges called for the commencement of the matches. Thus, one contest after another began. Huang Qi noted that many participants willingly conceded defeat in the over 100 matches, and he was slightly taken aback, soon realizing the rationale behind it. Among these disciples, strengths varied significantly. If the disparity was too great and the weaker party had no hidden cards, they would automatically choose to concede, as there would be no point in continuing. For instance, a disciple at the initial stage of Qi refinement facing one at the late stage would readily surrender. However, if the cultivators were of similar strength, they would engage in fierce combat, fighting to the bitter end. Naturally, some who were a level or two below their opponents might still emerge victorious by relying on their unique techniques, persevering for the chance to become inner sect disciples. Huang Qi bore no contempt for those who conceded due to their lower cultivation levels. After all, the gap in strength could not be easily bridged by mere tactics. Their voluntary surrender was quite reasonable. He also witnessed intense battles among those of comparable cultivation levels, where spells and magical artifacts collided spectacularly, creating a lively atmosphere. Huang Qi noted a few exceptional performers, silently acknowledging their prowess and mentally cataloging these formidable opponents to avoid future complications. He heard many outer sect disciples cheering for their senior brothers and sisters, each one brimming with vitality as if they were the ones engaged in combat. Huang Qi merely shook his head with a faint smile, choosing to remain silent. Before long, within just half an hour, this round of contests concluded. Huang Qi observed the victors, each brimming with excitement, while the defeated wore expressions of dejection, lacking in spirit. Some lamented their misfortune, having faced a skilled adversary right at the outset, unable to unleash even half of their potential before being knocked off the stage. After the conclusion of the first round of the competition, the presiding elder nodded slightly, indicating his satisfaction. There were no casualties among the disciples. They merely experienced some depletion of spiritual energy, which could be replenished with a few hours of rest. The elders seated in the rows smiled and nodded in agreement, delighted by the flourishing state of the sect. Following the end of the first round, the elder smiled faintly and announced, "Participants 300 and 400. Please enter the arena." Upon hearing the elder's words, Huang Qi gazed towards the stage, witnessing another 200 individuals gradually ascend. As in the first round, they presented their names and cultivation levels. Some voluntarily conceded, while others engaged in a fierce contest at the referee's signal. Watching the fray, Huang Qi found it rather uninteresting. What amused him, however, was the exuberance of Xiao Bai perched on his shoulder, who chirped excitedly at the sight of the brawling disciples, flailing its tiny limbs as if it were about to join the fray. Huang Qi could only smile wryly at the spectacle, while Xiao Bai remained blissfully unaware of Huang Qi's exasperation, continuing its raucous antics. This behavior elicited laughter from those around Huang Qi, leaving him feeling somewhat embarrassed. Time passed as the matches unfolded one after another, with some captivating battles capturing Huang Qi's attention. He discreetly noted several promising young disciples. When the elder called for participants 2,001 to 2,200 to enter the arena, Huang Qi was taken aback. After all, he was participant number 2016. It seemed that his turn had finally come. With Xiao Bai, who was dozing off, nestled on his back, Huang Qi stepped onto the stage. Sensing the movement, Xiao Bai awoke and, upon realizing it was Huang Qi's turn, erupted in excitement, chattering incessantly. Huang Qi paid it no mind as he ascended to the platform. The sight of Huang Qi carrying a small monkey on his back seemed rather comical to the other disciples, prompting many to chuckle. Standing poised on the stage, wielding a folding fan with graceful elegance, Huang Qi found himself bemused as several female disciples began to squeal. "So handsome! What a striking presence! Though he pales in comparison to my senior brother. That little monkey is adorable. I wish I could hold it." Some of the female disciples succumbed to infatuation, leaving Huang Qi with a look of disbelief. Just then, a young man strode confidently onto the stage. He was robust and well-built, a sight that left Huang Qi slightly astonished. The young man nodded at Huang Qi, who reciprocated the gesture. At that moment, the referee approached Huang Qi and said, "Dear junior brother, your beast is not permitted to participate in this match." Huang Qi noted the amiable expression of the foundation-building senior, which instantly fostered a sense of goodwill. He quickly turned to Xiao Bai and instructed, "Xiao Bai, please wait for me over there. I will be with you shortly." Xiao Bai, excitedly fixated on the young man before them, momentarily seemed poised to unleash its power to assist Huang Qi in battle. However, upon hearing Huang Qi's command, it shot him a disgruntled glare, akin to a deflated balloon, before reluctantly hopping behind Huang Qi and squatting there, chattering away. Huang Qi merely smiled softly, choosing not to elaborate further. The referee gestured for the two participants to introduce themselves. The young man bowed and spoke first. "Greetings, my name is Kai Xian, and I am at the mid-stage of Qi refinement." He looked at Huang Qi, who wore a simple smile, and Huang Qi, feeling an affinity towards him, nodded with a smile in return. "I am Huang Qi, at the late stage of Qi refinement." Huang Qi remained casually standing, saying little more. Upon hearing that his opponent was at the late stage of Qi refinement, Kai Xian was taken aback. He had not anticipated that a youth of similar age could possess such formidable cultivation. His family, having invested considerable resources, had only managed to elevate him to the mid-stage of Qi refinement, and now he found himself facing a formidable rival in his first match. He pondered whether the younger generation of cultivators had indeed become so powerful, or if it was merely his lack of reverence toward his ancestors that had led to his misfortune. Kai Xian felt a sense of helplessness, realizing that victory would be a daunting challenge. Huang Qi, noticing the hesitation on Kai Xian's face, felt a fleeting impulse but remained silent, merely smiling. At that moment, the referee nodded, signaling the commencement of the match. It seemed evident that Huang Qi, the youth in question, would likely emerge victorious, and he thought little else. However, upon seeing Kai Xian's uncertainty, the referee surmised that the latter might concede. Chapter 35. The many against the few. Huang Qi stood leisurely, showing no intention of making a move, wearing a faint smile that reflected his ease. Kai Xian hesitated, glancing at his opponent Huang Qi, and contemplated the sacrifices his family had made for him. He resolved that he must become an inner sect disciple to honor their efforts. As the determination surfaced on his face, he cast a glance at Huang Qi, who who raised an eyebrow in mild surprise and adopted a more serious demeanor. "Senior brother, I apologize for the offense," Qian declared, stepping forward with the intent to strike Huang Qi. At that moment, Huang Qi sighed softly, retracting his folding fan, summoning a puppet that materialized before him. Upon seeing the puppet, Qian felt a wave of despair wash over him. It seemed utterly unfair that, being already at a disadvantage in cultivation, Huang Qi would resort to using a puppet in battle. How could he possibly compete? Qian took a step back, his expression grim. The referee's expression mirrored his concern. Wasn't this a bit of an overreach? Huang Qi was already quite formidable, and now he was resorting to such tactics. Yet, Huang Qi had not violated any rules. The puppet was merely at the initial stage. The referee sighed, "Qian, you were never my match. I did not wish to engage you, but since you insist on battling, I can only employ this puppet to deter you. Would you prefer to withdraw now and return next year, or shall I and my puppet escort you from the arena?" Huang Qi spoke with a calm demeanor, a smile lingering on his face. Qian sighed deeply, his expression pained. Huang Qi felt a twinge of sympathy. It was not difficult for Qian to reach the top 100 with his cultivation, but encountering someone like Huang Qi, who possessed a puppet mechanism, was indeed unfortunate. Huang Qi acknowledged this unfortunate circumstance, harboring goodwill towards Qian, but the cruel nature of the elimination rounds left him powerless to intervene. "I concede," Qian remarked, his face etched with disappointment as he descended from the stage. The onlookers, a group of external disciples, exchanged glances filled with disdain. Was this not a tad too much? They all held Huang Qi in contempt, yet our protagonist remained unfazed, believing that conserving his strength was the prudent path. There were likely several more matches to come, and yielding without conflict was indeed a wise strategy. Huang Qi felt justified in his actions, smiling as he addressed the referee. "Brother, may I step down?" The referee, visibly vexed, thought to himself, "You frightened your opponent away. What are you still doing here?" He nodded in response. Huang Qi waved to his companion, Xiaobai, who had initially hoped to witness a thrilling fight, but was left bewildered by the abrupt conclusion. With a gentle smile, Huang Qi descended the stage, prompting Xiaobai to chatter excitedly as she hurried to catch up. Of course, Huang Qi's conduct did not escape the notice of some astute observers, who merely smiled knowingly. Many were indifferent to the occurrence. Such events were not uncommon in the realm of combat. Huang Qi was neither the first nor the last to act thus. The elders of the sect also noted Huang Qi's actions, feeling a slight surprise, yet they did not dwell on it. Upon returning to the periphery of the arena, Huang Qi began to watch the other matches. A young girl in white caught his attention. She appeared to be around 12 or 13 years old, strikingly beautiful, wielding a flying sword with grace as she deftly drove her opponent back, who was on the verge of being toppled from the platform. To Huang Qi's astonishment, the girl was not exerting her full strength, defeating her opponent with apparent ease. Her movements were enchanting, reminiscent of a fairy dancing gracefully. The boy she faced, seemingly at the later stage of Qi cultivation, was easily bested, prompting Huang Qi to take note of her, suspecting she could be a formidable rival. The surrounding external disciples were captivated by the girl's beauty, with several men visibly swallowing hard, leaving Huang Qi speechless. Soon, the girl claimed victory and vanished into the crowd, leaving those smitten to reminisce about her enchanting figure. Huang Qi paid little mind to this, continuing to observe other matches. When it was finally Huang Qi's turn to compete, he walked toward the stage with Xiaobai at his back. This time, he found himself facing a girl with a cherubic visage, exuding an adorable charm. Huang Qi was momentarily taken aback. How had he ended up facing such a young girl? Upon seeing Huang Qi approach, the girl made a playful face and broke into a giggle. Suddenly, she uttered a remark that nearly knocked Huang Qi off his feet. "Your little monkey is so cute. Can I hold it?" Huang Qi felt at a loss for words, gazing at such an adorable girl and finding it difficult to refuse. However, Xiaobai was less than pleased, letting out a series of squeaks in protest. The girl, equally beautiful, gazed longingly at Xiaobai, and Huang Qi felt his heart flutter at the sight of her sweetness, smiling warmly at her. Though not a lecherous individual, he found himself slightly unsettled in the presence of such an enchanting young girl. The referee observed that both participants had arrived and signaled for them to introduce themselves. Huang Qi, a practitioner at the late stage of Qi refinement, spoke first. The young woman was momentarily taken aback, surprised to encounter someone of such advanced cultivation. Was it truly common for late-stage Qi refinement disciples to be so prevalent these days? Her astonishment was palpable. Nevertheless, she composed herself and introduced herself. In Kai Ku Xian. Late stage of Qi refinement. She flashed a sweet smile at Huang Qi, causing his heart to race. He hadn't anticipated that such a formidable opponent would emerge from a seemingly innocent girl. It seemed he had indeed drawn the short straw. Facing off against a rival of considerable skill, Huang Qi nodded gravely. At that moment, the referee indicated that they could commence their battle. The young woman elegantly tossed her head back, causing her dark locks to cascade around her. Huang Qi was perplexed, unsure of her intentions, while the crowd of males erupted into primal roars of excitement. Was she attempting to ensnare him with her beauty? Although she was undeniably charming, it did little to sway Huang Qi's determination to claim victory. Hey, senior brother, let us not fight. If you concede, I promise to help you become an inner disciple. What do you say? She smiled sweetly at him. Huang Qi felt a flicker of temptation as he gazed at her enchanting visage, contemplating her proposal. However, he quickly considered that this young woman might be a prominent disciple or the offspring of a high-ranking member of the Tai sect, and her background was likely formidable. Yet, he had made a promise to his master, and he could not betray that trust. Evidently, the young woman did not possess sufficient weight in this matter. Just then, the crowd of males began to shout in unison, urging him to agree. Go on, concede. If I were you, I would definitely agree. How could you bear to harm such a beautiful girl? If you dare lay a hand on her, I want to let it go. Huang Qi sighed internally at the hostility directed towards him. The allure of a beautiful woman had incited a swarm of verbal assaults against him. It felt somewhat like a case of many against one. He mentally noted the young woman's influence. With a slight smile, Huang Qi proposed. If you can assist me in breaking into the top 10, I shall refrain from fighting you. The young woman was momentarily taken aback by his audacious ambition. It was rare for an ordinary outer disciple to ascend to the ranks of inner disciples, let alone aspire to the top 10. Could it be that he harbored grander ambitions? Her heart sank slightly as she summoned a high-grade spiritual weapon, which materialized in her grasp. Huang Qi was taken aback, realizing that this young woman possessed considerable backing, having access to such a weapon. The spectators below drooled with envy, their admiration palpable. Seeing her prepare for battle, Huang Qi swiftly tapped his storage pouch at his waist, summoning a puppet to his side. The young woman was startled, not expecting this young man to possess a puppet. However, with her high-grade flying sword in hand, she felt confident. Just as she was about to advance, several more figures emerged beside Huang Qi. The young woman's composure began to falter as she beheld the 4 or 5 puppets. These puppets appeared to be well-trained and coordinated. And although they were all at the initial stage of the first rank, Huang Qi himself was no weakling. Even with her high-grade flying sword, she realized victory would not be easily won against him. The young girl's complexion began to darken. The referee, equally astonished, wondered who this young man was. Such wealth, accompanied by so many puppets, was a clear example of overwhelming the opponent with numbers. Even he doubted his ability to handle this boy. Huang Qi smiled at the girl, silently conveying that he lacked nothing, and becoming an inner sect disciple was not his aspiration. The girl clenched her silver teeth. Bewildered by the multitude of puppets surrounding Huang Qi, she realized she had underestimated this young man and regretted her carelessness in not bringing her own late-stage puppet. With a glint of malice in her eyes, she shot a glare at Huang Qi before turning away. Huang Qi, watching her depart with a smile, felt a wave of frustration wash over him. It seemed he was destined to offend another significant figure today. Resigned, he exchanged a glance with the referee, who nodded in acknowledgement. Huang Qi was declared the victor. As he descended the arena, the outer sect disciples looked on helplessly, realizing that wealth could indeed crush opponents, leaving them at a loss. It appeared this young man was truly an extraordinary character. Elder Inkai, your granddaughter suffered a considerable loss today, remarked an elder in the observation area to a man clad in colorful robes. The elder's expression was one of disbelief as he watched his granddaughter flee in fright. Feeling both furious and helpless, her cultivation was among the finest among the outer disciples, and entering the top 10 was well within her reach. To encounter such an eccentric character was frustrating, especially as it resulted in his beloved granddaughter's embarrassment, leaving him resentful towards Huang Qi. With a sigh, the elder in colorful robes lamented, "Alas, there's no need for such distress, my friend. It seems the girl simply had bad luck. Allowing her to participate in the inner sect elimination matches would pose no issue. After all, Her cultivation is sufficient, he reassured, finally feeling a sense of relief. Chapter 36. Soul Spirit Pill Brotherly. Who is that boy carrying the beast? Do you recognize him? Asked the elder, wearing a bitter smile. Elder Inkai, I advise you not to provoke this young man, replied the elder in colorful robes, slightly taken aback by the implications of an outer disciple possessing a formidable background. Oh, pray tell, brotherly, he inquired, curiosity piqued. After a brief pause, Elderly began. Do you recall the incident involving Elder Qi from the law enforcement hall? The colorful-robed elder was momentarily stunned before responding. Of course, I remember. I even went to visit Elder Qi. Wasn't it said that he was injured while away? Could this boy have any connection to that? His surprise deepened as he pondered the implications. With a sigh, Elderly activated a soundproof barrier, which astonished the colorful-robed elder. This was not an injury inflicted by someone. It was the result of Lin Feng's provocation. He then recounted how Huang Qi had exchanged items in the contribution exchange, which caught Elder Song's attention, prompting the law enforcement hall's involvement. The sect leader later informed the colorful-robed elder of the events that transpired. Hearing this, the elder's face radiated with vibrant colors as he exclaimed, I never expected this. Truly astonishing. Alas, it seems that reclaiming the territory belonging to my dear granddaughter is proving to be quite a challenge. The elder is aware that Huang Qi is merely a disciple at the Qi refinement stage, yet Lin Feng is not to be trifled with. Even the law enforcement elder was so incensed that he spat blood. I, however, dare not invite calamity upon myself. Lin Feng is not the most formidable opponent. The true terror lies in his protective master, Fu Tianqi. That old fellow is a figure the sect leader cannot afford to offend, for I have often suffered losses to him in the form of stolen treasures. A wave of helplessness washes over me as I glance at Huang Qi, who is absorbed in observing the inner sect disciples tournament. Huang Qi remains here, watching the contest unfold before him. He notices that several participants in this arena competition have astonishingly reached the pinnacle of the late Qi refinement stage. Huang Qi feels a sense of helplessness. Fortunately, he has yet to encounter them, for that would indeed spell trouble. He understands that claiming the first position will not be an easy feat, as there exists a considerable gap between his cultivation and that of these few individuals. Nevertheless, Huang Qi is undeterred. He possesses a first-tier late-stage puppet, enhanced by his master, alongside his true spirit sword technique and pure yang fiery palm. Moreover, he wields various talismans, providing him with confidence. Additionally, Huang Qi holds a trump card, the exquisite spiritual artifact, the silver silk gloves. This is his greatest asset, one that even practitioners at the foundation establishment stage would find daunting. The primary advantage of a superior spiritual artifact lies in its immense power, coupled with minimal mana consumption, a hallmark of such exceptional items. It is quite common for those possessing exquisite spiritual artifacts to challenge opponents of higher realms, and Huang Qi is well prepared for this eventuality. He is aware that among the outer sect disciples, there are several strong individuals, though he did not anticipate the sheer number of them present. Huang Qi participated in another match, this time facing a middle-aged man of mid-Qi refinement cultivation. Without expending much effort, he frightened the man away with his two puppets. Huang Qi's actions finally garnered attention, prompting many outer sect disciples to prepare for encounters with his puppets, although Huang Qi remains oblivious to this development. Regardless, he has many more cards up his sleeve and is unperturbed by the possibility of revealing some of them. Thus, the first day of the tournament concluded. Upon returning to Lin Feng's cave dwelling, Huang Qi found Lin Feng patiently awaiting his arrival. He hurriedly approached to pay his respects. Master, have you been waiting for me? Lin Feng gazed at his disciple, warmth flooding his heart. Pray tell, how did today's competition unfold? Lin Feng inquired casually. Huang Qi felt a surge of warmth. His master indeed cared for him. The two then settled in the living room, where Huang Qi recounted the day's events, detailing the opponents he faced and the formidable adversaries he observed. Haha, well done, my boy. You've managed to subdue your foes without direct confrontation. Though some of your methods have been revealed, they also leave your true strength shrouded in mystery. Quite commendable, reminiscent of my own prowess in my youth. Lin Feng praised Huang Qi. The young disciple felt a swell of joy. His master's words resonated with his own thoughts, and he held deep admiration for his master's keen insight. Suddenly, a question arose in Huang Qi's mind. Master, today I commanded two puppets to engage a practitioner at the mid-Qi refinement stage, and I felt a significant drain on my spiritual consciousness. What could be the reason for this? Lin Feng, upon hearing this, smiled slightly and said, "This is quite normal. Your current cultivation level is too low, and your spiritual consciousness is not sufficiently robust. The higher the level of the puppet, the greater the consumption of spiritual consciousness. And there are limits to the number you can control. It seems that I must help you strengthen your spiritual consciousness." Huang Qi understood his master's intention and felt immense joy at the prospect of enhancing his spiritual awareness, gazing eagerly at Lin Feng. Noticing Huang Qi's enthusiasm, Lin Feng couldn't help but feel a bit speechless and continued, "Spiritual consciousness is the foundation for cultivators. Without it, a cultivator is akin to a blind person. Cultivating spiritual consciousness is a cumbersome task unless one can acquire certain treasures that might bolster it. There is also a technique for cultivating spiritual consciousness, which I will teach you after the internal disciples competition concludes. For now, let me first help you enhance your spiritual awareness." As he spoke, Lin Feng produced a pill and handed it to Huang Qi. Huang Qi felt a surge of joy, surprised that a pill could also enhance spiritual consciousness. He eagerly accepted the pill, observing that it was a deep black color, yet its enticing aroma invigorated one's spirit upon inhalation. This is the Soul Spirit Pill, which can moderately enhance your spiritual consciousness. However, there is a caveat. It is ineffective for cultivators in the core formation stage. Consume one Soul Spirit Pill every 3 days, and no one of your rank will compare to your spiritual consciousness. Manipulating puppets will become significantly easier for you. You are fortunate. This was given to me by my ungrateful master, and now it benefits you." Lin Feng then handed Huang Qi a jade vial. Huang Qi, overwhelmed with joy, did not hesitate, knowing that his master's formidable spiritual consciousness would greatly benefit him. "Swallow the pill and rest. You will gradually discover the advantages of a strengthened spiritual consciousness." Seeing his master dismiss him, Huang Qi bowed respectfully and departed. He hurried to his training chamber, eagerly consuming a soul spirit pill. A wave of warmth surged into his mind, nourishing his sea of consciousness, and he settled into meditation. The night passed without incident. The following morning, Huang Qi opened his eyes, and a fleeting crimson glow flickered within his pupils. To his astonishment, he realized he had a profound awareness of everything around him. Extending his spiritual sense, he found it could penetrate the walls, reaching beyond to the area outside his training chamber. The joy he felt was indescribable. Compared to his previous spiritual consciousness, it had indeed expanded significantly. Huang Qi rejoiced, thinking that using puppets would no longer be such a laborious task. After having a light meal and freshening up, he paid his respects to Lin Feng before leaving the cave abode with Xiao Bai, arriving at the training ground. Observing the numerous individuals present, Huang Qi noticed that a few recognized him and were aware of his wealth. Some familiar faces greeted him, and Huang Qi, not one to harbor arrogance, smiled and nodded in return. Xiao Bai, however, waved its paw at those greeting them, as if acknowledging them in excitement. Huang Qi and his companions exhibited a demeanor of leisure in the martial arts arena, while a line of elders gradually took their seats on the observation platform. The venerable elder who presided over the previous day's events stepped forward and addressed the assembly with a respectful gesture. Clearing his throat lightly, he managed to quell the previously chaotic atmosphere of the arena. "Today, we shall select the top 100 outer disciples to become inner disciples of the Tai sect," he announced with a smile. Upon hearing this, the crowd was filled with excitement. However, most outer disciples merely sighed. Huang Qi remained composed, quietly awaiting the elders' further words. "The top 100 disciples will personally receive their inner disciple attire from this elder. I hope each of you can exert yourselves fully to secure a place among the top 100. You are all aware that the privileges of being an inner disciple must be earned through hard work," the elder continued. The crowd reflected on his words, knowing all too well that without dedication, the aspiration of becoming an inner disciple was but a distant dream. Complaining about one's lowly status or lack of influential connections was merely a display of weakness. The elder then invited the 100 judges to take their positions on the arena. As the judges, numbering over 100, made their way to their respective platforms, the spectators erupted in a wave of excitement once more. "Now, let the matches commence. The victors from yesterday will enter their respective platforms in order," he declared. Huang Qi, with a sequence number of 2016, was positioned towards the back and felt no urgency to step forward. He would not be competing in this round. As the judges signaled, the combatants from both sides displayed their names and cultivation levels. Thus, The battles commenced one after another. Huang Qi observed the day's contests with a sense of admiration. The caliber of competition was evidently higher than the previous day. Few competitors chose to concede automatically, each striving to overcome their opponents. Powerful spells were launched toward each other, invigorating the surrounding spectators who cheered enthusiastically at the thrilling moments. Huang Qi, too, felt a surge of excitement. The 37th chapter, the first master of the outer sect. Victory and defeat are inherent aspects of competition, a perfectly natural occurrence. Huang Qi watched the victorious disciples, their faces alight with exhilaration, pondering the necessity of such emotions. The outcomes here were merely fleeting events. True victory lay at the journey's end. After nearly half an hour, it was finally Huang Qi's turn to take the stage. He walked leisurely, exuding an air of nonchalance, as he made his way to the platform, accompanied by his companion, Little White. His opponent had yet to arrive, and those who recognized Huang Qi below murmured discontentedly, "Why is this fellow back? His matches are utterly uninteresting. It's clear he is here merely because of financial backing." With no discernible skills, unfazed by the surrounding comments, Huang Qi held his folding fan with ease, patiently awaiting the start of the match. Suddenly, a stir arose from the crowd as someone exclaimed, "Ah, Brother Chasing Wind has arrived. Everyone look, it's our foremost outer disciple, Chasing Wind. Is that so? Let me see. Goodness, it truly is Brother Chasing Wind. He is a disciple of Elder Qi from the Law Enforcement Hall. Having reached the pinnacle of the Qi training stage, on the verge of achieving great perfection, a true master." As the whispers of admiration filled the air for the Wind Chaser, a group of infatuated admirers gathered to join the excitement. Huang Qi, upon hearing the conversations of his disciples, felt a subtle stir within him and turned his gaze toward the source of the commotion. He beheld a secluded youth, elegantly wielding a folding fan. Approaching the arena with a serene smile, the young man possessed striking features, exuding an air of scholarly grace. His steps were light and nimble, and Huang Qi discerned immediately that he was a formidable expert of the wind element, adept in speed. A formidable opponent indeed, Huang Qi reminded himself to exercise caution. Feeling somewhat disheartened to encounter such a skilled adversary in the elimination round, Huang Qi chose to remain composed, standing quietly in anticipation. As the scholar reached the foot of the stage, he lightly touched the ground and, with a swift motion, ascended the platform. The scholar then regarded Huang Qi with a measured glance, noting that while Huang Qi was of average appearance, he paled in comparison to his own handsomeness. Nevertheless, his demeanor retained an air of elegance, which caused the Wind Chaser to raise an eyebrow in surprise. A fleeting glimmer of intrigue passing through his eyes before he smiled and spoke. "Junior brother Huang, I have long admired your reputation." Huang Qi, taken aback by the recognition, replied with a modest smile, "May I inquire as to which esteemed elder you are a disciple of?" The scholar responded with a slight smile, "My master is Elder Qi, who you met in the sect's grand hall 2 months prior." Realization dawned upon Huang Qi. This youth likely sought to avenge his master. A weight settled in his heart, yet he maintained his composure, responding with a smile, "Ah, so you are a disciple of Elder Qi. I trust he is in good health?" A flicker of intensity crossed the scholar's eyes at Huang Qi's words, but he nodded and said, "Do not concern yourself, junior brother. I did not expect your rapid advancement in cultivation. However, it may not be sufficient. You ought to exercise caution." Huang Qi chose to forego further pleasantries. Those who sought trouble must be prepared to face the consequences. He merely nodded in acknowledgement. The referee, witnessing the two engaged in idle chatter, approached with an air of exasperation and announced, "Enough of this, you two. Please state your names and cultivation levels so that we may commence the battle." The two exchanged nods before declaring, "Wind Chaser, peak stage of Qi refinement. Huang Qi, late stage of Qi refinement." Upon their introductions, the referee signaled for the match to begin. Huang Qi, wary of his opponent, summoned forth his 2 puppets. The Wind Chaser, upon observing Huang Qi's puppets, wore a look of amused mockery and, with a casual wave, summoned 2 puppets of his own. The onlookers were taken aback, realizing that both competitors were affluent. Greed glimmered in their eyes. Huang Qi's heart sank as he noted the superiority of the Wind Chaser's puppets, clearly of a higher tier. At the mid-stage of the first rank, he hesitated, contemplating whether to summon additional puppets, but the mocking gaze of the Wind Chaser stirred a resolve within him. "Oh, I have long found you displeasing, resorting to puppets to intimidate. Have you finally encountered a formidable challenge?" The crowd murmured, recalling Lin Feng's prior matches, where he had relied on sheer numbers to overwhelm his opponents, leading to widespread discontent. Huang Qi paid little heed to the spectators' remarks. Humph. Do not presume that you alone possess puppets and underestimate the other disciples. Today, I shall halt your progress here, Zhaifeng declared as he lunged forward, delivering a powerful strike towards Huang Qi, with two puppets roaring in fury, following closely behind. Huang Qi was not one to be easily trifled with a mere thought. His two puppets surged to meet the challenge. He had no intention of engaging in a head-on confrontation. With the grace of a lotus, he retreated several steps, producing two talismans from his storage pouch that soared forth to intercept Zhaifeng's palm. Momentarily taken aback, Zhaifeng swiftly dodged the talismans, only to hear two resounding crashes behind him. At that moment, the four puppets clashed violently. The battle between them was undeniably fierce, with Huang Qi's puppets clearly at a disadvantage. Zhaifeng, turning swiftly, struck again at Huang Qi. The crowd, drawn by the recent tumult, shifted their gaze towards the unfolding spectacle. "Ah, Brother Inkai, look. Someone is avenging your granddaughter," Elderly remarked with a smile from the observation platform. The elder in the colorful robe turned to observe, smirking slightly. "Oh, that lad dares to confront young Zhaifeng. How intriguing. I shall see if he proves to be Zhaifeng's match." The elder's interest was piqued. "Huh, this is bound to be entertaining. Let us see if Zhaifeng can restore some honor for his master." The audience, captivated by the contest between Huang Qi and Zhaifeng, turned their attention eagerly to the match. Huang Qi was astonished by Zhaifeng's remarkable speed, realizing that a cultivator with wind affinity could move with such swiftness, rivaling even that of Xiaobai. He knew he was no match for him. Rather than meet Zhaifeng's strikes head-on, Huang Qi unleashed another pair of talismans, sending them hurtling towards Zhaifeng. Observing that Huang Qi would not engage directly, Zhaifeng recognized that despite his superior speed, he could not afford to underestimate the power of the talismans. To avoid a direct encounter with them would be prudent. Seizing the opportunity, Huang Qi deftly maneuvered to create distance between himself and Zhaifeng. The spectators noted Huang Qi's evasive tactics. He refused to engage in direct combat, instead opting for hit-and-run strategies, drawing disdainful glances from the crowd. Huang Qi felt a sense of helplessness. His cultivation was lacking, and a direct confrontation would surely lead to his downfall. There was no escape, and it was not yet the time to reveal his true abilities. He could only rely on the talismans to obstruct Zhaifeng's advance. These talismans cost money, he lamented internally. Feeling a twinge of regret, the referee stood by, exuding a sense of exasperation. This was hardly a battle, more akin to a flight. The elders on the observation platform shared in their disapproval of Huang Qi's approach, though they chuckled helplessly. After all, he had not violated any rules. If one had the means, one could certainly utilize talismans in combat. As a quarter of an hour passed, Zhaifeng grew increasingly impatient. Is this truly a duel? This fellow refuses to engage in combat, merely deflecting my attacks with talismans. I could withstand his strikes, but the energy expenditure would be considerable. Watching Huang Qi flee in every direction before him, Chasing Wind felt a sense of helplessness. This lad was incredibly cunning, evading any chance for close combat. The more Chasing Wind pondered, the more vexed he became, astonished at the seemingly endless supply of talismans Huang Qi possessed. Unlike him, Chasing Wind was not so affluent. Driven by envy and resentment, his speed suddenly surged as he darted towards Huang Qi. Huang Qi sensed the mounting pressure. Chasing Wind's speed was indeed formidable, and continuing in this manner was not a viable strategy. Suddenly, a low-grade flying sword appeared in Huang Qi's hand, and with a flourish, he unleashed a sword flower, cleaving towards Chasing Wind's outstretched palm. To Chasing Wind's surprise, Huang Qi had ceased his retreat. Was it possible that he had exhausted his talismans, or had he been compelled to confront him head-on? Though intrigued, Chasing Wind's hands did not falter. With a graceful flick of his folding fan, he effortlessly deflected Huang Qi's flying sword. The sword was sent spinning away, prompting Huang Qi to swiftly form hand seals, causing the deflected sword to spiral back towards Chasing Wind. Unperturbed, Chasing Wind pushed his fan upward, and to Huang Qi's astonishment, the fan expanded dramatically. With a resounding clang, the flying sword struck the enormous fan surface. Realization dawned upon Huang Qi. This fan was a mid-grade spiritual artifact. How could it be? Chasing Wind's fan was indeed a mid-grade spiritual artifact. The onlookers, many of whom were inexperienced disciples, gasped in awe. For outer sect disciples, a low-grade spiritual artifact was already a treasure. Mid-grade artifacts were an extraordinary rarity. Witnessing such a display left them in stunned silence. Seeing his low-grade flying sword failing to breach his opponent's fan, Huang Qi's mind raced. He threw forth a bracelet, chanting incantations as it too swelled in size, hurtling towards chasing wind. This bracelet was a mid-grade spiritual artifact, a prize he had obtained during his first duel with a cultivator in Qiankun City. What? Another mid-grade artifact? This was unbearable. Why did I not possess even one? Many disciples watched enviously, longing for a spiritual artifact of their own. Chasing wind, undeterred, unleashed a spell, causing his mid-grade fan to grow even larger, ready to meet the oncoming bracelet. A tremendous collision echoed as the two mid-grade artifacts clashed, causing the entire arena to tremble. Both combatants were jolted back more than 10 steps before regaining their footing. The puppets behind them were thrown off the stage, landing motionless on the ground, clearly damaged by the force of the impact. Chapter 38. The game played out, everyone was taken aback. The clash of two mid-grade spiritual artifacts exhibited such tremendous power that the outer sect disciples were left agape. It was already remarkable for a single participant to wield a spiritual artifact, as most relied on low-grade ones, often seeking weapons from the secular world, which were considered formidable. In such a grand competition, the direct confrontation of two mid-grade artifacts was an exceedingly rare occurrence. At this moment, the referee's expression grew increasingly grim. Despite being a cultivator at the Foundation establishment stage, he wielded merely a mid-grade spirit weapon, while these two minor outer disciples possessed mid-grade spirit weapons of their own. During the recent clash of these weapons, he had stood on the periphery, narrowly avoiding the fallout. Feeling an immense sense of despair at his misfortune in encountering these two calamities, the sound waves traveled to the spectator stands, where the elders exchanged worried glances. It appeared that these two young men were indeed serious, having resorted to the use of mid-grade spirit weapons, and the elders' gazes shifted toward the scene unfolding below. Others engaged in combat on various platforms, startled by the sudden commotion, turned their attention toward Huang Qi, some even halting their battles to witness the confrontation. Huang Qi took a deep breath, calming the restless energy within him, and focused on chasing wind. Chasing wind, too, was taken aback. He hadn't anticipated that Huang Qi possessed a mid-grade spirit weapon. Feeling a surge of anger at having suffered a small setback, he found it disgraceful for the outer sect's foremost expert to be outmaneuvered. Before he could fully regain his composure, he summoned the folding fan back to his hand, infusing it with a reckless amount of spiritual energy, causing it to emit a blinding radiance that compelled the surrounding disciples to shield their eyes. Huang Qi's heart sank. Was this fellow truly prepared to go all out? His expression darkened. Meanwhile, he infused his bracelet with a similar reckless energy, which too began to shine brilliantly. Huang Qi recognized that if he did not take this seriously, he risked a catastrophic defeat. As he infused his power, he unleashed a talisman directed at chasing wind's face, intending to disrupt the energy he was channeling into the fan while simultaneously provoking him. Only by catching his opponent off guard could he gain the upper hand. Chasing wind, seeing Huang Qi strike first, was infuriated. With the fan radiating a piercing light, he launched it into the air, throwing it toward Huang Qi with a fierce expression. Despite not having fully infused it with spiritual energy, Huang Qi chuckled coldly at this, swiftly sending an even brighter beam of white light toward the fan. The surrounding outer disciples were left dumbfounded. Should these two weapons collide, disaster would surely ensue. They retreated hastily covering their ears. However, the referee on the platform looked increasingly distressed. Should a collision occur, he too would suffer the consequences. Abandoning his position was not an option he'd entertain. Such a disgrace was intolerable. The two Qi refining disciples were recklessly engaging in combat, dragging him into their peril. As a precaution, the Foundation establishment referee conjured a protective barrier around himself, finally feeling a semblance of safety. Suddenly, a sense of foreboding washed over him. The elder surnamed Li in the spectator stands discerned the gravity of the situation, prompting shock among the other elders. This was no mere competition. It was a desperate clash. The power contained within chasing wind's fan represented nearly half of his spiritual energy, while Huang Qi's bracelet was even more formidable, primed for self-detonation. If they collided, chasing wind would find himself caught within the explosion's radius, facing certain death or severe injury. The elders, their faces marred with concern, were taken aback by the unexpected emergence of two formidable opponents. Both individuals possessed substantial backgrounds, and any casualties would undoubtedly place the elders in a precarious position. Without hesitation, Elderly swiftly departed from the observation platform, racing towards the tumultuous scene unfolding in the sky. The distance between the observation platform and the arena where Huang Qi and his opponent battled was minimal, rendering immediate assistance impossible. In his growing anxiety, Elderly disregarded all caution. At that very moment, an earth-shattering explosion reverberated through the air, unleashing a torrent of violent energy that radiated outward. The previously triumphant expression on the face of the pursuer turned to one of dismay. The magnitude and velocity of the energy wave were overwhelming, leaving the pursuer no chance to evade its wrath. Anticipating such a calamity, Huang Qi had already prepared at the moment of the explosion. He summoned a puppet to shield himself and conjured a protective barrier of spiritual energy. Thanks to his strategic position on the arena, he was spared from significant harm, though the puppet in front of him was likely rendered useless. As Huang Qi gazed at the terrifying display of energy, a chill of realization washed over him. He had not anticipated the devastating power of a mid-grade spiritual artifact's self-detonation. Its force was akin to a full-strength strike from a cultivator at the mid-foundation stage. While he marveled at this revelation, the surrounding disciples were not so fortunate. They fell to the ground in disarray, having only been slightly affected by the blast. And yet they lay sprawled out, eyes wide with shock. Suddenly, a scream pierced the air, and a figure was hurled backward, only to be caught by Elderly, who swiftly assessed the situation. The unfortunate individual coughed up blood, his face pale and consciousness fading, teetering on the brink of life and death. The referee, equally unfortunate, was caught in the tumult. His barrier shattered, he too spat blood, and was propelled off the stage, standing dazed and confused, oblivious to the reason for his sudden fall. At this juncture, the entire martial arts arena was thrown into chaos, with both combatants halting their skirmish, gazing in bewilderment at the scene unfolding around Huang Qi. Alarm bells rang in Huang Qi's mind. He realized he had gone too far this time, standing there with a sense of trepidation. Meanwhile, the mischievous little wight, having been frightened by the spectacle, hastily returned to Huang Qi's side, glancing at the turbulent energies above and then back at Huang Qi. It found reassurance in his safety and leaped onto his shoulder, chattering excitedly. Soon, several elders arrived at Huang Qi's platform, unsure of how to address the situation. Elderly cast a spell, channeling energy into the pursuer's body to assess his injuries. Relieved to discover that he was still alive, he quickly retrieved a healing elixir and administered it to the pursuer, his demeanor softening slightly. Elderly gently lowered the injured figure onto the arena. Casting a stern glance at Huang Qi, under the scrutinizing gaze of such a powerful figure, Huang Qi felt a twinge of unease, yet maintained a calm exterior, bowing slightly in respect to the elders. At that moment, an elder from the enforcement hall stepped forward, indignation evident in his voice. Huang Qi, you are of the same sect. Why have you struck with such severity? Upon hearing the elder's inquiry, Huang Qi furrowed his brow and responded, Elder, may I inquire what the outcome would have been had I not acted in such a manner, given my current cultivation level? Upon hearing Huang Qi's words, the elder furrowed his brow. It was evident that Chasing Wind's cultivation surpassed that of Huang Qi. A mid-grade spiritual artifact infused with a substantial portion of Chasing Wind's power would require careful consideration, even for one at the foundation establishment stage, regarding whether they could withstand it without incurring harm. If Huang Qi had merely infused spiritual energy into the mid-grade artifact, it was likely that he would end up gravely injured. The disciplinary elder, rendered speechless by Huang Qi's retort, turned crimson in the face. The assembly of elders displayed a mixture of surprise, resignation, and admiration. At that moment, Elderly gently set Chasing Wind down and remarked, regardless of the circumstances, it is true that you have seriously injured a fellow disciple. I must impose a penalty of disqualification from the competition. Do you contest this? Huang Qi's heart sank at Elderly's words. He stepped forward and bowed respectfully, stating, Of course, I contest it. The onlookers were taken aback. This young man was fierce in his actions, yet exhibited remarkable courtesy and audacity. Elderly frowned and asked, What grounds do you have for your disagreement? Huang Qi calmed himself, maintaining his composure, and responded, Firstly, I am justified. It was Chasing Wind's relentless provocation that compelled me to resort to such measures. Elderly acknowledged this point, as it was indeed chasing wind who initiated the aggressive tactics. Secondly, I did not violate any competition rules, nor did I employ talismans or puppets beyond my capabilities. The crowd nodded in agreement. Thirdly, there are no stipulations in the intersect competition that prohibit the self-detonation of one's own artifacts. This statement left the audience speechless, for in typical competitions, those possessing low-grade artifacts were rare, and few would willingly sacrifice their spiritual tools. Fourthly, in a duel, the outcome is often dictated by fate. Losses are inevitable when blades are drawn. If one fears injury, what is the purpose of competing? Huang Qi spoke with eloquence and a steady tone. The audience found merit in his arguments, realizing he was indeed in the right, leaving them at a loss for grounds to impose punishment. The elders exchanged glances, astonished by the young man's eloquence and fortitude. Some disciples nearby secretly nodded in approval, beginning to admire Huang Qi. Elderly, taken aback by the situation, struggled to respond, visibly agitated. Just then, another disciplinary elder stepped forward, his face contorted with anger. "You insolent brat! I shall take you down and throw you into the celestial binding prison." As he spoke, the elder lunged toward Huang Qi. Startled, Huang Qi exclaimed in disbelief at the elder's unreasonable behavior, attacking so brazenly in front of so many elders and disciples. Elderly quickly intervened. "Elder Qi, you mustn't." Yet, despite his words, Elderly made no move to intervene physically. As Elder Qi approached, Huang Qi's expression grew cold. He swiftly retrieved a glowing talisman from his storage pouch. The elders gasped in unison as they recognized the talisman in Huang Qi's hand, with one exclaiming, "A high-tier core formation talisman." Elder Qi, not lacking in wisdom, understood the formidable power of the talisman and hesitated to close the distance. Meanwhile, the small white creature perched on Huang Qi's shoulder glared furiously at Elder Qi, exuding an aura of mutual destruction. The elders exchanged uncertain glances, caught in a moment of hesitation. This young man was indeed a thorny problem. Whoever dared to provoke him would find themselves in dire straits. Thus, a stalemate ensued. Chapter 39, The Crisis Humph. With a high-level talisman from the core formation stage, I fear you not. As he spoke, a shield of spiritual energy was cast forth, aimed at Huang Qi. Elder Qi felt a pang of regret. His impulsive nature had often led him into troublesome situations. Yet, he understood he was already riding the tiger and could not afford to retreat. It would be disgraceful to strike a junior, and to hesitate in the face of this young man's talisman would render his dignity, accumulated over 2 centuries, utterly non-existent. Seeing Elder Qi truly about to take action, the elders of Tai sect could no longer remain passive. Normally, they could turn a blind eye, but this young man possessed a high-level core formation talisman. If provoked, his audacity might well be unleashed. The thought of that talisman sent shivers down their spines, especially considering the thousands of juniors present. While they might escape unscathed, they could not afford to overlook the safety of their disciples. Huang Qi felt a chill deepening within him. This old man seemed intent on forcing his hand into utilizing his most devastating weapon. With a cold expression, Huang Qi swiftly reached for his storage bag, producing yet another high-level talisman. "If you seek trouble, I shall oblige," he thought. Huang Qi was not one to shy away from confrontation, and even if he were in the wrong, he was no mere soft target to be easily manipulated. Raising his hand, he prepared to hurl the 2 talismans at Elder Qi. The elder, upon seeing another talisman in Huang Qi's grasp, was struck with dread. Should these talismans explode, he would likely suffer grievous injury. Where had this young man acquired such formidable talismans? Regret washed over Elder Qi, his remorse as deep as the sea. The other elders, witnessing this development, were equally alarmed. 1 talisman was manageable, but 2? If they detonated, the surrounding area would likely be obliterated. As Huang Qi poised to throw them, the elders finally changed their expressions, rushing to restrain Elder Qi. The elder hesitated, his movements faltering, allowing them to intervene. Seeing this, Huang Qi exhaled in relief. He had no genuine desire to unleash the talismans. His intention was merely to intimidate. If forced to deploy such a high-level talisman, even the Tai sect might struggle to shelter him. The crowd breathed a collective sigh of relief upon realizing Huang Qi had not unleashed the talismans. Elder Qi too felt fortunate to have been stopped. Otherwise, the situation would have spiraled beyond repair. Elder Song, who had been silent until now, was drenched in cold sweat and finally spoke up. "Esteemed elders, might I suggest we each take a step back today?" His proposal stirred a shift in sentiment among the elders. many of whom were seeking an exit from the standoff. They cast grateful glances towards Elder Song. "What insights do you have, Elder Song?" inquired a stern-looking law enforcement elder. Haha, Huang Qi's actions against a fellow disciple were indeed inappropriate, yet Elder Song paused. Allowing the gravity of his words to settle before continuing, Huang Qi was merely acting in self-defense, a circumstance that warrants understanding. The elders nodded in agreement. Yet one among them could not accept the situation. "Is this truly how it ends? This chasing wind is a disciple under my senior brother Qi. I cannot condone such grievous injuries without punishment," the law elder remarked, his expression one of discontent. Hearing this, Huang Qi felt a surge of resentment towards the law elder. None of these elders were benevolent, always seeking to create trouble. "One day, I shall make you regret this," he mused silently, maintaining an impassive facade. "Oh, pray tell, Elder Ma, how do you intend to punish my disciple?" A disdainful voice suddenly echoed from above. The crowd exchanged wry smiles at the sound. Both Elder Ma and Elder Li shivered at the familiar tone. Who else could it be but the formidable clan leader, Fu Tianqi? A figure gradually descended from the sky, exuding an air of elegance, with 3 long strands of beard and glimmering eyes. He landed gracefully in the center of the arena. Upon sighting him, the elders became as docile as mice before a cat, hurriedly bowing and greeting, "Lord Master." The man nodded slightly and waved his hand casually. The elders, now standing, respected his presence, refraining from further speech. Upon recognizing that his revered ancestor had arrived, Huang Qi felt a rush of elation and promptly knelt, proclaiming, "Disciple Huang Qi greets Master Ancestor." Fu Tianqi nodded in satisfaction, prompting Huang Qi to rise and stand respectfully by his side. The martial arts arena grew chaotic. What was unfolding? The clan leader had arrived, and Huang Qi had referred to him as Master Ancestor. The disciples were taken aback, and those quick to react hurriedly knelt, exclaiming, "Disciples pay respects to the Lord Master." Other disciples, startled by the scene, soon followed suit, kneeling in reverence. Huang Qi observed that every disciple, whether on the platform or below, had prostrated themselves on the ground. Fu Tianqi smiled and gestured, "All of you, please rise." At his words, the disciples erupted with joy. How many among them had the fortune to see the Lord Master up close? Most had only ever glimpsed him from afar. The opportunity to witness him so intimately filled them with exhilaration. Many outer disciples rushed to the scene, and soon the platform where Huang Qi stood was crowded beyond capacity. The elders could only shake their heads in resignation. The Lord Master certainly drew a crowd. Huang Qi, however, wore an expression of helplessness, quietly standing still. At that moment, an elder from the law hall approached Fu Tianqi, stating, "Lord Master, the situation is as follows." Just as the elder began to speak, Fu Tianqi waved him off, indicating he should withdraw. "Do you think I am unaware of the commotion you've stirred?" Fu Tianqi shot a disapproving glance at the elder. Acknowledging the dismal reception he would likely face, the elder sighed and retreated. Fu Tianqi glanced at the fallen top outer disciple, shaking his head in disdain. He then turned his gaze to Huang Qi, a faint smile gracing his lips as he addressed him, "Disciple?" Huang Qi, upon hearing his ancestor's call, eagerly approached with a beaming countenance. Observing Huang Qi's sincere demeanor, Fu Tianqi felt a profound satisfaction within. "Do refrain from being so harsh on your fellow disciples in the future. Our esteemed ancestor is a reasonable person, and since you have erred, he will certainly have words with you. Do you dissent?" Huang Qi promptly knelt before him and replied, "Disciple dares not, and is willing to accept punishment." Fu Tianqi nodded in satisfaction, while the law elders collectively exhaled in relief, astonished that the sect leader had shown such reason. The elders exchanged perplexed glances at Fu Tianqi. Huang Qi, well aware of his ancestor's protective nature, understood that his words were merely for the benefit of the elders, a facade to extricate himself from trouble. Inwardly, he felt a surge of joy. "Very well. Since you harbor no objections, I decree that you shall confine yourself in solitary reflection at the cliff of regret following the conclusion of the intersect competition, and shall not emerge until you reach the foundation establishment stage. Do you consent?" Huang Qi felt a thrill. This was fortuitous indeed. Although uncertain of the duration of his confinement, he was certain that with the aid of elixirs, he would undoubtedly achieve his breakthrough. This was hardly a punishment. It was an encouragement to advance his cultivation. He rejoiced internally, though his countenance feigned a pitiable expression. "Disciple obeys." The elders exchanged bemused glances. Was this truly a punishment? The sect leader seemed excessively indulgent. There were no fines, no penalties, and no physical reprimands, only the urging of a disciple-less practice. The elders dared not voice their thoughts, resigned to the reality of the sect leader's temperament, knowing their situation was beyond their control. The countenances of the law elders darkened. Their indignation stifled as they observed Fu Tianqi reveling in his amusement. Esteemed leader, but what of the injuries sustained by disciple chasing wind? Are we to simply overlook Huang Qi's actions? Fu Tianqi shot the elder a glance, his tone nonchalant. I have already rendered my judgment. What more do you seek? The elder, sensing the mockery in Fu Tianqi's demeanor, fell silent, realizing he dared not speak further. Chasing wind, is it? His volatile nature has led him to this predicament. Let him recuperate, Fu Tianqi stated, turning his gaze away from chasing wind and the elder. The elder nearly choked on his indignation, his expression sour as he retreated, while two disciples came forth to carry the unconscious chasing wind away. Fu Tianqi then turned to the still disheartened judge. You are responsible for the adjudication, since you failed to protect your junior in a moment of crisis. You must take your leave to the law hall and accept your accountability. The judge, resigned to his misfortune, departed the arena with a glum countenance, having expected accolades but receiving rebuke instead. Mark my words, do not frequently resort to the self-destructive antics of weaponry. However, should anyone foolishly seek to bully you, do not fear. As long as you are in the right, your ancestor will not allow anyone to mistreat his disciple. Fu Tianqi communicated telepathically to Huang Qi. Receiving the message, Huang Qi maintained his composure, bowing respectfully to his relatively amiable ancestor as Fu Tianqi swiftly departed the arena, soaring towards the grand hall of the sect. As the sect leader finally left, a collective sigh of relief swept through the onlookers. Some elders dramatically wiped their foreheads, while the law elders regarded Huang Qi with expressions of resignation. Alas, it seemed one could do little against the might of a formidable ancestor. Elder Li then stepped forward and declared, "All right, everyone return to your respective platforms. The inter-sect disciples competition shall resume." With that, the assembly of elders departed the arena, and Huang Qi, somewhat begrudgingly, retreated to the periphery of the martial arts field. Some disciples gazed at Huang Qi with a mix of envy and jealousy, while a few with less stable minds harbored resentment towards him. However, Huang Qi paid no heed to the thoughts or attitudes of others. As long as they did not provoke him, he had no reason to concern himself with their opinions. Chapter 40. Analysis. The inter-sect disciples competition experienced a brief pause due to Huang Qi's interference, yet under the vigilant supervision of the elders, it swiftly resumed. The peculiar figure of Huang Qi became known among all the outer sect disciples. In the eyes of the inner sect disciples, Huang Qi's strength was rather mediocre. Though his ruthlessness was notable, he was willing to self-destruct even mid-grade spirit weapons. What else could this audacious individual be capable of? Speculation arose regarding whether Huang Qi possessed any mid-grade spirit weapons left, as his tendency to self-detonate them each time he appeared could indeed pose a dilemma. Some top-tier outer sect cultivators were undeterred by Huang Qi. While he could resort to self-detonating spirit weapons, they had their own means of defense. Yet, those of similar or slightly inferior cultivation to Huang Qi began to feel apprehensive, particularly considering his merciless nature. Provoking Huang Qi would likely lead to severe consequences, and even the elders found themselves at a loss when dealing with him. Among the outer sect disciples, many had become admirers of Huang Qi, captivated by his lavish spending and fearless demeanor, often sporting a grin in Lin Feng's direction to curry favor. As Huang Qi strolled to the outskirts of the martial arts arena, he began to observe the battles of the outer sect disciples. Their cultivations were fairly comparable, resulting in evenly matched contests. However, a few exceptional individuals exhibited prowess far exceeding that of ordinary disciples. Such talents rarely engaged in combat, and when faced with them, the only option was to concede defeat. Huang Qi watched the ongoing battles with approval. Some disciples displayed peculiar and unconventional techniques that were difficult to decipher. He surmised that these individuals likely possessed mutated spiritual roots, categorizing them as prodigies, quite distinct from his own late-stage Qi refinement attained through the use of medicinal pills. Due to the enhancement from consuming numerous red dragon fruits, Huang Qi felt confident that he could still maintain an advantage. After a period, it was finally Huang Qi's turn to take the stage. He ambled onto the platform, still carrying Xiaobai on his back. Upon ascending the platform, he noticed an elderly man standing there. Taken aback, Huang Qi thought, is this elder truly participating in the competition at such an advanced age? Could he be at the Qi refinement stage? The elder smiled warmly at Huang Qi, and the latter understood that it was not uncommon for some disciples to be trapped in the Qi refinement stage due to their innate qualities, with many older low-tier cultivators in similar situations. Huang Qi approached the elder and performed a respectful bow. The referee signaled for both participants to announce their names and cultivation levels. Huang Qi spoke first. Huang Qi, late-stage Qi refinement. The elder merely nodded and replied, "Hee. This old man is Chun Ji, peak late-stage Qi refinement." Huang Qi was momentarily taken aback by the elder's words. The old man possesses considerable cultivation, and engaging him in combat may inevitably reveal one's own capabilities. However, Huang Qi harbors no fear, for a late-stage puppet would suffice to keep this elder at bay. Suddenly, a smile emerged on Huang Qi's face as he glanced at Chun Ji. Meanwhile, Chun Ji felt a twinge of anxiety. Having witnessed Huang Qi's reckless fighting style in several battles, he was filled with envy and jealousy. At the same time, he feared that this young lad might unleash 2 mid-grade spiritual artifacts to self-destruct, which would undoubtedly be more than enough to trouble his aging body. At that moment, the referee signaled for the two to commence. Observing the signal, both refrained from making the first move, prompting a slight frown from the referee, who chose not to urge them. Huang Qi smiled at Chun Ji and inquired, "Senior brother, do you truly wish for me to demonstrate my skills?" Taken aback by Huang Qi's question, Chun Ji thought it to be a rather redundant inquiry. After all, what other purpose could there be for their presence besides demonstrating their abilities? Moreover, given his frail condition, he could hardly endure excessive exertion. If he failed to become an inner disciple, it would likely spell the end of his aspirations. Well then, junior brother, what do you propose? Chun Ji, having lived nearly a century, retained a modicum of composure. Huang Qi responded with a gentle smile, "I merely wish to provide you with a thorough analysis." Chun Ji, perplexed by the air of mystery surrounding Huang Qi's statement, wondered what insights the young man intended to share. "Oh, please, do not hesitate to speak," the elder replied with a smile. Huang Qi paused, retracting his folding fan, and asked earnestly, "What is your age, senior brother?" Chun Ji was momentarily taken aback. Was this the analysis he had anticipated? He quickly replied, "Foolish me, I have idled away 89 years. A hint of embarrassment washed over him. Approaching a century, yet still vying for the status of an inner disciple against the younger generation made his cheeks flush. Huang Qi nodded in acknowledgement. "With your cultivation, senior brother, it is undoubtedly feasible for you to become an inner disciple." Chun Ji concurred, recognizing himself as among the elite of the outer disciples. Even when pitted against a few prodigious talents, he felt confident. Despite their numerous treasures, his decades of cultivation had endowed him with far greater depth of power, not to mention experience in battle that no mere child could rival. Huang Qi smiled slightly and remarked, "Yet I wonder, can you secure a position among the top 10? Chun Ji paused, deep in thought. While he could manage 1 or 2 matches, a succession of battles would likely overwhelm his frail constitution. Thus, achieving a top 10 position among inner disciples would be no simple feat. Noticing the elder's contemplation, Huang Qi understood he had tapped into Chun Ji's concerns and smiled. "Given your qualifications, I wonder if any elders might take notice and accept you as a disciple?" Chun Ji's expression turned cold. Having embarked on the path of cultivation for 6 or 7 decades without breaking through to the foundation establishment stage, he was acutely aware of his own limitations and knew he would not garner the attention of higher-tier practitioners. It was precisely due to his limited aptitude that, as a first-tier loose cultivator without a substantial supply of elixirs, he remained trapped at the pinnacle of the Qi refinement stage. "What do you mean by that, junior brother?" Noticing the elder's growing ire, Huang Qi continued undeterred, "Senior brother, given your advanced age and limited aptitude, even if you were to become an inner disciple, it is unlikely you would gain the sect's favor. It would merely serve as an opportunity to advance to the foundation establishment stage. Am I not speaking the truth?" Huang Qi smiled as he spoke to Chun Ji, who did not deny it, his brows furrowed as he regarded Huang Qi. Huang Qi candidly remarked, "Without the sect's attention, it is improbable that the sect will bestow upon the senior brother many foundation-building pills. It would be quite challenging for you to break through to the foundation-building stage without sufficient pills." The elder's complexion fluctuated between green and red, acknowledging the truth in Huang Qi's words. Observing Chun Jizi's complex expression, Huang Qi smiled gently and proposed. If the junior brother is willing to provide enough foundation-building pills to assist the senior brother in breaking through, would the senior brother be willing to forego this competition with you? Chun Jizi's face revealed surprise. Could it be that this young man truly possessed a wealth of foundation-building pills? If he were to obtain enough, he could certainly succeed in his own foundation building, granting him another century of life. As he pondered Huang Qi's words, his heart raced with excitement. After establishing his foundation, he too would be an inner sect disciple, no longer needing to engage in physical confrontations with these younger generations, his expression brightening with delight. Huang Qi, maintaining his composure, continued to be candid. Although the junior brother's cultivation is not on par with yours, if all means are employed, defeating you is still within reach. Huang Qi's words bore a hint of menace. Chun Jizi's expression darkened. If this lad truly unleashed two spirit artifacts in self-detonation, he would certainly be at a disadvantage. Huang Qi patiently awaited Chun Jizi's decision. Feeling the weight of Huang Qi's words, Chun Jizi's heart tightened, realizing that Huang Qi likely did not wish to reveal his strength prematurely. Hence the willingness to offer him benefits to withdraw. Was it possible that this young man aimed to contend for a position among the top 10? Chun Jizi considered this a distinct possibility. If Huang Qi indeed had aspirations for the top 10, he would certainly have contingencies in place, making it difficult for Chun Jizi to triumph entirely. Should this young man provide him with adequate support for a successful breakthrough, he would become an inner sect disciple, aligning with his own desires. What was there to lose? Weighing the pros and cons, Chun Jizi examined the smiling young man before him, a resolute glimmer flashing in his eyes. "Junior brother, do you speak true?" Chun Jizi inquired earnestly. Huang Qi, observing Chun Jizi's demeanor, felt a sense of satisfaction. Without further ado, he produced a storage bag containing several herbs for crafting foundation-building pills and tossed it to Chun Jizi. "I believe these herbs will suffice for you to contribute to the haul in exchange for the pills." Chun Jizi's heart leapt with joy as he hastily caught the storage bag. Scanning its contents with his spiritual sense, his face lit up with astonishment. Hundreds of herbs. He could exchange these in the contribution hall for dozens of foundation-building pills, more than sufficient. His excitement palpable. Chun Jizi bowed gratefully to Huang Qi before turning to approach the referee. The referee had been waiting for the duel for some time, bemused by the analysis between the two, yet could not voice his thoughts. There was no rule against conversing before engaging in combat. However, understanding their intentions, he could only shake his head with a wry smile. The elder approached him and declared, "I concede." With that, Chun Jizi turned and swiftly departed the arena. Huang Qi, watching Chun Jizi's retreat, merely smiled faintly before descending from the stage. Some disciples around were utterly perplexed by the recent events. What was the situation? After merely exchanging a few words, there was no duel, and both parties vacated the arena. Who emerged victorious? The disciples were left speechless, having anticipated that Huang Qi would finally encounter a formidable opponent, only to see him persuade that challenger to withdraw with just a few sentences. Their disappointment was palpable. Chapter 41. The top 100. Several elders observing from the spectator platform were equally intrigued by Huang Qi's arena. However, after a while, they noted that no duel had commenced. The two sides merely conversed before the challenger exited the stage. What was happening? The elders too found themselves at a loss for words. Many aspiring disciples, eager to gauge Huang Qi's true capabilities, felt disheartened. The challenger had retreated without any confrontation. The mystery surrounding Huang Qi deepened, rendering him even more enigmatic to those watching. Unfazed by others' opinions, Huang Qi relished the opportunity to exchange these herbs for the concealment of his true strength. The better he could hide his abilities, the greater his chances of securing the top spot. By presenting a facade of wealth to mislead others into believing he was merely relying on financial means to outmatch his opponents, he ensured that his actual prowess remained obscured. After all, his storage bag was still filled with sufficient herbs for his foundational cultivation. Discarding a few would not cause him distress. Those who underestimated him would undoubtedly learn a valuable lesson, and Huang Qi couldn't help but smirk with satisfaction. The internal disciples' elimination rounds were nearing their conclusion. With only a little over 200 remaining on the platform, Huang Qi realized that he still had one last match against the outer disciples before the selection of the top 100 would commence. He felt a surge of excitement. He was on the verge of becoming an inner disciple. The true path of cultivation was about to unfold before him, and he eagerly anticipated his future growth. Huang Qi understood that only the strong could command respect and dominance. Finally, it was his turn for the last match. With exhilaration coursing through him, he ascended the platform, encountering no particularly extraordinary adversaries, only one at the later stage of Qi refinement. Nevertheless, he adhered to his previous strategy, summoning 2 puppets to assist him. The opponent, clearly resigned, engaged in a token struggle before being pushed off the platform. Huang Qi secured victory with remarkable ease, and there was nothing particularly noteworthy in the battle that drew attention. Many regarded Huang Qi with disdain, dismissing him as a coward for relying on numbers to overpower his foes. In the final round, Huang Qi noted that those who had advanced thus far from over 3,000 Qi refinement disciples were all exceptional individuals. Each contender was formidable, as those with lower cultivation had long since been eliminated. The remaining participants were the creme de la creme, the most gifted among the talented. Observing their battles, Huang Qi nodded in quiet acknowledgement. He realized that to claim the top position, he would have to endure a significant struggle. At last, the final duel concluded, and Huang Qi stood proudly on his platform. Below, the outer disciples gazed up with envy, yearning to rush forward and seize the glory of being in the spotlight. The audience erupted into thunderous applause, marking the emergence of over 100 inner disciples, including Huang Qi. The elders on the observation platform also displayed joyful expressions. After 2 days of intense competition, the most exceptional disciples had finally been selected. These prodigious talents represented the future hope of the sect, akin to fledgling eagles poised to take flight, bringing immense satisfaction to the elders. At that moment, Elderly stepped forward with a smile and announced, "The inner disciple competition has concluded after 2 days of selection, resulting in the identification of over 100 outstanding inner disciples. Those standing on the arena will now come to the observation platform, where I shall bestow upon you your garments and identity tokens." Huang Qi and the others were overwhelmed with excitement. After enduring a grueling battle, they had finally ascended to the status of inner disciples. One by one, they approached the observation platform, arranging themselves neatly in a line. Huang Qi stood towards the left, surrounded by several disciples of commendable cultivation. Behind Elderly, a few disciples carried a wooden tray, upon which rested several sets of garments for the inner disciples, along with identity tokens. Elderly, with a warm smile, distributed these items to each disciple. Holding their wooden tokens, Huang Qi and his peers could hardly conceal their joy. After receiving their trays, they bowed respectfully to the elders, who were all adorned with amiable smiles. "You are now inner disciples of the Tai sect. Remember, you must contribute to the development and continuity of our sect. Do you understand?" Huang Qi and the others promptly affirmed, and Elderly nodded with satisfaction. "Now, the competition concludes for today. You may return to rest. Tomorrow, we shall commence the final 10 competition. I hope you strive to secure a position in the top 10 to earn the sect's rewards, which will garner you significant attention and greatly benefit your future development and cultivation within the sect. Do you comprehend?" Huang Qi and the others nodded vigorously, after which Elderly gestured for them to withdraw. As they departed, the surrounding disciples looked on with envious gazes. Upon returning to Lin Feng's cave, Huang Qi found his master standing at the entrance, smiling warmly at him. Elated to see his master, Huang Qi hurriedly approached and bowed, saying, "Master, have you been waiting for me?" Lin Feng raised an eyebrow and playfully chided, "What is the matter? Are you displeased?" Huang Qi, feeling somewhat foolish, replied with a silly grin, "How could I dare to be? Master, I nearly didn't make it back today." Feeling a bit aggrieved, Huang Qi continued, and upon hearing this, Lin Feng frowned, displaying a hint of displeasure. What happened? They walked into the hall together, and Huang Qi recounted the events of the day. Lin Feng's expression turned icy, and he exclaimed in anger, "Those old rascals from the law enforcement hall are truly seeking trouble. They have dared to bully me? When the opportunity arises, I shall ensure they regret it." Huang Qi felt a surge of gratitude, knowing that his master was prepared to seek retribution on his behalf. "Master, I am fine. Fortunately, our esteemed ancestor intervened for me. Otherwise, I would have been in quite a predicament." Huang Qixin spoke with a lingering sense of trepidation. "No worries. Tomorrow, both my master and your grandmaster will be present at the top 10 competition. You must give those disciples of the law enforcement hall a good thrashing. I am most eager to see how they will respond." Huang understood that, despite his master's current limitations in cultivation, even a golden core practitioner would find it challenging to subdue him. His admiration for his master grew even stronger. Now that you have entered the top 100 and become an inner disciple, those old fellows from the law enforcement hall will not dare to trouble you openly. However, you must remain vigilant. While an overt attack may be easy to evade, a covert one is much more insidious. I fear they may attempt something underhanded during tomorrow's competition, so exercise caution. Those disciples you have been keeping an eye on are not to be underestimated. Do not embarrass me tomorrow. Listening to his master's words, Huang Qi chuckled and nodded in assurance. Rest assured, master. If those disciples from the law enforcement hall provoke me, they shall surely pay a heavy price. His expression turned serious as he spoke. Lin Feng nodded, signaling for Huang Qi to take his leave and rest. Once Huang Qi returned to his training chamber, he sat in meditation to replenish the magical energy he had expended that day. He also contemplated the formidable opponents he had observed over the past few days, each more challenging than the last. These adversaries were either at the pinnacle of Qi refinement or possessed mutated spiritual roots, placing him at a disadvantage. He feared that he would have to reveal his full strength in tomorrow's match. The most daunting of all was the girl in white. Her cultivation level was indiscernible, and every move she made was executed with such grace and fluidity that it left no room for resistance. This was the true source of her terror. Huang Qi was confident about handling the other competitors, but he shook his head, sinking into deeper contemplation. Only time would tell the outcome of tomorrow's competition. Early the next morning, Huang Qi, accompanied by Xiao Bai and his master, made their way to the martial arts arena. Upon arrival, he was met with the sight of nearly 20,000 disciples surrounding the arena, effectively sealing it off. Lin Feng frowned slightly at the scene but proceeded directly to the observation platform, with Huang Qi following closely behind. Atop the platform stood numerous individuals, including over 10 elders who remained silent, seemingly awaiting someone. Huang Qi was taken aback to spot a familiar figure, a beautiful girl with a doll-like face. None other than Qiankun Ring, the very one he had startled away. Upon seeing Huang Qi, she pouted her lips in apparent displeasure, causing him to momentarily lose his composure. How adorable she looked when she was angry. Noticing Huang Qi's daze, Qiankun Ring blushed and shot him an exasperated glare. Huang Qi could only manage a wry smile before diverting his gaze elsewhere. Behind the elders on the observation platform stood the top 100 disciples selected yesterday, all donned in inner disciple attire, similar to Huang Qi, with the characters Tai E emblazoned on their chests. Each disciple appeared respectful, not daring to utter a word. Upon seeing Lin Feng arrive with Huang Qi, several elders nodded and smiled at him. Lin Feng returned the gesture with a smile and a respectful salute, which Huang Qi mimicked, following his master's lead. A few elders from the law enforcement hall cast disapproving glances at Lin Feng and Huang Qi, then whispered to several of their disciples behind them, words lost on Lin Feng and Huang Qi. The atmosphere grew tense, and Lin Feng's expression darkened, clearly indicating that those disciples were favored by the law enforcement hall and were intended to deal with Huang Qi. Huang Qi noticed this too, maintaining a calm facade while inwardly contemplating how to teach them a lesson, ensuring they understood the consequences of provoking him. He also observed several individuals he had noted over the past few days, all positioned behind an elder, evidently disciples or relatives of these elders. To his astonishment, he recognized a striking young woman in white. Her beauty was so captivating that it momentarily unsettled him. He quickly composed himself, drenched in cold sweat, realizing that such an enchanting figure was far from ordinary and best left alone. Tales of beautiful yet perilous women echoed in his mind, prompting a silent caution within him. The woman stood with an air of arrogance, seemingly indifferent to her surroundings, an attitude that Huang Qi found rather displeasing. Chapter 42. Shameless before long. A procession approached from behind the observation platform. Huang Qi focused his gaze and recognized none other than his esteemed ancestor, accompanied by more than a dozen elders, making their way towards them. The sect leader exuded an aura of solemnity, his expression stern yet commanding respect. The elders bowed in unison, awaiting the leader's ascendance to his seat. Fu Tianqi, surrounded by his entourage, ascended to the main position, whereupon the elders bowed in reverence, addressing him as sect leader. Fu Tianqi nodded, granting permission for everyone to take their seats. The elders complied and settled down. Lin Feng approached Fu Tianqi and respectfully bowed. His master smiled and nodded in acknowledgement. Lin Feng refrained from further words, positioning himself beside Fu Tianqi. Huang Qi, understanding the formality of the occasion, chose to forego his own bow. Esteemed elders, your hard work in selecting the outstanding disciples of our Tai sect merits recognition. This contribution shall not be forgotten. The sect leader proclaimed. The elders, one by one, rose to express their modesty, offering polite remarks about their duties. Huang Qi recognized these as mere formalities and did not dwell on them. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, the sect leader gestured to Elder Li, who then bowed respectfully to Fu Tianxi before stepping forward to address the assembly. Elder Li cleared his throat symbolically, and the entire arena fell into a hushed silence. Satisfied with the attention he commanded, the competition for the top 10 disciples of the inner sect begins now. A wave of excitement rippled through the crowd, eager for the imminent battles among the true contenders. All inner sect disciples present, please draw lots and proceed to the arena according to your numbers. With that, Huang Qi and his fellow disciples began to move, forming a line to approach the box below the observation platform. Huang Qi, having started later, sent Xiaobai to Lin Feng before finally taking his place at the end of the line, returning his gaze to his master, who was smiling at him. Huang Qi felt a sense of reassurance wash over him as he prepared to draw his lot. It is said that the top 100 individuals are inner disciples. However, in reality, some exceptionally talented disciples are granted exceptions to become inner disciples as well, bringing the total number to approximately 110. Most of these individuals are direct descendants of sect elders, and they would qualify as inner disciples even without participating in the preliminary elimination rounds. Their presence at this moment is solely to vie for a place among the top 10, as the rewards for the top 10 are quite substantial, offering not only prizes but also the opportunity to spar with peers of similar rank. Once all the disciples have drawn their lots, Huang Qi is the last to select his number. Upon examining the slip, he discovers it bears the number 77, and he promptly makes his way to the corresponding arena. This competition, like the previous one, is an elimination format, allowing only a single opportunity to prove oneself. The final 10 remaining will be recognized as the top disciples of this inner sect, receiving special attention from the sect, which will facilitate their rapid advancement in cultivation, enabling them to solidify their foundation in the shortest possible time. Arriving at Arena 29, Huang Qi observes a youth standing there, evidently his opponent, number 78. The young man greets Huang Qi with a smile, yet Huang Qi cannot recall any prior encounter with him. In response to the boy's friendly demeanor, Huang Qi smiles politely in return, and thus they await the arrival of the judge. As all participants settle into their arenas, the judge finally arrives, exuding a formidable presence. Huang Qi surmises that the judge is likely approaching the nascent soul stage in cultivation, considerably more powerful than the judge from the first phase of the competition. This elevation in strength serves to prevent any potential mishaps among these exceptional disciples. Each disciple present here is regarded as the hope of the sect, which holds a deep affection for its future talents. The judge steps between the two contestants, signaling them to introduce themselves and their cultivation levels. The youth smiles slightly and speaks first. Gu Changfeng, late-stage Qi refinement. Huang Qi, unfazed by the boy's level of cultivation, responds with a smile. Huang Qi, late-stage Qi refinement. The judge nods in approval and indicates that they may begin. Huang Qi swiftly retracts his folding fan and summons two puppets, a tactic reminiscent of his previous strategies. Gu Qingfeng, upon witnessing Huang Qi's puppets, exhibits no surprise. With a casual gesture, he too releases two puppets. Huang Qi is taken aback, realizing that this young man must have witnessed him employ puppets to defeat past opponents, prompting him to prepare his own in anticipation. It seems this disciple holds a respectable position within the Tai sect. Both participants demonstrate remarkable synergy as they simultaneously cast their spells, causing the two sets of puppets to engage in fierce combat. The puppets exhibit a reckless tenacity, fighting with utter disregard for their own safety. As waves of energy collide and strike against one another, neither Huang Qi nor Gu Qingfeng intervenes, both evidently intent on exhausting the energy of their opponent's puppets before making their move. Observing that his puppets are of comparable rank to Gu Qingfeng's, Huang Qi realizes that if the confrontation continues in this manner, their spiritual stones may soon be depleted. Without the energy provided by these stones, the puppets would be rendered mere lifeless objects. With a flick of his wrist, Huang Qi summoned two more puppets, and as he cast his spell, the puppets let out a furious roar and charged towards the youth. The young man, who had previously worn a smile, suddenly found his expression stiffening. How could this fellow have so many puppets? Unconcerned with the youth's thoughts, Huang Qi urged the puppets to advance. The youth felt a wave of frustration wash over him. He had underestimated the situation and failed to prepare enough puppets. However, he was no ordinary opponent. With a swift gesture, he summoned a flying sword that whistled through the air, an artifact of medium-grade spiritual quality. The disciples watching from below expressed their envy with exclamations. Huang Qi, undeterred, willed the puppets to unleash a beam of energy towards the young man. Gu Qingfeng's expression turned grave as he conjured a protective barrier. The puppet's energy struck against the shield, creating a cacophony of sounds. The barrier trembled slightly, but showed no signs of breaking. Huang Qi was resolute. He intended to exhaust the youth's spiritual energy with his puppets. And once that was depleted, he would see how the young man would defend himself. Realizing that this approach was unsustainable, Gu Qingfeng leapt into the air, commanding his flying sword to rush at Huang Qi. Huang Qi stood his ground, drawing forth another flying sword from his storage bag to meet Gu Qingfeng's attack. Another medium-grade spiritual artifact. How many of these does this boy possess? The disciples lamented their lack of such treasures. The air was filled with the sound of clashing swords, eliciting cheers from the onlookers below. Gu Qingfeng was equally distressed, having to evade the puppet's assaults while simultaneously engaging in combat with Huang Qi's flying sword. Time slipped by swiftly, and Huang Qi noted the diminishing energy fluctuations of the battling puppets, aware that their spiritual stones were running low. He quickly directed the two puppets at his side to attack Gu Qingfeng's remaining puppets. After a prolonged skirmish, Gu Qingfeng's puppets had also exhausted their energy. Their attacks significantly weakened. Enraged by Huang Qi's actions, Gu Qingfeng unleashed a surge of spiritual energy in an attempt to intercept him. Huang Qi, however, remained undaunted, continuing to manipulate his flying sword to deflect the incoming force. Yet, Gu Qingfeng's puppets were already at their limit and were soon knocked off the stage. Panic began to set in for Gu Qingfeng. His puppets were rendered useless, while his opponent still commanded 4. How could he possibly contend with that? Huang Qi swiftly inserted several spiritual stones into the two newly summoned puppets, commanding all 4 to launch an assault against Gu Qingfeng. Faced with this overwhelming force, Gu Qingfeng had no choice but to evade desperately. Huang Qi refrained from attacking further, merely observing as the puppets relentlessly assaulted Gu Qingfeng. These puppets, undaunted by death and oblivious to pain, unleashed a barrage of powerful strikes. Gu Qingfeng, a formidable adversary himself, aimed for the weak points of the puppets. But despite his efforts, he soon found himself cornered by the 4 puppets. Now truly alarmed, Gu Qingfeng exerted every ounce of his skill to dodge the relentless attacks. The puppets, akin to frenzied beasts, forced him into a state of exhaustion as he struggled to fend off their advances, increasingly gripped by fear as the battle wore on. However, Huang Qi merely smiled faintly, tapping his storage pouch, from which several spirit stones materialized in his hand. It was evident that he would swiftly replenish the energy of his puppet once it was depleted. Gu Qingfeng felt an overwhelming sense of disdain for Huang Qi's shamelessness. Yet he found himself powerless. If he possessed such wealth, he too might indulge in such audacity. A single thought of resentment consumed Gu Qingfeng's mind. The surrounding disciples observed the shameless spectacle with peculiar expressions. Their thoughts echoed the sentiment. Is this truly permissible? The referee, having officiated for many years, was equally dumbfounded. Such tactics were indeed a rarity. This was undoubtedly a display of utter shamelessness. And the referee could only helplessly watch as Gu Qingfeng was toyed with like a cat playing with a mouse. The elders in the observation platform wore equally strange expressions. Most other matches were characterized by one-on-one combat, brimming with excitement. Yet, on Huang Qi's stage, 4 puppets surrounded a solitary opponent. And the spirit stones in Huang Qi's possession suggested that he would likely continue his unscrupulous tactics. One elder observed the duel between Huang Qi and Gu Qingfeng with a grim countenance. Gu Qingfeng was his direct descendant, whom he had hoped would bring honor to their lineage, only to find him being humiliated. The elder harbored intense resentment towards Huang Qi. Lin Feng, witnessing Huang Qi's tactics, felt a profound contempt. This fellow was truly beyond words. Meanwhile, the little white creature perched on Lin Feng's shoulder chirped excitedly. The sect leader, observing Huang Qi's match, wore a crafty grin. This lad was sufficiently shameless, which amused him greatly. Just then, Elder Li approached the sect leader with a complex expression, sighing in resignation. Chapter 43. Huang Qi's strength master. You see that Huang Qi constantly employs puppets in battle. This is not the righteous path. I, along with the other elders, propose that from this point onward, inner disciples shall not utilize puppets in the grand competition. Please, master, make a decision. Elderly spoke earnestly, and the other elders quickly rose to express their agreement. The sect leader furrowed his brow upon seeing the elders' determined expressions, clearly worried that if Huang Qi possessed an abundance of spirit stones, there would be no one capable of opposing him. However, the elders also made a valid point. The essence of combat lies in one's own strength and battle experience. Relying excessively on puppets could lead one astray. Fuxiangxi recognized the resolute demeanor of the assembly and understood that they were firmly resolved to prohibit disciples from using puppets in the arena. Reluctantly, Fuxiangxi nodded in agreement. Lin Feng remained silent, yet inwardly scoffed at the proceedings. The elders exhaled in relief, genuinely fearing that the sect leader might insist on allowing Huang Qi's tactics to continue, which would not bode well. The sect leader's reluctance to refuse stemmed from a simple desire to ascertain how his disciple's strength compared to that of his peers, hence his acquiescence. Gu Qingfeng, filled with animosity towards Huang Qi, realized that his energy was rapidly depleting. If this continued, defeat was inevitable. Suddenly, a decisive expression crossed Gu Chengfeng's face as he tapped his storage pouch, producing a talisman in his hand. Huang Qi, upon witnessing this, felt a jolt of surprise. It seemed this young man was preparing to unleash a trump card. One must not allow him to destroy his own puppets. Huang Qi sought to reclaim his marionettes, but it was too late. With a swift motion, Gu Chengfeng directed a talisman towards several of Huang Qi's puppets. Startled, Huang Qi commanded his puppets to retreat swiftly. At that moment, the power of a dozen talismans erupted, resulting in a cacophony of explosions. One by one, Huang Qi's puppets were obliterated. Meanwhile, Gu Chengfeng, positioned at the heart of the blast, was caught in the fray, unable to escape in time. The referee, alarmed by the scene, quickly enveloped Gu Chengfeng in a protective barrier. However, the destructive force of the talismans was formidable, shattering the barrier. Fortunately, the shield had absorbed some of the energy, leaving Gu Chengfeng severely injured but still standing, a trickle of blood escaping from the corner of his mouth. Realizing the precariousness of his situation, Huang Qi ascended into the air, soaring several dozen meters away to evade the ensuing energy wave. In the spectator stands, the elders were momentarily stunned, pondering that Gu Chengfeng must have acted recklessly in a fit of desperation, resulting in his injury. Gu Chengfeng's elder, witnessing his charge at the epicenter of the explosion, was initially alarmed but felt relief upon seeing the referee's intervention. Yet, as they gazed at Huang Qi fleeing into the sky, a surge of resentment filled their hearts. Wishing they could crush him, Lin Feng, taken aback, noted Huang Qi's quick reflexes in avoiding injury, which brought him some comfort. However, the small creature perched on Lin Feng's shoulder, Xiao Bai, was visibly shaken, patting its chest in a show of lingering anxiety. As Huang Qi descended onto the arena, he surveyed the remnants of his shattered puppets, feeling a pang of sorrow for the efforts expended in their creation. To have them destroyed by this young man felt like a tremendous loss. Turning to Gu Chengfeng, he observed the latter's smug expression, evidently pleased to have wreaked havoc on Huang Qi's puppets. Humph, let us see how you can contend with me without your puppets, Gu Chengfeng proclaimed with an air of confidence. Huang Qi, hearing this, paused momentarily, bewildered by the young man's naivety. You're the one who is injured, not I. You have expended significant spirit energy, while I have hardly been affected. How can you believe you hold the upper hand? Huang Qi replied with an amused smile. Huh, who says I am without puppets? Gu Chengfeng's expression shifted to one of horror at the implication. Surely, you must not have any more. If he summoned additional puppets, Gu Chengfeng would be forced to concede defeat. Enraged, he retorted, impossible. How could you still possess puppets? You deceitful coward. You rely on despicable tactics to win. If you have any honor, let us battle one-on-one. You vile wretch, I will end you. Gu Chengfeng was driven to madness, unable to accept defeat at the hands of someone he deemed unworthy. In a fit of fury, the sword in his hand began to radiate a blinding light, a clear indication of an immense infusion of spirit energy into the weapon. Huang Qi furrowed his brow, realizing the young man had succumbed to rage. With a disdainful glance, Huang Qi coldly remarked, you should withdraw. Your current self is utterly no match for me. Your temperament is too lacking, and I disdain to engage in combat with you. Huang Qi stated expressionlessly. Upon hearing such shameless words directed at him, Gu Qingfeng, who had always been praised and cherished by his family, felt an overwhelming fury that could no longer be contained. He let out a roar towards the heavens, channeling his mana into a spiritual weapon that hurtled towards Huang Qi. The referee, taken aback, realized that this young man had likely lost his mind. If he did not intervene, the situation could spiral dangerously out of control. Furrowing his brow, the referee prepared to step in to stop Gu Qingfeng. The elders in the observation platform also frowned, sensing impending trouble. Elder Gu, witnessing the disgrace of his descendant, was filled with disappointment, yet his resentment towards Huang Qi, the instigator, intensified. He called out urgently, "Feng stop." However, Gu Qingfeng was already lost in madness, ignoring all pleas as he charged at Huang Qi with full force. Huang Qi's expression turned icy. This young man was truly seeking his own demise, leaving him no choice but to retaliate. Did he truly believe that I would solely rely on puppets? Even without them, I can still make you regret your actions. Before Gu Qingfeng could unleash his flying sword, Huang Qi swiftly closed the distance between them. Gu Qingfeng was momentarily stunned, unable to react before he felt a searing pain in his chest, as if his insides were about to rupture. He coughed up blood and was sent flying, his face pale, uncertain of his fate. The referee, observing Huang Qi's swift and unpredictable movements, was astonished at his own failure to intercept him. In a fleeting moment, Huang Qi had reached Gu Qingfeng, and the surrounding fire attribute energy grew increasingly agitated. With a palm infused with spiritual power, Huang Qi struck Gu Qingfeng's chest. Before the referee could even approach, Gu Qingfeng spewed blood and was launched backward, teetering on the brink of life and death. The referee was left in shock, realizing that despite Huang Qi's unexpectedness, he had failed to act in time, staring blankly at Huang Qi. "Bastard, how dare you?" Elder Gu could no longer restrain himself. Leaping towards Huang Qi, Lin Feng, witnessing this old man's audacity, felt a surge of anger and retorted, "Old fool, do you dare?" After speaking, Lin Feng hurled a talisman towards Elder Gu, who, intent on avenging his descendant, suddenly sensed a looming danger. He turned around just in time to see a blinding white light approaching him. Alarmed, Elder Gu recognized it as a high-level talisman from the core formation stage. He realized that he could easily be gravely injured if he wasn't careful. With no chance to evade, he thrust his palm towards the talisman, resulting in a thunderous explosion that sent him crashing to the ground, blood spilling from his mouth. Elder Gu glared furiously at Lin Feng, who merely scoffed in disdain. "Enough. All of you, cease this madness." Fu Tianxi, observing the escalating chaos, hastily intervened to prevent further conflict. The outer disciples were left in a state of astonishment, bewildered by the unfolding scene on the observation platform. Some, still unclear about the situation, began to whisper and inquire amongst themselves. However, amidst the bouts taking place on other arenas, some disciples were startled by a sudden roar emanating from the spectators' platform. A few, caught off guard, fell victim to their opponents, their hearts filled with regret. Others ceased their sparring, turning to gaze at the chairman's platform, their faces etched with confusion. "Elder Gu, what is the meaning of this?" Tianxi inquired, his expression grim. At this moment, Elder Gu realized he had overstepped, his face flushing with embarrassment as he coughed up blood, nearly fainting and rendered speechless. Nearby disciples hastily rushed to support Elder Gu, who, disregarding his dignity, swiftly made his way to the arena where Huang Qi was situated to assess the injuries of his junior. However, upon completing his examination, his countenance grew exceedingly grim. Gu Qingfeng's internal organs had been shattered, and recovery would be an arduous journey, likely taking a year or more. Elder Gu promptly produced a healing pill and placed it in Gu Qingfeng's mouth, then lifted him into his arms. A fleeting glimmer of murderous intent flashing in his eyes as he coldly regarded Huang Qi. Huang Qi, under the scrutiny of this formidable elder, felt a twinge of anxiety. It seemed he had unwittingly made another enemy, and reconciling this animosity appeared to be a daunting task. Just then, Lin Feng approached and positioned himself in front of Huang Qi, casting a disdainful glance at Elder Gu before inquiring with genuine concern, "Are you all right?" Huang Qi, upon hearing Lin Feng's words, managed a wry smile, replying, "Do I look like someone who is in trouble? If anyone is in trouble, it is the others. Alas, I truly have encountered a problem. I have offended yet another expert." Elder Gu, upon hearing Lin Feng's inquiry, felt a surge of anger, nearly spitting blood once more. "The one in trouble is my junior, not you," he retorted, exasperated by the shamelessness of the master and disciple duo. The other elders exhibited peculiar expressions, clearly exasperated, as the duo's antics were infuriating yet undeniably entertaining. Cough, cough. Qianqun finally could no longer hold his composure, his expression somewhat awkward. One was his most cherished disciple, and the other an elder of their sect, leaving him caught in a difficult position. His disciple certainly possessed audacity. To challenge an elder in the core formation stage and then act as if nothing had occurred was commendable yet troubling. Nevertheless, he understood the full context of the situation and swiftly moved to Elder Gu's side. "Quickly, Elder Gu, take this junior to receive treatment," Qianqun urged with concern. Elder Gu, his face darkened and filled with malice, glared at Huang Qi and Lin Feng, feeling deeply insulted by the two juniors. This was undoubtedly the greatest humiliation of his life. The other elders stepped forward to offer their greetings, but Elder Gu's voice was filled with venom as he declared, "Sect Master, this Huang Qi is ruthless and has wantonly harmed disciples of our Tai sect. If he is not severely punished, I shall not rest easy." Qianqun observed Elder Gu's obstinacy and thought to himself that the elder was wielding his age as a shield. Besides, Huang Qi had not committed any grave error. His strikes were indeed harsh, yet Elder Gu's junior had also been unrelenting. Qianqun furrowed his brow. Lin Feng, finding Elder Gu's relentless pursuit of vengeance intolerable, stepped forward and said, "Elder Gu, out of respect for your seniority, I do not wish to pursue this matter further. Yet you persist. What is it that you desire?" Upon hearing the words, Elder Gu was filled with resentment. Although he regarded himself as an elder and chose not to pursue the matter, he thought, "You have inflicted grave injuries upon me, yet you wish to let it go? I shall not let this rest." With a snort, he added, "Lin Feng, you have acted ruthlessly, leaving me severely wounded, and I have yet to settle the score with you. How dare you question me?" Lin Feng disdainfully curled his lip, letting out a cold huff. "Old man, do not overstep your bounds. Had you not attempted to harm my disciple, Huang Qi, would I have taken action?" Hearing Lin Feng's insult, Elder Gu felt a surge of indignation. To be called an old man was an affront, a blatant insult. His expression twisted into a grimace as he retorted, "Ha! How audacious! You dare to insult me? I demand an apology. Although I am furious, I am not blinded by rage. I am aware that you are the favored disciple of the sect leader, and should I act against you, the leader would certainly disapprove." Lin Feng, equally incensed, thought to himself, "As a dignified celestial lord, it is disgraceful to be bullied by a mere golden core cultivator. Does he think he can toy with me?" Observers noted that both were seemingly losing their minds, engaging in mutual insults, an uncharacteristic display for cultivators. Huang Qi, witnessing his master's fury, understood that the elder had truly ignited his wrath. He recognized that, due to his rank, his master had always adhered to a principle of caution and discretion, quietly accumulating wealth. Had it not been for Huang Qi, his master would not have exhibited such rage. "Humph, old man, I have tolerated you for far too long. It was your descendant who struck first, resulting in my disciple's serious injury. Perhaps it would be best to end this with a single blow. Your lineage is worthless. My disciple has shown restraint. Otherwise, do you think he would merely be injured? Furthermore, you dared to contravene the principles of the competition and attack my disciple. That I have not ended you is merely out of respect." Elder Gu felt a wave of nausea at Lin Feng's words and coughed up a mouthful of blood. The onlookers couldn't help but grin wryly at the absurdity of the situation. Lin Feng's demeanor was that of a rogue, starkly contrasting with his previously rebellious nature. Had he been feigning all along? All eyes were fixed on Lin Feng, while Fu Tianqi, astounded, noted that although his disciple had been somewhat arrogant before, he had always been courteous. Today, however, he seemed to have transformed entirely. Yet, Fu Tianqi found himself liking this fearless attitude in the presence of those stronger than him. It was endearing. "Very well, I can no longer endure this. Do you dare to sign a death pact with me, so we may engage in a fair duel?" Elder Gu's words hung in the air, and suddenly he felt a sense of disquiet. The other elders gazed at him in disbelief. Realizing that a golden core cultivator was proposing a fair duel with a mere foundation establishment junior. Was this truly fair? His face flushed with embarrassment. But the words had left his lips. It was too late to retract them. Fu Tianqi was left speechless, wondering if Elder Gu had lost his mind by challenging his own disciple to a fair fight, an evident case of the strong preying on the weak. As Fu Tianqi was about to speak, Lin Feng stepped forward and declared loudly, "You old man, do you think I'm afraid of you?" With that, Lin Feng took a step forward, and an overwhelming aura of authority erupted from him, a presence that commanded respect and instilled fear. Elder Gu was taken aback by Lin Feng's sudden display of power, stumbling back a step, his heart racing with astonishment. However, upon realizing that Lin Feng was merely at the foundation establishment stage, his confidence surged once more, and his imposing demeanor returned. The other elders were equally astonished. This young man, Lin Feng, possessed a peculiar aura. Was the sensation they felt merely an illusion? Many of them shook their heads in disbelief. Fu Tianqi, too, was startled by Lin Feng's intensity. He had felt a shiver of fear, pondering if this young man harbored some hidden secret, his expression one of astonishment. The disciples in the martial arena stood frozen, bewildered by the unfolding drama. How could a confrontation arise in the observation platform? The notion of signing a death warrant was utterly absurd, and it was even more perplexing that a core formation master would engage in a fair duel with a foundation establishment practitioner. Many disciples puzzled over this strange scenario, unable to comprehend its absurdity. Elder Gu's resentment was reaching a boiling point. Lin Feng's incessant taunts, referring to him as an old geezer and old man, had ignited a fury within him that felt uncontainable. He feared that if he did not vent this anger, he might very well choke on it. Elder Gu was so enraged that he could scarcely articulate his thoughts. Before he could regain his composure, Lin Feng interjected, "With your demeanor, old man, you have brought shame to our sect." Upon hearing this, Elder Gu could no longer restrain himself. He bellowed in outrage, but his face quickly turned pale. With a spurt of blood, he collapsed, fortunate that a disciple nearby caught him before he fell. The onlookers exchanged glances, speechless, astonished that they had witnessed someone faint from rage. Their eyes widened in disbelief. The elders were equally taken aback, their expressions a mix of astonishment and intrigue as they regarded Lin Feng, the young man who had shocked them all. Lin Feng, however, displayed a look of disdain, ignoring the now unconscious elder. Fu Tianqi remained in shock. This duel was indeed fair, as one could defeat an opponent without even throwing a punch. How had his student mastered such an art of verbal combat? He shook his head in amazement, gazing at Lin Feng. The disciples below were in a state of disbelief. How could the elder have bled and fainted without a single blow being struck? Was this young man, merely at the foundation establishment stage, actually a hidden master capable of slaying a core formation expert with just a glance? Such a notion was terrifying. Surely, even a nascent soul ancestor would not possess such power. The martial arena had fallen into an eerie silence, with everyone too afraid to speak, their eyes fixed on the platform where Huang Qi stood. All the while, Huang Qi reveled in his triumph, feeling a sense of satisfaction. He had shown them the folly of provoking him. They were not worthy adversaries, and the cost of their miscalculations was beyond their means. The elders of the law enforcement hall wore grim expressions, having intended to exploit the situation. But before they could interject, the instigator had already collapsed. They hesitated, fearing that any further involvement might yield no benefits for themselves. The elders of the law enforcement hall dared not speak further, their minds racing with thoughts of whether they should advise their disciples to steer clear of these two formidable figures. Those who had provoked them previously had either coughed up blood or suffered grievous injuries. The cost of such provocations was indeed steep. Many elders began to reconsider their positions, while only a few harbored an even deeper resentment towards Huang Qi and his disciple. At that moment, the sect leader, Fu Tianqi, emerged to dispel the silence. The crowd gradually snapped back to reality from the recent harrowing spectacle. Fu Tianqi approached the front of the stage and declared, "Due to some minor issues that led to the interruption of the competition, there has been a misunderstanding. Let us continue, and I hereby announce, following the unanimous decision of the elders, that inner disciples are henceforth prohibited from using puppets in the upcoming contests. The competition shall resume." Fu Tianqi felt rather helpless. The fault did not lie with Huang Qi, nor could he blame his disciple Lin Feng. Had Lin Feng not intervened, he would not have allowed anyone to harm his grandson under his very nose. Thus, he decided to let the matter rest, saying nothing further as he turned towards the observation platform. Huang Qi, upon hearing this, couldn't help but chuckle inwardly, realizing that these individuals were wary of his considerable collection of puppets, fearing for the well-being of other disciples, and thus only causing him to bear the brunt of the situation. With a cold smirk, he chose not to elaborate. Unbeknownst to them, Huang Qi had already reached his limit with the manipulation of 4 puppets. He had exhausted all his initial tier puppets and was left with only 1 late-stage puppet. However, he had no intention of deploying it in battle at that moment. Lin Feng turned to pat Huang Qi on the shoulder, nodded, and then followed his master away. Seeing that the match had concluded, Huang Qi descended the arena to join Lin Feng at the observation platform. The assembly of elders exchanged glances, sharing a bittersweet smile before they too followed suit, and the battles resumed. Half an hour later, this round of eliminations came to a close amidst a chorus of cheers, resulting in the disqualification of over 50 participants. Huang Qi stood among the victorious disciples, each of whom wore a smile. Though they sensed an unusual atmosphere from the observation platform and dared not speak, they awaited the host's instructions in silence. At this juncture, Elderly stepped forward after saluting Fu Tianxi, beaming at the disciples. He announced, "Congratulations on passing the first round of trials. Remember, in the upcoming matches, the use of puppets is strictly forbidden." Huang Qi inwardly scoffed at Elder Li's remarks, clearly directed at him, as others seldom relied on puppets. While he fought entirely through them, the disciples turned to Huang Qi, some with expressions of surprise, others with peculiar looks, and some finally breathed a sigh of relief. Observing their reactions, Huang Qi remained indifferent, maintaining a facade of neutrality. The disciples nodded in acknowledgement, and Elder Li, satisfied, gestured that they could proceed to draw lots. The crowd lined up and approached the lottery box in succession, with Huang Qi being the last to step forward. Upon drawing his number, he discovered it was 7. Turning to glance at his master and Xiaobai, he smiled and made his way to the 4th arena. Chapter 45. One strike to defeat the enemy. Huang Qi, wielding a mechanical fan and wearing a smile, approached the arena where 2 individuals awaited him. One was a referee, while the other was a youth, robust in stature, with dark skin and well-defined muscles on his bare arms. Huang Qi, upon observing him, discerned immediately that he was a disciple of considerable strength. With a slight smile, he took his stance opposite the young man. The referee, satisfied, nodded to signal that they could announce their names and levels of cultivation. The young man, upon seeing Huang Qi, was momentarily taken aback, quickly replaced by a look of disdain. Huang Qi, understanding that this individual was likely aware of his cultivation level and background, recognized the contempt he held for his previous battles. Rather than reacting with anger, Huang Qi saw this as an advantage. The young man clasped his fists in greeting, stating, "Li Ba, late stage of Qi refinement." Huang Qi returned the gesture with a smile, replying, "Huang Qi, late stage of Qi refinement." The two stood face to face, each exhibiting a hint of animosity. The referee signaled for the combat to commence. Li Ba exclaimed, "Haha, so you are Huang Qi? Now that you have lost your puppet, I wonder how your actual combat prowess stands." The dark-skinned youth spoke with clear disdain. Huang Qi, amused by his words, replied, "Would you like to find out? Then come and try." Li Ba, incensed by the mocking tone, launched a punch toward Huang Qi without uttering another word. Huang Qi, with a slight smile, retracted his folding fan. He recognized the young man's formidable strength. Though he was unafraid, he pondered the wisdom of exerting unnecessary effort. With graceful footwork, akin to a dance, Huang Qi moved elegantly, each step exquisite and composed, rendering him almost ethereal. Li Ba, startled, recognized the peculiarity of Huang Qi's movements and resolved not to underestimate him. His fist struck where Huang Qi had been, but Huang Qi had evaded by a fraction. Undeterred by the miss, Li Ba unleashed a flurry of punches aimed at Huang Qi's vital points. Yet, Huang Qi evaded with remarkable agility, leaving behind mere afterimages. Occasionally, he would beckon with his fingers, a clear provocation. The referee, observing Huang Qi's footwork, felt a surge of admiration. It was a captivating display, reminiscent of a graceful youth dancing, evoking a sense of nostalgia. However, mere evasion was not a winning strategy, and the referee shook his head slightly. The elders in the viewing platform were astonished to witness Huang Qi employing such intricate footwork, unaware of the depths of his capabilities. They observed his ease, suspecting he had not yet exerted his full strength. Lin Feng nodded approvingly, recognizing that this disciple was mastering the true spirit sword control technique, utilizing the peacock dance footwork. The peacock, a powerful entity among the true spirits, possessed a unique ability for spatial traversal. This dance was inspired by the innate talents of the peacock, as interpreted by the creator of the true spirit sword control technique. The ethereal footwork made it challenging to predict his movements, resembling a peacock's graceful dance, elegant and noble. What a splendid technique! Fu Tianqi couldn't help but exclaim in admiration as he earnestly appreciated every step Huang Qi took. Many elders nodded discreetly. Some even entertained the thought of secretly learning from the movements displayed, memorizing the directions and routes of Huang Qi's steps. Unbeknownst to them, the steps Huang Qi executed were merely superficial. The true peacock dance required a harmonious integration with profound inner techniques. The power it possessed then was incomparable to what Huang Qi could muster now, and to seek comprehension solely through observation was utterly futile. Li Ba pursued Huang Qi with great fervor, yet lamentably, he could not match Huang Qi's speed. Each time he drew near, his punch would only strike empty air. Frustration brewed within Li Ba. Despite his formidable strength, he found himself unable to unleash it, having underestimated this seemingly shameless youth. Anger welled up in him as he exclaimed, "You coward! If you have the ability, face me head-on instead of dodging. You are nothing but a timid, disgraceful wretch." Huang Qi, standing still, regarded Li Ba with a look of disdain, akin to that one might reserve for a fool. The referee, equally perplexed, noted that the competition did not prohibit evasion. If Li Ba wished to prevent Huang Qi from escaping, he should unleash a powerful attack. The arena was not vast after all. Truly, a brute with brawn, but lacking in intellect. As if he had overheard the referee's silent thoughts, Li Ba suddenly raised his hands, conjuring a massive hammer that materialized before him, a sinister grin stretching across his face as he fixed his gaze upon Huang Qi. Sensing the seriousness of the situation, Huang Qi furrowed his brow, retreating slowly toward the edge of the arena, seemingly to create a safe distance from this colossal adversary. With the great hammer in hand, Li Ba charged towards Huang Qi, who displayed no signs of fear, instead preparing to evade. Realizing Huang Qi's intent, Li Ba's eyes sparkled with cunning as he unleashed two talismans towards the sides of Lin Feng, then mockingly advanced on Huang Qi. Huang Qi, recognizing that this fool had blocked his escape route, frowned, his eyes glinting with determination. The referee, witnessing this dim-witted individual finally grasping the gravity of the situation, nodded inwardly, knowing that a collision with that iron behemoth would surely send Huang Qi tumbling from the arena. The elders in the viewing gallery, who were less than friendly towards Huang Qi, began to revel in the anticipation of his impending defeat. It seemed that this time, Huang Qi would surely be bloodied and gravely injured, with no means to evade. Lin Feng maintained an impassive expression, observing calmly, while the small white creature perched on his shoulder covered its eyes, seemingly fearing the spectacle that was about to unfold. The disciples surrounding the arena watched in apprehension as the massive hammer bore down on Huang Qi. Just as it was about to strike, Huang Qi leaped, soaring over 2 meters high. In that instant, Li Ba's hammer collided thunderously with the arena floor, creating a considerable dent, a testament to the immense force behind his strike. However, to Li Ba's surprise, Huang Qi had vanished from his line of sight, a wave of joy washing over him at the thought that he might have knocked Huang Qi off the arena. Suddenly, Li Ba felt a forceful kick from behind, causing him to lose his balance and tumble off the edge of the arena, resulting in a resounding thud as he met the ground intimately. The disciples and the referee were momentarily stunned. How could it be that Li Ba's full-force attack had failed? Huang Qi had not dodged to the sides, but had instead jumped upward, evading Li Ba's hammer, and in that moment, Huang Qi landed precisely behind Li Ba, delivering a kick that led to Li Ba's unfortunate downfall. The elders were astonished as Li Ba was humiliatingly kicked off the arena, thus concluding the match. Lin Feng wore a broad smile as he gazed at Huang Qi, while Xiao Bai stifled a giggle behind her hand. Fu Tianqi merely nodded approvingly, acknowledging the wisdom and strategy of his disciple, quite commendable indeed. Li Ba rose, confusion etched on his face, pondering how he had fallen. Suddenly, the cheers of his fellow disciples reached his ears, clearly directed not at him, but at Huang Qi. Turning to glance at Huang Qi, who was smiling at him, Li Ba felt a wave of bewilderment wash over him. He had undeniably lost. To be defeated by someone who merely evaded his attacks was a bitter pill to swallow. Anger surged within him, and he shouted at Huang Qi, "If you possess true skill, let us engage in a fair fight. You despicable coward, resort only to cunning schemes. I refuse to accept this." Huang Qi, with a disdainful expression, chose to ignore him and turned to leave. However, upon witnessing Huang Qi's contempt, Li Ba's fury ignited fully. He swung his hammer towards Huang Qi, but the referee's expression darkened. Falling from the arena constituted a loss. This was a competitive venue. You shall not act so rudely. Junior, the referee admonished, striking Li Ba's hammer with a forceful hand, causing it to fly from his grasp. Li Ba stumbled back for over 10 paces before regaining his footing. The referee coldly remarked, "Should you dare to cause further trouble, I will ensure you are confined in the binding celestial prison." Li Ba, upon hearing the mention of the binding celestial prison, felt his anger dissipate, replaced by a chilling calmness as he glared viciously at Huang Qi. Huang Qi turned his head, dismissively declaring, "With your abilities, you still refuse to accept defeat? Had I not shown you mercy, you would have been gravely injured long ago. I simply did not wish to waste my energy on you." With that, Huang Qi strode towards the observation platform, leaving a furious Li Ba, his face flushed, speechless. Huang Qi ascended to the platform, bowing respectfully to Fu Tianxi before taking his place behind Lin Feng, who regarded him with satisfaction and nodded approvingly. The elders occasionally glanced over, realizing that while this young man's cultivation was modest, he possessed an enigmatic quality. Huang Qi, however, remained indifferent to their opinions. Having finished his match early, he observed the ongoing battles of his peers, each competitor nearly evenly matched, engaged in fierce combat, eliciting cheers from Huang Qi. This round of competition was indeed captivating, showcasing the elite among the disciples. Each contestant wielded their skills and tactics with flair, revealing hidden cards in a lively display. As time passed, victorious disciples returned to the observation platform, awaiting their peers to participate in the drawing. Before long, only about 20 remained, while the others had been eliminated from contention for the top 10 rankings. The elders beamed at these 20 elite disciples, and Fu Tianxi nodded in approval of their performance. At this moment, Elderly stepped forward, stating, "Well, you young ones have performed admirably. With 1 or 2 more matches, you shall secure your places among the top 10 in the intersect competition. Strive diligently for even greater accomplishments." The 20-plus disciples quickly nodded in acknowledgement, bowing respectfully. Elderly smiled and gestured for everyone to proceed with the drawing of lots. Huang Qi and more than 20 disciples lined up and approached the lottery box. Huang Qi drew the number 18 and made his way to the 9th arena. The others gradually arrived at their respective platforms. Upon reaching the 9th arena, Huang Qi noticed a young girl standing there. She had a strikingly beautiful face and a sweet demeanor, dressed in athletic attire that perfectly accentuated her graceful curves, leaving Huang Qi somewhat astonished. He had observed her agility before. A single word could describe her: swift. This girl moved with remarkable dexterity, effortlessly toying with several disciples before sending them tumbling off the platform in discontent. Chapter 46. Chasing Shadows. As Huang Qi stepped onto the arena, he offered a slight smile to the fiery young girl, who returned his gaze with a curious smile of her own. This boy, known for his audacity, remained an enigma in terms of strength. No one had yet discerned his true capabilities. The girl's heart weighed heavily, as she did not underestimate Huang Qi. Prior to her ascent onto the stage, her elder had specifically cautioned her against being careless if she encountered Huang Qi. The girl, obedient to her elder's advice, realized the truth of those words. Huang Qi was indeed a formidable opponent to be reckoned with. At that moment, the referee signaled for both to announce their names and cultivation levels. Huang Qi nodded with a smile, introducing himself as Huang Qi, late-stage Qi refinement. The girl responded with a smile, "I am Feng Ermei, at the pinnacle of Qi refinement." Huang Qi felt a twinge of surprise. The girl's cultivation was impressive, marking her as a challenging adversary. He pondered how best to overcome her. The thought of harming such a charming girl was troubling for Huang Qi, especially since this was merely a friendly contest among peers. Yet, he contemplated her incredible speed. If he did not exert himself, he might find it difficult to best her. This inner conflict left him in a quandary. Meanwhile, the girl regarded Huang Qi with a slight frown, wondering what he could possibly be contemplating. Was he plotting some underhanded scheme? Caution stirred within her as she kept a watchful eye on him. Huang Qi, noticing her wary expression, could not help but smile wryly. This situation was indeed proving to be somewhat troublesome. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration illuminated his mind, and a smile broke forth. "Sister Feng, I have long heard of your exceptional skills and remarkable speed, though I have never had the fortune to meet you until today. It is truly a blessing to encounter you." Feng Ermei paused at Huang Qi's flattering words, her expression shifting to one of confusion as she inquired, "Brother Huang, you know of me?" Upon hearing her question, Huang Qi's face lit up with a beaming smile. With a flourish, he closed his folding fan and gestured respectfully, launching into his flattery. "Indeed, I have heard tales of you, sister. My master often speaks of you, praising your grace as if you tread lightly on silk. With a crown of tortoiseshell above, a waist like flowing silk, ears adorned with the moon's glow, fingers as delicate as green onions, and lips like the richest vermilion. Your steps are light and exquisite, unparalleled in the world." As the girl absorbed Huang Qi's lavish praise, a blush crept across her cheeks, leaving her flustered and shy, her radiant face betraying a delightful confusion. The referee, somewhat befuddled, listened as Huang Qi described the girl as a paragon of beauty, captivating beyond compare. The referee felt a flutter in his heart, quickly shaking his head, realizing that this was indeed a competition. A hint of annoyance creased his brow. Was this young man often playing matchmaker with his words? On the observation platform, Lin Feng's expression soured. What was this young man babbling about? When had he ever uttered such words? A surge of frustration welled up within him, and he yearned to confront Huang Qi with a vengeance. Fu Tianqi, holding a cup of water, could hardly contain himself as he heard Huang Qi's remarks, sputtering a laugh and narrowing his eyes at Lin Feng with a peculiar gaze. Lin Feng, feeling the weight of Fu Tianqi's scrutiny, quickly lowered his head, a bitter smile on his face. The elders present wore expressions of amusement, casting curious glances at Lin Feng. Among them, one elder could hardly suppress his glee, his eyes fixated on Lin Feng. Reminiscent of a mother-in-law growing increasingly fond of her son-in-law, Lin Feng's ire simmered. He wished he could vanish into the ground. Contemplating how this audacious young man would stop at nothing to achieve his goals, even daring to undermine him. The disciples gathered around the arena were entranced by the girl's bashful demeanor, none daring to cheer. Huang Qi, noticing her reaction, felt a surge of delight. It seemed that his master's charisma and appearance were akin to that of a prince charming in the eyes of these young ladies. He continued his playful banter, saying, "Sister Feng, I wouldn't dream of engaging you in combat for my master's sake. If I were to harm you in any way, my master would surely flay me alive." Sister Feng, her heart fluttering and her cheeks flushed, felt as though her heart might leap from her throat. How could she possibly continue the contest? Yet, Huang Qi's words struck a chord within her. This was a competition, after all. She glanced at the surrounding disciples, and then at Lin Feng, who appeared sheepishly embarrassed. Ultimately, Sister Feng found herself unable to take action against Huang Qi, letting out a soft sigh. "Very well, junior brother. Let us forego using spiritual energy and artifacts to prevent any harm. I noticed you possess a unique footwork technique. And as I excel in speed with my wind element affinity, let us make this a contest. If you can catch me, you win. If not, you lose. What do you say?" Huang Qi, thrilled at the prospect, felt a wave of joy wash over him. Yet, he also considered the challenge ahead. This girl was remarkably swift, and catching her would be no simple feat. However, if the tables were turned, he was confident in his ability to evade her grasp. Resolute but maintaining a facade of grievance, he glanced back at Lin Feng and proposed, "Sister, I would never dare to lay a hand on you. How about this? If you can catch me within the time it takes for a stick of incense to burn, I will concede. If not, I shall be the victor. What do you think?" After a moment of hesitation, Sister Feng nodded in agreement. At this point, the referee finally began to comprehend the unusual nature of the situation unfolding before him, and with a wry smile, he realized he had never anticipated encountering such peculiar circumstances in his role. However, he could not interject against the decisions made by the competitors, and thus he simply nodded in acknowledgement. As the referee struck the storage bag, an ordinary incense stick materialized in his hand. With a decisive gesture, he ignited the incense, which began to burn. "Be careful, junior brother," the girl cautioned before darting towards Huang Qi. Realizing that the young girl had fallen into a trap, Huang Qi felt a surge of delight. Perhaps he had found a suitable partner for his master, which would surely please him. Huang Qi's thoughts raced as he swiftly executed the steps of the peacock dance, reciting the accompanying incantation in his mind, enhancing the intricacies of his movements. Spectators beheld the arena filled with fleeting shadows, reminiscent of countless youths playfully chasing one another. Huang Qi's steps were as graceful as drifting willow catkins, while the girl resembled a wild leopard, agile and unrestrained, evoking longing in the hearts of onlookers. Huang Qi appeared to float like the willowy fluff in the air, an ethereal presence that was elusive and unattainable. The girl, akin to a fierce gale, proved to be equally difficult to capture. The disciples watching from below were entranced, captivated by the stunning display, reluctant to disturb such a mesmerizing scene. The referee remained focused on the incense, knowing that once it burned out, he could declare the match concluded. The elders in the viewing area admired the unique grace of Huang Qi and the girl as they engaged in their spirited pursuit. Fu Tianqi smiled and nodded, though it was unclear whether his approval was directed at his disciple or his future daughter-in-law. Lin Feng wore a resigned expression. He understood Huang Qi better than anyone else. This young man had never shied away from challenges, but now he had entangled himself in a predicament far more troublesome than provoking 10 elder Gu. Huang Qi was determined not to falter. The girl's speed was extraordinary, far surpassing that of the so-called top outer sect disciple. On several occasions, he narrowly escaped her grasp, relying on his exquisite footwork to evade capture. Feng Ermiai, growing increasingly anxious, had never encountered such remarkable agility before. Despite pushing her own speed to the limit, she found herself unable to seize Huang Qi. Time passed with an unhurried grace. As the incense finally burned down, the referee looked up at the two still fervently engaged in their chase. With a sigh, he announced, "Time's up. Huang Qi wins." The commotion in the arena abruptly ceased. Huang Qi swiftly sidestepped the girl and crouched down, gasping for breath. The girl, momentarily stunned, wondered how time had flown so swiftly. Observing Huang Qi's labored breathing, she felt a twinge of unease, a sense of having been deceived. Yet, recalling Huang Qi's earlier words, her cheeks flushed with a mix of embarrassment and irritation. With a complex gaze, she shot Huang Qi a glare before sighing and reluctantly departing the stage. Huang Qi finally exhaled in relief. The girl's speed had indeed been formidable. Reflecting on the precarious moments he had faced, he felt a lingering apprehension. Had he truly been caught, the consequences would have been dire. Nevertheless, his superior skill had allowed him to navigate the challenge successfully, and with a smile, he rose to his feet. The referee, upon noticing Huang Qi's smile, felt a wave of disdain for him, choosing to remain silent. Huang Qi, unfazed, glanced back at the spectators, only to find Lin Feng's eyes ablaze with anger. A sudden chill ran down his spine, and he thought to himself that things were not looking good. With a heart full of trepidation, he slowly approached the spectator stand. Cautiously, Huang Qi stepped up to the stand and bowed to Fu Tianqi before finally reaching Lin Feng's side, exclaiming, "Master, did I bring you shame?" He looked at Lin Feng with an expression of eager supplication. Lin Feng's face was a storm of displeasure, as if he were about to bleed from the intensity of his fury. "You haven't just embarrassed yourself. You've tarnished my reputation," he glared at Huang Qi, making it abundantly clear that this matter was far from over. Huang Qi felt a genuine fear, standing obediently behind Lin Feng like a chastened child, afraid to utter a word. Meanwhile, Xiao Bai, unaware of the unfolding drama, leaped from Lin Feng's shoulder back onto Huang Qi's, frolicking merrily. Observing the expressions of Huang Qi and Lin Feng, Fu Tianqi couldn't help but understand the situation, and his heart swelled with delight at the sight of his disciple's misfortune. It was indeed amusing. Were it not for the presence of so many onlookers, he would have laughed heartily. The elders, watching the pair, exchanged peculiar glances, though one elder regarded Huang Qi and Lin Feng with evident satisfaction. Chapter 47. The final battle before the top 10. Not long after, the disciples gradually returned to the spectator stand. Huang Qi noticed that only 11 disciples remained, indicating that there was one final contest yet to come, presumably to be determined by drawing lots. The remaining 11 were formidable opponents, each one a force to be reckoned with. Having emerged unscathed from among 3,000 disciples, they were undoubtedly exceptional talents, each possessing at least late-stage Qi refinement skills. Mid-stage disciples stood no chance of breaking into the top 10. Huang Qi remained patient, waiting for the elder's decision. Fu Tianqi nodded in satisfaction as Elderly stepped forward. You are all disciples worthy of special attention from the sect, truly exceptional individuals." Upon hearing Elderly's words, excitement flickered across the faces of the disciples. Elderly nodded, expressing his approval. "However, one among you must be eliminated." He continued after a brief pause. "I acknowledge that each of you is outstanding, yet the rules dictate that one must face elimination, though that individual will still be recognized by the elders as a named disciple. You are all geniuses who have triumphed in genuine battles without a single defeat. and I am reluctant to see any of you eliminated. Yet, these are the regulations. Only the top 10 will receive rewards from the sect. Do you understand? The disciples nodded solemnly. Having come this far, none could afford to give up. Each of them recognized that any one of them could be their opponent in this final battle and understood the formidable nature of their fellow selected disciples. Yet the sect's rules must be upheld. Now, go draw lots, he instructed, noting that only 2 of the lots bore numbers, while the rest remained blank. As the 2 disciples with numbered tokens prepared for the final match, the others would smoothly advance into the top 10. It all hinged on their fortune. Elderly gestured for them to proceed with the drawing of lots. Huang Qi remained unperturbed, convinced that he could not possibly be unfortunate enough to draw a numbered token. He patiently waited for the others to finish, confident that the last token would be his. Slowly, he positioned himself at the end of the line. One by one, the disciples approached the drawing box, each grabbing a token without a glance and stepping aside. It struck Huang Qi as peculiar. Did they all wish to battle? Or were they simply confident that they would draw blank tokens? Perplexed, Huang Qi was the last to reach the box, reaching in to grasp the final token. Upon flipping it over, he was taken aback to find a number. A wave of dizziness washed over him. Hadn't his luck always been favorable? Why was he so unfortunate today? While others could advance directly into the top 10 without contest, he would have to fight yet another match, leaving him somewhat dejected. Huang Qi sauntered to his designated spot, where Elderly observed his expression with a slight smile. Who has drawn the numbered tokens? A youth stepped forward, casting a somewhat provocative glance at Huang Qi. Huang Qi's heart tightened. This boy seemed to be a disciple of the law enforcement hall. It appeared he would need to teach this lad a lesson, to make it clear that he was not to be trifled with. Without hesitation, Huang Qi stepped forward. Elderly nodded approvingly. You 2 shall compete on Arena 1. Only one of you shall join the top 10. The youth bowed slightly before making his way to Arena 1, and Huang Qi followed suit, offering a respectful nod to his master and the sect leader before heading towards the stage. With a folding fan in hand, Huang Qi regarded his opponent with a cold smile, while the youth mirrored his expression, an atmosphere charged with tension between them, as if they harbored deep-seated animosity. The referee signaled for them to announce their names and cultivation levels. The youth declared, Xiaoyan, peak of the late Qi refining stage. Huang Qi responded, Huang Qi, late Qi refining stage. The referee acknowledged their declarations, permitting the duel to commence. With a sneer, Xiaoyan remarked, You caused my junior brother, Chasing Wind, to be grievously injured. He still lies in bed. Today, I shall make you suffer the same fate. With that, Xiaoyan unleashed a powerful strike. Huang Qi realized this was a personal vendetta, explaining the hostility directed at him. Very well, if you wish to be the aggressor, I shall oblige, Huang Qi retorted, countering with a strike of his own. Xiaoyan was momentarily taken aback. Wasn't Huang Qi known for avoiding direct confrontations? It was unusual for him to respond so aggressively. Confusion flickered across Xiaoyan's face, but he intensified his attack. Huang Qi let out a cold laugh, swiftly channeling the pure yang flame palm technique. Suddenly, the surrounding fire elemental energy surged with ferocity. Though Xiaoyan also possessed a fire attribute spirit root and practiced fire-based techniques, he was overwhelmed by the purity and might of Huang Qi's surrounding energy. His own spiritual power began to falter under the influence of Huang Qi's overwhelming fire elemental aura, diminishing the strength he had intended to amplify. Xiaoyan was taken aback, pondering the sinister nature of Huang Qi's cultivation technique. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, a sudden thud resounded, and Xiaoyan felt as though his arm was about to burst, his palm fractured, blood spraying in all directions. He sensed his dantian being affected by this overwhelming force, causing a tumultuous disturbance within his meridians. A mouthful of blood erupted from him as he let out a pained scream, being hurled off the arena and losing consciousness. Huang Qi gazed coldly at Xiaoyan, who had been sent flying by his single strike, his expression utterly devoid of emotion. He stood there, rigid and unmoving. The referee, utterly astonished, could hardly believe what had transpired. Such a swift conclusion, one strike, without any hesitation. How could a peak practitioner of the Qi refinement stage be defeated so effortlessly? The referee rubbed his eyes in disbelief, seeing Huang Qi standing tall and enigmatic. He shook his head, questioning his own thoughts. The disciples below the stage remained silent, unable to cheer. as they realized that mere applause could not adequately express the disbelief that such a lecherous individual could launch a single blow powerful enough to topple a master of the Qi refinement stage. Many were incredulous. Formerly defeated by Huang Qi, Li Ba and Kai Xian were also stunned, realizing that this individual truly possessed the strength to surpass them. And Li Ba self-deprecatingly acknowledged his loss was justified. The elders on the observation platform exchanged bewildered glances, struggling to accept the reality before them. Not one of them wished to believe such a fact, dismissing it as a mere illusion. They concluded that Huang Qi must only be adept at unscrupulous tactics, unable to wield such formidable power. Several enforcement elders wore grim expressions. Having underestimated Huang Qi's prowess, they regretted sending their disciples to provoke him. A few resolved never to trouble Huang Qi again, with Elder Shi feeling particularly anxious, lamenting having entangled himself with a prodigious talent. Fu Tianxi was momentarily stunned, surprised by the prowess of his disciple, who had indeed brought him great honor. Lin Feng merely nodded with a smile, recognizing that his disciple was finally ready to soar. Huang Qi turned his gaze towards the referees, who finally came to their senses. Huang Qi had won and secured a place among the top 10. The disciples below erupted in cheers. Even those who had previously doubted or looked down upon Huang Qi now held a newfound respect. This was the mark of a true expert. The other 9 disciples on the observation platform furrowed their brows, feeling the weight of pressure from Huang Qi's stunning display. Among them, Huang Qi noticed that only the girl in white remained indifferent, not even casting a glance in his direction. He paid her no mind, recognizing that it was time to showcase his true abilities, thereby garnering the attention of the sect for his own advancement. With that, Huang Qi descended from the arena and approached the observation platform, bowing respectfully to Fu Tianxi before taking his place behind Lin Feng. Fu Tianxi was immensely pleased with his disciple, delighted that he had gained such a remarkable student, feeling quite proud. He laughed heartily, prompting some elders nearby to murmur in discontent. At that moment, Elderly stepped forward with a wry smile, announcing, "The top 10 disciples have now been determined. And they are the icy waters of the Yishui River, the unmatched Sai Bugui, Sundishing, Inke Kexin, Ma Tanjing, Qi Baiwa, Tian Xingxing, Hu Shaoxian, Sidu Hongru, and Huang Qi." Upon hearing the names of these 10 elite disciples, the other disciples were filled with overwhelming excitement, envious and jealous, wishing they could be among them. Now, the competition of the top 10 has concluded, and tomorrow we shall hold the ranking contest. As you all know, the rewards for this contest are exceedingly generous. Only by securing a commendable rank can one qualify for such bountiful rewards. Do you understand? The 10 disciples bowed respectfully, acknowledging their comprehension. Elderly nodded in satisfaction and withdrew. At this moment, Fu Tianxi approached, feeling it necessary to offer a few words of encouragement from the esteemed sect leader, essentially words of support, expressing confidence in their potential, and affirming that they are the hope and future of the sect. Nothing of substantial depth, merely platitudes. Huang Qi, carrying the little white creature, followed Lin Feng towards his cave abode, stealing glances at his master's expression, relieved to find no signs of displeasure. After all, today, he had inadvertently caused trouble for his master. Although it was not intentional, Huang Qi recognized the impropriety of the situation. Contemplating whether Lin Feng had truly harbored feelings for the Wind's second sister, he shook his head, deciding to wait until after the day's events to address it. As they entered the cave, Lin Feng suddenly fixed a fiery gaze upon Huang Qi, causing him to startle. Realizing his master was about to erupt with anger, Huang Qi instinctively attempted to retreat from the hall, only to find himself unable to move. Chapter 48. It's you, rascal. Today, you have caused me trouble. I shall surely peel your skin off, Lin Feng declared, kicking towards Huang Qi. The latter was taken aback. Why was he rendered immobile when his master was merely at the foundation establishment stage? Surely, no other cultivator at that level could incapacitate him so completely. Huang Qi, confident in his ability to flee, now regretted his earlier bravado. A cacophony of screams filled the air as Huang Qi found himself on the ground, legs flailing. Witnessing Huang Qi under attack, Little White, filled with fury, charged at Lin Feng. The latter chuckled, amused by the creature's spirit. "Today, I shall deal with you both." Little White, a beast of extraordinary resilience, descended from the golden ape lineage, yet against Lin Feng's might, it was no more than a powerless kitten, sent flying with a single strike, yelping in pain. Huang Qi was genuinely terrified. How could his master's power be so formidable? Little White, boasting second-tier strength and mid-foundation establishment defense, faltered against Lin Feng's prowess, unable to withstand even a single blow. The cave reverberated with anguished cries. After a quarter of an hour, Huang Qi and Little White lay on the ground, battered and bruised, unable to rise. Huang Qi silently lamented the ruthlessness of his master. Even his own constitution was beginning to falter under such relentless punishment. Lin Feng observed Huang Qi and Xiao Bai, who were struggling to rise after his earlier reprimand, and his expression softened. "Listen well, kid," he warned. "If you ever dare to disrespect your master again, I will make you regret it. Do not mistake my current cultivation level for weakness. To be frank, I could easily subdue both you and Xiao Bai together if I wished. Do you understand?" Huang Qi, still on the ground, nodded vigorously. Fear gripped him. His master was no less formidable than any foundation-building cultivator. He resolved internally to avoid provoking this formidable figure in the future. With no strength of his own, he had no choice but to humble himself. Seeing the fear etched on Huang Qi and Xiao Bai's faces, Lin Feng nodded in satisfaction. "Remember this. If you fail to secure first place tomorrow, I will be even harsher." With that, he turned and returned to his cave residence. Huang Qi looked at his master and let out a bitter smile. Though he had been thoroughly beaten, he now understood the terrifying extent of Lin Feng's power, realizing just how far he fell short in comparison. Supporting the battered Xiao Bai, he limped back to his training room. Huang Qi's inability to resist Lin Feng was, in truth, inevitable. Although Lin Feng was merely at the initial stage of foundation building, his spiritual sense was exceptionally potent. He was acutely aware of every weakness in Huang Qi's body, capable of binding his magical energy and physical form with sheer will. Knowing precisely where Huang Qi was most vulnerable, it was effortless for Lin Feng to leave him and Xiao Bai incapacitated. Huang Qi remained oblivious to this, only aware of his master's unfathomable power. Seated cross-legged on the meditation mat, Huang Qi quickly projected his spiritual sense to assess his injuries. He sighed in relief. Despite the pain coursing through his body, it was merely superficial, no internal injuries. He realized that his master had shown restraint. Otherwise, his injuries would have been far more severe. Hastily, he consumed several healing pills and offered some to Xiao Bai. Thus, Huang Qi immersed himself in cultivation, the night passing without further incident. The following morning, Huang Qi and Xiao Bai concluded their training. Feeling that his superficial wounds had healed, he suddenly recalled the beating from the previous day, causing a shiver to run down his spine. He quickly shook his head, unwilling to dwell on it. Thinking of it only made his body ache anew. Xiao Bai, however, was lively as ever, showing no signs of yesterday's ordeal. It leapt onto Huang Qi's shoulder and began chattering excitedly. After washing up and having a light meal, they left their room. Outside, they found Lin Feng watching Huang Qi with a smug expression. Huang Qi felt a twinge of fear at his master's gaze. Approaching cautiously to bow, "Master, good morning," he greeted cheerfully, as if he had forgotten the previous day's events, his demeanor eager to please. Lin Feng shot him a glare. "Let us go. We are heading to the training arena." With that, Huang Qi followed Lin Feng toward the arena. Upon arrival, he was met with a sea of people. The numerous small platforms had vanished, leaving only a large stage in front of the viewing platform. Huang Qi understood that he would soon compete on this stage against 9 other disciples. As Lin Feng and Huang Qi ascended the observation platform, a multitude of elders and the 9 disciples arrived as well. Huang Qi observed the 9 disciples, each exuding confidence and pride, and pondered their apparent assurance in their own abilities. He chose to remain silent, standing behind Lin Feng. The elders, familiar with Lin Feng, greeted him warmly with smiles, to which Lin Feng responded with a courteous smile and bow. Upon noticing Huang Qi's arrival, many disciples below began to chant his name, causing a slight embarrassment for him. The other 9 disciples regarded Huang Qi with disdain. Unperturbed, Huang Qi dismissed their attitudes, knowing they were merely his rivals today, and he felt no fear. Before long, Fu Tianqi, accompanied by several elders, made his way to the observation platform. Once Fu Tianqi was seated, the elders and disciples bowed in respect. The sect leader acknowledged them with a nod, prompting everyone to rise, and the elders took their seats. Lin Feng approached to pay his respects to his master before standing beside Fu Tianqi, while Huang Qi remained steadfast in his original position. Fu Tianqi nodded, and it was then that elderly stepped forward. He gestured for the disciples to line up at the front of the observation platform, and they complied, arranging themselves in a single row. Elderly surveyed the 10 disciples with satisfaction, nodding slightly as he spoke. You are the top 10 disciples of this inter-sect competition, the future hope of our sect. The sect holds great expectations for you, and I trust you will not disappoint us. Huang Qi and the others promptly bowed in response, pledging to diligently cultivate in return for the sect's support. Fu Tianxi and the elders nodded in agreement, clearly pleased with the disciples' response. Very well. We shall now proceed to the final segment of the inter-sect disciples competition, the ranking match for the top 10. Elderly paused before continuing. Here are 10 trays. With a casual gesture, 10 trays appeared before Huang Qi and the others. Observing the trays, each bearing 10 wooden tokens, they began to understand their significance. Indeed, these are the scoring tokens. You may challenge one another, and upon defeating your opponent, you may claim one of their tokens. Each match between two individuals is a single contest. Regardless of the outcome, both the challenger and the challenged may rest for half an hour after their bout, or they may choose to continue challenging. Ultimately, the disciple who collects the most tokens will be declared the first among the top 10. Do you understand? The disciples nodded in agreement. Subsequently, Huang Qi and the others stored their scoring tokens in their storage bags. Elderly nodded in satisfaction. Now, you may draw lots. Within the 10 slips are numbers 1 to 10. The disciple who draws the first slip may challenge any opponent at will until they require rest, followed by the second, and so forth. Do you comprehend? The disciples nodded, fully aware of the implications. Regarding the drawing of lots, none wished to draw the first slip. The first slip meant the initial challenge, allowing others to conserve their energy while they awaited their turn to challenge. Fortunately, one could opt to rest, otherwise, it could prove troublesome. The 10 disciples proceeded to draw their lots one by one. Huang Qi gently set Xiao Bai down, who, albeit reluctantly, leaped onto Lin Feng's shoulder. This time, fortune favored Huang Qi, as he drew the 10th number, allowing him to be the last to issue a challenge, an advantageous position indeed. Should anyone else challenge him, he would have to engage in combat. It was a matter of luck and character, leaving Huang Qi with no choice but to accept the outcome. Each of them took a numbered token and ascended the grand arena, fastening their tokens to their waists. In an orderly fashion, the disciples lined up at the edge of the ring according to their numbers. Ying Kaixian as number 1, Yi Shuihan as number 2, Sai Bugui as number 3, Sun Dushing as number 4, Ma Tanjing as number 5, Qi Baihua as number 6, Tian Xingxing as number 7, Hu Shaoxian as number 8, Sidu Hongru as number 9, and Huang Qi as number 10. At that moment, Ying Kaixian stepped forward first, clearly designated to lead the charge. She surveyed the other disciples with a hint of discontent, her expression wavering. Aware that none of them were easy opponents, she recognized her own cultivation was merely at the late stage of Qi refinement, not among the elite. In this assembly of prodigious talents, she felt destined to be at the bottom. Suddenly, her gaze landed on a familiar figure, filling her with delight as she hurried over. Huang Qi looked at the youthful visage of the girl with a sense of helplessness, having previously been bested by her puppet. He wondered how he could escape her wrath now. Ha ha, Huang Qi, you're the one. The innocent-looking girl's face sparked a hint of annoyance in Huang Qi, realizing she was likely seeking revenge. There was no way he would concede defeat. He would fight regardless of the outcome. Slowly, he stepped out from the line. Just then, a disciple from the sect approached the arena, his gaze sharp and his cultivation subtly impressive. Huang Qi recognized immediately that this was no ordinary practitioner. Even standard Golden Core disciples would not evoke such an impression. The referee's prowess seemed on par with Elder Gu, perhaps even superior. Chapter 49. A case of overreaching in such a prestigious competition among gifted disciples. The sect placed immense importance on the ranking, intent on ensuring no disciple suffered harm. Thus, they dispatched a skilled referee to oversee the proceedings. The referee indicated for the two to introduce themselves and their levels of cultivation. Huang Qi, late stage of Qi refinement. He stated first. Ying Kaixian bowed slightly and replied, Ying Kaixian, late stage of Qi refinement. Huang Qi smiled gently and asked, Kaixian, do you still wish to fight me? Ying Caishian's expression darkened. Her teeth gritted as she retorted, if it weren't for the multitude of puppets you wielded last time, the outcome might have been different. Fortunately for you, those puppets are gone. I am eager to see what skills you possess. As she spoke, she drew her sword and unleashed a flurry of strikes toward Huang Qi. Huang Qi sighed in resignation. Why must she always jump straight into battle? Couldn't they engage in conversation instead? He did not back down, swiftly retracting his folding fan and countering her sword with precision. Having been previously humiliated by Huang Qi's puppets, Qi harbored a grudge against this crafty thief, her sword thrusting mercilessly toward Huang Qi's chest. Huang Qi deftly sidestepped the gleaming sword, his folding fan lightly tapping the blade, producing a crisp sound as it was deflected slightly. Qiankun felt a surge of surprise. Her treasured sword had been so easily diverted. Although she had not expended much spiritual energy, it was still a mid-grade spiritual weapon. The fact that Huang Qi could so effortlessly alter its course was disconcerting. Qiankun's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness. Huang Qi was indeed formidable. After her initial strike missed, she swiftly aimed for Huang Qi's throat, but he remained vigilant, elegantly retreating and avoiding her attack with ease. The two exchanged blows back and forth, each movement fluid and rapid, resulting in over 10 exchanges in mere moments. The surrounding disciples cheered in delight, thoroughly engrossed in the spectacle, while the referee nodded appreciatively. However, the referee discerned that Huang Qi was not exerting his full strength, whereas the young woman had already tapped into 80% of her capabilities. The elder in the colorful robe observing from the viewing platform had keen eyes. Quickly realizing that his granddaughter might not be a match for Huang Qi, his expression a mix of bitter amusement. The other elders nodded in agreement, acknowledging that this intersect competition was a true test of skill, unlike Huang Qi's previous antics of using puppets or persuading others to withdraw. Fu Tianqi was also pleased, noting that Huang Qi's techniques were poised and graceful, indicative of a promising talent. Lin Feng also nodded in approval. After exchanging nearly 100 moves, Qiankun found herself increasingly frustrated. No matter how hard she tried, she could not land a single blow on Huang Qi, despite her relentless efforts. Huang Qi primarily focused on defense, and she began to wonder if he was truly as formidable as he seemed, or if he had merely been concealing his strength. A sense of grievance welled up within her. This rogue had deceived her, and she felt an escalating anger as her movements grew sharper and more aggressive. Huang Qi, observing the change in her expression, smiled lightly and remained unperturbed, leisurely evading her attacks. In truth, he could have engaged her directly, but he found it difficult to bring himself to do so. He thought it best to allow her to tire herself out and then concede defeat. After another 100 exchanges, Qiankun was panting, her magical energy significantly depleted, yet she found herself at an impasse against Huang Qi. Suddenly, she seemed to resolve herself, halting her offensive and merely gazing at Huang Qi. Huang Qi, if you can stand still and take a strike from me without sustaining any injury, I will concede defeat, she declared. Huang Qi regarded her earnest expression with a hint of hesitation. Standing still in this manner seemed somewhat disadvantageous. What do you propose? He asked. Qiankun smiled slightly. I want to use any talismans or spiritual weapons. Just a single strike from me will suffice. Huang Qi furrowed his brow, contemplating the proposal. After all, his constant evasion was also taxing his magical energy. He was confident in his ability to withstand a strike from a peer. Really? Qiankun was taken aback. This cunning rogue had actually agreed? A glimmer of mischief flashed in her eyes as she nodded earnestly. Huang Qi found himself in a state of mild exasperation, questioning why he had so foolishly acquiesced. The unusual often harbors the extraordinary. Thus, it seems prudent for one to exercise caution. Huang Qi stood motionless, awaiting Qiankun's strike. With a playful giggle, she launched a palm strike towards his chest. Huang Qi did not retreat. A dull thud echoed as he was sent reeling backward, landing on the arena floor. Qiankun appeared momentarily dazed, questioning whether her strike had been excessively forceful. She realized that she likely could not contend with Huang Qi, who had no intention of harming her. Feeling a twinge of gratitude, she had merely intended to vent her frustrations, not to inflict injury. Around them, the other disciples were equally stunned. Was Huang Qi truly foolish enough to confront her, knowing he was outmatched? The elders in the observation area were equally perplexed, pondering what scheme this young man was attempting. Among them, only Lin Feng wore a bitter smile, recognizing the charade Huang Qi was playing. Qiankun suddenly snapped out of her reverie, rushing to Huang Qi's side, exclaiming, Huang Qi, are you all right? I didn't mean to hurt you. I'm so sorry, please wake up. The elder in the colorful robe wore a wry smile, thinking how naive his granddaughter was. That previous strike had clearly lacked the strength to injure Huang Qi. Qiankun was on the verge of tears, her anxiety palpable. Huang Qi felt a wave of helplessness. His initial intention had been to feign injury and then surprise her with a playful revelation of his well-being. Now, however, it appeared he had inadvertently elicited feelings of guilt within her. With a hint of compassion swelling in his heart, he opened his eyes. Upon seeing him awake, Qiankun joyfully enveloped him in an embrace. Huang Qi was taken aback by the suddenness of her affection, momentarily disoriented by the fragrance emanating from her. She had completely forgotten they were in a competitive arena, with numerous disciples and elders observing. The referee, unable to remain passive any longer, cleared his throat, exclaiming, "Ahem." Qiankun, startled by the referee's voice, released Huang Qi with a startled gasp. He felt as if he had been floating freely through the air, only to suddenly plummet to the ground. Regaining his composure, he shook his head and looked at her with an innocent expression. Qiankun's cheeks flushed crimson as she timidly met his gaze. Huang Qi, astonished, wondered if perhaps she had developed feelings for him. Was he truly that dashing? Could he be the epitome of a handsome gentleman? Shaking his head rapidly to dispel such thoughts, he reminded himself that this was a competition. Slowly rising to his feet, he said, "Kai, I am uninjured. You have lost." With a smile, Huang Qi addressed the young woman, who, resembling a remorseful child, shyly averted her gaze. Without uttering a word, she retrieved a scorecard and tossed it to Huang Qi, retreating among the other disciples, her heart racing and too timid to look back at him. Huang Qi felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him just as the referee stepped forward to announce Huang Qi's victory. Upon the viewing platform, the elderly man in a colorful robe wore a bittersweet smile. Elderly, standing beside him, jestingly remarked, "Elder Inkai is truly fortunate. I observe that young Huang Qi has the potential to become a formidable figure in the future." However, the elder in the colorful robe sighed helplessly. "A daughter must not be kept at home, indeed. As for my grandchildren's affairs, I shall not meddle with them at my age." The two elders then shared a hearty laugh. Tianxi observed that the young girl seemed to harbor an interest in Huang Qi, and a curious expression crossed his face. Lin Feng wore a mischievous grin, casting a dubious glance at Huang Qi, his intentions unknown to anyone. The disciples below the stage began to notice the unfolding situation. Whispering amongst themselves, most of them chuckled quietly, while a few others wore expressions of anger, wishing they could devour Huang Qi whole to relieve their frustration. The internal competition was as captivating as ever this year. At that moment, the judge inquired if Huang Qi wished to continue the match. If not, he could allow others to compete first. Huang Qi nodded, deciding to press on with unwavering determination. He scrutinized the performances of the other 8 experts, particularly mindful of the white-clad woman, Yishuan, whom he deemed his most formidable opponent. The others seemed relatively easier to handle, though he remained wary of their potential tricks that could complicate matters for him. As he walked, Huang Qi reflected on their performances from 2 days prior. Upon reaching Tian Xingxing, he stood before him with a slight smile. "I look forward to your guidance, Brother Tian." Tian Xingxing was taken aback that Huang Qi had chosen him, questioning whether he appeared easy to bully. Despite Huang Qi's considerable prowess, Tian Xingxing was no weakling either. His strength had yet to be fully revealed. Sensing Huang Qi's willingness to engage, he decided to oblige. Tian Xingxing regarded Huang Qi with disdain, but Huang Qi remained unfazed, gesturing for him to proceed. As a practitioner of physical strength, Tian Xingxing was formidable, and Huang Qi had his own reasons for selecting him. Knowing his own strength was commendable, Huang Qi was confident he could defeat Tian Xingxing. Viewing this as an opportunity to gauge his current capabilities and to intimidate those who underestimated him. In Chapter 50, Valor, Huang Qi recognized that there was no longer a need to conceal his strength. Only the powerful commanded respect and had a voice. The judge signaled for both to announce their names and levels of cultivation. Huang Qi smiled slightly, declaring, "Huang Qi, late stage of Qi training." Tian Xingxing replied indifferently. Tian Xingxing, peak of late stage Qi training. Huang Qi nodded, saying nothing, yet his inner energy began to circulate, flowing steadily through his meridians. Tian Xingxing sensed Huang Qi's spiritual energy fluctuations, his heart tightening as his gaze sharpened. He concentrated his own energy into his arms, preparing to deliver a decisive blow to Huang Qi. The disciples below the stage held their breath, anxiously awaiting the duel between the two experts, while the spectators on the platform were astonished at Huang Qi's unusual demeanor. Now, Huang Qi has adopted a serious demeanor, completely shedding his previous shamelessness, leaving the elders somewhat disconcerted. Ing Kai Ko Xin gazed at Huang Qi with a complex expression, her heart heavy with concern over whether this little rogue could emerge victorious. Suddenly, Huang Qi erupted into a hearty laugh, his palm glowing with a crimson radiance as an unparalleled force surged forth. He lunged toward Tian Xingxing with unyielding determination. Tian Xingxing, feeling the immense power emanating from Huang Qi's strike, was momentarily taken aback. This blow was indeed formidable, and he realized he must proceed with caution. Not one to back down, Tian Xingxing responded with a powerful strike, charging towards Huang Qi in kind. The onlookers beheld what appeared to be two meteors colliding in the air, a resounding crash echoing as both combatants were propelled backward. Before the spectators could recover from the reverberations, they collided once more with the speed of lightning. The surrounding disciples stood in stunned silence, pondering whether this was a decisive clash. It resembled two bulls butting heads over a cow, a pure display of brute strength. They were astonished to discover such raw power from the two contenders, and each of the top 10 disciples secretly speculated that facing either of them would not be an easy feat, requiring a grueling battle to secure victory. The elders were equally taken aback, recognizing Tian Xingxing as the youngest son of Tian Zhongxian, whose strength was undoubtedly among the elite within his peer group. Yet, they had not anticipated that Huang Qi could hold his ground against Tian Xingxing's sheer might. This young man was truly remarkable. It seemed Huang Qi had been concealing his strength all along, aiming for the championship among the top 10. The elders felt a tightening in their hearts as they observed their juniors on the stage, anxiety brewing within them. If Huang Qi possessed only these skills, perhaps their descendants still had a chance of overcoming him. However, the fear lingered that this young man might possess further hidden techniques, which would complicate matters. Fu Tianxi was astonished to see his disciple shed his former unscrupulous nature, yet even more surprised by Huang Qi's formidable palm strength. Where had this young man acquired such a powerful technique, such an imposing aura? It dawned on him that Huang Qi's fearless demeanor stemmed from having a hidden ace up his sleeve. Lin Feng, too, was thoroughly impressed by Huang Qi's performance, nodding in appreciation with a smile. In mere moments, Tian Xingxing and Huang Qi exchanged over 100 strikes. Tian Xingxing was increasingly astounded. This young man possessed an extraordinary depth of magical energy, rivaling his own. As the battle continued, Tian Xingxing felt weariness creeping in. Observing the two combatants evenly matched, he distinctly sensed that Huang Qi's palm strength showed no signs of waning. Rather, it appeared to be subtly intensifying. This perplexed Tian Xingxing, leading him to wonder what kind of arcane practice Huang Qi had undertaken to attain such formidable prowess. Unwilling to concede, Tian Xingxing summoned all his magical energy for yet another fierce clash. The ferocity of their battle left the witnessing disciples in awe, their hearts racing with exhilaration. The top 10 disciples on the stage wore grave expressions, contemplating that had Huang Qi chosen any of them, after such an extended bout, they would likely not secure a place among the top 3. Only the girl in white remained indifferent, quietly observing the fierce battle between Huang Qi and Tian Xingxing. At that moment, Ing Kai Kursin wore a look of anxiety, uncertain whether she was more worried about Huang Qi's potential defeat or her own fear of finishing last. The clash between Huang Qi and Tian Xingxing grew increasingly intense. Huang Qi felt his blood surging, an exhilarating sensation that filled him with comfort and excitement. Meanwhile, Tian Xingxing lamented his misfortune at encountering such a formidable opponent, whose strength was not inferior to his own and who even showed signs of surpassing him. Despite exerting all his energy, he found himself unable to suppress Huang Qi. The more he pressed down, the stronger the counterattacks he received. Tian Xingxing felt a significant drain on his spiritual energy, fearing he might not be able to endure much longer. Yet, Huang Qi showed no signs of relenting. The assaults continued, collide again, and separate once more. Suddenly, Tian Xingxing realized his spiritual energy could no longer keep pace with his attacks, panic setting in. Just then, Huang Qi's onslaught struck again. Tian Xingxing, caught off guard, collided with Huang Qi's fist. He felt a sudden numbness in his arm as an overwhelming force surged into him. Unable to withstand it any longer, he coughed up blood and was sent flying. Huang Qi, reveling in the thrilling sensation, felt the force of his palm vanish abruptly as he struck Tian Xingxing, who was propelled backward, blood spewing from his mouth. Alarmed, Huang Qi quickly withdrew most of his power. Otherwise, Tian Xingxing would either be gravely injured or worse. With a complex expression, Tian Xingxing gazed at Huang Qi, a trickle of blood at the corner of his mouth as he slowly rose from the ground. With a resigned sigh, he tossed a scorecard at Huang Qi without looking back and retreated to the edge of the arena to sit cross-legged in meditation. Huang Qi, momentarily stunned, quickly accepted the scorecard and flashed a brilliant smile at Tian Xingxing before tucking it away. The outcome had arrived rather abruptly. The spectators, still immersed in the intensity of the clash, had not fully registered the conclusion. There were no applause, no cheers, only the silence of the disciples watching the match. Huang Qi smiled at the referee, who finally realized the situation and awkwardly cleared his throat, announcing, "Huang Qi wins." The arena erupted in excitement, the atmosphere electric with enthusiasm. It had been a long time since such a spectacular duel had occurred, and the disciples were abuzz with exhilaration. The elders in the observation area nodded in approval. Their earlier misjudgments evident, they had underestimated Huang Qi, who proved himself not only astute, but also remarkably powerful in battle. Fu Tianxi, unable to contain his delight, cried out in agony before realizing the awkwardness of the situation, noticing the strange looks from those around him. He then managed to smile, disregarding the elders and disciples. The elders shook their heads, sighing in resignation. At that moment, the referee inquired whether Huang Qi wished to continue the competition. Huang Qi assessed the power within him. Although he had expended a considerable amount, it posed no significant issue. The essence of his cultivation method was indeed remarkable. The pure yang flame technique was a powerful art characterized by its resilience. It grew stronger against formidable foes, yet waned against the weak. Despite the considerable consumption, his recovery rate was equally swift. Furthermore, Huang Qi's dantian capacity was not substantially inferior to that of foundational disciples, endowing him with a depth of power that surpassed his peers. Huang Qi nodded, indicating his readiness to continue. The referee was momentarily taken aback. Had the young man lost his senses? After an intense battle, he wished to press on. However, seeing Huang Qi's determination, the referee refrained from further comment and nodded in acquiescence. Huang Qi proceeded toward the remaining 7 disciples of the top 10. The other disciples, witnessing Huang Qi's eagerness for further combat, were taken aback. Could he truly possess such an abundance of power? How could he continue fighting after such exertion? Tian Xingxing, observing Huang Qi's refusal to rest, sighed in resignation. It was evident that a significant gap existed between him and Huang Qi. Resolutely, he settled into meditation to recuperate. The spectators in the viewing platform were equally astonished. Did this young man truly wish to continue? Was he out of his mind? Their expressions were a mixture of bewilderment. Only a few elders, unfriendly towards Huang Qi, displayed disdain, deeming him foolish for inviting humiliation upon himself. In contrast, Lin Feng wore a smile, understanding Huang Qi's intentions. Huang Qi aimed to make a remarkable impression, striving for a 1 versus 9 spectacle. Such extraordinary feats would surely capture the sect's attention. A place that valued strength above all else, where prowess allowed one to thrive, while the lack of it relegated one to a subordinate existence. Inkai Kursen, however, was filled with surprise, marveling at Huang Qi's prowess. She began to anticipate the heights he might achieve, a sweet smile gracing her face. Yet, Huang Qi remained oblivious to her admiration. For him, the priority was to diligently enhance his cultivation, with other considerations deferred until he possessed sufficient strength. As Huang Qi walked thoughtfully before the 7 disciples, he suddenly noticed a young man exuding arrogance, wielding a folding fan and dressed in scholarly attire. The sight of him reminded Huang Qi of his previous duel with the swift foam. The resemblance to that encounter was unmistakable. Approaching the young man, he spoke. "Senior brother Qi, I seek to challenge you." Qi Baihua was momentarily taken aback by Huang Qi's choice. Memories flooded back of his junior brother being soundly defeated by this young man, igniting a flicker of anger within him. He recalled how his ancestor had been left bloodied by the master of this young prodigy, and his resentment towards Huang Qi intensified. Nevertheless, Qi Baihua, possessing great composure, maintained a smile and nodded courteously. Huang Qi, observing the composed demeanor of his opponent, felt a tightness in his chest. It was evident that Qi Baihua was a shrewd individual, and confronting him would not be an easy task. Inwardly, Huang Qi steeled himself against Qi Baihua's cunning. Chapter 51. Overcoming the enemy with poison with a smile, Qi Baihua stepped forward, scrutinizing Huang Qi closely. He nodded slightly and inquired, "Junior brother, are you so confident that you can defeat me?" Upon witnessing the courteous demeanor of Qi Baihua, Huang Qi smiled and remarked, "I have long heard of senior brother's unfathomable cultivation. It is indeed a fortuitous occasion to engage in a friendly contest on this arena." Qi Baihua nodded with a smile, retracting his folding fan. "You may want to be cautious, my young disciple. I am not to be compared with that wind chaser. Even allowing your spiritual weapon to explode may prove futile." Huang Qi laughed heartily. "How could senior brother be likened to that wind chaser? I would never dare to presume so. I humbly ask for your mercy." Qi Baihua frowned slightly, but nodded in acknowledgement. The referee signaled for the match to commence. Huang Qi, at the late stage of Qi refinement, and Qi Baihua, at the pinnacle of Qi refinement, faced each other. Huang Qi was taken aback by Qi Baihua's high cultivation level and nodded in recognition. Aware of Huang Qi's extraordinary agility and formidable strength, Qi Baihua realized that competing in terms of raw power and speed would likely be disadvantageous. With his own profound cultivation and abundant magical energy, he opted for a battle employing spiritual weapons. Suddenly, Qi Baihua unfurled his folding fan with force and tossed it into the air. In an instant, the fan expanded, resembling a grand canopy descending upon Huang Qi. Startled, Huang Qi marveled at the formidable spiritual weapon, suspecting it to be on the verge of high-grade quality. Nevertheless, he did not flinch. Instead, he struck his storage pouch, and a flying sword emerged, gleaming with a brilliant white light as it sliced toward the iron fan. My heavens! A high-grade spiritual weapon. This is utterly enviable. The onlooking outer disciples were consumed by jealousy, lamenting their misfortune. Huang Qi, however, was unconcerned with their plight. He recognized he was facing a formidable adversary and needed to exercise caution. The spectators in the gallery were equally astonished, never expecting Huang Qi to engage in battle with the disciple of Elder Qi. They had just witnessed their light-hearted banter, and now both were unleashing their strongest attacks. Anxiety filled the air as they hoped no mishaps would occur. The elders of the law enforcement hall were also troubled, fearing Huang Qi's ruthless tendencies. They worried he might resort to reckless tactics such as a spiritual weapon explosion, which would be disastrous for Qi Baihua. Fu Tianqi furrowed his brow. Knowing that Qi Baihua was among the elite among the outer disciples, he pondered whether his apprentice could triumph over him. However, upon glancing at Lin Feng, he sensed reassurance in the latter's calm smile, exuding confidence in his disciple's abilities. With a mysterious smile, Fu Tianqi chose to continue observing the contest. A thunderous roar erupted from the arena as the two high-grade spiritual weapons clashed and rebounded. Huang Qi quickly executed a spell, sending the flying sword spiraling back toward Qi Baihua. Qi Baihua, surprised that his previous strike had been countered, was impressed by Huang Qi's arsenal. Unfazed, he performed a spell, causing the folding fan to spin and soar skyward, aiming to strike Huang Qi's flying sword. The arena reverberated with a series of thunderous booms, shaking the entire platform. Huang Qijing gazed intently at the clash between his magical artifact and Qi Baihua's. Suddenly, a wave of crisis surged within him. Without a moment's hesitation, he swiftly evaded his original position, just as a flying sword struck where he had stood moments before. A cold sweat broke out on his back as he inwardly cursed the boy for his treachery. Had he not acted with quick wit, he might have found himself incapacitated for months. Qi Baihua, upon realizing his attack had missed, silently lamented his misfortune, yet maintained a smile as if the ambush had not been his doing. The outer disciples, witnessing Qi Baihua's underhanded tactics, were taken aback, deeming him rather despicable, and many cast scornful glances in his direction. The elders on the observation platform frowned, particularly Lin Feng, whose expression darkened at Qi Baihua's actions. The small white creature on his shoulders squeaked in agitation, eager to leap forth and retaliate against the young man. Playing dirty? I fear no one. Huang Qijing resolved, his expression unchanged as he continued to wield his flying sword against the adversary. The sword and folding fan clashed several times, neither gaining the upper hand. Huang Qijing, seizing the moment, summoned his sword, grasping the hilt before darting towards Qi Baihua, who also readied himself, brandishing his fan in preparation for close combat. With a clanging sound, the flying sword met the folding fan, and both combatants swiftly retreated. They then surged forward once more, engaging in a fierce exchange, each retaliating in turn, provoking cheers from the onlookers who found the duel exhilarating. The other top 10 disciples began to feel the weight of the situation. Both contestants were formidable in terms of magical prowess, attack strength, and spiritual artifacts, making victory seem elusive. Only if they were to inflict mutual destruction might they stand a chance. The young woman in white, Yi Shuihan, furrowed her brow slightly, scrutinizing the duel for any potential weaknesses. Tian Xingxing observed Huang Qijing's formidable presence with newfound respect, pondering if his own defeat had been justifiable. Ing Kai, concerned, watched Huang Qijing closely. She had long heard from her grandfather of Qi Bihua's formidable reputation and understood that should she encounter him, the best course would be to concede, for she was no match for him. With his right hand wielding the sword, Huang Qijing gradually approached Qi Bihua, while his left hand swiftly summoned a surge of spiritual energy, awaiting the opportune moment to strike. Qi Bihua, however, was no slouch. He adeptly employed his folding fan as a shield, rendering Huang Qijing's flying sword ineffective against its defense. In a sudden flurry of attacks, Huang Qijing pressed on, and Qi Bihua swiftly parried. Just then, Huang Qijing delivered a palm strike towards Qi Bihua's chest. Caught off guard, Qi Bihua realized that Huang Qijing could wield both sword and bare hands. With no time to evade, he could only swing his fan to block the incoming strike. The impact resounded as Qi Bihua stumbled back 2 steps. Seizing the opportunity, Huang Qijing launched his flying sword with precision. Qi Bihua, now flustered from the earlier blow, found his inner magic in disarray. He attempted to dodge the incoming sword, but just then, another flying sword appeared, aimed directly at his neck. Alarmed, Qi Bihua realized that if he did not evade quickly, he might meet his demise. At that moment, Qi Bihua struck his storage bag, and a small shield materialized before him. The flying sword clashed against the shield with a resounding ding, causing Qi Bihua to stagger back 2 steps from the impact. Huang Qi's first flying sword soon followed, compelling Qi Bihua to hurl his folding fan in a desperate attempt to block it. Just then, a sharp pain shot through his calf, as if something had bitten him. Unable to see Huang Qi's actions due to the shield shielding his upper body, Qi Bihua was unaware of the danger below. Recognizing that Qi Bihua had protected his neck and head with the shield, Huang Qi swiftly produced his mechanical fan and twisted it, launching a silver needle that emitted no trace of magical energy, embedding itself into Qi Bihua's calf. As Qi Bihua fended off Huang Qi's 2 flying swords, the pain in his leg jolted him into awareness, prompting him to glance back at Huang Qi, who stood there with a gentle smile, lightly waving his folding fan. Alarmed, Qi Bihua quickly inspected his calf, discovering the silver needle lodged within, with a trickle of dark blood oozing from the wound. "Scoundrel! How dare you poison me?" Qi Bihua exclaimed in shock. The onlookers were momentarily stunned. When had Huang Qi administered the poison, the other disciples could not perceive the silver needle's launch, but those in the top 10 who were closer had noticed Huang Qi's maneuver. The elders in the viewing platform, however, were not deceived, with Fu Tianxi smirking quietly. The elders from the law enforcement hall wore grim expressions. Huang Qi cast a disdainful glance at Qi Bihua. "You can ambush me, but I cannot retaliate?" Qi Bihua, furious and with a scowl, was about to hurl insults at Huang Qi when he was cut off by Huang Qi's retort. Enraged, he declared, "You seek death." As he spoke, he executed a spell that summoned a small flag from his storage bag. The flag, entirely black, caused Huang Qi to feel a chilling gust of wind sweep through the surrounding space. Alarmed, Huang Qi immediately recognized the sinister nature of the artifact and acted swiftly, shooting several talismans toward Qi Bihua. With a fierce expression, Qi Bihua spat a mouthful of essence blood onto the flag, causing it to swell ominously. It enveloped Huang Qi's talismans, and to Huang Qi's horror, he discovered that his talismans had vanished without detonating, leaving him astonished. Seizing the enlarged flag, Qi Bihua aimed to ensnare Huang Qi, who, realizing the threat, refrained from allowing himself to be captured. Instead, he unleashed 2 superior flying swords to intercept the flag. Cease your futile struggles. This is the Insha demon flag, infused with malevolent energy specifically designed to counter talismans and spiritual artifacts. Upon hearing this, Huang Qi quickly summoned back his 2 superior flying swords, opting not to attack, but rather to observe Qi Bihua. "Are you frightened now? I am eager to see what other tricks you possess." Huang Qi wore a triumphant smile, having briefly contemplated the self-detonation of his swords, yet hesitated, reluctant to part with them. After all, the poison within him was soon to take effect. "Qi Bihua, let me tell you, If you do not act swiftly to treat your poison and heal, you may very well perish here." As Qi Baihua brandished the flag and prepared to charge, Huang Qi's words struck him like a bolt of lightning, reminding him of the poison coursing through his veins. Suddenly, the boyish expression shifted dramatically, contorted in a grotesque mask of rage, as if courting death. Yet, before he could take 2 steps, he abruptly spewed forth a stream of black blood, his body failing to maintain its stance, teetering on the brink of collapse. The referee, recognizing the onset of poison, hastily sealed Qi Baihua's meridians and hastily placed a medicinal pill into his mouth. Chapter 52. The 13 Swords of the Pure Maiden. 2 elders from the law enforcement hall swiftly ascended the platform, their gazes fixated on Qi Baihua, who lay on the ground, barely clinging to life, his complexion now an ominous shade of black. A chill ran down their spines. The elders quickly lifted Qi Baihua, casting a glance at Huang Qi, whose smile bore a sinister undertone as they departed the platform. However, Huang Qi suddenly interjected, "Elders, please don't hurry off." The elder, his expression darkening, turned to glare fiercely at Huang Qi, demanding, "What more do you want?" Despite the elder's threatening tone, Huang Qi remained unperturbed, responding with a smile. "I merely wish to request the elders to retrieve a scorecard for senior brother Qi." The crowd was momentarily stunned, even at this critical juncture. The lad was preoccupied with acquiring a scorecard. A wave of incredulity swept through the onlookers, and Fu Tianqi regarded his disciple with a mixture of amusement and exasperation. The elder, inwardly fuming yet unable to express his ire, begrudgingly produced Qi Baihua's scorecard and tossed it onto the platform before turning away. Huang Qi, with a hint of dissatisfaction, collected the card and stowed it in his storage pouch. With a smile, he addressed the referee, "Does this mean I have won?" Finally, the referee came to his senses and quickly declared, "Huang Qi wins." The surrounding disciples erupted in astonishment. This lad was truly cunning. Each one of them resolved to avoid provoking this harbinger of misfortune in the future. The referee then approached Huang Qi, inquiring if he wished to continue competing. Huang Qi nodded, determined to press on. The referee, bemused, wondered if the young man was truly that formidable. Having already fought 3 rounds, Huang Qi still sought more. Nevertheless, the referee recognized that as long as Huang Qi wished to face all challengers, he would not intervene. Thus, Huang Qi advanced towards the remaining top 10 disciples. Did this lad truly desire to continue battling? Was he out of his mind? Did he still possess any energy left? The disciples exchanged incredulous glances. It was hard to believe he had already triumphed in 3 matches and still yearned for more. The elders in the viewing platform were equally astonished. Baffled by his relentless spirit, Fu Tianqi gazed at his disciple with satisfaction, noting his authenticity, neither a gentleman nor a rogue, but a true embodiment of character. Huang Qi approached the remaining 6 competitors, his demeanor still vibrant, while the other top 10 disciples furrowed their brows, recognizing the formidable challenge Huang Qi posed. Having won 3 consecutive matches without breaking a sweat, he appeared remarkably composed, causing them to ponder whether he was merely a facade of strength or genuinely formidable. Even the typically indifferent Yi Shuihan frowned in contemplation. Huang Qi slowly approached Ma Tanjing, a junior of Elder Ma from the law enforcement hall. Since Elder Ma had not opposed him, Huang Qi was not inclined to hold back. With a gentle smile, he addressed the girl with 2 ponytails, "Sister Ma, may I have a word?" As Ma Tanjing observed Huang Qi selecting her, a bitter smile crept across her face. It seemed inevitable that she could not evade this confrontation. However, she took solace in the fact that Huang Qi had endured 3 fierce battles, which must have drained a considerable amount of his spiritual energy. Ma Tanjing retained a modicum of confidence, albeit she believed herself inferior to Qi Baihua, who had nearly been defeated by this young man. With a gentle smile directed at Huang Qi, she stepped forward. Since her junior apprentice had called her senior sister, she felt compelled to engage in the duel. Huang Qi, noting the girl's carefree demeanor, found himself quite taken with her and returned her smile. Senior sister, you are too modest. We are merely fellow disciples honing our skills. I hope you will show me mercy." The surrounding crowd could not help but scoff at Huang Qi's words. Here he was, a ruthless contender, yet he asked for leniency. Only someone with such audacity could utter such a request. Having just witnessed her junior's prowess, Ma Tanjing remarked, "In terms of footwork and strength, I am no match for you. I see that your swordsmanship holds a certain profundity. I have practiced the 13 swords of the pure maiden since childhood. Noticing your ambition to claim victory, let us not compete on spiritual energy, but rather on sword techniques. If you can withstand my 13 swords of the pure maiden, I shall concede defeat." Huang Qi's heart leapt with joy upon hearing her words, and he nodded in satisfaction. "Then I must express my gratitude, senior sister. I too possess a sword technique, and I shall now demonstrate it before you." As he spoke, a beautifully crafted ancient sword appeared in his hand, a mid-grade spiritual weapon he had chosen not to part with due to its exquisite design. Upon seeing the sword, a flicker of intrigue danced across Ma Tanjing's face, accompanied by a faint smile. At that moment, the judge signaled for the duel to commence. Huang Qi, sword in hand with the tip pointed to the ground, smiled and said, "Senior sister, please." Ma Tanjing returned a slight smile, and with a graceful gesture summoned a slender 3-foot sword. Huang Qi noted that this sword, while delicate, possessed an evident sharpness. He refrained from striking immediately, patiently awaiting her move. With a swift flick of her wrist, Ma Tanjing proclaimed, "First sword." Transitory shifts in the void. Suddenly, her slender sword vanished from sight. Huang Qi was momentarily taken aback by the swiftness of her technique, which resembled a form of ethereal displacement, making it nearly impossible to trace. Yet, he remained prepared, nonchalantly conjuring a burst of sword energy, which materialized before him and solidified as a dazzling sword flower at his chest. In an instant, a wave of sword energy surged forth, colliding with the sword flower, causing both to dissipate into nothingness. The young woman was slightly taken aback, astonished by the peculiar sword flower that had managed to intercept the trajectory of her blade. Without hesitation, she executed another strike. Second sword. Falling blossoms, no trace left behind. Countless beams of sword light surged toward him, their intricate paths making them nearly unpredictable. Huang Qi raised an eyebrow, then smiled slightly. He horizontally positioned his sword, and with a resonant clang, the myriad beams of light merged into a single slender blade, which rebounded back toward her. The young maiden began to feel astonished, unable to fathom how Huang Qi discerned the trajectory of her slender sword. Observing Huang Qi's smile directed at her, Ma Tanjing's heart began to race. The 13 swords of the pure maiden was an art she had never wielded against another, a sword technique so enigmatic that few could decipher it. Ma Tanjing could not comprehend how Huang Qi achieved such insight. With a slight smile, Huang Qi remarked, "Ah, sister, your swordsmanship is indeed exquisite. With merely 2 moves, an ordinary disciple would scarcely be able to endure." Ma Tanjing offered a faint smile without replying, then swiftly executed another strike, the third sword, the pure maideness floating petals. Suddenly, Huang Qi envisioned petals wilting and scattering across the mortal realm. His brow furrowed, for he recognized that this was not merely a scene of falling petals, but rather an illusion crafted by the sword's light to beguile the senses. Huang Qi thrust his sword into the scattered petals, as if a remnant of wind had swept through, causing the sword light to drift towards Ma Tanjing. Witnessing Huang Qi's peculiar strike, Ma Tanjing was taken aback, not daring to underestimate it. She unleashed a flurry of sword flowers, which quelled the incoming sword energy. "Brother, your swordsmanship is remarkable. I wonder what technique you employ to perceive the illusion within my sword." Huang Qi replied with a gentle smile, "It matters not to share, sister. I wield the true spirit sword control technique, which contains the profound truths of the heavens, thus enabling me to dispel the illusions in your swordplay." Ma Tanjing nodded slightly, letting out a resigned sigh. "These 3 strikes constitute the essence of my 13 swords of the pure maiden. Since you could unravel them, the remaining techniques are of little consequence. Your swordplay is truly superior, I humbly concede." As she spoke, Ma Tanjing tossed an insignia token to Huang Qi. He smiled in return, saying, "Sister, your generosity is commendable. I am grateful." With a bow, he expressed his respect. Ma Tanjing smiled faintly before turning to leave. Was this truly a victory? It felt rather effortless. The disciples below observed the exchange of 3 moves. While intricate, they could not discern the subtleties. Many murmured amongst themselves that this match lacked excitement. The elders on the observation platform were astonished, although Ma Tanjing's prowess was formidable. Her use of the 13 swords of the pure maiden made her virtually invincible among her peers, a technique so arcane that fellow disciples found it nearly insurmountable. Yet, Huang Qi had effortlessly countered it with just a few strokes, which was truly astonishing. What, then, was this true spirit sword control technique that Huang Qi mentioned? Some elders suddenly recalled the legends of the true spirit, a mythical existence. Their expressions turned to shock. In this world, true spirits were but fables, remnants found only within some ancient beasts possessing true spirit bloodlines. The fact that Huang Qi's swordplay was related to true spirits ignited a flicker of greed in the eyes of certain elders, though it swiftly vanished. Fu Tianqi furrowed his brow, perplexed by the extraordinary nature of Huang Qi's swordplay, yet the thought of the true spirit made him uneasy. Just how many secrets did this young man harbor? He too yearned to know. However, recalling that Huang Qi was a disciple of his own student, he glanced at Lin Feng, who was smiling at Huang Qi, and shook his head in helplessness. It seemed his own disciple was even more enigmatic. At this moment, the judge ceased to question Huang Qi, recognizing that this young man was eager to continue. Huang Qi approached the remaining 5 disciples among the top 10, Yishuan, Sai Bugui, Sun Dishing, Hu Shaoxian, and Situ Hongru. Observing them, he furrowed his brow. Yishuan was not a concern, but the other 4 were all at the pinnacle of the late Qi refining stage. Although his cultivation was slightly inferior, his magical prowess was significantly deeper, and his physical strength surpassed theirs considerably. Contemplating the prospect of a 1-on-9 confrontation, Huang Qi felt a twinge of unease as he hesitated before these individuals. At that moment, a young man caught his eye. This lad had an average appearance, yet the intensity of his gaze towards Huang Qi was unmistakable. It was evident that he yearned to be chosen. This individual was Sai Bugui, known among the outer disciples as a prodigy of combat. Chapter 53. Sai Bugui was a junior disciple of the sect's elders, a gifted individual who had shown an affinity for martial arts from a young age. Before the awakening of his spiritual root, he was already a master of the Tao. Following the awakening, his cultivation progressed with remarkable speed, reaching the late stage of Qi refining in just 3 years. Outer disciples frequently faced challenges from Sai Bugui, and even inner disciples found themselves tested by him. While his cultivation might seem somewhat lacking to the inner disciples, his extensive combat experience made him a formidable opponent, necessitating considerable effort to defeat him. He was dubbed the foremost martial enthusiast among the outer disciples and had garnered Huang Qi's attention as a particularly challenging adversary. Despite his martial prowess, Sai Bugui was not known for cruelty. He typically exercised discretion in his battles and was favored by many elders. In the past, when Master Lin Feng had yet to become an inner disciple, the outer disciples spoke of him as the prodigy Lin Feng and the martial enthusiast Bugui. Huang Qi, observing Sai Bugui's eager expression, found himself at a loss for words. Did this lad harbor no peculiarities? Before Huang Qi could respond, Sai Bugui stepped forward and addressed him. Huang Qi, shall we have a match? I won't take advantage of you. If I cannot defeat you within 100 moves, I will concede. What do you say? Sai Bugui's eyes shone with anticipation. Huang Qi considered the proposition and thought to himself, is it not my prerogative to choose my opponent? However, he felt reluctant to turn down Sai Bugui's eager gaze. After all, they would have to spar eventually, so it might be better to do so sooner rather than later. Huang Qi smiled and replied, "Oh, are you serious, senior brother?" Suddenly, Sai Bugui recalled Huang Qi's unique agility and wondered if he could handle the match if Huang Qi simply evaded his attacks. As long as you refrain from using that peculiar movement technique, it will be fine, he said. Huang Qi raised an eyebrow, impressed that Sai Bugui possessed some intellect beyond mere martial obsession. He nodded in agreement. Seeing Huang Qi's consent, Sai Bugui's excitement soared. Without waiting for a referee, he clenched his fist and launched an attack towards Huang Qi. Surprised, Huang Qi thought, this lad is quite straightforward, diving into the fight without even exchanging names or cultivation levels. However, it was too late for Huang Qi to voice his thoughts. Sai Bugui's fist was already hurtling towards him. Feeling a pang of annoyance, Huang Qi horizontally positioned his palm, and with a resounding clash, he stepped back from the impact. Sai Bugui seized the moment, delivering another punch. Huang Qi was increasingly frustrated, having lost the initiative and now feeling quite flustered. Before he could ponder further, Huang Qi swiftly summoned the spiritual energy within his dantian, executing the techniques of the pure yang fire art. Suddenly, a wave of crimson energy surged through the air, astonishing Sai Bugui, who wasted no time in launching a strike toward Huang Qi's chest. Huang Qi, already initiating the pure yang fire palm, chose not to evade. With a resounding boom, both Huang Qi and Sai Bugui staggered back a step. Huang Qi was greatly surprised by the speed and accuracy of the young man's punch, which possessed considerable force. Seeing his fist rebound unexpectedly, Sai Bugui's fighting spirit intensified. Without uttering a word, he gathered his spiritual power and charged at Huang Qi. Observing Sai Bugui's fierce demeanor, Huang Qi did not flinch. Instead, he unleashed a powerful palm strike aimed at Sai Bugui's chest. When Sai Bugui noticed Huang Qi had ceased to counter his punches, he retracted his fist and, with a swift sidestep, delivered a powerful chop toward Huang Qi. Once again, a loud clash echoed as both combatants retreated 2 steps to regain their footing. Sai Bugui launched another sprint, and Huang Qi found himself in a bit of distress. This young man was indeed formidable, proving to be quite a challenge. Thus, the two engaged in a relentless battle of strength and tenacity. Tian Xingxing observed the fierce clash between Huang Qi and Sai Bugui, a wry smile creeping onto her face. Neither of these two was a match for her, and she couldn't help but wonder how such a vast disparity existed between individuals. With a sigh of despair, she chose to return to her meditation. Inkai Kursen, with her large, expressive eyes, remained fixated on Huang Qi's struggle. The referee on the stage watched the two combatants anxiously, fearing any lapse in attention might lead to unforeseen complications. The remaining top 10 disciples also closely monitored the duel, contemplating strategies for overcoming their own opponents. The spectators erupted in cheers, reveling in the thrilling spectacle. The elders in the observation area nodded in approval, recognizing that both disciples were exceptional talents. A rare fortune for the sect. Fu Tianqi and Lin Feng shared a knowing glance, both feeling a sense of pride. After exchanging nearly 80 blows, Huang Qi sensed the pressure mounting. Sai Bugui truly embodied the essence of a martial enthusiast, his power remarkably pure. While Huang Qi's own prowess was bolstered by medicinal elixirs, he found it challenging to match the purity of Sai Bugui's energy. However, Huang Qi's dantian was nourished by the red dragon fruit, providing him with ample spiritual power. Despite this, the toll of the prolonged battle was beginning to weigh heavily on him, and he realized that he was nearing his limits after over 100 exchanges, nearly equating the duration of Tian Xingxing's fight. Huang Qi felt a surge of frustration. Had he been an ordinary individual, the outcome of this battle would have been uncertain. Under normal circumstances, he believed he could secure victory over Sai Bugui if he employed all his techniques. As the fight intensified and time stretched on, a sense of admiration blossomed within Sai Bugui. Acknowledging that Huang Qi had only been cultivating for 3 to 4 months, Sai Bugui marveled at the extraordinary depth of his energy, wondering if Huang Qi, like his master Lin Feng, was a prodigious talent. As the 100th strike approached, he was astounded that he had yet to best Huang Qi. Suddenly, a resolute expression crossed Sai Bugui's face as he and Huang Qi exchanged a final, forceful blow before swiftly separating, gazing at Huang Qi with a newfound seriousness. Huang Qi gazed solemnly at Sai Bugui, harboring deep admiration within. Haha, Huang Qi certainly lives up to being Lin Feng's disciple. Prepare to receive my final strike. The outcome shall soon be revealed. Sai Bugui formed a peculiar hand seal, and suddenly, a tempestuous surge of energy coalesced in his palm. Huang Qi furrowed his brow, realizing this was likely Sai Bugui's full-force attack, compelling him to proceed with caution. With a flick of his wrist, Huang Qi was enveloped by a fiery crimson aura, causing the surrounding air to tremble with agitation. The spiritual energy from his dantian swiftly converged to the center of his palm, manifesting as a blazing flame, the pure yang fire, conjured through his spiritual power. Though it was not the authentic pure yang fire, which could only be cultivated upon reaching the foundation establishment stage, Huang Qi had little time for such distinctions. Observing the violent energy fluctuations emanating from Sai Bugui, he knew he had to be prepared. What are these two up to? The outer sect disciples around them were bewildered, sensing that the ensuing moments would be pivotal to the outcome. The referee, too, felt a twinge of anxiety, aware that the power behind these attacks could severely injure even a foundation establishment practitioner. Fortuitously, he was at the core formation level, otherwise, the consequences would have been dire. Nevertheless, the referee was astonished by the magnitude of energy swirling around the two combatants. The expressions of the other top 10 disciples were equally grave. The intensity of such attacks was daunting, and they would not dare to engage directly. Tian Xingxing watched in disbelief, her eyes wide as she muttered, "Impossible. How can they possess such formidable strength?" Inkai Kursen appeared anxious, concerned that if these two were to clash head-on, one might sustain grave injuries. Especially that little thief. He must not be harmed. She gazed at Huang Qi and Sai Bugue with a mixture of worry and disbelief. The elders in the observation platform furrowed their brows, recognizing that this might be the culmination of their contest. Should either suffer severe injuries, it would spell trouble. Fu Tianqi's expression grew serious as he glanced at Lin Feng, who remained inscrutable, displaying neither joy nor sorrow. Fu Tianqi felt a flicker of disbelief. Could Huang Qi truly be so formidable? The power radiating from the flames in his hand was undeniably impressive, and he silently nodded in acknowledgement. With a hearty laugh, Sai Bugue altered his hand seal and unleashed a powerful strike. Huang Qi, witnessing the impending attack, allowed a faint smile to grace his lips as the crimson flames in his hand surged forth. The two energies collided with a silent ferocity, yet the tumultuous fluctuations between them intensified. After a brief moment, a resounding explosion erupted, sending both Huang Qi and Sai Bugue reeling, blood spewing from their mouths as they were propelled to the edges of the arena. The overwhelming energy waves swiftly spread across the entire stage, startling the referee, who instinctively cast a protective barrier spell to shield the other top 10 disciples. However, the referee was somewhat astonished to notice that his energy shield was beginning to falter. Alarmed, he realized he could not allow his shield to shatter. The last thing he wanted was to see the top 10 disciples harmed, for that would spell trouble for him. Huang Qi hastily swallowed several medicinal pills, closed his eyes, and seated himself in a meditative posture. Although Huang Qi had sustained some internal injuries, fortunately, they were not severe, and he was grateful that his pure yang fire was far more potent than the strongest attack from Sai Bugue. Otherwise, he would have been in dire straits. The referee's magical energy was poured unreservedly into the shield, stabilizing it at last. Huang Qi turned his head to glance at Sai Bugue, who was still spitting blood, clearly injured. The onlooking disciples were left dumbfounded. Was this truly an attack that could be unleashed by someone at the Qi refining stage? It was terrifying. If they were caught in such an onslaught, they might very well lose half their lives. Their expressions were filled with disbelief. The other top 10 disciples were similarly astonished. The sheer magnitude of the power was overwhelming, and even behind the protection of the shield, they could sense the terrifying energy fluctuations that would undoubtedly inflict serious injuries upon them. However, seeing Huang Qi calmly meditating, they assumed he was likely unscathed. They then looked back at Sai Bugue, who continued to cough up blood, indicating he was indeed gravely wounded. It seemed unlikely he would be able to participate in the next round. Was Huang Qi truly this formidable? The expression of the girl in white also revealed a moment of surprise, which quickly faded back to neutrality. The elders in the observation platform were equally astonished. They had not expected Huang Qi to unleash such a powerful attack. It was hard to comprehend. Even a foundational stage practitioner would likely struggle to withstand that last strike. Chapter 54. Sidu Hongru Lin Feng observed Huang Qi, who was now injured, and his brows furrowed slightly. He was well aware of Huang Qi's condition, thankfully. Huang Qi's persistent consumption of the red dragon fruit had granted him a physique that surpassed others. Yet, such an attack had still left him with minor injuries, which could prove detrimental to his upcoming battles. He contemplated whether he should suggest that Huang Qi rest for a while before resuming the duel. Just then, Huang Qi rose with a smile. The referee had taken Sai Bugue aside and administered a healing pill to him before returning to Huang Qi, casting an oddly scrutinizing glance and saying, "Huang Qi wins." The crowd erupted in cheers, praising Huang Qi as the top expert of the outer sect. Huang Qi smiled modestly, unfazed by the accolades. He sensed the spiritual energy within his dantian and was surprised to discover that the recent battle had consumed half of his energy. Clearly, he could not afford to use techniques like the pure yang fire recklessly. The referee was about to inquire whether Huang Qi needed a moment to recuperate, but the words caught in his throat as he saw Huang Qi cheerfully striding towards the top 10 disciples. It was evident that Huang Qi was eager to continue fighting. The other disciples, witnessing this injured youth still yearning for battle, were left speechless, yet simultaneously astonished. Huang Qi was indeed a formidable opponent. The elders were equally taken aback. Was this young man truly at the late Qi refining stage? He seemed to possess the prowess of someone at the foundational stage. They regarded Huang Qi as if he were a marvel. Fu Tianqi smiled slightly and remarked, "Well done, you truly live up to being my disciple." A silence enveloped the crowd, fully aware that they were merely embellishing their own reputation, these shameless individuals. Such thoughts lingered only in their minds, as they dared not voice them aloud. Huang Qi approached Sidu Hongru, who was clad in a flowing blue robe, his tall and elegant stature exuding an air of scholarly sophistication. It was evident that he was a man of profound literary knowledge. Huang Qi smiled and addressed him. "Brother Situ, may I invite you to engage?" Situ Hongru, taken aback, recognized the remarkable spirit of this young man. Despite having expended considerable energy, he still sought to battle, earning Situ's admiration. He stepped forward at a leisurely pace, a slight smile gracing his lips as he remarked, "Your cultivation is commendable, junior brother." Huang Qi returned the smile, but did not respond. Situ Hongru continued, "Since you so graciously extend your invitation, I shall gladly accompany you in this endeavor." Huang Qi nodded appreciatively, saying, "I have long heard of your erudition and refined demeanor, and indeed, today's encounter confirms your esteemed reputation." In response to Huang Qi's praise, Situ Hongru smiled back and proposed, "In that case, allow me to recite a poem for your appreciation." Huang Qi, aware that Situ Hongru practiced the Confucian way, understood that the unique cultivation of this path revolved around talent, a manifestation of the cosmic energy inherent in the world, embodying righteousness. Armed with the four treasures of the study, they wielded their literary prowess as a weapon, capable of vanquishing foes with poetry, dismantling armies with eloquence, and establishing peace through discourse. With a subtle smile, Huang Qi replied, "I would be eager to hear your words." Situ Hongru began, "Listen closely. Junior brother, from the horizontal view, mountains appear as ridges. From the side, they take on peaks, varying in distance and height. One cannot recognize the true visage of Mount Lu, for one is ensconced within its very embrace." Suddenly, Huang Qi found himself enveloped by a towering mountain range, its layers intricately intertwined with bizarre rock formations, trapping him within its confines. A surge of astonishment coursed through him. Was this the essence of Confucian energy? It could conjure illusions that disoriented the mind. Intrigued, he wandered aimlessly, yet found no escape. What was happening? Regaining his composure, Huang Qi channeled his energy and summoned a flying sword, which materialized from thin air and struck the mountain peak. With a resounding crash, the summit shattered, sending a cascade of boulders tumbling down. Startled, Huang Qi quickly sprang to avoid the debris, only to discover that the ground beneath him had vanished, leaving him with no refuge. In haste, he reached for his storage pouch, producing a small shield that appeared in his grasp. The colossal stones, each weighing heavily, collided with the shield, yet the sheer weight and number overwhelmed him. With a soft gasp, he spat out a mouthful of blood. Urgently, he seated himself in meditation, consuming several medicinal pills, and closed his eyes to recuperate. Observers beheld Huang Qi surrounded by a misty shroud, rendering him invisible, stirring their curiosity about his fate. There was no visible clash, only Situ Hongru, who stood smiling, gazing at the swirling white fog. On the observation platform, Lin Feng furrowed his brow, concerned for Huang Qi. This was his first encounter with Confucian magic, and he feared whether Huang Qi possessed the capability to unravel it. Relying on brute strength would prove futile. Lin Feng recognized that Situ Hongru employed a spell from the Confucian domain known as the poetic entanglement, akin to an illusion. If Huang Qi could not discover a method to break free, he would remain ensnared, unless his cultivation surpassed that of Situ Hongru, in which case he could potentially force his way out. Lin Feng could clearly observe every movement of Huang Qi within the arena, his brow furrowed deeply. The elders on stage were equally astonished. The Confucian and Taoist methodologies indeed possessed many wondrous aspects, evoking a sense of envy within their hearts. After a brief moment of meditation, Huang Qi rose to his feet, surveying the majestic mountain, searching for any potential flaws. He dared not act hastily, acutely aware that any offensive action in this realm would result in a backlash. Huang Qi recalled that his master-esque compendium of techniques contained references to illusions. Yet in such a public setting, he could not dare to consult it. Such treasures were too valuable to reveal, lest he attract unwanted trouble. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck Huang Qi's mind. He swiftly enveloped himself in a protective aura and began to ascend gracefully into the air. As he soared higher, he realized the mountain was far vaster than he had anticipated, seemingly endless. The prospect of escape appeared daunting. He hesitated to navigate in any single direction, aware that the arena was confined. A misstep could lead to dire consequences. He descended back to the ground, grappling with the conundrum before him. Then, an idea emerged. recalling the true spirit sword technique he had cultivated, imbued with the principles of the celestial path. Perhaps it would illuminate a means to unravel the enigma before him? With resolve, he drew forth his sword and began to dance with it. Memories of a graceful youth wielding a sword flashed in his mind as he twirled and struck, the tip of his blade resonating with a piercing sound that vibrated the very air around him. Suddenly, he noticed a significant tremor emanating from a particular point on the mountain. Elation surged within him. That must be the exit of this formation. With a determined step, he charged forward. Upon focusing, he found himself still on the arena floor, where C2 Hongru gazed at him in disbelief. Unable to comprehend how this young man had discerned the flaw, Huang Qi approached C2 Hongru with a smile and said, "I am grateful for your guidance, Senior Brother C. Tuesday." With a soft sigh, C2 Hongru produced a scoring token and tossed it to Huang Qi before retreating. The surrounding disciples were left in bewilderment. Was this truly the conclusion? How could it be? They watched as Huang Qi seemingly vanished, only to reappear moments later, resulting in C2 Hongru's unexpected defeat. It was utterly perplexing. Many disciples could not fathom the intricacies at play. The elders in the viewing platform nodded in approval, smiles gracing their faces. Lin Feng felt a sense of satisfaction with Huang Qi's composure. A calm mind was the hallmark of a successful individual. Ying Kai Kursen gazed at Huang Qi, her expression tinged with admiration. This enigmatic youth was indeed captivating. Having won 6 consecutive matches, could he truly aspire to challenge all 10 elite disciples in one go? A sense of disbelief washed over her, yet Huang Qi's next actions confirmed her suspicions. He approached Hu Shaoxian with a smile, saying, "Senior Brother Hu, may I have the honor of a match?" Hu Shaoxian sighed softly, and though Huang Qi remained patient, Hu Shaoxian withdrew a scoring token from his storage pouch, stating, "Junior Brother, your skills are remarkable. I concede, I am no match for you." Huang Qi was taken aback. Was he truly surrendering without a contest? A flicker of understanding dawned upon him, and he nodded with a smile as he accepted the scoring token. The onlookers remained puzzled. Why had Hu Shaoxian chosen to forfeit? However, some astute individuals have discerned the underlying truth. Although Huang Qi has expended considerable energy, his actions suggest he still possesses the strength to continue fighting. Rather than engage in a life-or-death struggle, it would be wiser for him to concede, preserving his strength for a duel against other opponents. Observing the several experts whom Huang Qi has severely injured, it is evident that their combat power has significantly diminished, thus enhancing his chances of securing a favorable ranking. Huang Qi then turned his gaze towards Sun Desheng, who, with a wry smile, voluntarily produced a scorecard. Well aware that battling Huang Qi offered no advantage, his concession was met with a tacit understanding from the referee, who had little to say. After all, this was their choice and, in principle, permissible. The elders in the observation platform could only chuckle ruefully, recognizing Huang Qi's unique disposition. It appeared that Huang Qi's persona had firmly imprinted itself upon the hearts of the top 10 disciples, who now hesitated to confront him, feeling utterly helpless in the matter. In truth, Huang Qi was quite apprehensive himself. If these two were to fight him with all their might, he might stand a chance against them. However, he was acutely aware that he would not be a match for Yi Shuihan. He understood that they were all keenly focused on him. Given Yi Shuihan's proud character, he would undoubtedly show no mercy. Huang Qi contemplated being the first to gauge Yi Shuihan's strength. In his pursuit of the top position, a duel with Yi Shuihan was inevitable. It would not only grant him a personal favor, but also allow him to ascertain Yi Shuihan's capabilities. Truly, a win-win situation. Thus, Huang Qi approached the white-clad woman, Yi Shuihan, his expression grave as he regarded her. "I advise you to rest for a moment. Competing with you in this state would be unfair," Huang Qi suggested. Upon hearing Yi Shuihan's haughty words, Huang Qi was taken aback. He then smiled slightly and replied, "No need for concern, senior sister, please proceed." Yi Shuihan, noticing his lack of awareness, felt an unspoken discontent. She coldly remarked, "I will not hold back. You should think carefully, junior brother. In your prime, I might have regarded you with some caution." Huang Qi smiled gently, stating, "At this moment, a few exchanges with you would suffice." A flash of anger crossed the young woman's face as she coldly replied, "I shall indulge you." With that, Yi Shuihan drew her sword and swiftly moved to the center of the arena. Huang Qi observed Yi Shuihan's fiery temperament, a smile creeping onto his face as he positioned himself opposite her in the arena. Chapter 55. Yi Shuihan unsheathed her long sword. lightly stepping forward to launch an attack at Huang Qi. With a subtle smile, Huang Qi also drew his sword in response. Yi Shuihan's sword danced gracefully, unleashing several streams of sword energy aimed at Huang Qi's vital points. Huang Qi, recognizing the lethal precision of those strikes, felt a surge of alarm. Aware of her formidable prowess, he dared not underestimate her. Channeling his true spirit to execute the sword manipulation technique, he countered her sword energy with a flurry of his own. The clash of their swords produced a series of sharp, ringing sounds, and to his astonishment, Huang Qi found himself forced back 2 steps. Alarmed, he silently marveled at her peculiar swordplay. Yi Shuihan showed no intention of relenting. Suddenly, her technique shifted, and she unleashed a torrent of over 100 sword energies, hurtling toward Huang Qi with a fierce intensity. Huang Qi suddenly felt a twinge of helplessness. The sword energy was so overwhelming that it extinguished any desire to resist. It was as if these blades of energy were insurmountable, with one being blocked only for another to come forth. Shaking his head in disbelief, Huang Qi retreated, unwilling to engage directly. With a resigned gesture, he patted his storage bag, and a small shield materialized in his hand. Channeling his energy, he invoked a spell, causing the shield to grow in size as it advanced towards the torrent of sword energy. The sound of clashing echoed as Huang Qi's shield responded, forcing him to take a step back in shock. To his dismay, he discovered that the sword energy was far more formidable than he had anticipated, leaving a crack in his shield. The surrounding disciples were taken aback by Huang Qi's unexpected vulnerability. His earlier prowess had been remarkable, yet this young lady proved to be equally formidable. It appeared that Huang Qi might not prevail against her. Concern began to ripple through the onlookers. Ing Kai and Ku Xin shared a deep sense of worry. They feared Huang Qi might succumb to Yi Shuihan. However, upon witnessing the determination in Huang Qi's gaze, their resolve strengthened. He would surely triumph. Their confidence renewed. On the observation platform, Lin Feng furrowed his brow, realizing that Huang Qi faced an arduous battle against his opponent. Fu Tianxi, observing his disciple's struggle, also frowned, recalling that Yi Shuihan's talents were not inferior to his own. The elders were equally astonished, their eyes gleaming with admiration not for the young lady's beauty, but for her evident potential. For the first time in the inter-sect competition, Huang Qi felt an intense sense of urgency. He recognized that this woman was the strongest adversary he had encountered on his path of cultivation. Yet, he resolved that no one could impede his progress. The path to greatness was akin to rowing upstream. Failure to advance meant regression. Suddenly, his flying sword soared into the sky, radiating brilliance. With a decisive gesture, he cast a spell that caused the sword to swell to an impressive 2 zhang in length. Employing a technique that required significant energy to manifest, the colossal sword descended upon Yi Shuihan. Yi Shuihan's expression shifted as she executed her own spell, summoning a bracelet that expanded with a thunderous roar, meeting Huang Qi's sword with a resounding clash. To Huang Qi's astonishment, the bracelet was akin to a high-grade spirit artifact. Otherwise, it would have been cleaved in 2. Undeterred, he unleashed another spell, directing a massive attack towards Yi Shuihan. Feeling a flicker of anger at Huang Qi's avoidance of a direct confrontation, Yi Shuihan horizontally brandished her sword, channeling pure energy into it. Huang Qi sensed the overwhelming might of her sword, realizing that even a typical mid-grade spirit artifact would shatter upon contact. Alarmed, he maneuvered his sword to evade. A cold smile crept across Yi Shuihan's face as she pointed, sending a blinding white light hurtling towards Huang Qi's sword, which succumbed and fell. Yet, Yi Shuihan showed no signs of hesitation, aiming to cleave down towards Huang Qi's head. Huang Qi was taken aback, realizing that if he were to be struck, he would likely be cleaved in 2. He dared not dwell on such thoughts and swiftly hurled a small shield to intercept the descending flying sword. However, a most alarming event unfolded. Upon collision, the shield emitted a mournful cry, and Huang Qi's heart sank as he witnessed the shield shatter into fragments. The formidable Yi Shuihan, seizing the opportunity, executed a spell, directing the flying sword toward Huang Qi's head. Huang Qi felt the sword lock onto his aura, leaving him no chance to evade. Retrieving another sword was clearly out of the question given the time constraints. The sound of the sword slicing through the air was ominously approaching. Ing Kai Kursin gasped in horror, exclaiming in despair as she quickly covered her eyes. The surrounding disciples sighed in unison, sensing the impending doom. On the observation platform, Lin Feng watched with a tense expression, bracing for the imminent catastrophe. Fu Tianxi, equally wide-eyed, was in disbelief. Several elders, witnessing the dire situation, realized that any hope of rescue was dim. They regarded Huang Qi with cold, mocking smiles, knowing he was likely beyond salvation. The judge, alarmed by Huang Qi's peril, was taken aback. After all, he was a prodigy and could not be allowed to perish here. Just as he contemplated intervening, he observed Huang Qi raise his hand toward the descending sword. In that moment, a milky white light flickered from Huang Qi's palm, causing the judge to pause. Sensing something extraordinary was unfolding, Yi Xuan sneered at Huang Qi's audacity, believing that if even a superior artifact could not stop his sword, how could mere hands achieve that? Yet, in an astonishing turn of events, a sharp sound echoed as Huang Qi grasped the flying sword. The onlookers were left in stunned disbelief. Suddenly, Huang Qi coughed up a mouthful of blood, his pallor stark as he gazed at Yi Xuan. A chill coursed through Yi Xuan's heart as he recognized the brilliance emanating from Huang Qi's hand. To his astonishment, Huang Qi wore a silvery glove that far surpassed the quality of his superior flying sword. The term priceless spiritual artifact flickered in Yi Xuan's mind, leaving him astonished. Such artifacts were rare within the sect, and he had not anticipated Huang Qi possessing one. What? Am I seeing this right? He thought, incredulous that such a powerful strike could be caught barehanded. Yet, it was indeed the glove, a priceless artifact. His mind raced with envy. How could this young man be so affluent? With numerous mid-grade and several superior artifacts, and even a priceless one in his possession, Yi Xuan lamented the absence of even a single low-grade artifact in his own collection. Meanwhile, the outer disciples lamented their misfortunes, crying out in complaint. Ing Kai Curson stood agape, disbelief etched across her face, while Lin Feng nodded approvingly, recognizing the composure of his disciple as a sign of great potential. Fu Tianxi also smiled and nodded, thoroughly pleased. The expressions of the other elders shifted to one of perplexity. This young man had more tricks up his sleeve than they had anticipated, revealing their earlier misjudgment. At this moment, Huang Qi felt a surge of anger. Yi Xuan was indeed a person of ruthless disposition. Had it not been for the exquisite spirit weapon in his possession, he might have met his demise at her hands. A chill enveloped his heart as he exerted force, only to hear a mournful cry from the flying sword in his grasp, its brilliance swiftly dimming until it lost its spirit, evidently rendered useless. Yi Xuan's expression darkened at the sight of Huang Qi destroying his own superior flying sword, and fury surged within him. "You seek death," he declared, swiftly propelling himself towards Huang Qi. Witnessing the girl's merciless intent, Huang Qi felt no pity whatsoever. He concentrated his magical energy, coalescing a crimson radiance in his palm, and struck towards Yi Xuan. The two clashed with a thunderous sound, both retreating 2 steps. A trickle of blood escaped from the corner of Huang Qi's mouth. Yi Xuan, realizing that Huang Qi had employed an exquisite spirit weapon, felt the sting of disadvantage. Although Huang Qi bore significant injuries, capturing him without exerting full strength was evidently futile. A determined expression crossed Yi Xuan's face. Huang Qi observed him casting a peculiar spell, and suddenly the elemental energies of the surrounding world began to stir, gradually infusing into Yi Xuan's being. To Huang Qi's horror, he discerned that Yi Xuan's aura was undergoing a transformation, surging towards the foundational cultivation threshold. Panic seized Huang Qi. He was certainly no match for someone at the foundational stage. Escape might still be feasible, but engaging in combat with a foundational cultivator was out of the question. Realizing that he must unleash his full power to thwart Yi Xuan, Huang Qi steeled his resolve and summoned all his magical energy, condensing it into his palm. A flicker of crimson flame materialized, a mere imitation of pure yang fire. However, in comparison to his first attempt, this manifestation was decidedly inferior, a consequence of insufficient energy to fully coalesce the flame. Huang Qi felt a pang of despair. He could not afford to be defeated by this ruthless girl. It was a matter of his dignity as a man. With a swift motion, Huang Qi retrieved a pill from his storage bag and swallowed it whole. Onlookers exchanged apprehensive glances, sensing something was amiss. Yi Xuan had evidently employed some secret technique to temporarily elevate her cultivation in order to vanquish Huang Qi. Yet Huang Qi's demeanor suggested he was far from surrendering. The consumption of numerous pills clearly aimed to provide the energy necessary for a formidable counterattack. The surrounding spectators scrutinized the actions of both individuals with keen interest. As Huang Qi ingested the pills, an overwhelming surge of energy coursed through his body, causing an intense pain that forced a mouthful of blood from him. He struggled to channel this energy into his palm, watching as the crimson flame gradually expanded. Satisfied, he nodded in approval. Suddenly, he sensed the energy fluctuations from his opponent intensifying, a palpable pressure advancing towards him. Turning to look, he was struck with terror. Yishuahan's aura had indeed broken through to the foundational stage and was still on the rise. Huang Qi's heart raced with fear. What sort of secret technique could elevate a person's cultivation so dramatically? He worried whether his imitation of pure yang fire could withstand this girl's frenzied assault. Huang Qi gritted his teeth, realizing he could not allow Yishuahan to continue enhancing her power. Otherwise, he would truly be in peril. He bit his tongue, and a mouthful of his vital blood was sprayed onto the pure yang fire. Instantly, the fire erupted with a terrifying aura, so potent that the very air quivered under its heat. Without a moment's hesitation, Huang Qi forcefully hurled it toward Yishuahan. Chapter 56. The top 10 champion Huang Qi unleashed his most formidable strike, expelling another mouthful of blood, his complexion as pale as parchment. For his internal spiritual energy had been utterly depleted. The meridians, overwhelmed by the tremendous energy from the numerous pills he had consumed, pulsed painfully. Exhausted, Huang Qi collapsed to the ground, utterly devoid of strength. He gazed at his terrifying blow hurtling toward Yishuahan. Yishuahan, witnessing the ferocity of Huang Qi's strike, was taken aback, realizing she could no longer increase her power. Consequently, she summoned all her magical energy for a counterattack. The two beams of light collided violently in midair. The judge, observing the chaotic energy clash, was equally astonished, understanding that his spiritual shield would likely fail to protect the other top 10 disciples. Without a second thought, he cast a spell to expel all 10 disciples from the arena. In that instant, a thunderous roar resounded as the violent energy waves surged across the entire platform, engulfing it in chaos. Huang Qi's heart raced with fear. He quickly retrieved a defensive shield and placed it before him, lying flat on the platform and gritting his teeth to endure. The outer disciples, eyes wide, were struck with terror at the horrific scene unfolding before them. They could hardly comprehend how a Qi refinement stage disciple could unleash such formidable attacks. Stunned into silence, they gaped at the arena. Meanwhile, the elders in the viewing area felt a wave of unease, knowing that such power could severely injure even those in the foundation establishment stage. Fu Tianxi observed the arena with a grave expression, waiting for the tumultuous energy waves to subside. Lin Feng furrowed his brows, contemplating the recklessness of this young man, who seemed to be risking everything. Xiao Bai, perched on Lin Feng's shoulder, was anxious to rush out and check on Huang Qi's condition, but Lin Feng restrained him. Gradually, the energy fluctuations on the platform began to settle. Huang Qi caught sight of Yishuahan, the girl in white, standing there, her complexion pale. He was taken aback. How could she withstand such an assault? A wave of despair washed over him. His spiritual energy was completely exhausted, and his meridians had sustained considerable damage. Even standing would be a monumental task. With a resigned sigh, he feared defeat was inevitable. Yet, at that moment, Yishuahan suddenly coughed up blood, her face contorting in distress. Huang Qi was astonished, perplexed by the sudden turn of events. Huang Qi, you are indeed formidable. I must commend you, Yishuahan's voice, laced with gritted teeth, startled Huang Qi. Could this girl still fight? You are strong as well, but I suspect you are now at your limit. Huang Qi, with great difficulty, managed to rise from the ground, uttering with labored breath that Yishuahan's expression was as dark as could be. Slowly, he extended his hand, gathering the last vestiges of his magical power to hurl at Huang Qi. Alarm surged within Huang Qi, yet his body felt unresponsive, unable to channel any spiritual energy. He struggled to lift the small shield that had been protecting him, placing all his hopes upon it. Suddenly, a commanding voice resonated from the observation platform. Honor, do not. A figure materialized beside Yishuahan, intercepting the impending attack, and a spell struck Yishuahan's body. Instantly, he collapsed into unconsciousness. The figure then cradled Yishuahan and vanished from the arena. Huang Qi stood in bewilderment, questioning the sudden turn of events. He felt a pang of relief, fearing that this reckless woman might attempt another desperate assault on him. Shortly thereafter, Lin Feng ascended the platform, producing a medicinal pill and placing it into Huang Qi's mouth. A warm feeling enveloped Huang Qi as he gazed at his master, but his body could no longer withstand the strain, and he slumped into Lin Feng's embrace. Ing Kai Kursen appeared momentarily stunned, her gaze upon Huang Qi filled with complex emotions, as if stirred by something profound. She yearned to tend to him, yet hesitated. Seeing Lin Feng support Huang Qi, "Master, I have triumphed," Lin Feng remarked with satisfaction. Huang Qi felt an overwhelming fatigue wash over him, and he succumbed to a deep slumber. Lin Feng swiftly departed the arena, carrying Huang Qi to his own dwelling. Knowing that Huang Qi's injuries were grave and his spiritual energy severely depleted, immediate healing was imperative. Xiaobai, with a worried expression, trailed closely behind Lin Feng as they exited the arena. At that moment, the arena erupted with thunderous cheers. The champion of the top 10, Huang Qi. The elders in the observation area expressed their contentment, recognizing Huang Qi as extraordinary. Fu Tianqi could no longer contain his delight, laughing heartily in praise of his disciple. However, Elderly interjected, clearing his throat. Although the champion has emerged, the other disciples must also compete. He urged that the competition continue. Those severely wounded by Huang Qi would likely be unable to proceed, and only 7 competitors remained on the stage. The contest was to continue, yet for Huang Qi, it held no relevance as he lay in deep slumber. The following morning, Huang Qi gradually opened his eyes, only to find Xiaobai perched upon his chest, staring intently at him. Huang Qi smiled softly at Xiaobai, who, upon realizing he was awake, chirped joyfully. He affectionately ruffled Xiaobai's head, prompting the creature to leap down from his chest. Huang Qi took a moment to assess his condition. His meridians had significantly healed, and the spiritual energy within his dantian was replenished. He nodded in satisfaction and slowly sat up. Despite the injuries he had sustained, his robust constitution had allowed for gradual recovery through a day and night of rest. Delighted by his improved state, Huang Qi suddenly heard a voice. "You've finally awakened." Huang Qi turned his head to see his master seated at the table, leisurely sipping tea. A wave of joy surged within him, and he hurried over, exclaiming, "Master, you are here as well." Lin Feng, observing his vibrant and spirited disciple, found it hard to detect any signs of injury and thus smiled, teasingly replying, "Is it inappropriate for Master to be here?" Huang Qi, momentarily speechless, sat down and poured himself a cup of water. Lin Feng chuckled, "You've done well, earning quite a bit of face for your master." Upon hearing this, Huang Qi inquired, "Master, have I indeed won the championship of the top 10 ranking tournament?" Lin Feng nodded affirmatively. "You were rather fortunate, weren't you? That Yi Shuihan, having forcibly elevated his cultivation, faced a backlash after clashing with you, rendering him unable to wield his powers effectively. Otherwise, you surely would have lost the match." Huang Qi recalled the fierce battle from the day before and felt a chill run down his spine. Noticing Huang Qi's reaction, Lin Feng smiled faintly. "All right, there's no need for you to push yourself so hard in the future. You have now become a well-known figure within the Tai sect. From now on, approach your endeavors with a little more discretion, understood?" Huang Qi, feeling a bit embarrassed, nodded in agreement. Lin Feng, exasperated, had initially intended for both of them to operate quietly within the Tai sect, amassing wealth under the radar, yet his disciple proved to be a constant source of concern. At that moment, Lin Feng tossed a storage bag toward Huang Qi. Surprised, Huang Qi asked, "Master, what is this?" "You have won the championship of the inter-sect disciples competition. This is the reward I retrieved for you." Huang Qi's heart soared with joy as he eagerly accepted the bag. Lin Feng couldn't help but shake his head in disbelief. While his disciple was commendable in many ways, his avaricious nature was truly exasperating. Huang Qi, unconcerned with Lin Feng's opinions, was determined not to be polite with the rewards he had fought so hard to obtain. He quickly emptied the contents of the storage bag onto the table, revealing an array of items: elixirs, spiritual tools, various materials, talismans, and a plethora of spirit stones, all piled high. Huang Qi's excitement grew as he began to inspect his spoils. Among them were over 10 foundation establishment pills and 7 or 8 high-grade spiritual tools, along with a multitude of materials, albeit ones he, as a novice, could not identify. Upon discovering a substantial collection of spirit stones, over 10,000, Huang Qi's delight knew no bounds as he hurriedly organized these treasures into his own storage bag, finally smiling contentedly at Lin Feng. Lin Feng, feeling exasperated, contemplated giving the lad a good thrashing. Huang Qi's eyes sparkled with more joy at these treasures than they would have for a reunion with his long-lost parents. Lin Feng could not bear to watch any longer, fearing he might act on his impulse. Once Huang Qi had finished sorting his newfound possessions, Lin Feng continued, "There are also some cultivation techniques inside, but upon inspection, they are all worthless. I discarded them." Huang Qi felt a pang of disappointment. Cultivation techniques? Surely, these are rewards from the sect. How can they be deemed worthless? Even if they are of no use to me, they could be contributed to the Hall of Contributions for something valuable. As Lin Feng casually dismissed them, Huang Qi inwardly cursed, "Master, you are such a squanderer." However, upon reflection, he felt a twinge of doubt, glancing at his master, questioning whether he might have embezzled them. Lin Feng, catching the glimmer of suspicion in Huang Qi's eyes, understood the boy's thoughts. He snorted coldly, "What? Do you have objections?" Lin Feng clenched his fist, and Huang Qi, noticing the intent to strike, hastily forced a smile, insisting, "No, absolutely not." Huang Qi felt utterly helpless. Even if his master had embezzled funds, he was powerless to act, for he was no match for his master. Even as a rival, Huang Qi dared not betray his teacher. With a resigned sigh, he sat down, feeling somewhat disheartened. Lin Feng, seeing this, finally smiled in satisfaction. "All right, you need not fret. I have procured some foundation-building pills for you, to aid you in your seclusion and breakthrough. Given your aptitude, these few dozen pills will scarcely suffice," Lin Feng remarked, retrieving several vials of foundation-building pills from his Qiankun Ring. Huang Qi's heart leapt with joy upon seeing them, understanding that his master still cared for him. Without uttering a word, he hurriedly accepted them and tucked them into his storage bag. Lin Feng could only shake his head in exasperation. Chapter 57. The Path to Reflection Cliff. Enough boasting. This is merely the beginning. The road ahead is still long, Lin Feng cautioned. Huang Qi nodded earnestly, aware that his current triumph was but fleeting. Though he had made commendable progress compared to his fellow disciples, he pondered how he measured against the geniuses of the world. He recognized his own weakness and lack of strength, understanding that he could not yet look down upon others, and thus, he must strive harder to enhance his abilities. Reflecting on the fact that he had been away from home for over half a year, he thought of his grandfather, who awaited his return. He resolved to cultivate diligently to ensure a comfortable retirement for his grandfather, who had raised him with love. Lin Feng, observing his disciple lost in thought, nodded approvingly. "Tomorrow, you shall head to Reflection Cliff. Once you achieve foundation establishment, I will accompany you back to bring your grandfather here." Huang Qi felt a surge of emotion at his master's words, his eyes glistening with gratitude. Lin Feng, casting a glance at Huang Qi, sighed, "Make sure to rest well. Tomorrow, you go to Reflection Cliff. I shall await your success in foundation establishment." With that, he departed the room, leaving Huang Qi and Xiao Bai in a state of daze. Xiao Bai chirped excitedly from Huang Qi's shoulder, brimming with enthusiasm. Huang Qi embarked upon the winding mountain path he had traversed before, a smile gracing his face. Reflection Cliff. I, Huang Qi, have returned. He hastened to the familiar site of Reflection Cliff on the back mountain. Everything felt so reminiscent. The well-known trails, the familiar snow, and the cave he recognized. Huang Qi couldn't help but feel a sense of nostalgia. He had been away for merely a little over a week, yet here he was again, realizing that he shared a deep bond with Reflection Cliff. He cherished this place for cultivation, as it offered solitude without interruption, allowing him to focus. With Xiao Bai as his companion, he felt far from lonely. After playing by the cliff's edge for a while, Huang Qi and Xiao Bai entered the cave and sat cross-legged. Huang Qi began to contemplate his future plans. His master had guided him onto the path of cultivation. His future achievements would depend entirely on his diligence and opportunities. With a goal set, he felt compelled to strive towards its attainment. Huang Qi understood that in order to depart from this place and reunite with his grandfather, he must first establish a solid foundation in his cultivation. His principle of action is to strategize before taking action. Only by becoming a foundational cultivator would he be qualified to venture into the world beyond. He quietly contemplated his forthcoming plans. Establishing a foundation is not an endeavor that can be accomplished in haste. His internal injuries had yet to fully heal, making it imperative to first restore his health. Only then could he elevate his cultivation to the pinnacle of Qi refinement, and ultimately, challenge the foundations of cultivation. Huang Qi recalled the myriad teachings contained in the manual of arts bestowed by his master, many of which he could only explore after establishing his foundation. These opportunities would be immensely beneficial to him, and he resolved to dedicate himself to learning thoroughly once he achieved that milestone. While the path seemed straightforward in thought, the actual process would undoubtedly require a significant investment of time. Huang Qi was uncertain how long he would remain here, but he surmised it would not be less than a year and a half. With that, he dismissed further contemplation, handing some medicinal pills to Xiaobai before commencing his cultivation. Time flew swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, 10 days had passed. Huang Qi sensed his physical condition, feeling his entire body brimming with spiritual energy, and his meridians had become increasingly resilient. All bodily injuries had been flawlessly healed, and he felt a deep sense of satisfaction. As he opened his eyes, he noted that he had diligently cultivated for a full 10 days to recover from his injuries. Huang Qi observed Xiaobai soundly asleep nearby, and a faint smile graced his lips. Xiaobai had likely consumed the medicinal pills and begun cultivating as well, which filled Huang Qi with joy. He meandered outside the cave for a leisurely stroll, taking in his surroundings before returning to the cave to pursue his next objective. He retrieved several bottles of marrow-cleansing pills, swallowed one, and then closed his eyes, entering a state of meditation once more. The Mulan grassland lies to the south of Jinghua, sprawling across an expanse of 10,000 miles. To the south of the grassland lies the kingdom of Wu, thus establishing the Mulan grassland as the boundary between Jinghua and Wu. It is a paradise for herders, abundant with lush pastures, and many have settled in this region. This land serves as a vital economic lifeline for Jinghua, supplying 90% of its meat from the Mulan grassland, an indispensable source of sustenance for the millions of mortals residing in Jinghua. The kingdom of Wu has long coveted this grassland, having waged numerous wars against Jinghua to claim its ownership. However, the fierce counterattacks from the 3 sects and 4 clans have repeatedly repelled Wu's invasions. A century ago, both Jinghua and Wu deployed high-ranking cultivators in a cataclysmic conflict, resulting in mutual devastation. Eventually, both sides convened to negotiate, leading to the signing of the Mulan Treaty, which stipulated that Wu could not initiate war against Jinghua for 100 years, while Jinghua would permit Wu merchants to freely trade cattle, sheep, and horses from the Mulan grassland. However, with the treaty's term now expired, Wu has begun to stir restlessly. Following the disruption of the Sanggu Valley alliance by Huang Qi, many speculate that the incident was a ploy by Wu aimed at undermining the relations between the 3 sects, for clans, and the independent cultivators of Jinghua. Many cultivators have stealthily infiltrated the kingdom of Wu to commence their retaliatory actions, thereby exacerbating the collapse of the Mulan Treaty. After several months of brewing tension, the Mulan grasslands have gathered no less than 1 million mortal warriors from both sides, with a significant proportion of cultivators among them. War is on the brink of eruption. The instigator of this rapid conflict is currently oblivious to the world outside, wholly focused on breaking through to the foundation establishment stage. Time is of no consequence in cultivation. Half a year has swiftly elapsed. With the aid of countless elixirs, Huang Qi has finally reached the pinnacle of the Qi refinement stage. He understands the wisdom of patience, realizing that a hasty attempt to break through to the foundation establishment stage would be unwise. It is essential to allow some time for consolidation. Only then will the breakthrough become much easier. Thus, Huang Qi has decided to take a leisurely respite. Rising from his meditation, Huang Qi stepped outside the cave and beheld his companion, Little White, playfully engaging with the snowman. A smile graced his lips at the sight. Little White, noticing Huang Qi's emergence from seclusion, squealed with delight and bounded towards him. Huang Qi felt a warm surge of affection for his companion, and together they frolicked until weariness set in. They then retreated to their dwelling, indulging in hearty meals and copious amounts of wine. Due to Huang Qi's prolonged seclusion, Little White had been deprived of wine, subsisting instead on the provisions and elixirs Huang Qi had prepared. Having reached a bottleneck in his training, Huang Qi finally relished the opportunity to drink freely. Thus, he and Little White spent several leisurely days in blissful tranquility. While seated in meditation, Huang Qi recalled the myriad arts manual his master had bestowed upon him. It was time to revisit its contents. He pressed the jade eye slip to his forehead, feeling a momentary dizziness before glimpsing several outlines akin to those he had previously encountered, including alchemy, artifact forging, and formations. As he continued to peruse, he stumbled upon a reference to mechanical puppets, and suddenly recalled his master's advice to seek a technique for honing his spiritual awareness. This realization filled him with excitement. though he had forgotten about it after the competition. He delved deeper into the manual and discovered several secret techniques, which brought him great joy. Among them, two techniques stood out as essential for him to learn: the metamorphosis of the divine walk and the Buddha's refining spirit incantation. Huang Qi immersed himself in the study of these two secret arts. The metamorphosis of the divine walk is a supreme technique that allows one to alter their appearance and form. This art is divided into two parts, the upper and lower sections. The upper section, known as divine transformation, enables one to completely change their visage. Such alterations are exceedingly difficult to detect, unless someone exceeds one's cultivation level or has been ensnared by a tracking technique. Otherwise, one could stand face to face and remain unrecognized. The divine transformation technique can maintain its effect for a day, after which it will automatically dissipate. However, as one's cultivation advances, the duration of the technique may extend, albeit not indefinitely. Huang Qi's heart swelled with joy upon reading this, as mastering this technique would allow him to seize treasures with impunity, disguising himself in a way that would render him untraceable. This indeed is a method for committing homicide and seizing treasures, exclaimed Huang Qi with unusual excitement, praising its brilliance. The latter part of the divine transformation technique allows for a transformation in form, enabling one to alter their appearance, such as taking on the guise of a mythical beast. However, it does not permit arbitrary changes to one's physique. To assume a particular form, one must possess the essence of that form. For instance, to transform into the likeness of Xiaobai, Huang Qi would require a drop of Xiaobai's blood. Furthermore, altering one's form grants temporary access to certain innate abilities associated with that shape, although the duration is limited to merely an hour. Upon realizing this, Huang Qi felt a surge of joy. If he could temporarily harness the bloodline of the golden monkey, would he not be invincible in defense among peers? Yet, as he continued reading, a sense of helplessness washed over him. The lower tier of the divine transformation technique necessitated a cultivation level of the nascent soul stage to withstand the repercussions of transformation. Lacking sufficient cultivation would render him incapable of controlling the energy of the essence, and a forced transformation could lead to catastrophic consequences. Huang Qi sighed inwardly, recognizing that this was ill-suited for his current self. Nevertheless, the upper tier of the divine transformation technique still held boundless utility for him, and he remained exhilarated, reflecting on how precious his master's gifts were, feeling an even deeper gratitude towards his mentor. Chapter 58. Secluded cultivation. Huang Qi then turned his attention to the next secret art, the Buddha's refinement of spirit mantra. It was evident that this was a technique for cultivating one's spiritual consciousness, precisely what Huang Qi yearned to master. He thought to himself that his limit was utilizing 4 puppets. However, if his spiritual awareness were sufficiently potent, he could command dozens, even hundreds of puppets, causing even those of higher realms to flee in terror. A sly grin spread across his face as he envisioned the scene of toying with cultivators who surpassed him in strength, bringing him immense joy. The Buddha's refinement of spirit mantra is a profoundly challenging technique rooted in Buddhist scriptures. Mastery of this mantra necessitates the study of Buddhist texts, as all Buddhist techniques are founded upon these teachings. Without the guidance of Buddhist principles, one risks the descent into malevolent sorcery, not only failing to enhance their spiritual awareness, but also becoming susceptible to the repercussions of the refinement of spirit mantra, thus finding themselves at the mercy of practitioners of this art. However, the benefits of the refinement of spirit mantra are manifold. It not only enhances one's spiritual awareness, but also allows the practitioner to impose restraints and extract memories. Those who bear these restraints become remarkably loyal, as the mantra embodies the transformative teachings of Buddhism, fostering a shift in character from malevolence to benevolence. Typically, the restraints and memory extraction are employed on individuals with lesser spiritual awareness. Voluntary submission to such restraints is regarded differently. Should the practitioner exceed the spiritual awareness of the one being restrained, it could easily result in a backlash. Although cultivators defy fate and destiny, they too must adhere to the principles of the heavenly way. Upon reaching this point, Huang Qi felt a swell of delight. Yet when he noted the necessity of studying Buddhist scriptures, he shook his head in dismay, pondering the lack of a Buddhist sect in Jingwa and where he might procure such sacred texts. Furthermore, the scriptures of the Buddhist sect are generally considered sacred secrets, rarely accessible unless one is a disciple of Buddhism. Huang Qi shook his head. As a disciple of the Tai sect, it was impossible for him to join the Buddhist order. It appeared that the Sutra of Soul Refinement was beyond his current capabilities, and he resolved to seek clues about Buddhism only after establishing his foundation. Huang Qi understood that cultivation must be approached step by step, and he decided to set aside the Sutra of Soul Refinement for the time being. However, upon encountering the technique of transmutation of form, he felt a surge of joy. He chose to focus on mastering the accessible half of this technique first. Thus, Huang Qi immersed himself in rigorous training. The essence of the transmutation of form lies in altering one's appearance and aura. The practice is not particularly arduous. By channeling spiritual energy through the facial muscles and manipulating subtle movements, one can achieve remarkable transformations. Additionally, one can subtly modify various aspects of their physique, rendering them nearly unrecognizable. After 3 days, Huang Qi successfully opened all the meridians in his face, exhaling deeply as he rose to his feet, a satisfied smile gracing his countenance. With a hand gesture, he cast a spell that caused his facial muscles to twitch, transforming him into a robust man with striking features. As he felt the unfamiliar contours of his face, Huang Qi was exhilarated, imagining the potential for disguise should he ever choose to engage in mischief. His excitement was palpable. Just then, Xiaobai bounded into the room. Upon seeing Huang Qi standing there with a smile, it rushed forward with delight. However, upon realizing that the figure before it was a stranger, it froze, eyes wide with alarm and instinctively poised to attack. Huang Qi recognized Xiaobai's reaction and was assured that the little creature had not recognized him. With a slight smile, he said, "Xiaobai, do you wish to fight?" Xiaobai paused, momentarily bewildered. The voice was unmistakably that of Huang Qi, yet the individual before him was not. Conflicted, he hesitated, contemplating whether to confront this unfamiliar figure. Noticing Xiaobai's response, Huang Qi felt a sense of amusement. It was heartening to know that Xiaobai still held him in high regard. Reluctant to continue the jest, Huang Qi allowed his features to revert to their original form. Xiaobai gasped in astonishment at the transformation, perplexed as to how Huang Qi had accomplished such a feat yet. Upon recognizing his familiar companion, delight surged within him, and he swiftly leaped onto Huang Qi's shoulder, playfully nudging his head in discontent over the prank. Thus, Huang Qi and Xiaobai spent several days indulging in merriment and revelry, living a life of carefree excess. After their days of feasting and camaraderie, Huang Qi turned his attention to the Manual of Arts, diligently studying its contents. True to its name, the manual, a compilation of his master, the immortal of 100 arts' lifetime of knowledge, was rich and diverse, encompassing alchemy, artifact crafting, and formations. Huang Qi was utterly captivated, completely immersed in the enchanting realm of cultivation and the myriad arts it offered. Huang Qi was acutely aware that his opportunities to study the myriad arts of cultivation would dwindle once he departed from the thought-reflecting cliff. Seizing the present moment, when his magical power was in a phase of consolidation, he devoted himself to diligent study, thereby laying a solid foundation for his future endeavors in cultivation. Thus, he spent an entire year immersed in this pursuit, lost in the depths of his studies. During this time, the war on the Mulan grasslands had commenced, though not in the form of a grand conflict. Rather, it manifested as a series of small-scale skirmishes. With over 1 million mortal soldiers from both nations stationed on the grasslands, the necessity for supplies became paramount. The kingdom of Jing and the kingdom of Wu dispatched skilled warriors to raid each other's military provisions, resorting to destruction of supplies if they could not be retrieved, thereby depriving the front lines of essential resources. Small contingents of soldiers and cultivators engaged in battles, and both nations also sent elite assassins to eliminate the opposing army's commanders. A military force without a commander is akin to a disorganized mass, devoid of combat efficacy. Generally, these commanders possessed abilities at the core formation stage, while the ancient beings of the nascent soul stage were forbidden from participating in such minor skirmishes. These venerable figures often regarded such conflicts with disdain, only intervening when their sects or nations faced the threat of foreign invasion. Due to the presence of these ancient beings, typical confrontations occurred at the borders of the two nations, with no deliberate incursions into one another's territories, unless certain sects harbored grand ambitions of unifying other cultivation factions, which could provoke the involvement of nascent soul elders. As war unfolded, both Jing and Wu operated under heightened tension, while the 3 sects and 4 clans dispatched numerous experts to prepare for the impending conflict. They also initiated sect missions aimed at assassinating key military leaders of Wu and sabotaging the enemy's supply lines. As time progressed, the ferocity of the battles intensified. Time passed swiftly, and after a year of cultivation, while Huang Qi had not yet broken through to the foundation establishment stage, the depth of his magical power had significantly increased. After a year of dedicated practice, he felt a profound sense of satisfaction. Not only had his magical energy become much more robust, but his understanding of the myriad arts of cultivation had also advanced considerably. He had gained valuable insights into the refinement of lower-tier elixirs, with only practical experience remaining as a hurdle. In terms of formations, Huang Qi was no longer a novice. He could comprehend and execute some basic formations with ease. The path of talismans required constant practice, and there was no shortcut to mastery. Regarding puppet mechanisms, Huang Qi was confident that upon reaching the foundation establishment stage, he would be able to craft simple puppets, affirming that his year of effort was not in vain. Huang Qi sensed that the bottleneck to his foundation establishment was beginning to loosen. It was time to confront this threshold. He retrieved several bottles of foundation establishment elixirs that his master had prepared for him. Aware of his own aptitude, Huang Qi understood that a single elixir would not suffice. Only through repeated consumption could he gradually breach the barrier. Adjusting his mindset, he swallowed one of the foundation establishment elixirs. The foundation-building elixir possesses a gentle warmth. After Huang Qi ingested one, he felt a soothing warmth gradually flow towards his dantian. This warmth harmonized perfectly with the mystical energy residing within his dantian, a testament to the year of arduous training he had endured. Otherwise, such compatibility would not have been attainable. Huang Qi sensed this gentle warmth circulating within his dantian, nurturing his vital energy reservoir. After more than an hour, Huang Qi opened his eyes, his brow slightly furrowed. The foundation-building elixir had merely nourished his dantian without significantly enhancing his mystical power. Feeling a sense of disappointment, he wondered why he experienced such a sensation after consuming the elixir. Aware of his limited aptitude, he shrugged off his concerns and consumed another foundation-building elixir. The same warm sensation emerged, continuing to nourish his dantian, yet his mystical power remained unchanged. Huang Qi found himself bewildered. After 2 foundation-building elixirs, why was there still no change? Unlike his first experience with the life-altering elixir, which had led to a reckless state, Huang Qi learned from that experience and resolutely continued to consume the foundation-building elixirs, determined to nourish his dantian. A month later, he finally perceived that the elixir's effects were no longer nourishing his dantian, filling him with joy. He promptly directed that energy to invigorate the meridians throughout his body. And 2 months passed in this manner. It was then that Huang Qi felt the energy from the foundation-building elixir had reached saturation within him, and the sensation of impending breakthrough grew increasingly potent. Overjoyed, Huang Qi tightened his jaw, mobilizing all the spiritual energy from his dantian to initiate the breakthrough against the bottleneck. He felt a resounding thud within his dantian as unprecedented changes unfolded in his energy reservoir. The once viscous mist of spiritual energy began to transform into a liquid state. To his astonishment, he discovered a small pool of milky white liquid forming beneath his dantian, a manifestation of his spiritual energy's upgrade. Delighted, Huang Qi refrained from manipulating this milky liquid energy, for it was scarce. Should he deplete it, he would have nowhere to lament his loss. Huang Qi continued to meditate and consume foundation-building elixirs, watching as the energy from each one gradually morphed into the milky liquid within his dantian, each elixir increasing both the volume of the liquid energy and the size of the small pool. Thus, Huang Qi immersed himself in rigorous training. Chapter 59. The chaotic situation. Half a year later, within the cave at the Cliff of Reflection, Huang Qi slowly opened his eyes, a fleeting sparkle illuminating them. He retracted the hand gestures of his incantation and clenched his fist, feeling a surge of powerful energy pulsating restlessly around him. Huang Qi felt an overwhelming surge of power coursing through his entire being, an infinite force rising from his dantian and flowing through the meridians of his body. Elation filled his heart. After 6 months of diligent effort, he had not only stabilized his cultivation at the initial stage of foundation establishment, but also, through the continuous consumption of foundation establishment pills, had advanced to a prominent position within that initial stage. With sufficient pills, he was confident that it wouldn't be long before he reached the mid-stage of foundation establishment. observing the substantial transformation in the small pool within his dantian, which had grown 3 to 4 times in size. Huang Qi's joy was palpable. It was not that he was reluctant to continue his cultivation. Rather, his supply of foundation establishment pills had dwindled, insufficient to support his advancement to the mid-stage. It was time to leave the cliff of reflection. Thinking of the impending reunion with his grandfather after leaving the sect, he reflected on the 2 years spent away from his hometown and wondered how his grandfather was faring. Although he had departed knowing that his grandfather had recovered his health and remained vigorous, living for another 20 years seemed plausible. His grandfather had raised him with immense dedication and hardship, never enjoying a single day of comfort. Now that he finally possessed the ability to protect his grandfather and provide him with a better life, Huang Qi felt a profound sense of fulfillment. The desire to return to his grandfather grew stronger, igniting excitement within him. As Huang Qi surveyed the cave where he had spent a year and a half, a wave of nostalgia washed over him. After tidying up slightly, he stepped out of the cave. He spotted Little White constructing a snowman once again, and a sense of satisfaction filled his heart. Upon noticing Huang Qi's emergence from seclusion, Little White chirped joyfully, abandoning its play to leap onto Huang Qi's shoulder. Huang Qi was pleased to see that Little White's speed had noticeably increased. With a gentle smile, he addressed Little White. "We are leaving this place." Little White seemed to comprehend, chirping excitedly as if to express its eagerness to escape the monotony of daily snowman building. In a flash, it dashed towards the path leading down from the cliff of reflection, prompting Huang Qi to smile and swiftly pursue. Huang Qi made his way to Master Lin Feng's cave, encountering few disciples along the path. Those he did see hurried past him. A sense of perplexity gripped him. Had something occurred within the sect? He shook his head, dismissing the thought. It was improbable that any trouble could arise, given the sect's formidable strength. Had something transpired during his year and a half in seclusion? Despite his efforts to unravel the mystery, he found no clarity and soon arrived at Master Lin Feng's cave. With a wave of his hand, he cast a spell, causing the air in front of him to ripple and form a small door. Without hesitation, he entered, accompanied by Little White. Approaching his master's training room, he prepared to knock on the door when Lin Feng's voice resonated. "Come in." Excited at the sound of his master's voice, Huang Qi pushed the door open and stepped inside. Huang Qi observed Lin Feng seated in meditation, evidently having just concluded his cultivation. A warm current surged through Huang Qi's heart as he hastened to kneel before Lin Feng, exclaiming, "Master, your disciple has returned." Lin Feng gazed upon his ever-loyal disciple with satisfaction, nodding approvingly at Huang Qi's evident progress in cultivation. "You have done well, my young apprentice. In merely a year and a half, you have successfully established your foundation and made substantial advancements. It seems you have not wasted your time during this period." Feeling a warmth from his master's smile, Huang Qi replied, "Of course, I have not squandered my time. I have been diligently cultivating. It is only now that I find myself in need of more foundation pills, prompting my descent from the mountain." Lin Feng nodded in acknowledgement. "Your current strength signifies a modest achievement. It is time for you to venture forth into the world. As long as you avoid provoking any nascent soul cultivators, your self-preservation should pose no significant challenge." Huang Qi chuckled. "Certainly, there should be no issues. Master, I have mastered the transformation technique from the divine movement of 100 changes. Even if I were to offend someone formidable, I believe I could evade capture with ease." Lin Feng regarded Huang Qi's confident demeanor with a slight smile. "Enough with your self-adulation. With your current abilities, I could easily mold you as I wish." Huang Qi found himself at a loss for words, realizing his master had a knack for undermining his confidence. Lin Feng then suggested, "Prepare to go fetch your grandfather." Upon hearing his master's words, Huang Qi immediately thought of his grandfather and nodded in agreement. The primary purpose of his cultivation to the foundational stage was to ensure a better life for his grandfather, providing for him in his twilight years. Lin Feng intended to accompany him, but stated, however, due to the ongoing conflict in the Mulan grasslands, I, as a disciple of Tai's sect, must contribute to the sect's efforts, thus I cannot accompany you. Lin Feng's brow furrowed. Huang Qi had some awareness of the situation in the Mulan grasslands. Suspecting that their sect had become embroiled in the conflict, it suddenly struck Lin Feng that he had scarcely encountered any disciples since his journey from the Cliff of Reflection, likely due to the war's impact on the sect. "Master, I've noticed that the disciples within the sect seem to be coming and going in haste, with very few remaining. Could this be related to the conflict in the Mulan grasslands?" Lin Feng nodded in response. Indeed, the current state of the Jing nation is tumultuous. Huang Qi felt a tightening in his chest upon hearing Lin Feng's words, realizing that significant events had transpired during the past year and a half. A year ago, the Wu Kingdom dispatched numerous formidable experts to our Jing nation. In a single night, they obliterated over 20 third-rate sects, wreaking havoc across our lands, leaving the populace in despair. In response, the 3 sects and 4 clans formed a united front, issuing a decree to rally all sects and families within Jing Nation to resist the Wu Kingdom's invasion. They dispatched many skilled practitioners to eliminate these Wu cultivators, achieving some success, though a portion managed to evade capture. The Wu cultivators are highly skilled in stealth, making our efforts to eradicate them less fruitful. Huang Qi furrowed his brow at Lin Feng's revelation, taken aback by the chaos engulfing Jing Nation. Master, have the disciples of the 3 sects and 4 clans not sought vengeance against the Wu Kingdom? Lin Feng furrowed his brow slightly and remarked, yes. Our disciples from the 3 sects and 4 clans have caused quite a stir in the state of Wu. The situation between the 2 nations is currently tumultuous. If this continues in Qingzhou, I fear there will be no place left for tranquility. Huang Qi's brow deepened with concern. It appeared imperative for him to return swiftly and bring his grandfather back. Only with his grandfather by his side would he feel secure. Resolutely, Huang Qi decided he must expedite his return. Seemingly perceiving Huang Qi's thoughts, Lin Feng continued, you should hasten to bring your grandfather back. For the time being, you need not concern yourself with matters of the sect. Prepare yourself and descend the mountain as soon as possible. Huang Qi nodded, bowed to Lin Feng, and departed from the training chamber. As Lin Feng watched Huang Qi's retreating figure, a smile graced his face. He understood that a chaotic environment could greatly benefit one's cultivation. The more Huang Qi experienced the trials of life and death, the more rapidly he would mature. Leaving his master's training chamber, Huang Qi felt a twinge of worry. He knew that the entirety of Jingwa was likely in disarray, particularly with the hidden cultivators from the state of Wu, who had come to sow chaos. Their interest in mortals was probably minimal, focusing instead on the smaller cultivation families or sections. His grandfather resided in the northernmost part of Jingwa. He hoped that area remained untouched. He needed to return swiftly to bring his grandfather back so that he could focus on his cultivation without the burden of worry, as such distractions would be detrimental to his progress. Huang Qi arrived at the contribution hall, where Elder Song, upon seeing him, expressed mild surprise and greeted him warmly. Some sect disciples looked at Huang Qi with envy or jealousy, though he paid them no mind, as his own affairs were not yet resolved. In the contribution hall, Huang Qi exchanged for several foundation establishment pills for his cultivation, confident that his remaining herbs would suffice for his needs for some time. He also requested a tasked jade slip from the sect. If the opportunity arose, he could undertake some missions to earn sect rewards. After obtaining his items, Huang Qi chose not to return to Lin Feng's cave dwelling. Instead, he set off with Xiao Bai, embarking on the journey home. Chapter 60. Encountering a spy on the streets of Shirtua City, a young man clad in a brocade robe, adorned with a feathered crown and wielding a folding fan, ambled along, accompanied by a small white ape perched on his shoulder. Although this youth did not possess the visage of the jade-faced Wolf King, he exuded an extraordinary grace and elegance, embodying the demeanor of a scion from a prestigious family. As he observed the bustling traffic, he felt a wave of nostalgia wash over him, recalling his last visit to Shirtua City when he was merely a skilled practitioner of the Tao, not yet a cultivator. Back then, he had felt as if he were a rustic bumpkin, unaccustomed to the wonders around him. Now, however, he had transcended into a cultivator, and everything here appeared somewhat mundane. This young man was none other than Huang Qi. He and Xiao Bai had made their way to Shirtua City, for he knew no other route home and could only retrace his previous path, leading him back to this familiar city. Huang Qi arrived at Shirtua City and promptly changed out of his Tai sect attire, preferring to adopt a more comfortable appearance reminiscent of a dandy. This choice served dual purposes. First, cultivators tended to regard such frivolous young men with disdain, and second, local ruffians would think twice before provoking someone of his stature. Huang Qi had pressing matters to attend to, namely visiting his grandfather, and he had no time to dally with troublemakers. With some leftover silver, he procured a few sets of clothing and strolled leisurely down the streets of Shirtua City, accompanied by his companion, Xiao Bai. As they ambled along, Xiao Bai suddenly halted and began to make a ruckus. Huang Qi furrowed his brow, catching a whiff of a rich, intoxicating aroma. It dawned on him that not far ahead lay the Kong family tavern, a place renowned for its exquisite wine. Clearly, Xiaobai had not forgotten the exquisite brews of the Kong family. The taste of that wine resonated with memories of home, and Huang Qi felt an irresistible pull toward the tavern. Without hesitation, he guided Xiaobai to the Kong family tavern. Upon reaching the entrance, a young attendant, spotting Huang Qi's refined appearance, hurried over to greet him. "Young master, please come inside. This tavern is the most famous in Shihua City." Huang Qi nodded slightly and followed the attendant inside. He settled at a vacant table by the window, where the attendant promptly brought over a jug of wine and 2 small dishes. Xiaobai, upon seeing the wine, seized the jug and began to make a ruckus, startling the attendant into retreat. Huang Qi cast a disapproving glance at Xiaobai, who sulkily resorted to drinking alone. The attendant, bewildered by the unexpected behavior, quickly fetched another jug, realizing that this young master's little monkey also partook in the wine. Huang Qi, satisfied, began to pour himself a drink, reveling in the warmth and comfort that the wine provided. Thus, he continued to indulge, one cup after another. Meanwhile, an overindulgent man overheard a conversation that piqued his interest. "Have you heard the news?" he began, his voice slightly slurred. Another man perked up, curiosity evident in his eyes. "What news?" he asked, leaning in closer. "Word has it that a small cultivating family, located 500 miles east of Shihua City, was annihilated just 2 days ago." Shocked, the first man inquired, "Could it be the remnants of the Wu Kingdom?" The atmosphere among the drinking cultivators grew tense with outrage as they exchanged heated remarks. "Indeed, I've heard that the cultivators from the 3 sects and 4 clans are now hunting down those remnants of the Wu Kingdom." Another added, "Those remnants are truly despicable. We must avenge our fallen brothers from Jinghua. Yes, as fellow cultivators, we all share the responsibility for our country's fate. We must contribute to our Jinghua and extract the souls of those Wu cultivators who dare to trespass here. Absolutely, we must extract their souls." One cultivator declared to his companions, "I plan to join the Loose Cultivator Alliance to hunt down the Wu cultivators. Who among you is willing to join me? Count us in. The Wu Kingdom has gone too far. We will confront them." Huang Qi, upon hearing their words, furrowed his brow slightly. It was unlikely that these individuals could exterminate the remnants of the Wu Kingdom. The lowest rank of cultivators dispatched by Wu to the Jing Kingdom was at least at the foundation establishment stage, for it was implausible for Qi refinement stage cultivators to eradicate a family of cultivators overnight. Most of these individuals were merely loose cultivators without sect affiliations, with the highest among them barely reaching the 5th or 6th layer of Qi refinement. How could they possibly contend with the cultivators from Wu? Huang Qi pondered. It appeared that the Jing Kingdom was indeed in disarray, compelling him to tread cautiously. He had initially contemplated a spree of plunder to accumulate some wealth, but now it seemed prudent to avoid unnecessary trouble. The priority was to escort his grandfather to the Tai sect. Without uttering a word, Huang Qi began to drink copiously alongside Xiaobai. After several rounds of wine and courses of dishes, Huang Qi sensed he had imbibed sufficiently. However, he noticed Xiaobai's face reflected a hint of disappointment. This fellow could truly drink. Having consumed only 3 jars of wine, Xiaobai was still relishing his beverage. Huang Qi found himself at a loss. Unlike Xiaobai, who acted without thought, he was acutely aware of the potential dangers that lay ahead on their journey and dared not indulge excessively. Thus, he dropped a silver ingot and, seizing Xiaobai, made to depart from the Kong family tavern. Xiaobai, somewhat disgruntled by Huang Qi's refusal to let him drink his fill, clutched the wine jug stubbornly, glaring at Huang Qi in displeasure. Exasperated, Huang Qi hastened to the counter, purchased several jars of wine, and stored them in his spatial bag. At this, Xiaobai's mood brightened, and he relinquished the jug, leaping onto Huang Qi's shoulder to follow him out. Huang Qi swiftly exited Shihua City and ventured into an uninhabited area. He produced a flying sword, and with a deft hand gesture, the sword lifted him into the air, soaring rapidly toward the northern Qiankun mountain of the Jing Kingdom. Having attained the foundation establishment stage, Huang Qi's magical energy was substantially more profound than that of the average cultivator at this level. Bolstered by the enhancement from the Honglong fruit, which had enlarged both his physical body and dantian. Consequently, his magical capacity surpassed that of ordinary individuals. Presently, Huang Qi could fly for 2 hours without difficulty. Beyond that, his magical energy would begin to wane. Furthermore, given the current turmoil in the Jing Kingdom, He needed to conserve some magical energy for unforeseen circumstances. Therefore, he would meditate and rest after flying for over an hour before continuing his journey. At this pace, he could reunite with his grandfather at Qiankun Mountain within a month. After flying for nearly an hour and preparing to rest, Huang Qi suddenly heard the sounds of combat not far ahead. His heart tightened, and he hurriedly descended to the ground, cautiously approaching the source of the conflict. He beheld 2 foundation establishment cultivators and 4 or 5 Qi refinement cultivators from the 3 sects and 4 clans besieging 2 foundation establishment cultivators. Judging by their attire, it appeared that disciples of the Kong family had encountered spies from the Wu kingdom, and an intense battle was underway. Observing that both sides were roughly equal in strength. Being at the early stages of foundation establishment, Huang Qi noted that the 3 sects and 4 clans had 4 peak Qi refinement disciples assisting them, which allowed them to maintain a firm upper hand against the Wu cultivators. Huang Qi had no intention of intervening. Those cultivators from Wu dared to perpetrate wrongdoing in our Jing kingdom. They must be prepared for dire consequences. A cultivator from the Kong family disdainfully remarked, If we feared death, we would not have ventured to your Jing nation. Let us engage in a duel and see who meets their demise first. The Wu cultivators, feeling the pressure from their adversaries, refused to yield. The expressions of the 2 disciples from the Kong family darkened. They had cornered the 2 Wu cultivators. Yet despite battling for half an hour, they had not managed to subdue them, leaving them exceedingly frustrated. Very well, today marks your end, declared a disciple from the Kong family, intensifying his assault. The 2 Wu cultivators, after enduring such relentless pressure, began to falter. One of them, his expression turning icy, shouted, "Junior brother, hold them off for a moment while you escape. Remember to take vengeance for your elder brother by slaying several Jing nation cultivators." As he spoke, he spat a mouthful of vital blood onto his flying sword, which erupted in dazzling brilliance, increasing its power as it sliced toward the 2 Kong family cultivators. Seeing his elder brother's desperate act, the younger cultivator was taken aback and cried out, "Elder brother, no. If we must perish, let us do so together." The elder brother, filled with rage, retorted, "Get lost. Quickly flee and ensure my sacrifice is not in vain. I entrust your sister-in-law and nephew to you. Go now." His voice was tinged with a frantic urgency. The younger cultivator, witnessing his brother's expression, felt a wave of anguish but soon resolved himself, turning to soar into the sky. The elder brother, relieved to see his junior escape, was not seeking death. Rather, he recognized that without such a sacrifice, both would perish here. He had a wife and children who needed care, compelling him to let his brother escape first. The 2 Kong disciples, their countenances grim, were on the verge of eliminating the 2 spies when suddenly one of the Wu cultivators fought back fiercely, catching the Kong disciples off guard and allowing the other cultivator to flee. Enraged, the Kong disciples vowed not to let the cultivator escape, drawing upon their formidable skills to confront him. Observing the battle, Huang Qi recognized the outcome was inevitable. Yet, upon hearing the elder brother's words to his junior, he felt a stirring within, who said cultivators were devoid of emotion. Not all were heartless. However, as a member of the Jing nation, despite feeling a twinge of sympathy for the brothers, he knew the havoc these cultivators had wreaked upon countless mortals and fellow cultivators. He could not allow the escape of the Wu cultivator. Determined to gauge his own strength, he gradually withdrew from the battlefield and soared after the fleeing cultivator. Chapter 61. A modest windfall. The Wu cultivator landed on a hill after flying for several miles, his complexion pale. He glanced back toward the direction where his brother fought, realizing that his elder brother had sacrificed himself to create a path for his escape. Tears streamed down his face as his hatred for the Wu nation deepened. He vowed that as long as he survived, he would seek vengeance for his brother. If I could return to the kingdom of Wu, I would wholeheartedly care for my senior brother's family. The individual paused momentarily, wary of lingering too long, fearing those pursuers might strike again. Just as he contemplated leaving, an ominous sensation washed over him. With a vigilant gaze, he surveyed his surroundings, and with a swift motion, he summoned a flying sword from his storage pouch. "Who goes there, lurking in the shadows? Show yourself." Huang Qi realized that this person had discovered his presence and sighed softly before stepping into view. The cultivator, observing the young man clad in luxurious brocade and holding a folding fan, with a feathered crown atop his head and a small monkey on his shoulder, found himself perplexed. Was this truly a cultivator? He appeared to be merely a frivolous dandy, lacking any true cultivation. Nonetheless, the cultivator remained cautious. Anyone capable of tracking him over great distances was undoubtedly formidable. Huang Qi smiled gently and remarked, "Your intuition is quite astute, my good sir." The cultivator, noting Huang Qi's calm demeanor, felt a twinge of anxiety. This youth likely possessed considerable strength, and having just emerged from a fierce battle, his own magical energy was severely depleted. Engaging in combat would be unwise. Escape was his only option. After a brief contemplation, he inquired, "Might I ask what your intentions are in pursuing me?" Huang Qi chuckled softly. "Ah, your fellow practitioners came to my kingdom of Jing to commit misdeeds. As a disciple of the 3 sects and 4 clans, do you not understand my reasons for trailing you?" The cultivator's expression darkened, realizing he could not evade this confrontation. Without further ado, he unleashed a spell, sending his flying sword hurtling toward Huang Qi. Huang Qi merely smiled, sensing a skirmish at hand. His companion, the little monkey, was eager to join in but was restrained by Huang Qi's hand. "This is my battle. I wish to assess my abilities. What would I do if you intervened?" The little monkey, resigned, settled down, visibly displeased. As the flying sword approached, Huang Qi deftly evaded, the blade striking the ground and sending dirt flying. The cultivator was taken aback by Huang Qi's astonishing speed and, not daring to be careless, summoned his sword back and hurled a talisman at Huang Qi. Observing that it was merely an attack talisman from the Qi refinement stage, Huang Qi dismissed it. He closed his fan, extending a hidden weapon from within, which shot forth toward the talisman with a resounding explosion, sending shockwaves through the air. Huang Qi then swept his palm horizontally toward the cultivator. Realizing the intricacy and might of Huang Qi's palm technique, the cultivator dared not confront it directly and attempted to retreat. Yet Huang Qi would not allow him to escape. He shifted his footwork and swiftly blocked the cultivator's path. Panic surged within the cultivator as he recognized the youth's extraordinary speed, and with no time to withdraw, he launched a desperate strike at Huang Qi. The impact echoed powerfully, momentarily staggering Huang Qi, while the cultivator was sent reeling backward. It was not merely that Huang Qi's strength surpassed that of the cultivator. Rather, the latter had expended considerable energy and was caught off guard, leading to his defeat. Huang Qi observed as the cultivator coughed up blood, his pallor growing increasingly ghastly. Huang Qi, undeterred by the situation, unleashed another strike. The cultivator, realizing he was doomed, steeled himself and transformed his hand gestures. All of his spiritual energy surged toward his magical artifact. Huang Qi, understanding his intent, recognized it as a desperate attempt to self-destruct his spirit tool, which was a technique he himself was well-versed in. He swiftly retreated, tapping his storage bag, from which a flying sword emerged. The cultivator, seeing his opportunity, hurled the flying sword at Huang Qi and ascended into the air, hoping to escape. Huang Qi scoffed inwardly, with a shift of his hand gestures. His flying sword began to spiral and rapidly enlarge. It descended upon the cultivator's flying sword with a thunderous crash, resulting in a devastating explosion. Huang Qi's colossal sword paused momentarily before continuing its pursuit of the fleeing cultivator. With diminished spiritual power and having detonated his mid-grade spirit tool, the cultivator stood little chance against Huang Qi's augmented sword. Despair crept in as he summoned the last of his strength to confront Huang Qi's blade. With a resounding thud, he was struck down, blood spewing from his mouth, and he collapsed, unconscious. Huang Qi, slightly astonished that the cultivator had not been cleaved in two by his superior-grade spirit tool, felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. He sheathed his sword and approached the fallen cultivator, who lay devoid of spiritual energy, his face ashen. Realizing that this man was unlikely to survive much longer, Huang Qi sighed lightly. Without further ado, he reached for the cultivator's storage bag, eager to inspect his spoils, only to sense several auras racing toward him. Understanding that disciples from the Kong family were likely in pursuit, Huang Qi preferred to avoid any confrontation. He decided to leave the handling of this cultivator to them. Swiftly, he produced a small vial and collected a few drops of the cultivator's blood, a mere convenience for future endeavors. Glancing at the unconscious figure, he sighed again, lamenting that he had yet to repair the sutra of the floating tower. Otherwise, he could have extracted valuable information from his mind. Having completed his tasks, he wasted no time in ascending into the air and departing the scene. After a brief period, several disciples from the Kong family arrived at the hilltop. Observing the disarray and the lingering energy fluctuations, they deduced that a fierce battle had recently occurred. "Senior brother, look over there. Someone is lying down. He appears gravely injured and unconscious," exclaimed a sharp-eyed disciple to his two Foundation establishment brothers. The two Kong family cultivators turned to see that the figure was indeed their target, sparking curiosity about who had engaged him in combat. For it was evident that this adversary was formidable enough to have swiftly dispatched this remnant from the kingdom of Wu. "He's still alive." The two Foundation establishment experts quickly approached the fallen cultivator. Coldly, one remarked, "Bring him back. We need to report." However, the other cultivator furrowed his brow. "We do not yet know who has injured him." The leading foundation building expert nodded in agreement and remarked, "Whoever it may be, they have aided us. We should return and report on this task." The others also nodded in assent. Huang Qi had flown for nearly half an hour without noticing anyone trailing him, and finally found a secluded spot to pause. He felt a surge of joy, having eliminated a remnant of the Wu kingdom and acquired his storage bag. He was certain the spoils would be substantial. Unable to contain his curiosity, Huang Qi retrieved the storage bag of the fallen cultivator, erased the spiritual mark upon it, and promptly emptied its contents. His eyes sparkled with delight at the sight before him. There were at least 40 to 50,000 spirit stones, alongside numerous vials filled with elixirs. Upon inspection, he discovered they were predominantly foundation-building pills, over 10 vials in total. Additionally, there were dozens of low-grade spiritual artifacts. Huang Qi also unearthed several herbs and materials, all of considerable value, which filled him with elation. He pondered that these fellow practitioners must have robbed many other cultivators and small sects to amass such wealth. Otherwise, their fortunes would not be so abundant. Huang Qi regretted that his senior brother's storage bag likely contained treasures comparable to this one. However, he quickly shook off the feeling of regret. Feeling exhilarated that these individuals had labored for an extensive period to accumulate such savings, now fortuitously falling into his hands. This bounty could indeed bring him a substantial fortune. Huang Qi noticed a few jade slips and speculated they might contain cultivation techniques. He picked one up and pressed it against his forehead, but after a moment of disappointment, he set it down. It was merely an ordinary technique, of little use to him. He examined the remaining slips and found them equally unimpressive, ultimately deciding they could only be exchanged for spirit stones in the future. Hastily, he organized the valuable items into his storage bag while placing the useless ones into another, making it easier for him to dispose of them later. Satisfied, he patted his storage bag and, with Xiaobai in tow, hastened northward. After several days of travel, Huang Qi arrived at Five Peak City. This city, surrounded by mountains, was quite sizable. Huang Qi had visited before, once plundering within its walls, only to be pursued by the local cultivators for an extended period. Since then, he had refrained from raiding in cities densely populated by practitioners. At this moment, Huang Qi entered a tavern and ordered a lavish spread of food and drink, eagerly devouring it alongside Xiaobai. The days of arduous travel and roughing it in the wilderness had left both of them quite dispirited, and the sight of a bustling city brought them immense joy. Surrounding patrons observed the duo's voracious appetite with quiet disdain, yet the sight of Huang Qi's formidable attire deterred anyone from confronting them. They continued their meals in frustrated silence. After a gusty whirlwind of consumption, Huang Qi and Xiaobai finally belched contentedly. Xiaobai, satisfied, patted his belly and looked at Huang Qi with glee. Huang Qi merely smiled in silence, tossing a silver ingot onto the table before departing the tavern with Xiaobai. Huang Qi was aware that there existed a marketplace in Five Peak City, where he could conveniently sell some of his superfluous possessions. Subsequently, he could wander about, hoping to discover items that he truly required.